Hey, HTDA, and welcome back to Mindustry. Because you guys requested it quite a few times actually by now, I'm gonna do yet another playthrough, and this time around I'm gonna take a stab at the second planet, or technically I guess it's the first planet because I started out on the newer one. But yeah, we're going to be playing Serpulo, and this planet has recently gotten a complete overhaul, so the entire campaign associated with it. I have no idea what to expect from this campaign other than the fact that I've been told that it's completely different from Eric here, which was kind of like a RTS campaign almost, and this is supposed to be a bit more of a factory building campaign. I don't know, let's dive in and find out. Okay, so I'm here on the first level, and this is probably going to be kind of a tutorial level, but I'm going to include it anyway because, you know, some of you might be joining in for the first time. So I can click on some of this ore to start mining it, and there's the interesting thing is that this flying unit can actually shoot as well, which is unlike the previous one on the other planet that couldn't actually defend itself at all. It wasn't getting attacked either, so I guess there's that. So we are going to go into the research tree, and we're going to unlock the mechanical drill. I already have that, yes. And then I can build one. And I'm going to place it on a copper patch. Oh, this is only tiny compared to what I'm used to. Okay, so let's place it over there. It is now not doing anything. Well, it is actually drilling, but it needs water. Okay, so research and place conveyors to move the mined resources from the drills to the... Oh, so we actually have conveyors now, not ducts. That's going to break my brain a little bit less. Okay, so even though it doesn't have water, apparently it is still producing. Let me check it out on the tree here for a moment. Okay, so we can boost it with water, but it will produce something anyway. And apparently it doesn't need power either, which is completely different from every single building on the previous planet. So we have that going for us. Now let's see what's next. Expand the mining operation, place more mechanical drills, and mine 100 copper. Okay, we can do that. Okay, well there we go, and I feel like I've already built more machines than I built in the first 3 levels or so of the other planet combined, and the fact that none of this requires any power is honestly quite refreshing. I don't want to complain about the other planet, but not having to build a 5 million power towers is definitely something I'm not going to miss. This is probably not optimized completely, but it will do the trick. This is producing honestly not that much copper per second. Each of these drills only has 0.3 going, so this is like, what, 4 per second or something like that. But let's see what is up next. We are going to need some lead. We need to drill up some more stuff, but in this case it's going to be lead. And there we go, that should take care of the lead. Now actually let me check some math. How much can a conveyor handle? 4.2 items per second, which is quite a lot less than on the other planet. However, this is only producing at a tiny speed, so it should be able to handle about, what, 12 of these mechanical drills. I have 6, 11, yes, this should be about 1 full belt. It's currently backing up a little bit, but that's because the belts were built after the buildings. But you can see I have a nice belt of, what was it, lead coming in. That's really nice. Let me think actually, the boosting, the water boosting is going to boost by 2.5 times. The ratios are really weird. I'm not sure why this is, there's probably a reason for that, but yeah, about 2.5 times as much. But as you can see, I have a lot of this stuff flowing in now as well. Okay, so the map opened up quite a bit and we have a lot more resources over here. We have some water as well, so we can use that, I guess, to boost our production at some point. We have some derelict buildings over here that we can either destroy or maybe repair, I don't know exactly. And I also just forgot to record while I built our first 2 turrets. So we have those duo turrets over here that require some copper as ammo. So you can see I built some copper stations to make sure they're fueled. And now the game is telling me to build some walls. Now I also did some research in the meanwhile. We have a scatter tower as well. This apparently is an anti-air tower, but the duos are just all around. They will fire at anything. They can target air, they can target ground, and they can also take in 3 different kinds of resources, which is interesting enough. The copper only does 9 damage. We can get it some graphite. We'll do 18 damage. It will fire slower though, so this is something to keep in mind. And we can also get it silicon, which does a little bit more damage. But all in all, I guess this is the most important one, because this has a homing element to it as well. But anyway, that is in the future. For now, we're just going to have to do with some copper. And we can also build some copper walls. So let's see, we have the normal wall and we have the large copper wall. So, it's telling me specifically to build some of these walls around the turrets. So let's make sure we do that. And then hopefully we can trigger the next quest. This is the enemy drop zone. Yeah, okay. Anything built in the radius is destroyed when a wave starts. Yes, I know this. A wave will begin now. Get ready. Okay. So let's see how our turrets are doing. Oh, look. Look. They're tiny little humans. Robots? Oh, this one actually shoots at me. That is something to keep in mind. These enemies actually fire at me as well. Oh, which reminds me, I can actually fire back. There we go. Flying units can be easily dispatched with not easily dispatched with standard turrets, and this is where the scattered turrets come in. Excellent anti-air, but require lead as ammo. Okay, so let's go and build some of that. There we go, this should do nicely. I know the game only told me to build one of each, but well, 3 of them will do because I have so much resources anyway. I figured I might as well. Now, I actually got attacked by some air units the moment I completed the ammunition throughput over here, but yeah, I wasn't really expecting that, but obviously it went down really quickly, especially considering I have multiple turrets. I also built some extra duos, and I think we can just have the next wave coming over now. So let's see what this does. These units look kind of interesting, honestly. I might want to build another funnel, like I really need to remember I can actually be attacked now. But let's see how this works. Yeah, this seems to be actually doing not as well as I thought it would. I should probably build some more of these defense turrets because they're getting a little bit too close to getting through, in my opinion. So, you know, there might be a very good chance I'm completely over-designing this, but yeah, I'm just having fun building myself some more turrets. So let's see, those are air units coming in. They barely existed, but boy are those guys fast. I mean, I fear for my base, honestly. Okay, well, I'm working like intended. Let's have another wave. 3 enemies remaining. Just 3 of those dudes. I hope the sound is actually really good. I'm gonna check it after this wave, because all of this shooting might be a little bit on the loud side, honestly. Well, I think this defense line does the trick, so now I'm actually going to see if I can get some of these resources back to my main base, because if I learned anything from the previous planet, is that we're going to need all of the resources. Okay, there you go. Now it really feels like I'm playing a factory game. Look at all of this production, and this is just a tutorial level. So, yeah. It looks like we've been able to fill up our inventory quite well. And as you can see, we actually have a 3rd type of resource on top of the 2 we already have, which is the scrap that is on the floor here. Again, we can just drill it up like we can the lead and the copper. And I'm not entirely sure what we do with the scrap, because I don't think I have anything to unlock with it. No. This is silica. No. We do have the bridge conveyor. And speaking about bridges, by the way, look at this. We have an overflow, just like we've had before. But look at this. This is a belt with copper incoming and a belt with lead. And these things just cross. I don't know why on the other planet we had to do all those complicated things with bridges and things like that, while we had this all along on the first planet. Maybe this is new, I don't know, but this is so much easier than what we had to do on the other planet. Now, the last wave, wave number 8, was actually pretty strong, and it took out some of my buildings. No, I don't want to do that. Can I actually repair my buildings somehow? I don't know, but let's find out if wave number 9 is going to be a problem as well. Oh, well, step 1, don't kill yourself when the enemy is about to spawn. That would help. But let's see, we have only 5 enemies incoming. They are going to spread between these 2 places. As you can see, they are doing some damage to my walls. But yeah, not a problem whatsoever. And now we have captured the first sector. Look at all those resources already streaming into our home base, and this is just a tutorial level. And look at all of this production. I am so much looking forward to playing this campaign, because this feels like a completely different game, honestly, than the previous planet. And even though that was fun, this definitely feels a little bit more factory than the kind of RTS era care planet that we've done before. Anyway, let's continue on to the next level. So what's interesting about this planet, it seems like we can just go to any zone that we now have visible. But there's also a named zone over here, which I guess is the main quest line. Not entirely sure what to do about these planets. These might be the community-based maps that I think the update talked about including. Not entirely sure. But for now, I just think I'll stick to the main campaign levels, which means we're going to the Frozen Forest. Now, there's no description or anything like that, so we're just going to have to dive in. Huh, this is interesting. So we can actually apparently decide how many resources we're going to bring with us. Now, I currently just maxed everything out, but if I want, I can say, okay, let's just bring some less copper, for example, and then I guess store it in the other base. I'm not really sure why we would not want to bring the maximum amount, but yeah, maybe that will become apparent later on. At least it's a new mechanic again compared to Ericer. We are going to launch, and look at that familiar launch and lift off. And here we are on the next planet. Okay, so what's actually really interesting is that I can see the entire map already. Now what I don't know is where the enemy is going to come from, because apparently it's not showing that. I'm guessing it's going to be these three directions over here. But considering this is kind of a maze, I'm not entirely sure what path the enemy is going to use to come towards me. Probably in this just general areas where they will attack me, but it's kind of unclear, to be honest. But anyway, we can still pause and plan ahead. We have some lead over here, we have some copper over here, and apparently we have some coal in the corner here as well. So let's get a lot of copper up and running, because I basically need that to do pretty much everything, along with some lead, and then we can see where we set up our defenses after that. So I'm already loving how quick it is to set up all these basic production units in this particular planet. Only took me like 20 seconds of building to get all of this up and running, of course not counting the time it took me to place these down. But look at that, we have plenty of copper coming in, we actually also have some coal now coming in, which leads me to the research tree over here. So we still don't have the graphite, but we do have the copper and lead for the new things we just unlocked over here. So let's see, we have a ground factory, produces ground units, can be used directly or moved into reconstructors for upgrading, so we still need some silicon for that. So what else did we get? We have the graphite press over here. Okay, so this is copper and lead, and then compresses coal into graphite, so we definitely need that. And then we have the combustion generator, which is going to generate power by burning flammable materials such as coal. So I guess we're going to need to deal with power anyway, but that's okay. Let's focus on the graphite press first. In order to finish that, I'm gonna need some more coal and some copper, but we do have a fair amount of that flowing in now. So clicking that research just burned me through a lot of my resources, which actually makes me think that it might be better to set up a lot of production first before you actually start researching the new items. But then again, let me actually try something. Let's go to the planet map. Can we go back to the previous zone now? Because we couldn't actually leave zones that were under attack previous planet, but looks like we can in this planet, so not sure if this is a bug or this is intended. But if I can just sit around here, can I still access the research tree? Yes, I can. So I can just unlock this using all the production I have over here, and then go back to the other planet. That's honestly, it's a little weird. But hey, if it works, it works. Okay, so while I was playing around with making sure I got as many resources I could from the starter level into my main base, I actually got the message that we lost the base on the other planet, or the other zone, I mean. So yeah, you can't really cheat the science tree by going back, but at the same time you still kind of can, because I mean, the research is not going to go away, and as you can see, I was able to unlock a lot of different things just by going back for a moment, and we didn't really start the other level just yet. So it's a little bit back and forth, but if you want to make sure you're completely prepared before diving into a new level, you can do it this way. Okay, so before we dive back into the other level, let me show you what we've unlocked. So we have the graphite press, which is going to make graphite out of coal. We also have the pyrite mixer, which is going to mix coal, lead, and sand. I'm not sure where sand is going to come from, but we're going to be able to get pyrite from that. We also have the silicon smelter, which is going to refine silicon from sand and coal. So again, we need some sand to make silicon. And then over here we have the combustion generator, which is going to use coal to make power. Then we have a power node, which is going to connect power from A to B, I guess. And then we have the Mender already. So this is going to periodically repair blocks. This is going to be massively useful for defense. It only needs power from the looks of it. It is going to take quite a while actually to repair anything, but yeah, we can make sure our defenses stay alive by using this. Now we also have the battery, which is going to have us be able to store up some power if we want. And then I think that was about it. So let's go back to the other level. Okay, so it took me a moment to get all the resources again to be able to launch, but there we go, and now we have a lot more research unlocked than we did before. The interesting thing is there's actually a lot of the stuff that we built before still available over here, and I can just select this and rebuild this by the looks of it. Huh. Oh, that's actually really convenient. Look at how fast this is all building up, and as you can see, we have pretty much all of our destroyed buildings back up and running within seconds after landing. Okay, so before we go any further, let's see, we have some coal in production now, and we have the graphite press unlocked, so let's see what this actually does. It's going to turn coal into graphite. We need 1.33 coal per second for a single one. I think I'm just producing about 2 over here, so that's actually a lot of graphite that we're going to be producing. Well, let's see, if we do this like so, and then we can have some routers over here, like this. And then we can delete all of this, because this is no longer going to do anything. And you can export the graphite over here. Let's see. Oh, this is actually taking me a little bit longer to build, but that's okay. Let's remove all of that. And look at that. We are now plopping out some graphite. Why are you not doing anything? Let's see why this is not working. Okay, there we go. I fixed the problem by just moving the belt a bit further away, making sure it's a one-directional belt so it can't overload any of its production on this belt that's incoming. And as you can see, we have a steady flow of graphite incoming now. Well, the good news is I found where the enemy is going to drop. The bad news is I was actually building defenses in that same area, which is going to be quite pointless because they're going to be destroyed the moment the enemy lands. So yeah, we're going to have to kind of rebuild this somewhere else, but this is the general idea. We can use these choke points to make sure the enemy can't get through, and while we set that up, we can then just lean back and work on our base a bit more. Well, we have our first enemy incoming, and I built some basic defense, and it seems like the AI on this particular planet just wants to walk straight through walls, which honestly works for me, because I have a lot of defenses set up over here. They're still kind of stocking up on ammo though, but hopefully this is enough firepower to take this out pretty easily. Yep, there we go. Okay, so the second wave was identical to the first one, so no problem whatsoever either, and as you can see, I now have some more hefty defensives build up, and I also took care of some air defenses because I'm expecting those aircraft to come in any moment now, and now we should have plenty of air defense to go. For the moment, the enemy is still coming from this direction, so that will give me some time to build up the rest of my base. Okay, so I have a secondary graphite press facility over here, and I also connected all the overflow of my ammunition factories over here back to my home base. So I now have some additional copper coming in, I have some additional lead coming in. All of that should help me make sure I have enough resources to keep building, because honestly I'm bottlenecked on copper a little bit. We now have 2 units incoming, but yeah, that should not be a problem at all. What I'm curious about is if we continue to take the same path. The answer is nope. Okay, this is interesting. Let's see where they're actually gonna go. Well, for the moment it seems like they're going past my defenses, but yeah, they're now just actually trying to take the long way around, which is really annoying because I don't really have any defenses in that area. Well, I was able to take it down, but not before it actually reached my core, so this is really annoying because now I'm definitely sure I need to keep a path through my defenses in order to make sure I don't need to chase the enemy around the entire map. Okay, there we go. I built some corridors through my defenses, so hopefully that means the enemy will now choose to take that route rather than the whole long way around where there's no defense. I just didn't get around to building some, so I guess we're about to find out where they will take their path now. And they are still spawning in this corner. There's 3 of them now, so that's bad news to begin with. But let's see, are they going to go directly into my defenses? Yep, at least now we're back in business that way. And that means they're now getting a mass fire that while they're moving through my corridor, they were actually shooting at my base over here, which is a little bit annoying, but yeah, working like intended now. So the next wave is 4 units, 2 of the big ones and 2 of the smaller ones, and I've started to kind of make some additional defense. I tapped into the resources over here on the left, both for the air defense as well as the ground defense. And what I've also started to do is just put up some random turrets here and there, just because I can. My core actually almost got destroyed, so making sure I have some last defenses before anything reaches my base is probably a good thing. As you can see, I just have some splitters, or routers I should say, that are feeding into these turrets and making sure they're stocked up on some ammunition, and then hopefully that will be enough to make sure the enemy doesn't reach my base. Let's see if they are still intent on going right through the middle. Nope, of course not. No, now they're going through the side. Hold on. Well, let's see if they can actually hold off. Sort of. I'm building some emergency towers over here, as you can see. But yeah, it's definitely interesting to see the enemies going in different directions all the time. Now, making sure I have some additional backup defense over here is going to make that a lot easier for next time around. But yeah, they're definitely keeping me on my toes. Let's see if we have any other drop zones. I still expect the enemy to come from this direction anytime now. But yeah, for the moment it seems to be okay. On the right side, I now also have the Scorch available to me, and I can apparently also unlock the Arc. So let's see what these 2 turrets are going to do for me. So let's put some of this coal to use and build a couple of these new turrets. So we have these Scorch turrets over here. It'll take a moment for the coal to actually get here, but once it does, they should take care of any enemies that once again try to go through the side path. Now, as a side note, it's really annoying that I have this kind of fog of war going on. As you can see, there's light around my vehicle, but not around any of my bases, which makes it annoyingly hard to see anything, but at the same time, there's no fog of war in this level, so I'm not entirely sure why this is happening, so let me know in the comments if you know how to solve this. And of course the enemies decide not to go through the main thing where I wanted them to go, and the fact that they can shoot over all of this terrain is kind of annoying as well. I should probably build a little bit of a wall here, but yeah, at least this is a corridor of death. In order to utilize the other tower, we're going to need some power, and we get that from the combustion generators. Now, what I really like is that all the buildings in this particular planet seem to be quite small so far. So I'm feeding this from 2 sides, and the smart thing about this is, at least I think this is smart, is that these are omnidirectional. So I can feed it from this side and I can feed it from this side, and if the router itself is empty, it will accept inputs from both sides, or either side at once at least. So this will make sure that all of these, even though they're in a row, are being optimally supplied with coal. Long story short, I think this is a nice way to do this if you insist on having everything set together. Now, we're going to need to get this power all the way to the front lines, and that is where these power nodes come in. Now, unlike the other planet, you can see this actually has a range and should receive and supply to all the buildings within this range. So this is really nice and easy to transport power all over the place, I think. So I can just set it up like this. Actually, before I do that, hold on, let's start by maybe doing something like this, and then having some batteries, because, you know, storing power is probably a good idea. And because this is a circle, we can do something like that. That's a lot of power, but how much power does this store? 4,000. So compared to the production of one of these combustion generators, which I think is only 60, yeah, so that's like a minute worth of power, a little bit more than that even. Okay, there we go. We have some of these arc towers over here now, and of course that means the enemy is probably going to go in a different direction. I am also walling off this production facility so I don't need to keep repairing it. We do get 7 enemies now, so we're definitely going to need those additional towers, but let's see where they're going. They are cooperating, so that's nice. I might need to rebuild these walls, and actually we have the mending building I should probably put to use as well. Yeah, well, at least the firepower is doing its job. So if I build a couple of these mender towers, they should start repairing the walls, I believe. Let's see if that's actually the case. Yeah, you can see them blinking and repairing, so that is working like intended. It actually repairs several blocks at the same time. Not sure if having multiple of these speed things up, I guess it will. But yeah, this is working like intended. Now I want to bring some of that over here as well, so I don't need to keep repairing these walls and these walls. So long story short, let's set some more up. Okay, so I optimized the defense a little bit. There's mending towers over here now. These are all in the range of repairing the walls, and the walls are still in range of defending against these turrets. So I actually put some turrets over here as well, because I figured, well, why not? Although I don't think this can actually reach anything, so that might have not been the best case. But if there's any flying units, at least they'll get some pot shots off. I've been starting to just build random turrets in... so the supply line direction, basically, because, you know, why not? I don't need that space for anything else. And look at this, I really like this layout. So this is a lot of the normal turrets, along with some repair and power-based turrets, I would say. The fact that these turrets actually use like 200 power per second is a little bit worrying, but that's where these batteries come in, because remember, these are storing up the power while I'm not using it. So one of these batteries should be able to power a single turret for 20 seconds at least, so that should be more than enough to fend off the smaller waves we're getting for the moment. And of course these waves are getting less and less small, so let's see if this is working like intended. They're still going through here, so that's fine, because this is where I have most of my defensives. Now these walls should hopefully be repaired quickly enough. They're still getting demolished. These repair units are not that strong. But yeah, this is good enough. So let's keep adding in the units. I should have probably checked if there were units coming from different directions. But I think we have all the defenses we're going to need for this particular level. So let's keep bringing on the waves. I think with these turrets, well, maybe I should actually add a couple more of these power-based turrets here, because, you know, there's no reason not to. And I do need to make sure I actually have enough of this copper coming in before I get a new wave coming, because otherwise these turrets are actually going to run out of fuel. And speaking of fuel, or I should say power, look at this battery bank over here. Not entirely sure this is useful, because, well, it will take quite a while for this to actually completely charge up, but, you know, it looks kind of fun. But look, we have a new type of a unit. These are really fast, and they are charging in. Let's see if they're any sturdier than their predecessors. Nope. They blow up just fine. The nice thing about these mending towers is that I can actually repair my core, so now it's not looking quite as dangerously low as it did before. Well, this wave isn't that powerful, and as you might have noticed, I managed to clear the fog, by the way. There's some settings in the game that allow you to set the atmosphere or something like that. If you turn that off, suddenly the fog is gone. So I'm not sure why you would want that on, but this is a lot easier to follow what I'm doing now, at least. Is it me, or are the waves actually getting weaker? This is a little bit random. Now we got two small guys in the 14th wave, so that's an interesting design. So let's bring on the next wave, and again, it's just two guys. This time there's two big ones, but yeah, not sure why the biggest waves were near the middle, but I'll take it. Now, we actually never got any enemies from these sides, so I built all of this for nothing, but yeah, at least we captured another sector. All in all, a pretty straightforward level, but again, it's just the second level of the campaign, and I'm really liking this particular planet so far. It's really easy and flexible to build stuff. There's not as much finicky stuff going on as it is in Erkir. Yeah, all in all, I'm really liking it. Now, I would have preferred it if not the buildings looked a little bit less similar. All of this looks very much alike so far, but maybe that will change in the future. Everything is really like orange, though, so could have used some different tints, I guess. But yeah, that's just me. Either way, if you're still here, you are awesome, and do hope to catch you in the next one. Hey, it's TDA, and today we're playing some more Mindustry, and this time around I'm actually playing the new Serpulo campaign, because as it turns out, in my previous attempt I was just playing the old version all along. But the problem was I didn't realize that, because I haven't actually played the old one, but luckily I had plenty of you guys telling me in the comments that I was obviously playing the old version. So in order to actually play the new campaign, you do need to be on the beta version on Steam. You need to opt into that. I've done that now, and as you can see, the planet looks quite a bit more hostile, honestly. It used to be nice and blue, but now it's yeah, it's kind of rocky. And I'm actually not sure if the first couple of levels changed, but just to make sure, I deleted my old campaign save and we're starting completely over. I am going to try to keep this a little bit quicker than the previous ones because, well, you don't want to watch the same content all over again. So as far as I can tell, this looks pretty much the same, so I'm just gonna blast through this until I find something that is new. Okay, so first things first, I set up all the miners just like before, nothing changed here, and we have a steady influx of resources now. We have some copper and we have some lead coming over. Next up, the game is telling us to build a couple of duo turrets. We're going to have to fuel those with ammunition, and I'm going to do this a little bit smarter than I did the last time around, because you guys were nice enough to actually give me some useful, very useful tips in the comments on the previous episode, even though I was kind of messing it up by playing the wrong campaign. So thank you for that. So, for example, what I used to do in my previous playthrough is just put down all of these turrets next to each other with some routers to it and have a single line of resources going into that. But apparently, as it turns out, these things are omnidirectional, like I guessed. But it also means that if you put the resources on one side in, they can kind of flow back on themselves and really make the throughput miserable. So by doing it like this, the resources can only go in one direction, and it should avoid all that issues. It does mean we can have less of these in a row, but all in all, that's not going to be the largest problem in terms of getting our defenses up and running, because we can just make as many rows of this as we need. So something like this should do the trick just fine. Now it's going to explain to me that this is an enemy drop zone and this is where the enemy will be coming from, but of course we already know that from the previous episode. But let's see if the defenses are actually going to do the trick. It should be, because we only have this single unit incoming. We have a nice little line of defense over here. It's interesting that it completely shifted its direction once I closed off this area. But yeah, as you can see, plenty of defenses to go like this. And I'm going to do the exact same thing for the anti-air turrets that are called the scatter over here. And as you can see, we should have plenty of defenses for this level. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure I tap into all of these resources over here. I already started out a little bit with some copper. And make sure we have a lot of resources flowing into our main base, including the scrap that is over here. Even though we don't have a use for it, we're going to need that at some point. Okay, so between all the additional production that I set up and all the additional towers I now have up and running, as you can see, it's no problem whatsoever to take care of all these waves. And I also have plenty of production flowing into my main base to complete the first level. As you can see, we're pretty much capped out on resources already, and the last wave is going down in a second, which means we can start moving on to the next level. The next level is going to be the Frozen Forest. That's the same level we played before, but let's see if it's actually the same, because I don't know. We can still bring quite a bit of resources with us, so that's nice. So let's launch and find out, I guess. And there we go, and yep, this looks really different from last time. Let's pause, because we do have a wave incoming in 4 minutes. This map is completely different than what I played in the previous episode, so yeah, definitely it looks a lot cooler as well, I have to say. It's a little bit less of a maze. I guess the enemy is still gonna come from this direction, although this still looks very suspicious as well. But that means if we just set up our defenses in the middle, we should be fine, I guess. That does mean I want to block off this area over here so they don't go in this direction at all. But rather than that, they will go through the middle, and we have plenty of resources here to set up a lot of defenses. So that seems to be the plan. First things first though, I have some basic copper and some lead production set up to flow into my core, so I have the basic resource I need to build with. And I think it's now time to start setting up some defenses, so we just don't have to worry about that at all. Well, it's a good thing I actually checked where the enemy is going to land, because even though I thought it was going to be in the corner like before, it is actually over here in the middle. So that completely changes where I want to set up those defenses. Okay, so how about something like this? I blocked out the corridor over here, so the enemy should be going straight down. I left a nice little opening in my wall over here, and that should lead them straight down this kind of kill zone of turrets. Is this a little bit ambitious to build all of this, including all of this anti-air in the first 4 minutes of the game? Probably. But then again, I am pretty sure that just these turrets over here will be able to fend off to the enemy. And if they do take out any of this, I can just rebuild it while I'm at it and waiting for the next wave. Well, actually, it turns out it wasn't too bad. I was able to complete most of these defenses in the first 4 minutes. And As you can see, I'm really struggling on copper now, but I do want to make sure I check if there's going to be enemies from different directions and if this enemy is behaving like I'm expecting him to. Yep, he is going to go straight down the middle and getting completely and utterly destroyed. So that gives me 2 more minutes to set up some more defenses, and by then I think we should have everything that we need completed. To help with that, I'm going to focus on setting up some more copper production first that flows into my main base, because just hovering over the defenses trying to build them while actually not having enough resources doesn't seem to be the most efficient way of doing that. So making sure I actually have more resources flowing in will then in turn speed up my production, my defenses, and thereby everything else after that. And there we go, we actually managed to finish the entire defensive line before the second wave. It's just, again, a single unit. I feel a little bit sorry for it, honestly, because it's going to be once again completely obliterated. I am going to add in a little bit more walls over here so these turrets don't get accidentally destroyed by more enemies going through, but all in all, I feel very safe at this point, so let's focus on getting some coal production up and running. Coal is going to allow us to make graphite, so just in case you missed the previous episodes, graphite is going to allow us to unlock a lot of new different stuff. But most importantly, it's also going to allow us to start making some power. The combustion generator is something that burns coal into power, and the power we can use to, for example, power some new towers. We have the arc tower over here that works on pure electricity. We also have the Scorch, which is a tower that works on coal, and that will literally scorch our enemies by throwing fire at them. But before we get into the turrets, let's cover the basics and get some actual graphite production up and running. So all we need is coal and a couple of these graphite presses. Now, actually, these things consume quite a lot of graphite, or I should say coal, in order to make this graphite. So we can only feel about 3 of them. It's actually a little less than 3, so this should not back up at all. And if it does, then I did some math wrong, but I think it's just backing up right now because of the production. What I did mess up, however, is that this thing is actually not doing anything, so let me fix that. There we go, now everything is actually producing something, and we have a steady amount of graphite flowing in, and meanwhile the enemy is still getting demolished, not even damaging my walls really, before it gets trying to get through. And there we go, I added 6 Scorches to the mix. Now these are kind of exposed because the enemy will be coming through here, but that's where the Mender unit is going to come in that we're going to build in a second. However, we're going to need power in order to do that, and because I'm also kind of paranoid that the enemy will take this side, now I kind of blocked this off with turrets, and I'm hoping that it won't actually count these conveyors, but otherwise this could be considered completely blocked off. I just built some turrets in this corner over here to make sure that if the enemy actually goes here, but yeah, it looks like they are behaving like intended, at least I have a little bit of backup firepower, because in this particular planet, it does feel like if the enemy gets through, that's just the end of it until we have some ground units to defend ourselves with. Okay, so let's start with some modest power. I only have a little bit of coal here in the middle, that's the word I was looking for, and as you can see it's not even enough to fully keep up with these 4 combustion generators, but still this is producing about 300 power, which I can now use to start powering some arc towers. So I'm in the process of setting up my towers over here, and as you can see they're all nicely powered. Not sure the enemy is gonna get close enough for these powers to the power towers to actually do something, but nope. So I wanted to show them to you. In case you're wondering why I'm building so many of these towers while I only have a tiny bit of power, it's because most of the time I'm not actually using my power. So this is where the batteries are going to come in. These batteries are going to store a whole boatload of power that I can then discharge as soon as I actually need it. However, the power nodes are also going to come in use to make sure I can actually start auto-repairing my facility. The Mender unit is going to be exactly that. I can place a couple of them across the most heavily impacted defensive lines, and I should no longer be losing my walls. As you can see, they're actively being repaired now by these nice little buildings that I can sneak in between my turrets, and yeah, all in all this should make it a very sturdy defensive line. So while I was building my base, I actually realized I wasn't even looking at my defense anymore, but honestly there was nothing to worry about, because as you can see this is working exactly like intended. This was a relatively big wave that actually managed to turn to take out a little part of my facility, but well, not my facility, just a single piece of wall, but still working very much like intended. And this is not really challenging at all, to be honest, given how much defense I have over here. Now I can always make some backup defense if I need to, but I've been mostly focusing on making sure I grab all the additional resource. I am utilizing all of this coal over here, which apparently is backing up even. So let me add another one of these things to here, just so this is overdoing it, but I might as well. The nice thing about this is that none of this actually requires power, so I can just set up as many of these facilities as I want. Is it always going to be useful? As you can see, no, it's not. But does that matter? Not until I actually run out of space, and that might definitely be a thing moving forward. But for the moment, I have all the room in the world to build my facility, which is actually a nice change of pace compared to Arakir, where I was always running out of space. And the same seems to hold for all the other waves that come after that. Now, actually, this wave managed to take out 2 sections of the wall, but that might mostly be because I've been using these smaller walls. Now, if I build a larger version of that, I think they will have a tough time breaking through that, because these take a lot more damage before they get destroyed. And in the meanwhile, these are actually also getting healed by my menders. So that should solve that problem for the foreseeable future. Oh, and just because I'm Dutch and a cheap bastard, as a result of that, I'm actually using some of the overflow for the coal that I'm not using to power my scorches, and turning that into graphite as well. I'm just mixing that into the lead belt over here, because these turrets are not using it, and because of the way I've set them up, there shouldn't be any trouble with this sushi belt just flowing all the way back into my base. You can see some of the copper being siphoned off as well in the overflow lines. And that means I have a lot of resources coming in over here. So let's see if 8 enemies can actually break through my wall. Nope, they can't. How about some of these self-destructing units? Nope, they get destroyed before they even reach my walls, so that means the other 3 are definitely not getting through either. So how about 8 units then? I'm actually kind of rooting for them at this point. Can they destroy this section of wall? You can see the health going down pretty quickly, but nope. And let's bring in the last wave as well and finish out this level. Now, I do have some lead on the map that I'm not using, but as you can see, I'm completely capped out on resources anyway, so I'm just leaving that as it is. Almost. They almost managed, but there we go. Sector captured. Now, this time around, I actually completed the first 2 levels on the new Serpulo map. And yeah, I'm really excited about how this is all feeling. I really liked Arakir, but I think I might like this planet even better, mostly because it leans a little bit more towards the factory part of the game rather than the strategy part, even though I like strategy games as well. Either way, if you're still here, thank you for your patience, and you are awesome for putting up with me actually playing the wrong campaign first, but I definitely hope to catch you in the next one. Hey, HTDA, and today we're going down into the craters. But before we do that, I got recommended by quite a few of you to put the difficulty on Unpredictable Wave AI, which apparently makes the units attack pretty much wherever they want, which I have to admit is kind of worrisome to me, but let's find out if that makes it a little bit more challenging, because so far, honestly, the entire game so far, as long as you know what you're doing, seems to be a little bit on the easy side. So let's see if this makes things a lot more difficult. Let's launch. Let's see if we have all the stuff that we need. I do think we can just max everything out. There we go. And let's dive in. So let's check out what we have to work with. We have plenty of copper over here. We have some scrap, a little bit of coal, not that much, and some lead over here. Is this anything? No, it is not. We do have some more copper over here with some duos, which is not going to defend much, but at least it's a good start. We also have a very nice bottleneck over here, so we can easily build up some defense here and then, well, basically expand our way from that. Seem to be some derelict structures over here, and this is dark sand. I'm guessing that's the new resource I'm going to get in this level. Now, this particular zone has water as well. I'm not sure if we can use that, but let's find out. And then it seems we have 3 choke points over here that we need to defend. Or we can just figure out where they're coming from and then make a choke point over here, maybe? I'm not entirely sure if that's going to work, but first things first, let's set up a basic base. Now we only have 3 minutes until the first enemies arrive, so I'm going to focus on setting up some copper, and then I'm just going to set up a lot of duos in order to make sure I can defend myself. Now let me remind myself, do I actually need lead for that? No, I don't, so I can do everything with just copper to get some basic defense going. Okay, so I have my defense set up, and I should probably make sure I'm actually using all my resources, but yeah, honestly, it feels like this is probably not the way to do this. Let me pause there for a moment. I know the enemy is coming from this direction. I just scouted with my flying unit while I was just exploring the map because I wanted to make sure I knew where they're coming from. So they're coming from over here. So I'm really wondering if there is a reason why I should not just set up a whole line of turrets over here and then just have the entire map for myself. But I don't know. Let's just stick with this for the moment. Okay, there we go. This should take care of all the basic resources we have in this area. We're going to have some lead coming in. We're going to have some coal production, which is going to turn into graphite. And then I still don't really know what I'm going to use scrap for, but I have a feeling we're going to find out very soon. And at least I have plenty of that coming in as well. Now, the real question is, what next? Yeah, so I've been thinking about this for a minute, but I think I fell into the trap of thinking about this game as a real-time strategy rather than more like a turret defense game, because I kind of don't just lock myself in the corner of the map. If I start expanding here, that is going to be very easy to be attacked by the enemy, of course. And I do need to expand in this area because that's where all the other resources are. So instead, what I should have done, I'm pretty sure at least, is just build my defenses over here and then basically have the entire map for myself. So what I'm going to do is still do that anyway. Not entirely sure that's a good idea considering I just spent 1500 of my resources building all of this, but if I can make it work, then I have all my resources coming in while also getting the benefit of locking the enemy in the corner of the map. Okay, so how about something like this? This is going to supply some copper and some lead, actually. Or coal, I mean. And we have a couple of scorches here to make use of that coal. And we have a lot of the normal duo turrets to make sure we have some basic anti-air and anti-ground defenses. We have some basic walls and all of that for the exact amount of copper that we currently have. So all in all, this should do the trick, I hope. And if not, well, we have the other line of defense to fall back to. Okay, so here is the first wave. It's one of those explodey bots, and there we go, it is down, and we have 1.5 minutes to make this look like an actual defense. Okay, so here we go. I set up some more turrets, some more scorches, but I'm running really low on the resources now, which of course is because I spent most of that to build the other defenses that I'm not using at all. I do think leaving open a little gap over here is probably smart, so that everything will run right past all of these scorches lined up to take stuff out. And all of these defenses make no more sense anymore now, so I'm going to just take them out and make sure I have this area open so I can bring in more resources to my home base. Speaking of which, yeah, this is not doing much, is it? So let's make sure I can click on this, yep, to make sure that I'm actually getting those scrap materials in my base as well. And I don't really need to delete these, of course, because I can just funnel these right back into my base if I am a little bit smarter than what I'm currently showing you. But yeah, I'm just showing you all the mistakes I'm making in this early playthrough of this campaign as well, because, well, you might be playing this for the first time yourself as well, and it might be useful for you to see what I'm doing wrong, so you don't have to. These enemies waves seem really to like these explodey dudes, and they are still going to go down really easy and really quickly, as you can see. So, I am now stocking up quite some copper. I have no problem defending myself so far, so it's time to really start gearing things up a bit. Okay, so how about this? We can set up some power production. If we set up a combustion generator over here, actually over there, we put a overflow, where is it? Overflow gate here. So that means that if these turrets are all filled up on coal, then the remaining will go to this power production over here. And I think we have about, yeah, we have about a little bit more than a half per second coal production over here, so one generator is probably going to be fine. Then I've been told that these things conduct power by themselves, so these should be able to store up some power, and then we can place a power pole right next to that. And then last but not least, where is it? Let's set up a couple of menders like this, so that we are making sure we are actually repairing our stuff. And what do I need for those arc turrets? Just lead and copper, which I have. So, you know, we might as well set some of those up here as well. They're all going to go in this direction if my plan is working as intended. And that means we have plenty of defense here for the foreseeable future, I hope. And then we can start making sure we get some more resources going. Okay, so let's see, we have twice the copper production now, as well as a little bit more silicon and a little bit more silicon here overall, just to make sure I'm using all of this coal. And that should give me plenty of resources to work with. Now, we do have this dark sand over here, and if I remember correctly, let me see, if I go to the silicon smelter, we need coal and sand in order to make silicon, which is something we haven't produced yet at all. And we have plenty of sand here. We also have not that much coal, actually. We have some coal over here, some coal over here. Yeah, we have traces of that like all over the place. But I think we should dedicate this to producing some silicon. Okay, bear with me with the math for a moment. I did the math on all of these random patches of coal here, 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 and here. And that should be about 4.5 coal per second. It's probably a little bit more, but I don't want to get too much into detail because the belt can only carry 4.2 items per second. Which actually is a really annoying number because it doesn't math out well with what I want to do. Because I want to have 3 silicon smelters making silicon, but that means that these are going to put out 4.5 per minute. So I'm hoping I'm gonna be able to increase my belt speed at some point, or I don't really want to have a secondary belt with a tiny amount of silicon right next to that. I also need a metric ton of sand. I need 9 sand per minute in order to fuel all of this. So that means that that's basically 2 belts full, but because I have 3, I need 3 per second to go in here, then another 3 per second in here, but because a lot of the sand has already been taken off the belt, I need to make sure there's a second belt basically coming in of sand over here like that. So this will take a moment to balance out, but because I'm producing slightly more than I can actually use, that should work just fine. If I want to make sure, I could actually do it something like this, so it flows in here as well. That should help it stabilize a little bit quicker, I think. Meanwhile, how are we doing on the waves? We get 4 units per wave now, but these are the weaker ones. So yeah, these are still getting blown to pieces really easily. And I should now have some silicon in production. Why are you not doing anything? Oh, because apparently you need power. Okay, so I completely missed that, but we need 30 power per second for each of these smelters. So that's 90 power in total. I don't think that's too much of a problem because I was intentionally saving this patch over here to generate some more power. Well, I'm gonna need to build quite a bit of a power line, as you can see, but it's kind of satisfying to see all of this coming up, and I do have enough coal here to fuel at least a couple of these generators. There's 2 batteries in between, so it's not actually 6 generators. I'm not going to have quite as much coal as that, but it should get me enough power, I think. Now, I actually forgot. Each of these is outputting 60? Oh yeah, that's plenty. So if I can fuel at least 3 of these, I think it's about 3 in terms of resources that we're getting over here. That's 180 power, so that is about twice as much as we need for our silicon smelting, so we have a little bit to spare for our turrets over here. And there we go, we have a pretty steady amount of silicon coming in. Now the real question is, what else do we do in this level other than defeat 13 more waves? Probably build up some more defenses, because as you can see, these waves are getting quite a bit stronger than they were before. And since we now are producing quite a bit of silicon, we might as well build some duos in order to fuel them with that. Because as you can see, copper does only 9 damage, but silicon actually does 12 and has a plus 50% fire rate. So basically we are doing twice as much damage as copper still. The same as graphite. We don't actually get the additional tile range, but we do get a homing effect on our silicon. So I guess that means it's a guaranteed hit, or at least close to that. So it should be fun to try that out. There we go. Initially there was some copper coming on this belt, but I now solved that, I hope, by building in some bridges. And there we go. We should no longer have any copper on this belt. It takes quite a bit of time for the silicon to actually reach the turrets. Well, let's see if it will be here in time to actually shoot at some enemies, because we have plenty of those. I think the answer is going to be no, because as you can see, the enemy will die way before that. Luckily, there's always the next wave, and this time around I also added in some scatters, just because I could, because I have all those scrap materials over here and some lead as well, and they use both of those ammunitions. Now, the nice thing actually about these scatters is that lead is just pretty straightforward, does some area damage as well apparently, but if you put in scrap, it actually does the area damage, at least this is how I'm reading this, across a larger amount of terrain. So it has a bit bigger boom basically. It shoots slower than that. So I'm not entirely sure if this is actually an upgrade, but you know, I have it, it's free, so I might as well use it. Other than that, there doesn't seem to be much to do in this level. I can't build anything else. I do have a research tree to explore, I guess, so maybe there's something hiding in there. I'm wondering a little bit what these things are. I can't actually target them, so unlike the dark sand that tells me it's actually a resource, I don't know what these are. So maybe there's something hiding in the technology tree, and I shouldn't be too early to complain. In the meanwhile, let's see if these waves, there they are, still getting bigger. I added in some more menders over here, but yeah, this is definitely not a problem at all to defend against. So let's finally take a closer look at the technology tree, because honestly I was just focused on defending myself. We have the core foundation over here, which requires a massive amount of silicon, which is one of the problems I have with this game. Some of this stuff is so expensive to research, and if you're at the end of the level, you might just as well just sit here and farm, I guess. I don't know. The ground factory is something we can also unlock. That's really interesting. Again, needs a lot of silicon. We have the drill, which I can already unlock. Mines at a faster pace than a mechanical drill, and it can also mine titanium. Maybe I should have unlocked it before. It doesn't actually require power or anything like that. Yeah, this is actually quite a bit faster, so we can upgrade our facilities with that. We just need some graphite to actually build these things, so they are a lot more expensive. We also have the kiln, which is going to smelt sand and lead into metaglass. And we can apparently also crush scrap into fine sand, which is useful. Oh, there's a lot of things here. The incinerator vaporizes any item or liquid it receives, so we can just blank things with this apparently. We can also melt down scrap into slag. Oh, there is so much stuff here. The microprocessor runs a sequence of logic instructions in a loop, can be used to control units and buildings. Okay, so we can start programming stuff. That's interesting. I just unlocked the illuminator, which emits light. I'm not sure why I unlocked that, but still. We also have a solar panel, most importantly, because that was the first thing I saw, and that's the first thing I will also want to build. This provides a small amount of power from the sun, so I assume this is free. We need lead and silicon to build it, but yeah, it's just going to produce free power. That's awesome. We also have a large solar panel, which is just a bigger version of what we already have. We need face fabric for that. That's one of the endgame items from Eric here. But yeah, that's something we don't have. Oh boy, that was a lot of stuff that we just unlocked and can still unlock. So let's dive into that while we keep defeating some more waves. So let me set up maybe a little bit of a solar farm over here. These things are actually pretty cheap, just 10 lead and a little bit of silicon. I mean, they're not producing a lot of power, let's be honest. This is 7 power. It also seems to fluctuate a little bit. Do we have a day-night cycle that I'm not aware of? Not entirely sure how much this is producing. Yeah, it just went down further. Why is it going down, guys? Am I missing something? Yeah, there might be a day-night cycle to be aware of. But anyway, it's free power, so if we have empty spaces in our base, we might as well fill it with some solar panels, and they might not be producing non-stop, but still, we can store that up in batteries, so that's not really a problem. I already built quite a bit of batteries, as you can see over here, so we can fill those up even quicker than we did before. Anyway, what else did we unlock? Alright, the kiln that is going to combine lead and sand into metaglass. I have no idea what I want to do with that, other than the fact that I do know, I think it was the scatter that uses this. Yes, the metaglass is ammo for the scatter, but other than that, maybe we can also unlock more stuff even. So, let's build a couple of kilns. We have the sand, we have some lead over here in the corner, so we should be able to do that just fine. Okay, there we go. We have some lead incoming, we have some sand incoming from over here, and that should be enough to make sure these things keep operational most of the time, assuming I, of course, connect my belt properly. There we go. We have plenty of meta glass actually incoming. I didn't check the production rate, but it's 4 per second. That's almost a complete belt, which means that this is not going to work. Oh, then this is completely messed up anyway, so let me go and fix that. Okay, there we go. I removed a little bit of the coal production because honestly I don't really need this silicon, and I do need to make sure all my resources can reach my main base. So that's an entire belt full of a new resource, well actually 2 new resources in this level, so it's a little bit more exciting than I thought. I've been completely ignoring my defense, by the way, and we've been getting waves of 10 plus enemies. This is 19. Oh, we're going to get a Guardian as well. Luckily I built some anti-air defense, but as you can see, yeah, everything is just getting shredded to pieces, even though these are the biggest waves we've seen so far. Yeah, let's take another look at the technology tree. It looks like we have a new type of turret, the Wave, which is going to fire streams of liquid at enemies. Let's see, we can actually put just water in it, okay. It's pretty much going to, I guess, debuff enemies. So what does melting do? Heat multiplier, speed multiplier, damage per second as well. That's interesting. So we can basically use the, what is it, incinerator, I think. No, this was melter. That's the one I was looking for. Yeah. So this can turn scrap into slag, 12 per second. That's quite a lot actually. And then we can use that. Oops, I actually just clicked it. Now I spent all my resources on that. This was not what I wanted to do. But anyway, we can use that slag to then fuel a wave, which is going to throw burning slag at our enemies. That's actually kind of cool. Not entirely sure how I'm going to transport liquids, but that's probably something I'm going to unlock as soon as I actually do some incinerating. Okay, so what I'm thinking is I have some scrap over here that I'm not really using because I don't need that much ammo for my scatters. So I might as well just build a melter over here with an overflow gate. Now the problem is I can't actually export this because it doesn't go on a belt, it goes into a pipeline, but I have no access to pipelines at the moment. I think I double checked the technology tree. But yeah, there does not seem to be any pipelines in here just yet. Probably going to unlock that pretty soon, but it might be hidden behind some of these other things. I don't know, but I'm just gonna have to wait because I can still, I hope, use my waves regardless by just putting them right next to this smelter over here. While I'm waiting for stuff to be produced and resourced and things like that, I'm just going to upgrade all of my mining drills to the upgraded tier. Now you can see most of these lines are actually completely at a standstill because I'm not using any of that, which is a little bit of a waste, but there's not really a downside to upgrading this, I believe. I can't think of any reason that that would be a downside anyway. But I'm really going to need some faster belts at some point because the belt speed is definitely limiting the amount of stuff that I can get to my base. Because this bottleneck is actually being exactly that. It is a bottleneck. I can only fit about 3 belts in this side and 2 belts on this side. Well, maybe 3 actually. But still, it's really limiting and kind of annoying, honestly, just to get my resources to my main base. As the waves have been building up to about 30 units actually per wave, and the next one is going to be the boss, I did a bit less complaining and a bit more optimizing. As you can see, I upgraded almost all of my drills to the upgraded tier. Seems I forgot a couple of them over here. But most importantly, what I've done is set up a few more kilns, so I'm producing some more metal glass over here. And all of that is now flowing into this direction. Something is not quite right here. There we go. And this should not be here, this should be there. So I am gaining way more resources into my main base than before. I worked around the bottlenecks, and now we're going to see if I can actually defend myself against the Guardian unit. Copper and lead is not effective. Well, it would have been nice to already know that. Use higher tier turrets, and There we go. That was not difficult at all. We had plenty of air defense. Would have been nice to know it was an air unit, but all in all, no problem whatsoever. And we have a pretty decent amount of production over here now, actually. Look at that. We have pretty much 2 full belts of metaglass coming in, a full belt of silicon almost, and then some spare resources from all the other kinds that we already had unlocked before. Did I actually end up using my Slack powered turrets? Nope. I actually don't think I was able to unlock it in time. I could unlock it now, but I actually want to see if this gets powered by the melter if I just put it right next to it. It does. So I could have had another wave attacking my enemies even, but didn't turn out to be needed. So with the main unit down, I was actually expecting just to go to the next level, but then I took another look at the technology tree and just new things kept on coming. So first of all, I found the liquid routers and junctions and conduits and stuff like that, so I can now actually go and transport my water. It required the mechanical pump to be unlocked. I completely missed that. It's not really vital or anything like that, but we can use this to pump up water and probably other liquids later on as well. I also unlocked the ground factory, which is very awesome because that means we can now start producing our own units. But more importantly, I unlocked the air factory. Now, this is again going to allow us to build the same air units we've been attacked by. But once I get a little bit more silicon going, I will be able to build the mono. And if I understand this correctly, this is kind of like an automated miner. It's just going to fly around, at least I assume it's a flying unit, yes. And it's going to mine copper and lead and then deposit it into our core. That means I no longer need to do pretty much what I've been doing over here and funnel a lot of those basic resources in my main base. But instead, what I can do is make sure that I save those belts for the more higher tier type of items, and I can get the basic items delivered by my units. Now, would you look at that? It's a little late, but we now have some basic daggers, crawlers, and flares in production, and that means I could go harass the enemy if there were any left in this map with my own units. So that's kind of cool. And in the meanwhile, I've been gathering up some silicon as well, so maybe now I can start building some of those monos. Okay, I'm really excited. We just produced our first mono, and yeah, it's just flying off and starts mining automatically. Can I let it know what it should be mining? Can I control this at all? Yeah, I can control it. However, can I tell it to mine something else? No, I can tell. Oh, yeah, actually, I can. I can tell it to mine copper, or sand, or scrap. Actually, oh, that's more than I thought. It just mentioned the copper and the lead initially, so I can actually have these mine whatever I want them to mine, which is quite awesome actually. So I'm way overstocked on copper anyway, but making sure that these things are mining lead is pretty sweet. It's probably not going to go at a very high speed though. While I'm saying that, I actually don't know that. Can I tell? How much are you carrying? Can I see this? I mean, it seems to be mining fairly quick, and as long as you're mining, I guess, fairly close by your core, then that should work just fine. I'm really excited about that. Speaking about mining, I actually built some pumps. Look at that. And they are now supplying some of these coal generators with water, which means they're now producing way more than they did before. Because remember, these, I think it's like 2 or 3 times as fast, on top of the additional speed that we're already getting from the tier 2 drills. So yeah, this is now quite a bit, and you can see I'm actually powering a lot of combustion generators, mostly because I can. Should probably be making some graphite out of that, but yeah, I actually have a few more things I want to explore. So this is what I thought. After the microprocessor, which apparently can do some logic instruction, we got a switch, we got a memory cell, which apparently can store information. We have a logic display. There's like a whole programming suite of buildings in here, which I currently have no idea how we're supposed to be using them. But this is definitely different from Eric here. There was nothing like that in there. We also have the thermal generator, which generates power when placed in hot locations. Well, considering I'm in the snow at the moment, I don't think it's going to do much here, but it makes me excited about the future. Um, and that's about everything I can unlock for the moment, I think. I can still upgrade my base. I am actually going to do that, but that's going to take me a while. And this episode has already been a lot longer than I thought it would be, mostly because we've been doing so much research. I hope you enjoyed my fumbling through the massive research 3 in Serpulo, but let me know in the comments if I missed anything other obvious. I seem to be missing quite a lot of things, but this is quite a bit of information for the third episode, or the third level I should say, of a campaign. So, you know, don't be too harsh on me, please. If you're still here, you are awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one. Hey, it's TDA, and today it's time for some more Mindustry. Last time around, I completed the Creators level, and I have a lot of these kind of like random levels available to me, but I'm just gonna stick to the main storyline missions for now. It seems we have quite a few of those available, actually. We have the Fungal Pass over here, we have the Ruinous Shores over here, and then there was another one here, the Biomass Synthesis Facility. Now, which one to do first? Let's see. This one has a threat medium, this one has threat medium, and this one has threat medium and an enemy base. So I guess these are just levels that have more waves like we've done before, and this one actually has an enemy base. Now, why not go for that one? Might be fun. I have a feeling it's going to be a lot more relevant in this particular planet where I'm launching from, because we are actually going to bring quite a few resources with us, but you can bring something that you're not actually producing on that particular zone. So it makes sense to kind of keep launching from the most advanced zone, and I think we also get launch pads or something like that later on. But anyway, for now, that means I cannot really bring a lot of silicon because I am producing it here. I just don't want to wait around for it, but I also don't think we need that much to go. So yeah. Well, let's go and see what the next level will bring us. It looks like we actually start out with some buildings, so that's nice. Looks like this is going to be the tutorial for using ground units, which is kind of funny since I already built them, but still, we are going to use some units to defend buildings and attack the enemy, and the enemy is actually right around the corner. Look over here. Yeah, it's a tiny little base, doesn't have too much defense, it's just a couple of duos, so shouldn't be too much to take out. I guess it does have a lot of scattered towers, but these are anti-air if I remember correctly. Let me double check. This is still all kind of new to me. Yeah, this only targets air, so yeah, as long as I attack by ground, I should be able to just wipe out most of this. Again, just a couple of duos here. Are they going to be producing any units? It seems like it's just drills, a repair point, a shard. Yeah, this should be a pretty fast level. Also looks like we start out with a steam generator that I actually haven't built myself yet, so that's interesting. It's just drawing in some water. It's going to supply us some power, I assume, once this coal gets up and running. This coal is going in this junction. For some reason, some of this coal is... Oh no, okay, actually the coal is going to go in here. Some of it's going to go into the generator, and the other half is going to go into the silicon smelter. It has a couple of drills over here that are producing sand. It's not super effective all in all, but I guess it will get the job done, especially considering the enemy won't actually be attacking us. Let me double check once again. No unit production over here. Nope, no waves as far as I know. So we can just build and take it easy. Okay, so no need to overcomplicate this. I can just start building some of these daggers that need lead and silicon. The silicon is dripping in very slowly from this facility over here. I did upgrade all my drills already, but as you can see, it's still super slow, mostly because I don't have enough sand coming in. So I'm gonna have to change that, and then we can upgrade our facility just a tiny little bit. And there we go. I'm probably completely overdoing it for this particular level, but here you can see I built some additional sand production, some additional coal production over here, which means I now am producing quite a bit more of this silicon than I was before. The problem is I don't really need it anymore because I can only build 8 crawlers and 8 daggers, and that is it. So yeah, I have my little army already over here, and I can just start moving out. I also built some copper, by the way, but I guess you figured that out by now. Can I just banzai these in? Let's see how far they get. Probably pretty far, because yeah, these suicide in, and if I can take these out, then we can just... Oh, this is actually attacking my main units. I keep forgetting that in this particular version of the game, my own unit can actually be attacked. So I kind of need to zoom out and stay safe, I guess. Or they have a pretty long range. There we go. But yeah, I can just now run in and take out this entire base. And there we go, base destroyed, sector captured. Well, I think it's time for another level because this one wasn't much of one. So I actually went back to the crater and unlocked the core foundation, which is an upgraded version of like our main base. And the game is now telling me to place a foundation core over the shard core. That is interesting. Can I do that? I do have the resources for that. So yeah, you know, why not? How much larger is it? It's like 1 space larger. So if I take this out, can I just plug it in? Ooh, it's instant. That is nice. You don't actually need to wait for it to upgrade or anything like that. That's super cool, actually. Now, that did just cost me a whole bunch of resources that I kind of wanted to use to bring to the next level. So let's see how we can manage that. So I guess I just sit around waiting for more resources to be produced and be transported into my foundation so I can actually bring them to the next level. Now the nice thing is, because I upgraded this, I can produce more ships, more units in general, but also more monos. So you can see we have a small army of them mining all over the place, and they seem to prioritize whichever resource they can mine that you are lowest on. For example, right now you can see them going for the copper because I had slightly less copper than I had lead. But as soon as the lead dips lower, then yeah, they're going to be mining that over here. So that's an interesting mechanic, actually. I'm also kind of worried that these things will end up getting themselves killed somehow, but then again, you can actually instruct them to mine specific things. So I guess we can keep that under control. Again, not in love with the fact that the optimal thing seems to be just sitting around waiting, but yeah, there you go. And while we watch our little mining army do their thing, it's also a good moment for me to actually plug the fact that if you don't want to wait around for anything, you can become a member of the channel, and members do get early access as well as be credited in the, you know, credits. That's what they're for. I suck at plugging this. Most people probably don't even know you can become a member of the channel. And obviously don't feel obligated at all either. I don't need the money per se, but it is a nice way to kind of spend some extra money on getting games and stuff like that for the channel. So, you know, consider it if you're still here. Now, let's move on to the next level. Let's take a trip to the Ruinous Shores. That seems like a lot of fun. Not entirely sure why I can pick between 2 different capacities when I'm launching from a city where, or a zone where I only have a single one of those. But let's max it out. Oh, actually, I need some more silicon, apparently, to be able to launch. Well, let's do some more waiting then. Okay, then, there we go. And we are going to land on the beach, apparently. Oh, that's actually kind of nice. This is a far larger map than the last one. And it's actually kind of beautiful. I'm not gonna lie, I really like the looks of this map. There is a lot of leftover stuff over here. Is this trying to tell me the enemy will be landing somewhere in the water? Maybe. I don't know. The defenses seem to suggest that, definitely. Although, on the other hand, the defenses also seem to suggest that the enemy might be coming from over here. I guess there's only one way to find out, and that is to do some exploring. Okay, so it's actually kind of interesting. And there's a drop zone here on the bottom left, but there's also a drop zone here on the top left. And that means we're going to have to be a little bit more creative about how we defend. And because I turned on the RTS, that might also imply that the enemy might just walk around my defense because I can't build them in the water as far as I know. Let me think about this for a moment. So what is interesting is I can actually just rebuild the stuff that was already in here. I'm not sure if that's the best way to go about this. This seems to be a mix of anti-air and anti-ground with those new hill turrets that we unlocked the last time around. honestly doesn't look like a too bad type way to set this up. This does kind of cover all our bases, literally. Not entirely sure if this is going to be enough to defend my core, but well, I guess it should be. And we can just rebuild this as well. What do we have here? We have a wave. Let me remind myself what a wave does again. This shoots liquids. So we can actually knock back enemies with water, or we can do some other stuff in here that will start them to melt. For example, if we put in slag. Okay, well, all in all, not the worst way to start this, I guess. However, I am going to want to make sure I think improve a little bit on this, because this seems to be a little bit iffy. Oh wow, what I didn't realize is that apparently if you just rebuild the stuff that was already there, not only is it instant, it also seems to be completely free. I mean, it's damaged, but I'll take it. This is going to save me a lot of resources to get ourselves going. Okay, so step one, this facility over here, it's very close to where the enemy is going to drop, so it makes sense to make sure this one is optimally functioning. Let's get some inspiration from what we already have to work with. We have some hails, which use graphite, silicon, or pyrite. I can't make pyrite just yet, but graphite should be simple enough. We do have some coal over here, so we can utilize that to make the graphite, but we can also use that to power these arc generators that are going to do some pretty decent damage, I think. Let's see, we can also use water to boost all of these towers, I think. Yeah. And we can also use the water to then use this into this wave, I guess, or we can use it for slag. I'm not entirely sure which one would be better, but if I understood some of your comments correctly, then the arc actually benefits from enemies being wet because they take more damage if they are wet and take this electric damage. Shocked, yeah, reacts to be wet, it's additional 14 damage. That makes sense. We have some water over here that we can use to fuel all of this. We also have lead over here. Would it make sense to do something with that? Maybe? I don't know. Let's take it one step at a time. Okay, so I have to say it's really liberating that we start out with so many resources, because that allows me to set up my defenses from the get-go and just have fun building a base. So I am mining a lot of coal over here that's going to be turned into graphite, and that graphite is going to go into these hills over here. I'm producing way more than I need, but I can probably siphon some off to go into this base, for example, over there. Other than that, there are a couple of arcs over here that obviously need power, and I have water over here, so I'm using a couple of these drills to generate a lot of power in these steam generators. Actually, one of these pumps is going to be more than enough, slightly more than enough, to power an entire steam generator. So yeah, this is going to generate a lot of power. I should definitely include some batteries as well, though, because, you know, we want a little bit of a battery pack. I'm going to build it over here, not because I want to probably build some more power later on in that direction. And I also included some menders that, again, also need power, and will make sure this will keep being repaired. I'm removing some of these walls and rebuilding them with the larger walls, because I just generally think that's a better way to do this. Anyway, I forgot for a moment that the steam generators do actually also need coal, so I now am producing some coal over here. I should probably make sure that this can actually reach everything though, so, you know, there we go, something like this. And that should mean that we now have a wave over here, a couple of arcs, and a couple of hills to defend, and I think that should probably be enough for the first wave. Now that covers one direction, we still have quite a few more to go, and I'm kind of running low on time, so I'm gonna have to speed this up. Luckily, by using everything that we just built, it's going to be super easy to set up the secondary base, because it uses, again, just hills and scatters. So all in all, I can just hook it up to the same source of power. I can put in some menders to make sure these walls stay intact, and I can just bring in the silicon that I'm already producing over here. So again, it's not silicon, it's graphite. I keep confusing the two. But anyway, it should go right in here, and then we can use some of these splitters and mergers to make sure everything here gets completely supplied with ammo. And before you start typing in the comments, as soon as I finished that sentence, I realized, well, the scatters actually need either lead or scrap. Now, I have scrap production over here, but considering that's not really useful for anything else, I'm just gonna mine all the lead that I have right here in the corner and make sure that the scatters are being supplied with that. With those two bases up, we have the top half of the map pretty well defended, so let's focus on the bottom half. We have this little mostly hill-oriented defense line over here with the scatter. We have the lead for the scatter right next door. And we do have some coal over here, which is a little bit vulnerable, it seems, if the enemy is going to spawn over here. But that said, if we can start producing some graphite again, we can bring it over here to the hills, so we can build some additional hills over here as well, because apparently there is none of that here. And if needed, we can also just build a secondary line over here. That's a little bit overkill maybe, but that should make sure that this left half is pretty well defended, so we can just build whatever else we need in the back over here. Okay, so let's see. We have some lead production over here that is going to go into the scatters. We have some coal production here that is turned into both some power as well as some graphite, and that's going to go into these hills over here. Now, this is making me a little bit nervous, but I think it should be fine for the first few waves or so, and then we can focus on upgrading the defenses a little bit further. Now, all I need to do is set up this facility over here to make sure we're covered from the bottom as well, and we should be good to go. And with just 10 seconds to spare until the first wave, I think I completed pretty much everything I need. So you can see the first graphite is coming in over here. That is going to supply the hills with some ammunition. That does mean this is cutting it a little bit close, because the hills will definitely not have full ammunition once the first enemy spawn. I do have the lead coming in over here, so the same thing kind of holds for the scatters as well. Might be a lesson learned there, actually, that I might next time around just want to start building this. At the same time, I did waste about half a minute at the beginning of the level actually scouting for where the spawn places are. I think you can let them show on the map, actually, so I might just do that for next time around, because that makes things a lot more efficient for sure. And I am going to build a couple of these hills over here as well, just to make sure I have some basic defense in case the enemy wants to come through the middle. But let's see if we can manage to get those first few waves under control. Well, let's see. We have only a single unit spawning over here, and it actually destroyed some of these walls. These walls are too close to the spawning point, apparently. Yeah, they're just inside. But I think if I replace these with a smaller version, we should be good to go. We have 2 more minutes left. Actually, anything spawned up here? Yeah, something did spawn up here as well. I was being attacked over here. There we go. But it seems to be okay now. The sector Fungal Pass is under attack as well. Hold on. Okay, well, this is definitely a new thing. So I am currently trying to defend myself in the Ruinous Shores, and at the same time I'm being attacked over here. Can I just go here and pause? Yes, I can. This is the thing we just unlocked, but how are we being attacked here? I'll be honest, I am super confused. There's an enemy unit here. No, these are all my units. So how am I being attacked? I have no idea. I'm being attacked how, where, by what, why? Okay, that's somewhat interesting. So apparently maybe I should have built like an entire factory here or something. I'm not entirely sure if that would have prevented the enemy from spawning in the middle of this zone over here. I thought I could maybe build a base here, but I can't for some reason. Okay, so now I have to defend 2 zones at the same time. Well, I can definitely feel the difficulty ramping up a little bit. That said, there's not really anything stopping me from using all the resources I've stocked up in here to just build whatever I need. So yeah, I'm going to do exactly that. I have 3 minutes to do that, and between all the power I can generate with the water and the coal I have available over here, I can probably just fill the entire map with arcs if I need to. But at the same time, I also have some lead, so I can build up some scatters. I have some just some copper, so some duos should do the trick. I mean, I'm not entirely sure how heavily attacked I'm going to be here, but at the same time I do have my units as well. I am producing units over here, so I might as well put them to use as well. Okay, something like this. Now let's see how these waves are going to look. Well, wave 1 coming up. Yeah, just a couple of units, that's what I... But, what, hold on, what's that? Where did you come from? That's concerning. I can just shoot you, I guess. But I'm actually kind of wondering if that was showing on the map or not. Hello? Hello? Can you die, please? There we go. Okay. So there was some random enemies spawning on that side of the map. Okay, well, that means I definitely need to set up some defense with my core in general, just to make sure I don't get this same problem again. But it's also kind of weird, because if the enemy can just spawn ships in random places, that's going to make it a lot harder to defend. Okay, so I'm still not entirely sure what happened with those ships, but at least with some random arcs in the middle of the base, that should hopefully make it a lot harder for the enemy to just race right through to my main base. And if it does get over here, I do have some anti-air defense over here as well. So let's trigger the next wave. It's only 2 units. This time around there's only ground units, and I'll just keep spawning the waves because I do want to get back to the other planet as well. And I'm a little worried what is happening over there while I just sit around here. Oh, look, it's spawned again. But this time around, oh wait, the arcs don't actually do anything against anti-air. Well, that's a thing. Also, did it just stop right outside of the range of my anti-air? Yeah, it did. That's sneaky. I mean, it's smart. It's still really sneaky, but let's make sure that I make very short work out of that airship. There we go. Oh, it actually took out my my little steam generators there. Okay. Well, I am still kind of confused by all of this, but let's make sure that doesn't happen again. Let's build some more menders. And let's trigger yet another wave this time around. It's only ground units. That should be no problem whatsoever. More ground units. Again, no problem whatsoever. I should probably not be triggering them this fast, but because I do can't keep rebuilding them. But then again, this should be fine, I think. More air units. That's two of them this time around. There we go. But yeah, this time around I do actually have some of these. Should probably make sure there's a mender in there as well, so these turrets don't get destroyed. And let's trigger that last wave. I think this is the last wave anyway. Yeah, that was just fine. In the meanwhile, this other level also progressed because apparently we're now on wave 4 already. Okay. Well, my base seems to be still intact, so that's good at least. Let's make sure I also start bringing in some basic resources, like, for example, copper, as well as some of the graphite and lead that I'm currently producing, back into my foundation, so we can make sure we start some more advanced production here. Okay, so this covers some of the basics. We have some copper coming in, some silicon, and some lead, and that's a good thing too, because I completely ran out of copper now. Let's spawn the next wave and see where they're coming from. These are some air units, apparently, both coming from the top. But yeah, that should be no problem, assuming the enemy doesn't just fly right past my defenses. I mean, that's a thing, I guess. The other one did get taken out, but I definitely need some more air defensive if I want to keep doing this. Of course, anti-air defense over here is not really a problem because I have lots of lead here already. I have some scrap that I can throw into these scatters. So all in all, that should not be too difficult to take care of those flying units from now on. Okay, with our defenses sorted a little bit better with some additional scatters, I figured, well, let's double up on the copper production because, well, as you can see, I'm still spending most of that. Now, that does mean I should have plenty of basic production now, so let's move on to some silicon so we can also get some units going. Okay, there we go. We have some silicon in production now, we have some lead, so we can start making some daggers and some, what are these called? Crawlers. That should make it a lot easier to defend myself. I'm just going to send them over here to this, the kind of like the weak spot of my base currently. And let's focus on getting some air units up and running as well. Again, we only need lead and some more silicon for that. And let's see, there's more waves spawning. These waves are getting pretty strong now. At least they're getting larger, let's put it like that. Ouch. Oh, I keep forgetting that these walls are actually getting destroyed, not because the enemy is damaging them, but because the spawn is instantly killing them. How are we doing up top here? Let me double check this. I should probably reinforce things a little bit further, but as it stands, it seems like we're doing just fine. Okay, so air units are incoming as well. That's great. Let's make sure we are producing some monos over here, some flares over here, and we are going to be sending those flares in this direction, I think, just to make sure we can help out with the defense up top. Now, let's see, since I have this nice design over here, can I just copy this? I think I should be able to. It doesn't quite fit in there, but that's okay. We'll focus on making things look a little prettier sooner rather than later. But if I do it like this, that means we should have another line of silicon being produced. There we go. If we do it like that, then we should definitely now be using all of this coal. Let me double check how much does it need, 1.5 per second, so there's no way we actually can supply this with enough coal just by itself. If we cheat a little bit, we can have this go in through the side, and that does mean we need some more coal to actually fuel all of that. Something like this, and we can start bringing that up here. There we go. That is plenty of coal. It's actually way too much coal, but that at least means that we have all our units in production now. Look at that, they're already mining some lead for me. That's so nice. Okay, and I also built some silicon over here, so you can see, and some, at least that was the intent, some kilns to produce, what is it called again, meta glass. Now, why is this not building? Because the sand is not coming in. Okay, that's interesting. I guess that's because the sand is not actually being able to flow out. Okay, there we go. We have some meta glass coming in as well. The only thing that I'm actually not actively producing at the moment is scrap, but I should be able to easily fix that because we have plenty of that all around. And there we go. Now we also have some scrap production. Now, I do have a massive amount of resources still left on this particular map, but it also feels like I'm doing pretty well in terms of defenses as well as production. Look, we have plenty of stuff coming in. It could always be more, don't get me wrong, but it's definitely not nothing. And the fact that I also have all these units already capped is a very good sign for me as well. Then again, maybe I'm supposed to do something with those resources because I have the additive reconstructor in my tech tree available now, which is supposedly going to let me upgrade my units to the second tier. For example, we can use that to upgrade the daggers to maces. Okay, and those are a lot more expensive, but they are definitely a lot better as well. Similarly, we can use that to upgrade these as well. Silicon and graphite again. We can use it to upgrade maybe the flares. I need more silicon. Okay, well, fair enough. I just spent a lot of the resources that were stocking up, but I'm looking forward to building some tier 2 units. And with that in mind, I'm kind of not loving this setup right now. It feels a little bit messy, it feels a little bit clunky and inefficient, so let's see if we can start working on some more sophisticated designs that we can also use in later levels. So let's start with an empty canvas and think about how we can optimize our resource allocation as well as make the production look a little bit more sophisticated. We have a lot of water available and we can use that to boost most of our production facilities, or at least the raw resources of those. And I'm also thinking that it might make sense to make sure we're utilizing that water to boost that rather than trying to place the miners in such a way that I'm always covering as much of these nodes as possible. I think boosting the miners is probably going to be worth it compared to trying to min-max the amount of placements. It also makes things look a little bit more neat and organized. And I'm still struggling a little bit with the belt throughput, so that is something to keep in mind as well. But let's just come up with some basic unit production facilities and see where that leads us. So how about this? I basically split up the drills in such a way that I can have a water line in between, so they're all boosted, and then they're outputting on this belt, and that belt is then being consumed by these silicon smelters that are kind of paired up with two of these pneumatic drills to get some sand going, and again, all of this is water powered. The main annoyance I currently have with these conveyor belts is that if you don't watch where you're putting them, you will get stuff on the belt that you don't want there. So yeah, hopefully this should be just fine. I can kind of have this template chained together. As you can see, I have 3 times this same facility all over again, and we should have enough water production with these pumps to get everything going. Now, I don't think these are actually completely connecting up, so there we go. That should fix that problem. That means everything should now be powered as well, and we should see the silicon flowing. As you can see, there is quite a lot of silicon there, so we can start making some vehicles. But of course, in order to do that, we're also going to need some graphite and some lead, and I have now set up in a very similar way both of those resources. So the lead is again being boosted. It feels a little bit inefficient to have all of this kind of just half utilized in terms of the nodes, but considering these boosted facilities get a 2.5 times bonus, I think overall it should be a higher production doing it like that. Similarly, I have a lot of coal production over here as well, so we should have quite a lot of graphite production over here, and that I think that covers all the things we need for both the tier 1 and tier 2 ground units and air unit production. And there we go, we have all of that in production now. It's still a little bit of spaghetti considering how many different types of resources we need, but all in all it is working, and as you can see, units are being produced. Now obviously we still have a little bit of an issue with the amount of stuff that goes on a belt, but look at that, we have tier 2 flying units now. We also have tier 2 ground units. Where are they? There's one of them over here. I really like how these what are these called, maces look. Not those. I meant those. These. Let me select it, please. There we go. There we go. This is the Atrax. I don't know. But they look really cool. And we have some flying units to support as well. The enemy has been sending tier 2 units at me as well, quite regularly now. So that seems to be about on schedule. And look at that. We should have no problems defending against these enemies. I'm taking some damage, and apparently some of my units don't feel like fighting back, but that's something to keep an eye on, that the units apparently do not automatically engage each other. But all in all, yeah, as you can see, everything is being dealt with just fine. It's worth noting, by the way, that one of the tier 2 units that we can now build in terms of the air units is a poly that is actually going to rebuild destroyed structures and assist other units in construction. So this is going to massively speed up the rate at which I can actually build my base, but it also makes sure that if anything gets destroyed, it's automatically being rebuilt as long as we have the resources for that. At least that's how I'm understanding this. And all in all, that's something that is going to be extremely convenient, especially once we get to the point where we're going to be attacked in different places at the same time. Hopefully, this also means that the AI is then smart enough to just keep repairing my base, and that should increase the longevity of my bases by quite a bit. Okay then, that was kind of a scary moment there when some of the air units apparently flew across all my defenses somehow and managed to start shooting at my foundation. And you can see it's more than halfway down, despite the fact that I'm already repairing it, so that was a little closer than I would have liked. Luckily my air defense was there in time. The only reason I actually survived was because I got the message that the core was under attack, and I was like, no, that's probably just my defenses being attacked. Nope, it was the actual core. So, yeah, the RTS and smart AI and things like that are definitely working, and they're definitely challenging me at least a little bit to keep paying attention. Am I overreacting a little bit? Probably, but at least this way I don't have to worry too much about any air units slipping through for the moment. Look at this, I have a nice school of little helpers following me around that can now start to help me build whatever I need to do. Is this a little bit of overkill as well? Probably, because honestly, as long as you're not building massive constructions, I don't think you need this many helpers, but of course we're going to be scaling up more and more, and we're going to have more need for those units anyway. That said, there isn't too much to do, I think, for me in this level now, other than trying to make some progress. It feels like most of these defenses should work just fine. Where's that sneaky little bastard going? Well, you can say they're not smart. They're actively running in between my defenses. Stop shooting at my... oh wait, this is actually a ground unit. Hold on. There we go, my air defenses again to the rescue, and I'm just going to add some arc towers to my defense as well, just in case another unit sneaks through. It's a little cheeky though. I could probably extend these defense outposts a little bit more to the actual water, and thereby making sure that anything that tries to go between at least gets shot at a little bit more actively. But all in all, I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem. Something that I haven't built yet is the pyrite mixer. We're going to need some coal, lead, and sand for that. All of that should not be really a problem, and I actually have no idea what I can use this for other than some ammunition. So let's go and find out. Okay, there we go. Same principle as before. Some boosted production, and then some sort of organized spaghetti. I'm still struggling a little bit with how to make this look clean, but I think it's close enough at least. And we have a steady flow of pyrite. I want to say pirate booty almost, because look at these. These are just doubloons, right? I don't know. Anyway, we have a steady flow of that coming in now. Let's see what we can actually use that for. Well, it looks like the short answer is not much for the moment, because anything that I currently can unlock either needs thorium or phase fabric, none of which I can currently produce. And the pirate site itself didn't lead to anything because it's telling me to produce something that I don't know yet. So I'm guessing we'll just have to utilize this in a later level. In the meanwhile, we might as well just start producing it, start stocking it up. Maybe we can transport it to our home base later on. And at this point, I just have a couple more waves to go. And in the meanwhile, I've been utilizing all of the production I've already set up to make sure my base stays safe. So I figured why not use the pyrite a little bit to fuel some last minute protection for my foundation. So you can see that happening over here. The hills use it as an ammo, and it's actually a pretty efficient ammo, so might as well use it. And other than that, I have built some pretty impressive defenses. I figured why not make some solar panels, although they're barely doing anything. I guess it's nighttime or something like that. Or, I don't know, do they suffer from being next to each other or something like that? I mean, the base power generation should be 7.2 and it's 1.4, but anyway, it's free power anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I have some more defense over here. I added some more arc towers to that. Most of the units seem to be going down the middle at this point though, which you can probably see if I trigger the next wave. Look at that, there's quite a bit of units coming in. There's 40 units in total. But yeah, as you can see, I have set my units up in such a way that all the air units are flying straight through that, being taken out quite efficiently. And I'm not even sure what happened to the wave above. Look at that. They got obliterated by my air units. A couple of them seem to be flying through still, which is, I have to admit, somewhat frustrating, but I can add in some more of these scatters to deal with those. Anyway, let's find out if it's enough. It's Guardian time, so let's focus on the one coming from above. I guess this is the Guardian. Well, actually, it's tanking quite a bit of damage. The air units seem to be making short work out of everything else, though. But the Guardians are actually getting through quite efficiently. But as long as I just keep my air force in front of my main base, then hopefully that shouldn't be too much of a problem. Nope, there we go. But yeah, that was actually closer than I thought it would have been. Maybe it would be best to just settle my units here in the middle and deal with it like that. Are you guys kind of stuck here, or what? Yeah, looks like it. Oh, some of these units can't actually... Oh, what's happening? Are they dying in the water or something like that? That's not what I want. Definitely not what I want. Anyway, there we go. That's another sector captured. That's a lot of infrastructure built, actually. And that's not even utilizing all the resources I have on this map. But as you can see, I am drowning in resources at this point, so it's time to move on. If you're still here, you are awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one. Hey, HTDA, and today we're playing some more Mindustry, and this time around we're going to invade a biomass synthesis facility, apparently. And we're launching from the Ruinous Shores, so that's nice, because I have a lot of materials there, so we can bring pretty much enough to build an entire base. At least that's what I'm hoping. And there we go. Now I'm hoping that this new zone is as pretty as the previous one. It's a little bit colder at least, so let's pause and see what we have to work with. What I think is a nice element about the technology tree is that you can actually look up the levels and you can see what the level progression is intended to be. So Once we completed the Frozen Forest, we opened up the craters. We've completed that. We also did the Fungal Pass and the Ruinous Shores. But we skipped the Biomass synthesis facility initially, and that seems to be on par with some of the levels we've already done. So it makes sense to continue this chain before we head back down to this one. Now, we are supposed to cultivate spores here for the production of fuel and plastics. The only problem is I don't actually see any of that in this particular research tree. So we're going to have to look around to see what we need to do. Well, at least we know where the enemy is coming from now. It's going to be up north here, and that means that defending against the ground units is going to be fairly trivial, I think. We either set up right next to where they spawn, but we don't really have a lot of resources to work with, honestly. And we only have some lead and some copper. So, well, then again, we can just set up a supply line. That's not really a problem. Air units, however, are definitely going to be a problem because they'll just likely fly over from over here to our main base. So we're going to have to set up some air defense to make sure that doesn't happen. Okay, so first things first, I set up some copper production over here, some graphite production over here, and some lead production over here, along with some of those scatter towers, so in case any airships fly over, at least we have some basic defense going on. Now, this is all I'm going to do for now over here, because I want to start focusing on getting some units up and running. Now, strangely enough, in the ruin over here, there are some unit production facilities, but they are nowhere near where the silicon is going to come from, because the only patch of sand we have is in this corner over here. So it makes sense to make the silicon here, and then, well, if you're making the silicon here anyway, you might as well do the unit production here as well. And I realize this is a little bit of a time jump, but I basically just set up some lead production over here, some coal here and here to make, with the addition of the sand that we have in here, some silicon. And then, of course, in order to make that silicon, we need sand. And there is a pool of water in the middle of the sand, hence all of these pumps, because all of these pumps are going to have to boost pretty much all my miners everywhere, because this is the only water. I think, actually, no, we have some other water on the map as well. So anyway, might be overutilizing this particular water in that case, but still we are producing some silicon over here. I also tapped into this coal patch over here so we can start making some graphite, and as you can see, I am trying to boost all of that with water as well, just to maximize the output. Now, with all of that, we are producing the lead and the silicon that we need for the daggers, and then we can also start upgrading those daggers with the addition of graphite coming from the south. So that should allow me to make the tier 1 and 2 dagger and mace units. And of course, that's not going to be all that we want to make, but for now, it's a good start. And while I'm waiting for those first few units to be produced, I might as well just set up some basic defenses with some duos. We have some copper over here. This is not going to do much, but yeah, at least the initial defense is going to be covered by them. It's a little bit annoying that the bot wants to prioritize everything except for the actual turrets, but manually clicking gets the job done as well. And in the meanwhile, we've also built these walls, so with 10 seconds to spare, that should give us some basic defense at least. Now, I'll be honest, I'm fully expecting, for whatever reason, like 5 flying units to spawn to rush my base, and then we can start all over again. I think we should be fine. Yeah, it's just a couple of those basic deconstructing units, blowing up units. There we go. That was everything that we didn't need to worry about, honestly. Why are you guys not moving where I wanted you to move? Oh, that's because I set the rally point in a place you couldn't reach. Okay, fine. You move over there, and look at that. That's the first 3 defense units we have to go. And once the additional silicon gets in, we should have some tier 2 units to go along with those. Now, given that we've seen the flying units come across in different levels already, I might be a little bit paranoid, but again, why not just add a couple of scatters to here, just so we can barrage them as soon as they start moving anywhere that is not the front line. That brings me back to the other question again. You can't actually go where you needed to because I suck at setting the rally points, apparently. I'm not entirely sure what to do in this level. I mean, obviously we're here to do something with biomass, but I don't actually see it anywhere on the map, or am I just missing it completely? I probably am, but some tutorial pop-up would have been nice. Oh well, first things first, let's reinforce the front line a little bit with some power towers, some arc towers I mean, and some basic walls as well. We have plenty of actual units over here, so I think those by themselves could probably fend off most of the enemy, but yeah, these additional towers and menders should make that a lot easier as well. Of course, we do need to actually connect the power up, but I was using some of this coal to build up some surplus power, and if I'm not mistaken, we should have, yeah, we have about 1.5k surplus. It's going up and down a little bit, but it's close enough, and it's definitely enough to fuel all of these arc towers over here, along with some batteries. I'm also going to use some of that copper to boost the production of this basic copper facility, so we have the additional copper flowing in that we kind of need. Yeah, what else to do here other than just build some more units, I guess. Okay, so this additional setup should be able to produce the flares and the horizons, and I am probably going to need a lot more silicon than what I'm currently getting now. Speaking of which, why is this not doing what it is? That explains why I'm not getting enough of that. There you go. That should definitely help increase the output of my silicon. There we go. Oh man, okay. Well, anyway, it's not the end of the world, but oh, well, we got a wave, but it was destroyed before I could actually get over there. But this should definitely help me get some production up and running. We're already capped out on the tier 1 units for the daggers. The maces are, yeah, bottlenecked on silicon, but all of that should be kicking into gear pretty soon. Well, in that case, while we're at it, did we find the location of the spores yet? Nope. I am now starting to wonder if I should have, like, used the buildings that were here. We haven't been able to do that so far. At least not the ones that we couldn't repair. So yeah, I'm really confused. I'm pretty sure that the cultivator buildings, I believe that was what they were called, were actually still derelict, so we couldn't use them. But you're probably at this point spamming in the comment that I made some silly mistake. Anyway, while I'm at it, I figured if any air unit wants to get through here, it's gonna have a bad time. I had space, so I figured why not put some turrets in it. And I also put a ridiculous amount of arc turrets here, mostly because I can, and I have the power to spare anyway. The battery pack over here is supposed to get the power supply going when I need it and when the waves are coming in. Now, with all of that sorted, what's next? We have some more resources on the map. I need some more silicon, mostly, so let's keep working on that. And since based on the layout of the map, you can just expect another wave to come at some point from over here later on, I might as well start building some defenses while I'm waiting for the other waves. In order to do that, I decided why not just add some more power to the mix as well. We had some water over here, we have some coal over here, so that works just fine. Assuming, of course, I actually connect all the belts. There we go. And yeah, I'm just gonna set up a very similar defense like we have over here, but then in the corner over here, trying to make sure that it doesn't get automatically destroyed once the waves spawn. Okay, and there we go. We have almost an identical setup that we have over here, but now in this corner over there. Now this is, I think, a little less effective than this one, mostly because it has the smaller version of the wall, but I don't know exactly where the spawn zone is, so this might be completely useless to begin with, but yeah, anyway, it's going to be somewhat useful, I hope, at least. We still have 9 waves to go. We have a nice little army sitting over here. We have both the tier 1 and tier 2 ground units of both types, so we've got those covered. I didn't build the second tier or first tier kind of like utility flying units that help me out, because honestly I don't really need them at the moment. I could build them as well, I guess, but yeah, why not? Well, considering some of my walls were actually getting destroyed, it's a good thing we now have our first polys in, so they can start repairing walls in case any of them get damaged. We are also producing some of those monos. Not sure where they are. Look, they're mining some lead for me. That is nice. Okay, so nothing else to do, I guess, then just mine the entire zone and get as much resources as we can to our home base over here. Alright, I built myself a couple of kilns, so we have some metaglass flowing in as well. Why are you not doing anything? You're not getting any sand. Why are you not getting any sand? Because for some reason you offloaded something. Oh, wait, okay, hold on. There we go. That should fix that. We have some overflow production in terms of graphite and things like that going into the main base as well. I should probably do the same thing for the silicon, but we have the last wave coming in about 2 seconds. That should be a boss, if I'm not mistaken. Well, it's a whole bunch of bosses. That's a lot more units than I've seen the entire level so far. The anti-air, I think, should do its work. Yep. And zoom. That was the entire boss. Now, maybe we unlock something new in the technology tree now. I think you are new. Look, there's the cultivator. It's a little weird that you get it at the end of the level, while the level suggests that you get it in the level. At least, it might just be me, but that's how I read it anyway. But we have a new building. What does it do? I have no idea. Where is it? It's over here. Let me see. Okay. Cultivates tiny concentrations of atmospheric spores into spore pods. Nice. It needs water, and then out pop those pods. Well, let's do that. Okay, well, these things need a metric ton of water, but we have plenty of that to go around, so now I am producing a lot of spore pods. The real question is, what can I do with those? And it seems that the answer lies in the spore press over here. That is going to take those spore pods and turn them into oil. That's actually interesting. It's a lot of oil as well. So 3 spore pods per second is going to turn into 18 oil per second. That's a lot of oil. And one of these cultivators is producing 0.6 spore pods per second. So that means with 5 of these, we can fuel 1 press. Now, let's see. We have more than 5 of those actually already. So what we can do is... Where is it? Over here, I guess. Yep, there we go. There we go. And then I don't think we actually need those spore pods to go into our main base. So I should probably have this be an underflow gate, just in case we have surplus, then we might as well store them up. But other than that, there's not much point in using them. It is now producing oil, and the real question is, what can we use the oil for? Well, my first guess was that it was going to provide us with power in the combustion generator, but it seems that although we can burn oil in that, we can actually burn the spore pods in there, as well as the pyrite. I actually completely forgot about that. But the spore pods are, well, if we have water, it's super easy to produce, honestly. And that means that whenever we have water, we can produce a fair amount of power with these. Remember, one of these actually generates, I think it was 0.6 per second, so that's more than one combustion generator needs. So it's almost a 1-to-1 ratio, and if we build, what is it, 5 of these, then we can have a 6th generator to go along with that. However, that does cost a massive amount of water, so that's only will be viable in areas where we do have that water available. Yeah, let me check what else we can do with the oil. Well, I checked every single building that I already have, and I didn't get any new ones, and it seems that the oil doesn't go into the steam generator either. Where it does go in is the wave tower. You can actually use the oil to knock back your opponents and get them the tart ability, which means that they're now more susceptible to burn and melt, which I guess kind of nicely combines with if you use some more of these wave turrets and you have some slag in there, for example, you can start melting them and throwing some oil onto the fire. I guess that's a nice combination. Not sure if it's worth all the trouble of making oil, but I know, we might want to try it out at some point. For now, it was a lot of fun just to build a nice beefy defense, just completely obliterate the enemy and have some fun building a pretty nice and tight factory. It's not the least spaghetti factory I've ever built, but it's fairly clean, I think, especially considering most of the spaghetti was already here when we got here. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed this one nonetheless. Next time around, I'm hoping for a little bit more resistance, but still, sometimes it's good to have an easy level as well. If you're still here, you are awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one. Hey HTA, and today we're playing some more Mindustry. Last time around we conquered this nice little biomass facility and we started to actually produce some spores. We're not really using them yet, so maybe today will be that day. It seems we are now 6 levels in, and we probably have still quite a few to go, considering how large this planet is, not even counting all the optional zones we have available, but we actually have several quest-related or campaign-related levels available to us as well. I think it's like 4 of them or something like that. I actually have no idea which one to pick, so I'm just gonna go for the closest one, and because that happens to be called Windswept Islands, that sounds actually quite nice. Let's go for that one. It's a medium threat level, so hopefully it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Let's see if we can max everything out. Is there anything important that we're missing? I don't think so. We should be fine like this. And we have touchdown, which I completely failed to actually record, so sorry about that. So let's see, we are actually on a bunch of islands, definitely. I'm not sure if they're windswept, but considering all the sand, if there is any wind, that is definitely going to sweep at us. There is quite a lot of islands. Look at that, look at that. That's a whole bunch of islands. Actually, I kind of like this map. I am wondering how we are going to be transporting stuff across this map, though, but I guess we'll find out in a moment. The enemy is going to come up from north. That means that, that's actually quite interesting, because that's going to make it very hard to build static defenses to defend against that enemy, because they can pretty much, well, with the AI enabled, they might actually just go around or something like that. Not sure if they're that smart, but let's see. If we look at this island, for example, that should be kind of in the way of their path, at least. Yeah, this is going to be quite a challenge to actually set up defenses. I do think if we built defenses on this island and that island, and maybe some more on this side of this island, we should be able to capture pretty much everything. That being said, there is not a lot of resources on these islands, though. The water doesn't seem to be too deep, and I do think we can cross areas like that. Yes, we can. So, okay, there is some ruins over here as well. Some containers, it seems. I'm not sure what we're going to do with those. Oh, look, there's more. Liquid tank, oil extractor. Okay, interesting. We are over here, and then these islands are mostly empty. Yes. That's interesting. There is not a lot of building space actually here. I mean, it looks like large islands, but most of that island is something you can't actually build on. It is worth noting that something I keep forgetting, at least, that you can actually build in the water. So, for example, over here, as long as you're in that light blue water, you can build there. So the islands are bigger than they seem. It also holds over here. We can easily make a whole line of turrets, for example, over here, and still defend against whatever is going to land there. My goal for today is to take a little bit of a different approach than what I've been doing in the last few levels. All of you have been giving me some pretty decent, very awesome actually, tips and tricks in the comments. I'm going to be doing my best to incorporate some of those into my designs, and those designs are going to be aimed at keeping everything a little bit more cleaner, neater, compacter than before, especially considering we're going to have to revisit these levels. On Eric here, at some point I was like, yeah, well, I don't have the space to build, I need to build things differently every time around anyway, so there's not really much point in keeping things clear, but in these levels we are going to be revisiting them to redefend them, maybe optimize them if we get new technologies, so we might as well make sure we keep them as clean and tight as possible. Starting with that, I noted all of these little rocks for deletion because they keep annoying me. And yeah, so let's get us started. Starting with silicon, we need a nice clean design, I think, for silicon, so I'm going to be experimenting with that a little bit. It does need power, something we also need to work on, but maybe we can get the colorators involved in that. We can have about 3 of these silicon smelters on a single belt of coal for now. We can always expand it once we get better belts. We need some sand, and there's going to be, again, about 3 belts worth of output there as well. So let's see, if we combine that with maybe a graphite press, because honestly we can only have 4.2 items on a belt instead of 4.5. The graphite press has a slightly lower demand on coal, so if we combine 2 silicon smelters and 1 graphite press, that is still slightly more than fits on a single belt, but it is very close to what we need, and we can make sure, at least with the graphite, we also don't overproduce, so we should be able to export everything on a single belt as well. So that should be nice. Now I want to combine all of that with the tip I got from Tata in the comments that really started to get my gears turning, that I should be using underflow gates in my designs, and I'm doing exactly that here. So we have a silicon smelter over here, we have some sand generators that I'm going to have to boost with water in order to make sure that these are producing 3 sand per second, and this will be the coal belt coming in over here. Now the nice thing about this design, at least if it's working like I'm hoping it will, is that this is an underflow gate, so it's blocking everything that's going to go across if it can actually deliver things to the side. And there is a smelter here waiting for some coal. So if I have coal incoming on this belt, it should be exporting the coal to the actual factory if it has more coal than it can handle, which hopefully it will. The coal is going to be passing on this belt as well, but it's also going to be outputting the silicon that we're producing here onto the belt as well, because these drills are not connected to the belt. These won't get in the way, so I'm not polluting my belt with sand, and all of this should work, I think, pretty well. Now if I double up on this silicon production over here like so, I have a little nice gap in the middle, which we can then use to fill in a graphite smelter, and then we have, look, nice little square-ish type of design. Now remember, we do need power, so I think power nodes can go here and here. And I don't know, this looks like a thing that is worth making into a schematic. I'm not loving the position of this though, because if I get increased belts and things like that, additional production, I want to be able to fit something on the other side. Actually, that might still work. Let's see, this is 4 spaces. Yeah, we can actually still put a similar design on the other side as well. So, okay, I guess we're good to go. Similarly, I wanted to have a mining layout that I can just copy paste all over the place, and this is what I came up with. So I have a couple of mining drills over a node. I also have some bridge conveyors to export everything to go on the belt that is eventually going to be delivered to my factories. And then I have right next to that liquid routers going under those little bridges to make sure I can actually boost all of this stuff. So all in all, making sure that the water is coming from the outside. I do believe for most of the nodes will make sure that I can cover as many parts of the node as I can. And at the same time, I can make sure everything is boosted as long as I have water. So all in all, this looks pretty efficient to me. And in this specific case, I am also using some overflow gates, just to make sure that if I'm producing more coal than I can put on a belt, which I am in this case, I can utilize the remaining coal just to generate some power, just because I can. And oh man, this is beautiful. It's working exactly like intended. So the coal is coming in over here. It's being pushed into the silicon smelter by the underflow gate, and then it's putting out the rest of the silicon that it's producing back onto the belt, and it's exporting it to my core. As you can see, the other two are not doing anything, but that's because I still needed to build and boost this drill section over here. So as you can see, there's going to be more coal coming in, so that should mean that everything else on this line is also going to start to work, and I am loving it. And while I was just adding in the basics for my copper and lead production, I realized, yeah, I never actually boosted these sand drills, so the coal is not completely being used. Silly me. Let's fix that. There we go. As you can see, there's no overflow of coal anymore. Everything is actually getting absorbed by these facilities, and we're producing a pretty decent amount of silicon and graphite. Now, with all of these resources here, I can start building myself some air force, both for defense purposes as well as making sure I can get some monos going for additional mining of resources. We do have somewhere along this line, there's a little patch of copper available, as well as some patches of lead still. So that should make sure that I get a lot of those basic resources coming in really quickly whenever I need them. This means I have all the required production I need in order to get all my tier 1 units up and running, and that's exactly what I'm doing here. So I'm producing some monos, some flares, some crawlers, and some daggers. And if I've done my math correctly, we should have enough resources to actually cover all of that. Also, just like before, what I've done over here is I'm also again using these underflow gates just to make sure that all of these resources that these buildings require go into those buildings first. They're not going to be split across belts or anything like that I used to do before with the routers. No, they're going to go into these buildings if they can. If not, they're just going to continue onwards to my base. So as soon as all my unit production is capped out, I will be supplying my base with all of those same materials. This is costing me a little bit more power production than what I'm currently actually producing with some of the overflow from the coal, so let's put those spores to use. The math on these seems to be pretty straightforward. One cultivator produces 0.6 spores per second, and the actual power generation, if we look at that, that's the one over here, requires about 0.6 spores per second as well in order to produce 330 power. So the net gain of that should be 250 power per steam generator, more or less. Again, I'm not loving the fact that these things are not nicely rounded, but we'll have to work with what we have. So that should mean that a simple layout like this should produce about 500 spare power. Depending on where you actually build these pumps, they're going to be pumping out either 10 or 7 per second. So if you want to make sure you have at least the 24, I believe, water per second that you need, we, at least on one side, we need at least 4 of these pumps. If it's only a low water, if it's in the deep water, you only need 3 of them. But yeah, this layout should be able to be just copy pasted all over the place wherever we have water available. So once I built it, I actually realized there was a massive problem with this particular layout exactly because of the small disparity between the input and output. It's just 0.06, but still it is a little bit less production than what the steam generator is actually requiring. The power was turning on and off. So that's definitely not what you want to happen in a stable system. So what I'm doing here is I am putting in one additional cultivator to produce a little bit of additional spores. That should be enough to feed at least 10 steam generators just by splitting them. So I can expand this system for quite a bit more without it ever going to be flickering on and off. So that covers a lot of our basics. I have about a minute to spare, so I need to set up some additional defenses because I don't think those few air units that we've just produced are going to cut it. So how about this? I put a sorter over here that will be sorting for coal. If any coal gets on this line, it will be incinerated in this incinerator. And if it is not coal, so basically it's going to be graphite or silicon, it's going to be output to the sides, which is exactly where I wanted to go. Since an incinerator needs power, and I also want to use that power probably for other stuff over here as well, I figured why not just make some more power, because we can. Now the real question is, I have about 1 minute left. Am I actually going to be able to complete all of this in a timely fashion? And again, that probably means I should have started with this, but yeah, anyway. Well, the short answer is no, and that is because I completely forgot that in order to get all of this going, the power production actually needs power. And I tried to fix that with solar panels, which was a very bad idea because, as you can see, these things are producing a dreadful amount of power. And that's actually a very stupid thing of my side to do, because what I should have done is just use some of this coal that I had producing here anyway, and then just using a couple of these, not these steam generators, the combustion generators, because like I was doing before, I'm gonna have an overflow of coal anyway. So, you know, yeah. Well, the short answer is no, because I completely forgot that in order to get all of this rolling, I actually need some power, because, you know, these cultivators actually require power as well. And I tried to do that with solar panels, but these produce such a pitiful amount of power that it simply wasn't working. Well, at the same moment, I completely forgot that what I could have done is very simply just use a couple of these combustion generators and utilize these this coal production that I have over here as just a way to get the power rolling. As soon as the power is rolling, there won't be any problems. But yeah, definitely making my life a lot more difficult than it needed to be. Luckily, I do now have 4 flares, and remember, my own ship can shoot as well, so hopefully that is going to be enough to fend off the enemy for the first wave. What looks like the first wave is going to be exactly 1 unit, 1 flare to be exact, so my 5 of them should be able to fend that off pretty easily. And at the same time, look at that, I actually have some resources coming in. Now what I'm starting to wonder is, are all the enemies just going to be flying units because of all the water that might potentially get in the way of ground units? If so, then all of these hills are going to do exactly nothing. Well, I guess I'll find out while I'm expanding my defenses. As you can see, I weaved in some arcs because we have plenty of power to spare, and that's going to take care of any ground units that try to attack this. Now, any ground units that just ran past this are going to definitely be a problem, but if we set up a couple of similar defenses over here, that should kind of solve that, I think, because then they can either go here, which means they're going to be constantly under fire, or here, again, same thing, or here, And as you can see, I'm working my way down to make sure I have a whole battery of cannons set up there. And wave number 2 is once again just going to be a singular flying unit, so I'm probably going to have to set up some scatters along with these defenses as well. Okay, I think that should do for now. I added in some scatters everywhere. There's some lead on the way. It's not going to be a massively effective defense, but for now I think that should do. And that means we can start focusing on expanding the actual main production a little bit more. Before we get into that, it does seem that there are going to be some land units involved as well, so we definitely want to make sure we fortify this. But in order to do that, I want to make sure I get some tier 2 flying units in production, because all of this building is going to go pretty slow if I have to do it by myself. And because we have some more coal available here, I think we might just want to duplicate this setup a few times over. Now, I do want to point out, I did notice I actually have titanium on this map that I definitely want to start using. But that's new research, so I just want to make sure we get our boots on the ground, so to say, get everything going that we need to protect ourselves and to actually be able to kind of just freely build, and then we'll look into the new resources. So something like this. I am producing some more graphite and silicon over here that is going to funnel into these air factories so I can make tier 2 air units, because I also have the additive reconstructors over here that are going to soak up a whole lot of silicon and graphite. So honestly, just because of how much these things need, I'm probably going to need to build more of this. But in order to do that, I definitely want to start checking out what I can do with titanium, because if it works the same way as it does on air gear, titanium will allow me to make better belts. Okay, so that's plenty of titanium coming in. Now what can we actually do with it? Well, I think the shorter answer is what can't we do with it? Because honestly, by the looks of it, I just unlocked almost an entire second technology tree compared to what I already had available to me. However, most importantly, we have the titanium conveyor over here on the side, that is going to allow us to transport 11 items per second rather than the 4.2 that we've been transporting so far. So that's going to be by far the most important thing, at least for now. However, there's also other things like titanium walls. There's a whole bunch of new turrets that I can actually unlock. Some of them do need some resources that I don't currently have yet. But yeah, we're going to have plenty of choice of turrets. However, a lot of these things are, again, pretty expensive to make. So in order to get these going, we're going to have to produce plenty of titanium. So let's focus on getting those belts up and running first. There's another thing that I actually just saw, that we have a naval factory. So that's interesting, considering we are on a map that has a lot of water. And I assume this is actually naval as in water units. Oh, and as it turns out, the units that I thought was actually a type of ground unit is the naval unit itself. So the Rizzos that I just was killing in the first couple of waves are actually something I can now build myself. And the interesting thing is, we're not just going to need silicon for that, which has been the trend for all the other units so far, but we're going to finally have another use for metaglass. We also instantly get the tier 2 version of that, which is called the Mink. I'm not sure how to pronounce this otherwise, but that has a lot more health and armor than in the initial version. So I think this should do the trick. I have some more coal production, I have some more silicon and graphite production, I have some lead production that is turned into a very similar layout over here that is going to be producing metaglass. It's turning the lead into metaglass. And then the metaglass, silicon, and graphite is going to go into this facility over here. I'm using, once again, these underflow gates in order to make sure it actually goes into my production facilities for the tier 1 and tier 2 units. And then any superfluous materials is going to go all the way down on this very long belt in order to reach the core foundation. Now, let's see if this actually works. I should also note that actually building all of this stuff goes a lot faster now I have a little bit of help. And would you look at that, we have our first naval unit flying off into the distance to protect our base. Now, between all the ground, air, and apparently naval units, wasn't expecting naval units in this game, honestly, I think we should have no problem whatsoever to defend ourselves. Look at that, these ships are actually pretty huge. So let's just bring in another wave of units and see how this goes. So we have some Air units spawning apparently, no ground units. They are going to go sneakily off the side, and I've noticed that before, so this is where all the meta glass anti-air is actually coming in, because yeah, I'm producing it here anyway, might as well use it. And as you can see, that means there's no challenge whatsoever. Now let's see if we can actually get some other units to spawn as well. Yep, we have some ships going in here, but they're running into this defense line with my own ships and ground units as well. The air units seem to be inclined to go over here, which is a little bit dangerous considering I do have my power production here. It's extra power production I should add though, because this power production is actually just for this base, but it's not tied up to my main production, which maybe it should be, honestly, because if I do that, then it doesn't really matter if something gets destroyed over there. Okay, so a little bit of a time skip here, because I have been very busy just upgrading all of my production, and as you can see I have all kinds of random sushi belts almost coming into my main facility. It's all upgraded to titanium, or at least most of it is now upgraded to titanium, so you know, there's actually a massive amount of production happening. The thing with that production is that most of it is not very interesting. It's just very basic hubs, just producing basic materials like we've done before, so I'm not showing that in detail. I did upgrade my defensive line quite a bit, as you can see, and I made sure that all the overflow production is going to go back into a simple titanium throughput line, and of course this is able to handle 11 units per second, so that's almost 3 full belts of materials just feeding back into my main facility, and thereby making sure that we are utilizing all the stuff we're producing. Now, just to show you how the defensive line is working, the answer is pretty well. There's just some basic naval units coming in, but those are easily being destroyed. My flying units are auto-repairing my base as it gets damaged, and the air units are being taken care of very easily as well. We do have another boss coming in about 8 waves, but all in all, we are pretty much on autopilot. That said, there are a couple of awesome things I've now unlocked in the technology tree that are super useful. So for example, we have a larger power node. So if you compare the size of the current power node with the larger one, that does need titanium and silicon, so it's a fairly expensive one, but this makes sure we can very easily hook up everything to power. We also have a new drill available that is going to drill way faster than all the other drills that we've got so far, with the drawback that it does require a fair amount of power. But that means that we can massively start upgrading all of our production. Not sure it's quite needed to do that on this particular map, but yeah, this is way faster, and it can actually also still be boosted with water, and that means that we're definitely going to need those titanium to conveyors in order to handle all of the throughput that this is going to create. The nice thing about these laser drills, other than the fact that they're much faster, is also that they're larger, which actually makes it a little bit easier to just cover all the territory that you need, and you don't need as many belts going in and out, and same goes for the supply of the water. As you can see, I now have a completely stocked up belt of titanium just by very easily placing all of these down in the large power nodes, making sure it's also easy to get the power where it needs to go. I also unlocked 2 new units. We have the Nova and we have the Pulsar, which is the upgraded version. And these units actually repair other units, which is going to be massively useful if we're actually going to be attacking the enemy at some point in the future, rather than just sitting here and defend, which honestly is going to go pretty well, as you can see. I love the fact that these buildings are being auto-repaired, auto-rebuilt, etc, etc. That is a hugely useful functionality that wasn't actually in Eric here at all, I believe. But between being able to auto-repair my base and my units, that is a massive upgrade compared to what we had before. But that is not where the fun ends. We can unlock not 1, not 2, not 3. Can we also unlock some of these? Actually, didn't know there were gonna be more. Yeah, we can unlock 4 new types of turrets. That brings us to, what is it? 10 different types of turrets already, with a lot more to go. Yeah, we are going to have plenty of choices how to optimize our facility. First up is the Lancer. This is pretty much an upgraded version of the Ark by the looks of it. It's using power in order to fuel itself, and we can put in additional water, like with pretty much every turret, I think, to make it fire even faster. But that means that for this particular map, these things are awesome, because I can just build them like right on the edge of the water and make sure they have water flowing in, and we already have plenty of power to spare, so these things are going to be completely destroying the enemy. Next on the list is the Parallax, which is a tractor beam that pulls in air targets, damaging them in the process. Now the nice thing I can do with that is if I build them, for example, over here in the middle of a massive amount of anti-air turrets, not only can I damage more air units around them, look at the range on these things by the way, I can also just pull those air units into the place where they do not want to be. So yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun. Next up on the list is the Salvo, which I think is going to be the backbone of the next few defensive lines that we're going to be building. Why? Because it doesn't need power, so that's nice. It also shoots at both ground and air, which is awesome, and it takes in pretty much any type of ammunition that we can currently make. It's also able to be boosted by water still, so yeah, this has pretty much everything you need. It might not be particularly strong in any specific area, but because it's all around, it's always going to be useful against the enemy. And then last but not least, we have the Ripple, which is pretty much like a long-range anti-ground type thing. It uses graphite and silicon, which is very convenient, as well as pyrite, which I'm actually not making on this map, which maybe I should, I don't know. It's also going to use plastinium and blast compound, both of which we haven't actually made just yet, but all in all, this is going to be able to do a massive amount of area damage by the looks of it, so that is very awesome to take out clusters of ground units. Also worth mentioning is that I can now build titanium walls, which of course have a lot more health than their previous editions, and that means that I can very much fortify my base. I also added in a secondary line because I noticed some of the larger units being able to shoot across my two-step wall, and this hopefully, yep, should not allow them to do that any longer. And as you can see, these new turrets are doing an awesome job at completely deleting the enemies, and even if they weren't, well, the enemy is not going to come through here anytime soon. Now, even with all of that, we're not quite done yet, but we have the last enemy wave incoming, so as soon as my tier 2 naval unit is safe, so I don't want to blow it up by triggering the enemy units, there we go, we should have the Guardian incoming, and the Guardian is just going to be a wave of other units, but yeah. You can see our pulsars doing their job, dragging in the enemy air units, and there we go, we have another sector captured without really taking any damage to the base whatsoever. But like I said, I'm not completely done just yet. Because not only do we have a ground unit that can repair its friends, we also have a naval unit that can do exactly the same, so why not produce some of those as well? For example, we have a coal centrifuge unlocked now, which is going to allow us to turn oil into coal. That might seem a little bit expensive, considering we first need to make the oil and we need spores for that, and we're probably going to get other ways of doing that, but we do need massive amounts of coal for just about everything, especially graphite and silicon are obviously very coal heavy, so having another option to make that, and at a pretty decent rate actually, is very useful. Which brings me to the multi-press that we just unlocked, because that's going to allow us to still make a graphite from coal by adding some water, but at a better ratio than what we've been doing so far, although it does come at the cost of power. All in all, this is going to once again allow us to upgrade the production, but as you can see, everything is going to get really resource intensive really quickly from this point on. Speaking of which, in order to make plastinium, we are going to need another building, the plastinium compressor, that is again going to use oil and, in this case, titanium in order to make that plastinium. So I definitely want to start making some of that, because that way I am prepared for whatever is going to come next. I should note we also have an upgraded version of the battery, a better version of the mender, as well as a repair turret that is actually going to be able to repair units. Oh, and I mentioned we also get access to the cryo fluid mixer that is going to allow us to make cryo fluid from titanium and water, which along with some pyrite production is going to allow us to fuel the differential generator, which is going to supply us with a whole lot of power, which then of course is going to allow us to actually power all the other things I just named. Okay, so we have a couple of very simple pyrite mixers over here that are combining 3 items into one actually, so it's a little bit annoying considering how small the building is to actually get everything inside, but okay. The pyrite is being completely overproduced here honestly, because you don't actually need that much to generate the power from the differential generator, just 0.27 per second, and one of these can pretty much just power 3 of those buildings actually, just under 3, again, annoying ratios, but still. We also have the cryo fluid mixer over here that is turning titanium and water into cryo fluid, so that's an interesting combination. Again, this is a pretty efficient building, just 0.5 titanium. It needs a lot of water though. Speaking of needing a lot of water, I set up a plastinium compressor over here that needs quite a bit of spore stuff to go into a cultivator in order to make oil, into a spore press, that is, of course. And then we have the plastinium compressor using that oil along with the titanium again to make plastinium. Now, I was starting to wonder what to do about all these pumps. These are way too many pumps, by the way, but I just figured, like, I need a lot of pumps, might as well spam them. But we did actually now also unlock a new type of pump, the rotary pump. Now, this pump is way more efficient than the previous version. It can pump out up to 48 liquid units per second. So if I place it over here, as you can see, it's again a larger version of the pump. But this replaces about, what is it, 6 or 7 of these other pumps. So it's a lot more efficient, however, it does require some power. I'm going to want to set up a lot more of that plastinium production, however, because that will allow us to unlock the silicon crucible. This is a building that is just going to make silicon, and it still is going to use coal and sand to do so, but the ratios are way better than the previous version. Again, it does cost quite a bit of power, and it also needs pyrite. So that complicates things a little bit, but if you want a lot of silicon, then this building is going to do exactly that. So this should cover a lot of plastinium production. However, the main problem at this point is starting to be the titanium. This actually requires a fair amount of titanium, not all of that much, but you need titanium at this point in quite a lot of different things, which is where another new building is going to come in, which is the separator. This is going to allow us to produce all the basic resources out of slag, and all we need to do that is just make some slag, which is just putting in some scrap and spitting out slag as a result. Now, of course, that does mean that we need scrap on the map for this to actually work, but if we do, this is a very easy way to make all those basic resources, at least in small amounts, wherever we need it on the map, as long as we have some scrap around. And if that wasn't enough, we also get a couple of new turrets. We get the Swarmer, which is going to allow us to fire homing missiles at our enemies with use of Surge Alloy, Blast Compound, or Pyrite. Does a fair amount of damage, honestly. It also applies things like shock, burning, whatever we need to have on those particular enemies. And then on top of that, we're also going to get the Cyclone, which is going to fire explosive clumps of flak at nearby enemies. Kind of like an AoE type of thing, which uses, for example, plastinium in order to do that damage. Doesn't seem to do a whole lot of damage, but it is quite a AoE type of thing. So as long as there's large groups of enemies, this is going to rip right through them. And then last but definitely not least, I've unlocked the Unloader, which is going to allow me to unload items from blocks, which apparently includes my main base. That means that I can bring resources with me and use those resources to, for example, supply ammunition to my towers, supply base materials to my shipbuilding facilities, etc., which is going to be a massive help in speeding up the actual production in the early game. Now, speaking of production, I think I've done enough for this level. I could probably optimize these even further by removing some of the facilities and things like that. But I think we have things covered for now. So we're going to move on to the next level after I don't know how many times I've spent hours in this level already. As you can see, this is turning into an actual factory game. But I'm really enjoying that. So if you are still here, which I wouldn't be surprised if you're not, because this has been a complete rant of new technology. But if you're still here, you are awesome, and I definitely hope to catch you in the next one. Hey HTDA, and today we're playing some more Mindustry. Last time around we populated these islands quite significantly actually. Look at all those resources flowing in, and we unlocked a massive amount of new stuff on the technology tree. And in between this episode and the last one, I actually just idled around a little bit and made sure that I put all the resources into these technologies that I could. So it basically means I need either phase fabric or thorium to unlock everything else that I currently have, well, accessible. If that is going to be leading to yet even more technologies, I don't know. I guess we're going to find out one way or another. We seem to have a lot of new levels available to us that you can pretty much play in whatever order. There's a couple of them that are still locked behind something else, and Frontier seems to be one of the things that is mainly blocking us. If we look at the technology tree, yeah, Frontier is what we need to be able to unlock anything down this angle. Same thing over here. So long story short, I think we need to go for the Frontier. And the nice thing is that actually comes with an enemy base, and after all of this type of defense levels, I feel like taking the fight to the enemy for once. In order to get myself a head start in this level, I decided to make a little bit of a blueprint for my starting facility, as I was recommended by a lot of you in the comments. Thank you for that, because I don't think the game actually tells you this. Not entirely sure actually, but yeah, the basic idea about this starting facility is that I'm going to be producing monos, as well as, I don't know what the upgraded version of that is, but the ones that help you build your base. Basically so that I can do some mining as well as some faster construction straight from the get-go. And now we have the unloader block. We can actually make sure that we use the resources that we start out with to fuel all of this. Now that is going to mean I'm going to run out of graphite and silicon really quickly, but we can bring a fair amount of that with us. I'm also generating some power in this block, so let's see if this actually works. And there we go. And just want to mention that I'm intentionally not trying to look too much up, because otherwise, well, if you know what to do, this game becomes pretty trivial, I think. So I'm figuring it out as we go along. Now, what is this? The additive reconstructor upgrades tier 1s. Yeah, I already know this. Not entirely sure why the game is trying to teach me this at this point. There is probably a different type of order that we could use, build things in, but yeah. We've already done that. Now, these are thermal generators. Wow, that is really nice. We're going to start out with a lot of power to begin with. There's a scatter over here. Where's the enemy gonna come from? It looks like to be over here. Not entirely sure why it's showing up. They might have just built a unit, I guess. So that means that the enemy base is somewhere over there. So that is, I guess, in this direction, unless we are supposed to be using only flying units. We also have some outdated drills over here that are trying to make some, or they are making some graphite that goes into these hill units over here. Can I use, let's see. So we have the thermal generators over here that are on this, I don't know what type of floor this is, but it is apparently something that you can build these on. Look at that, 250%, and if I move it off this, then it's at a lower percentage. Now I'm actually wondering, this purple floor, does that work with elevators? Doesn't seem to affect its efficiency at all. Okay, so let me get my bearings for a moment, and then we're going to start building. Okay, so there's a couple of things to note. We don't have a lot of water on this particular map, at least not in the immediate vicinity by the looks of it. So we're not going to be able to boost just about everything that we see. However, I don't think that's necessarily going to be the problem. This seems to be a pretty straightforward map, honestly. We do have some titanium on the map, so that is nice. I'm also just going to, I think, delete everything that we start out with. Mostly because this is trying to make monos, which I am already making over here. And sure, we do, well, we can actually keep these ones, I guess. We do want to start making some tier 1 and tier 2 units in order to attack the enemy. Actually, I'm just going to delete those for now as well, because I want to set up this area over here to make as much silicon and graphite as I can, so we can get those tier 1 and tier 2 units up and running in a more efficient manner using all the technology that we unlocked in the previous level. As a side note, I've gotten into the habit of trying to delete all these little nodes on the map just because they really annoy me. But it turns out you can actually delete those off the map or queue them to be deleted, even in the fog of war. So you can kind of use this to scout out what the map it looks like. And it looks like that if we could build a lot of air units, we can just fly straight over into the enemy base over here. I'm not entirely sure if that's going to be a feasible tactic, but you can definitely see that ground units are going to go like this. And air units can just fly straight in from over here. So actually I was going to set up some pyrite power production, but since we have a lot of thermal generators already and we have plenty more space to build some of those, that seems to be kind of useless. So I'm going to dive in straight to the silicon and graphite. Alright, so here we go. This little facility over here is going to pump out quite a bit of silicon and graphite already. It is going to rely on these two drills over here to make some sand that is going to go into the silicon crucible, as well as the pyrite mixer over here that is going to combine some coal, sand and lead and make that pyrite that is going to combine the coal and sand and pyrite into a lot of silicon. On top of that, we have the multipress here making the graphite as well. Only needs a little bit of coal, well actually quite a lot of coal and water, but then it's going to be pumping out the graphite that you can already see on the belt over here. Thanks to the power supply that I started out with, that I'm now also completely using, I am mining quite a bit of resources already with my laser drills. So I am just going to add a couple of these thermal generators to the mix. Might as well just use up all the resources we have over here. And then that should fix the problem for the foreseeable future. I also really like that I now have a couple of polys following me around, helping me build. And as you can see, that definitely speeds things up significantly. How are we doing on power? Plus 1k, yep. Now let's start making some units. So I've actually decided to relocate my production of the graphite and silicon to over here, so I can just have this very long supply line run into my main base and thereby siphoning off all the resources I need to build those tier 1 and 2 units along the way. As you can see, the tier 1 unit production over here is saturated now, so there's silicon coming through, so that should allow me to build some more tier 1 and tier 2 production over here. And well, that looks something like this. I am now producing the level 2 flying units over here and here. I intentionally put the polys near the end because, well, I already have a couple of those, and I think for now that's just fine. And I'm producing all the tier 2 ground units along with the tier 1 upgraded units. What are they called? The Novas, as well as the Pulsars. They are going to be produced. It's going to take a while for this to actually start working, but yeah, once it does, we should be doing just fine. Look, the first tier 2 units are already coming in, and I'm already starting to gather quite a bit of an army, honestly, if you look at this. So, you know, that only took me just a couple of minutes to build in terms of game time. In the real time, it took me quite a bit longer to set all of this up. But yeah, it looks to be working just fine. Alright, so it seems that building some of these upgraded units unlocked the rest of the map, and well, there's quite a bit of an anti-air defense on the sides, as I noticed, because I want to just move my units in here. I was like, I can take a couple of scatter towers, and then everything got wiped out. I forgot to record that, apologies for that. Honestly, it might still work, because as you can see, I took out some of the supply lines over here. But yeah, I am going to be very careful, and I'm just going to wait for my ground army to amass. We are going to be attacked at some point, but I don't think one enemy is going to do a lot against this entire force over here. I also built some anti-air defense along with one of those MENT projectors that we unlocked last time. One MENT projector is going to be able to repair all of that. That's going to be awesome. And yeah, this is, I think, the most likely area where they're going to attack me by air. If they're going to go by ground, well, I wish them a lot of luck, because my army is ready for them. Well, I'm kept out in level 1 units, and as you can see, I'm adding quite a few level 2 units to that as well. So I am just going to move in and see what we can do if we just start shooting at everything that seems to be getting in our way. Just interrupting some of these supply lines actually seems like a worthwhile thing to do as well. And I am just waltzing all over this, it looks like. Yeah, this is not going to be a problem whatsoever. It does feel like one of the most efficient ways to take out the enemy is just to focus on these supply nodes. As long as the enemy is not repairing themselves, they are going to run out of ammo pretty quickly. And the same holds for the power. I mean, these arcs are not doing anything if they're not powered, so just taking out a couple of these power nodes, make sure that they can't really fight back anymore. And there we go, the entire enemy base is now blowing up. Can I delete this? That would be very nice, because I definitely want to, well, rebuild some of this, but in my own way, preferably. And the enemy base was really easy just to stomp over with the mass units production that I was doing. So, definitely a little bit of a tutorial level on, I guess, how to upgrade units. A little bit weird in terms of what we've been doing already. But nonetheless, it was a fun little interaction between us and the enemy base that was a little bit different from just continuously defending ourselves. So, I enjoyed that one. I hope you did too. If you're still here, you are awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one. Hey HCDA, and today we're playing some more Mindustry, specifically the new Serpulo campaign. And last time around I cleared out this entire base. I did consider to actually completely turn this into a giant factory producing stuff, but then I figured, well, that's going to take me at least an hour or maybe two, and I don't really see much point because, well, I am producing all of the materials that I can produce in the island map that we did 2 episodes ago. So I figured I'm just built a little bit of everything in this base just so I have some production, and then if we do need to defend this base at some point, then either my army can take care of that, or I can just pretty much instantly build any defenses I need with the army of polys that I have following me around. So it is time to move on to the next level. Speaking of my island level, I really like that I can just jump back here, see a completely maxed out base, and then just use that to jump into the next level. Honestly, at this point I have so many levels to pick from that I'm not entirely sure where to go next. Well, I wasn't sure to begin with, but having like 5 different options doesn't help, not even counting these other zones. But yeah, the seaport level is another one with a enemy base, and I kind of enjoyed just actually taking out bases for once rather than just defending, and the previous level was a little bit too easy. On top of that, seaport sounds like we're going to be able to use a lot of our naval units, so, you know, could be fun. I am once again going to use my little setup that starts producing the utility flying units from the get-go, and we should be able to bring quite a lot of resources with us. As you can see, I'm even bringing things like spores with me and stuff like that. You never know when it might be useful. And there we go. Now I am expecting a map with a lot of water, and it seems that I will not be disappointed. Let's pause there. Are these enemies? They are. Okay then. They are right next door. That is really, really worrisome, actually. And let's open up. Wow. Okay. Was not expecting that. Okay then. Well, we have our work cut out for us for sure. We are definitely not going to be building a massive sprawling factory, at least not in the beginning of this level, because in order to do that, we're actually going to have to take things out. Now, considering we have a lot of water, as expected, we probably should be utilizing a lot of naval units along with air units, because both of them should be able to attack the enemy. I am not entirely sure how we are supposed to take the inner base over here with those units. Then again, I guess flying units can go anywhere, and we can always build like ground units once we get some resources going on these areas. Is that how you're supposed to do that? I don't know. What is this? Do we actually have enemies landing as well? Yeah, we seem to be getting a wave in 10 minutes. Does that mean that these enemy reinforcements are just going to be static? Is there any production in here whatsoever? It doesn't look like it. This is just turrets and ammunition. Same goes for over here. Now there's definitely some unit production that can at least happen over there. Look, there's a ripple cannons in here as well. That is not good. We have a lot of anti-air, so we can take out this with naval units, and then the ripples are... So basically, we fly in our air units. We take out the ripple. I don't even remember. Can this shoot at air? Nope. Nope. So we can take out the ripple with some air units, and making sure that we aim from a side that is not well protected. That's the idea, at least. And then we can just clean everything up with the naval units as a result of that. Okay, so that should be pretty straightforward. Okay, well, I actually think this might be pretty doable. The base is huge. There just doesn't seem to be much going on in this base other than just some basics. If we can actually fly a couple of air units down to the middle of this base, we can just clear everything out. As you can see, there's pretty much no defenses here to speak of. Okay, anyway, enough talking. Let's get to it. Okay, so first things first, let's set up some power. And since we have this purple flooring, look at that. Those yields on cultivators are going to be glorious. And that means we can pretty much set up a massive amount of power just by spore production over here. Okay, there we go. We have the initial power setup up and running. I'm probably going to need some more of this, but I can easily expand this. And honestly, between the efficiency of these cultivators and the cheapness of these steam generators and the fact that I have all the water we could ever need, I think we're not going to have to worry about power in this particular level ever. Now, That being said, we have quite a bit of resources around, so let's set up a very simple facility to make some units. Now I'm actually starting to wonder whether or not that should be naval units, because you know, if I just make some ground units I can very easily take this out. I'm not limited to having to walk around on the water basically. And most of this defense seems to be based anti-air. There are quite a few of these salvos around, but if I can just walk like behind the actual defense, I should be able just to run through all of this and clear it out pretty easily, maybe even with just a couple of very simple tier 1 units. I am going to make tier 2, and I'm actually wondering whether or not I should just skip tier 1 units altogether, because they die so easily. The tier 2 units are way more durable, and there is quite a bit of an investment in the tier 1 units. So yeah, why not? Let's try actually skipping the tier 1 units for now and going straight to tier 2. I think with the exception of the air units, because having the flares does seem pretty useful just in general for harassment purposes. But other than that, yeah, just skipping tier 1 units this time around. And just as before, we're setting up a pretty simple silicon/graphite facility along with all the actual production I need to do that. And look at that, the first poly already popped out to go and assist me with my building. Alright, there we go. We have the crawlers in production, the tier 2 crawlers to be exact, as well as some pulsars, because, well, I don't know why actually. But I like the fact that these units can kind of repair themselves and other units as well. I needed to call off my polys from helping for a moment because they got in range of these scatters, and well, I don't want to lose them. And all my mining units seem to be doing their trick. So I also have the overflow of production going into my base, so now at least I'm stocking up on lead, graphite, and titanium, as well as silicon apparently. I'm not sure why the silicon is not going in here. Don't we need more silicon? Apparently not. My multipress is working, so yeah. Apparently it's just kind of balancing itself out. Anyway, yeah, this all seems to be working just fine. Not sure why this belt is still over here. I also upgraded the power production quite a bit. As you can see, it's still trying to balance itself out, but that should not be a problem. We should have plenty of water coming in as well. I upgraded the pumps. Now we actually have access to power, and we have 2.3k power to spare. I'm also stocking up on some of that power here in the back in these batteries. So if I need some arcs or anything like that for defensive purposes, we can easily build those as well. Okay, so we're gathering a little bit of an army. I do think we need some more of that though. We do have some coal over here and some scrap over here as well. A lot of scrap over here actually as well. So let's try making some of that slag that I was talking about before. Okay, so here we go. I set up a lot of these laser drills to mine the slag. I'm putting it into a melter. Then all of that is going to go into a conduit for slag reproduction, or repurposing I should say. And look at that. There's a lot of separators here all being fed with slag. And they all seem to be functioning at the moment. It's about 3 of these for each of these melters, but there's definitely not 4 fully functional melters, so it's more like 2 and then something. So I have a total of, I think, 8 of these separators over here, and they're putting out a decent amount of stuff. Although I was actually expecting this to be a full belt, which does not seem to be the case. So what I could probably do is just get rid of this, something like that. Whoop, there we go. And then just to make this look clean, have this be a single belt or something. I'm not actually sure how the ratio is on this. It's 4 slag per second, and then the output is a mixture of different stuff, but it doesn't actually say how much items per second this will be. Seems to be definitely not a 4 item per minute speed, and that is what I initially thought it would be. Anyway, I also have a belt of graphite feeding back from my actual shard into the production line over here, mostly to speed up the production of all the different units. So the main bottleneck for the moment is actually graphite, not silicon but graphite. So by feeding in some more graphite into the system, units will be starting to produce a lot faster. And I removed the air production over here and just moved it back into the production lines here. That means that I am now producing all the air units, 2 of the tier 2 ground units. I'm skipping the, what are they called, the daggers and so on for the moment. honestly for no particular reason, so I could just add them to the mix. But I'll likely do that later on, because first of all, I want to focus on taking out some of this base, and getting some more space to build, and then we're also going to have to deal with the first wave incoming in about 4 minutes. Well, I have to say that initial wave of units did not get as far as I thought it would, and the enemy is actually actively repairing their base. So that is definitely less impactful than I thought it was going to be. Are they actually going to repair all the defenses? Yeah, they are. Okay, well, lesson learned. I definitely need a little bit more of a overwhelming army before I try to take on a base. Okay then, apparently attacking the enemy base also prompted them to start attacking me, so I am going to build some emergency turrets to make sure I can defend myself. Anyway, no real harm done, and I did add in a couple more of those silicon crucibles to up my silicon production, because honestly I was running out of it after building all of that stuff and having all of the production is absorbed by my vehicle production over here. Now I am adding a lot of that back into the mix along with that graphite line that you saw before. I'm intentionally polluting this income line, this titanium line, with some of the graphite to make room for some of that silicon. So there's a mix of both of those types of materials coming in, fitting it into the line over here, so that should speed up my air production as well as my remaining ground production. Now, with all of that up and running and 1 minute to go, maybe it's time to set up some basic turret defense just in case. So how about this? I am making some pyrite over here just for fuel, or ammo I should say, for the moment, and that is going to go into this setup with salvos and swarmers, just one of each for the moment, but I can expand this very easily. These are both going to be able to use that pyrite. The salvo itself does quite a bit of damage with the pyrite, but the swarmers actually apply some burning as well as have homing damage and AoE damage. So all in all, this looks pretty efficient, and it only requires a single type of ammunition. So I know that sounds like a pretty good idea. Not entirely sure about that just yet. I can easily add in some of these MENT projectors as well to make sure everything stays intact. Assuming, of course, I have power to go with that. But all in all, this seems like a pretty reasonable way to set up a defensive line on top here, which is still where I'm going to be expecting the enemy. Well, supposedly we are already on wave 3 now. I've been upgrading my defenses a little bit while I was waiting for the enemy to come to me, but they don't seem to be in a hurry. I might need to attack one of their bases to provoke them or something like that. I am not entirely sure why they're not attacking. Maybe they know they're going to be annihilated once they do, but yeah. It's interesting to see that they're not actively attacking me. Well, in the meanwhile, I've been gathering up my army, so that's not too bad. I'm a little low on graphite, so I might want to disable my graphite thingy over here for a moment, just to make sure the graphite is actually going in my base, and that means I can slowly start to upgrade my defenses. Now, I am producing a fair amount of graphite from these separators over here. I should probably add in some more at some point, but yeah, I kind of want to do that once I take care of some of the enemy bases over here. I do think that this defensive line should be able to hold off quite a few enemies by itself, especially if I add in a little bit more of these menders that take care of, well, repairing and rebuilding, along with my polys. Yeah, that should be just fine. Oh look, I found the enemy units. They're actually apparently also spawning on this side of the map, and they are just sitting there. Not sure why, maybe they're just gathering up, but if they are doing that, then 24 enemies is going to be a problem sooner rather than later. Okay, so before I start attacking the enemy from this side again, I am going to be building a lot of those lancers just to make sure I have a little bit of a buffer in case the enemy decides to attack me from around my defenses. But in the meanwhile, I have been able to gather up a much larger army than what I had before, so hopefully that will be enough to kind of push through and get some of these enemy turrets down. Well, just as I was about to attack my enemy, I think my lancers trying to attack these copper walls over here actually triggered the enemy attack. And as you can see, they're all coming for me at the same time, which is a little bit unfortunate, but yeah, we're going to have to deal with that. I am going to be building quite a few more of these lancers just because I can. Probably also adding in a bit of a wall over here. Yeah, why not? Why not just add in some more? And I have a couple of those building over there as well. Now, hopefully my army is going to be enough to fend off this attack. because otherwise this is going to be really, really messy. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's unpause, let's make sure I have my entire army selected, and let's put them in the way of the enemy. Actually, this doesn't look all that bad, they are going down pretty nicely, I have a lot of those shields up and running, and there we go. Okay, just one enemy remaining, and I think my towers should be able to take care of that. Okay, so that means we are going to march my army right into the enemy base. Ground units first, hopefully, because otherwise my air units are going to be completely demolished, and we definitely don't want that to happen. Okay, well, no time like the present. I am going to march my army right on through. Why are you guys dying instantly? I'm not sure what I just sent in there, but I think it was the monos. I am just going to march straight on through, cause a lot of damage in the process, and make sure I take out these salvos, because I do think they are by far doing the most damage. Now, if I can just focus fire this foundation, hopefully the entire base will just delete itself. Yep, there we go. We do actually have enemy units coming in over here. That's kind of annoying. Oh, I can actually walk right over these walls. That's good to know. Probably should have known that already, but yeah. And that means I can now easily take out this entire base. Okay, so I have to say, despite taking out the enemy core over here, the enemy still seems to be sort of rebuilding the base. It's not going to be very effective with me right next door to clean it back up. But yeah, also most of the enemy defenses still seem to be active, and they're actively attacking me with all those enemy waves coming in, which is like 10 units every minute or so, which is making this very difficult to actually push through. So, I think I'm just gonna have to turtle up in my base, make some naval units as well, and then when I'm finally ready to kind of overwhelm the enemy piece by piece, I'm going to have to push out. So I'm definitely in a lot more trouble than I have ever been before. I also might have been underestimating the amount of waves coming and the time I had to prepare for that, because honestly I should probably have focused a little bit less on building up my base and a little bit more on just unit production and things like that. Well, the enemy has been sending wave after wave after wave of enemies at me, and they're not really getting anywhere because all of this is just completely destroying whatever they throw at me, even though there's this giant gap in the middle. However, I am not really getting anywhere either because, well, I've been amassing an army, but every time I go out there I get dozens of units thrown at me, which is not really helping my progress whatsoever. So I am now building my own naval army as well. And my base is turning into a giant spaghetti because I'm trying to do a lot of things on a very small piece of land. But then again, I am holding out, so I am hopeful that I will be able to push out sooner rather than later. Look at that, this is not really a challenge whatsoever. Oh, I'm actually getting a Guardian. Does that mean that that will be the last wave and then I can just take on the enemy at my own pace? That would be kind of nice. It also might mean I just lose the level. Not entirely sure about that. Okay, at this point I'm just going to banzai my army into the enemy base, and hopefully that will be enough to take care of it once and for all. I am getting attacked in the meanwhile, but I did it just after we got one of the other attacks at me. So yeah, I think this is working fairly decent. I am losing a lot of units, don't get me wrong, but at least this takes care of this particular base, and I can finally take some additional ground if I need it. Okay, seriously, I took out the entire island and they still start to rebuild anyway? I don't think they're going to rebuild the entire reef, at least I don't hope so. Well, on the other hand, they seem to be at least thinking about it. Look, is this just a matter of me scaring them away with my units? That's interesting. Okay, so next step is I am going to take my little fleet over here and I am going to see if I can take out some of these turrets. If I can, then all I need to do is wipe out the rest of the island, because the rest of it is just air defense. And whenever they go and attack me, I'll just retreat for a moment in the safety of my turrets, take out all of their units. At least I can do this when I'm very close to home, but then again, I can't keep this up indefinitely anyway. So I do want to make sure that I keep pushing out as often as I can. And honestly, that seems to be working okay, as long as I just keep my units clumped up. Any units that attack me will get full focused fire on as well. And at the same time, they're kind of walking right past my base defense, so every now and then some of them get taken out by that as well. Well, we have a Guardian wave incoming, but it doesn't feel like the Guardian is going to actually be the last wave. There's wave 26 queued up, so I'm just gonna have to push through, I'm afraid. Well, at least I can sneak around the back and attack this core, and I'm not sure if that wins me the level. Apparently not. Do we have another core? Yep, there's one over here. And it's right in the way of all the enemy units. Okay then, well, I guess I'm not done yet. Well, it seems like I have another case of the enemy getting stuck on its own walls, and it's kind of turning into a problem because they're stacking up and there's quite a bit of units there, and I'm pretty much just going to have to try to break their wall while not getting destroyed myself, which might work if I do it from range, I guess? I don't know. Well, it worked! At least somewhat. Some of the units got through and now they're repairing their base. Oh man. Okay, it does seem that most of the anti-air defense over here is currently out of ammo, so I might be able to just sneak my air units through the back over here, take out the last remaining turrets with my bombers, and then hopefully just bomb the hell out of that last... Yeah, nope, not gonna work. I was gonna say bomb the hell out of that last core and then be done with this, but nope, that was a little bit too easy apparently. This does make me wonder if a straight on just suicide run on the foundation itself would have done the trick. I'm not entirely sure. The napalm is doing its job though, keeping everything nice and cleaned up though, but yeah, let's see if we can actually push through in the next wave or so. Okay, finally I seem to have burst through now, just a couple of turrets left and I can finally take on the last core. Which, of course, was the cue for another wave to spawn right on top of me, and now I'm back to basics. I'm basically just using my main building unit as a way to draw all the fire from these scatters, so they're hopefully going to be out of ammunition sometime soon. And then I can do another suicide run into this foundation. Okay, here we go. I'm not sure why I am firing at turrets when I said I was going to do a suicide run, so let's do an actual suicide run. Let's see if we can take it down. We're not doing that much damage, but yep, there we go, sector captured. Okay, well, that was a lot more effort than I thought it was going to be. I probably did something quite inefficient in terms of focusing on the base rather than on units. Should I have been able to take out more of this base before the enemy started spawning? Probably. If I had done that, then at least I had more resources to work with. On the other hand, you can't actually build more units, as far as I know. None of these spawning locations allow me to build more of those cores, thereby increasing my unit count. So all in all, I am not really sure if that would have made a massive difference. I definitely wouldn't have been able to take out this entire base in those first 10 minutes anyway. So, anyway, not sure I know how to improve on this, but let me know in the comments if there was something obvious that I was doing wrong. All in all, this means that there's another massive sector available to me. Oh, okay. And apparently my entire base is on fire. I should probably be building some more waves every now and then. There we go. Look at all those fires being put out. Actually, very interesting to see this happening. That hasn't happened before. I'm not sure what caused it. Probably some of those units passing by, napalming my base. But yeah, the repair units and rebuilding units have been doing a pretty good job at keeping up, apparently, even though the entire thing was on fire. Anyway, yeah, that was it for now. If you are still here, you are awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one, which will hopefully be a little bit less messy than this one. But, okay, there we go. Hey, it's TDA, and today we're playing some more Mindustry. Last time around I had quite a bit of trouble actually clearing this map of the enemy, but honestly, having to look at this facility all over again now, I actually don't think it was all too bad. I mean, this is a pretty hefty defense, and this entire base, even though it's tiny, produces all the tier 2 units, or even some of the tier 1 units, at a pretty reasonable rate, and it's pretty well defended. So all in all, I could have done a lot worse, I think. Anyway, go easy on me. It's time for a new level. And honestly, just looking at the map, we're doing a pretty good job conquering this planet, I think. The real question is where to go next. I am sort of inclined to go for this level over here. It has yet another enemy base, but I think just to change things up again, I am gonna go for the Stained Mountains. That's an interesting name for a level. I've gotten into the habit of flipping back to the Windswept Islands map because I'm producing every single resource I currently have available on this map, and I also am producing those at a very reasonable rate. And look at that, people. I know a lot of you have been telling me in the comments that I can extend my storage space for my core by just building some containers around it, and look, I did it. I should probably be doing this in the other levels as well, but as you can see, I'm now storing up a lot of resources here, which makes this an ideal launching platform for all my conquests. Anyway, to the mountains that are stained, and we are landing. We have our nice little starting facility that should automatically start working, and yep, that works just fine. Let's see what we have to work with. There are some derelicts over here. The Surge Smelter, nice, because I definitely want to get some Surge Alloy going. I haven't been able to produce that so far. We have some incinerators. Why would you build an incinerator over here? I actually have no idea, but we do have some slag over there, probably for the Surge Alloy. There is an interesting pipeline over here with a mass driver. Ooh, look, mass drivers. I really want those as well. And this map is huge. Okay, we actually have a fair amount of water going through the middle. I really like that as well. And then the enemy is going to come from over there. So if we can just pretty much just block this area off, we should be able to keep them contained. So the ground units might go either like this, but probably they will just go straight down like that. But the air units might go any direction. So we're just going to have to block off this entire corridor. So this time around, I definitely want to start building my initial defenses first, because the last couple of times I started doing other stuff first. That's really kind of bit me in the behind. Now, I can't really build anything over here in this bottleneck because the spawning zone extends to that area. So yeah, I am just going to kind of sit back and build some defenses here, I guess. And in this area, there isn't a lot of room, but then again, that does provide a natural bottleneck for the enemy to have to come through as well. So I think we should be just fine if we just fill this entire corridor with turrets, basically. First things first, I need to get some power up and running, and that is why I am building this entire pipeline of power all the way to the north, because this is where I want to set up my power plant. Now the reason for that is that I have a lot of empty space over here that I'm probably not going to be using, so I figured I might as well just fill it with the power production. Well, maybe not entirely fill it, but at least use it for that, so I can utilize this more cramped space for the actual production of units, items, etc. And even if that sounds wasteful, it's really not, because I need to get that power here anyway, because I want some menders and things like that on the front line as well. And point in case, we are setting up some pyrite production. It seems that pyrite is used in pretty much, well, not all of the defensive towers, but in a lot of them, which means that just by setting up a relatively small amount, I mean, honestly, this might be overkill still, but by setting up some pyrite production, I can fuel a massive amount of towers, thereby completely trivializing my defense. At least that's my hope. I do have just 2 minutes to do that, so this is actually why I'm setting up a little bit more than I think I need, mostly because my towers won't be actually shooting at stuff if they don't have ammo. So yeah, there's that. And this should hopefully cover the defensive line as much as possible. So I set up a couple of salvos, a couple of ripples, and these homing type of turrets, the swarmers, that's what they're called, as well as a couple of menders to make sure I have pretty much my entire front line covered with some repair. I'm also trying to split the production of the pyrite between between half of the turrets, roughly. It's not an exact science, but I think we should be doing just fine, assuming I can get everything up and running in the next 2 minutes or so. And thanks to the help of my little army of polys, that is no problem whatsoever, and all of these salvos and ripples and so on have ammunition. We have everything up and running. We have the power, double checking. No, we don't have enough power to actually keep all of this running, but just by adding in a couple of these, I think we should be okay. Just double checking if everything was connected. No, it was not. Well, all I need to do is just build a little bit more of this. Probably something like that, and then we have all the power we need. With that surplus of power, that allows me to add in a couple of these Lancer towers as well, just because I can. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. I really like how these things speed everything up, and let's see what the first wave is going to look like. Just a single unit. Well, I think we can be safe to say that this is not going to be a problem whatsoever. I don't think it's even going to get a shot off. Nope, there we go. So interesting. I actually had to reload my game, and it turns out that the game tells you how many waves you're going to survive with the defense if you've built up. Now, as far as I understand, this isn't really exact. I mean, it will lose the zone once it gets beyond those 20 waves, but it doesn't really like factor in all the units you might be able to produce and repairs you might be able to do if you're actually in the level itself. But that does prove to me that the defensive I just built are going to be way sufficient for the upcoming couple of waves. So given the amount of real estate we have on this map, I figured this might be a good map to turn into another one of my kind of like resource stations that I can use to ship things off to other zones later on. At least that's how I understand this is going to work with launchers once we actually unlock them. I'm kind of curious to see when that will be. There is a challenge here though that I'm not sure how much resource we can actually fit through these gaps, but we'll just have to make it work. I'm also really enjoying this layout I have going for the pirate hide. I think it's very clean, it's very easy to tile, it's very easy to use, and it's definitely something that speeds up my early gameplay if I need basic resources. So I'm kind of thinking maybe we should do something similar for the other resources as well. Something like this for the graphite maybe. It has simple water and coal coming in, and of course this is one of the more simple types of fabrications, but as you can see I now have almost 2 full belts of graphite coming in with just minimal effort. And having graphite as a standalone type of blueprint, I can do the same for silicon now, just iterating a little bit on what I've already designed before, and I'm really liking this particular layout. I can easily just do copy, paste, and there we go. I now double up on my silicon production without having to do any belt work whatsoever, other than just connecting, of course, these 2 belts. I like having these sorters here just to indicate what goes on which belt, just to make my life easier when laying these things out. Okay, so small but important update to the design I initially made is that I now moved up the pyrite mixer next to the belt over here, so there's no things that can get stuck on the little side belt I had going before. Other than that, it's pretty much the same thing. It's still tileable, so it's working pretty much like intended. You can see the glorious line of resources going towards my main base. I was running out on titanium actually, so hence this little temporary belt over here that I'm going to be using to restock on that, and then we're going to have to focus on maybe setting up some slag production. Actually, we have quite a lot of slag over here as well as in several other places on this map, and I want to utilize that to get all those kind of random basic items that I need to build all the other stuff. On another note, there was some sneaky little air units that came through. I'm not entirely sure where they came from, honestly. Apparently they managed to get past these defenses, so they must have spawned like in the top corner or something like that. I don't know, but yeah, this little sneaky bugger actually managed to get all the way through to my base over here. So I'm gonna have to set up some anti-air defenses across the map as well. Oh, and speaking of which, I was wondering why I was still getting the core under attack message while I didn't see any enemies left. Apparently the enemies got taken out, but the fire is still going rampant, and as you can see, it actually took out pretty much the entire storage units I had set up over here. I am going to have to build some more anti-air and make sure that this can't happen. Make sure I have some repair units and maybe a couple of waves, because all of this napalm is kind of getting to me at this point. Would you look at that, this entire layout of waves actually has issues fighting all of this fire over here. I guess napalm is pretty good if you want to defeat your enemies. Well, okay, these anti-air turrets should be sufficient to stave off the enemy forces, and on top of that I just built some emergency lead-based enemy defense just as a final line of defense, I guess. Speaking of which, I should probably add in a couple of menders over here so they can repair the base just in case we need it. Now, I have a pretty steady flow of all the base materials flowing in now, but of course this is not going to be enough. I want to expand on this. Okay, the next thing goes right on the overkill pile, but still, this little layout over here is going to turn a full belt of scrap into a full belt of more useful types of materials, copper, lead, and graphite to be exact, as well as titanium actually. So it's 4 different resources all in one, and in case we have any leftover scrap, that will be turned into the main base as well. So yeah, I am going to have to set this up with some miners, some water, and so on. And then we should have all the base materials covered for sure. Alright, there we go. That is all of that covered. Now, I also want to have a healthy amount of plastinium production, because honestly, I don't really have that in large quantities anywhere else. The enemy waves are getting slightly bigger, but it seems that we have no real issues defending against them still. I do need a little bit more anti-air defense in this region apparently, because every now and then they fly off, as you could just see, towards my power supply, and that's definitely a bad news sign if they would get through. Luckily, I already have all the pyrite in the world that I need to fuel some more of these, so yeah, I can just keep stacking up however many of those I need, and it looks maybe not the most impressive, but it's definitely going to do the job. Meanwhile, I just got the message for the first time ever since the initial second attack I got while I was doing another level that one of my regions is under attack. I actually think this is the same region, isn't it? Yeah, it's the the one with all the basic defense as well. This is interesting because I don't actually have a lot of the more complicated tech that I have in all the other zones to defend this. Let's see. Well, at the very least I can start making some tier 1 flying units that I couldn't actually produce when I first started this level. And then let's take a look at these defenses. These are all super basic duos, arcs, and things like that. So yeah, we can definitely do better. Also seems like I never set up any graphite production over here, and now I can't use my new templates because I don't actually have titanium on this map, nor any way to get it here. Do I have slag on this map actually? Not slag, the, what do I call it? Scrap. I don't believe I have any scrap on this map either, so I can't make titanium. But anyway, this should at least get some basics inflowing. Why is this not working? Because I need to use an underflow gate to make sure it actually gets in. There we go. And we have a very, very slow production of graphite coming in as well. And then using some of the existing lead and coal production along with some sand, I can start making pyrite, which is again going to fuel a lot of towers. Alright, so something like this should work. We have some pyrite coming in, I'm working on my hills, and in the meanwhile I do have to keep an eye on my other map, because otherwise of course we're going to be destroyed here. But it says here survives 18 plus out of 18 waves, so actually the level can just win itself, I guess? Is that how that works? Probably. But let me focus on actually getting the defenses up and running here. Alright, as long as I stop sabotaging myself by putting buildings next to belts that they shouldn't be next to, we can guarantee ourselves a pretty steady flow of resources. And by the looks of it, yeah, my defensive line seems to have pretty much been established now. So I think I can safely leave this level alone now, and it should take care of itself. Okay, so this now says it survives 13 out of 13 waves, so that should be fine, and we are once again back in the level we started out with. Now, what was I working on? Plastinium and metaglass are actually the 2 resources I still need. Alright, so this is a pretty healthy amount of metaglass production. Not sure what I'm going to use it for, but it's actually needed to make the plastinium facilities. And as you can see, I have a pretty steady flow of plastinium incoming, along with some surplus titanium that is needed to make plastinium. So yeah, I think this covers all the basics. Is there anything I've forgotten at this point? I don't believe so. I mean, we definitely want thorium at some point, but there's no way for me to collect this. I'm actually not sure where I got the thorium. I think it was from deconstructing some of the buildings that were already on the map. I've also reinforced the front line just a little bit, including plastinium walls, a lot of lancers to take care of any ground units, a lot of salvos to take care of any air units, a lot of ripples to take care of any mass units, a lot of salvos just to make sure that there's no air units slipping through here. Same goes over here on this side. I have the other secondary batteries of salvos down here, just in case anything decides to fly down. Yeah, I think this covers most of it. The only thing I haven't actually done on this level yet is, you know, build actual units. Okay, so let's see how the defense of this particular zone goes. I think it should be pretty well. Yeah, the air units stand no chance whatsoever, and the ground units, well, kind of the same, honestly. I mean, they're not gonna get through these plastinium walls anytime soon, not with the Ment projector right there. Let's just build another one just to be safe, and all of my polys also trying to repair that while they're being attacked. So, let's work on some actual units. Now, considering I don't really have enough space to move my ground units around, I figured I might as well just stick to the flying units, and there's 4 types of them, so I am going to mass produce them. Being a little bit lazy here because I'm just drawing them from my core, I actually think this is going to be something I am going to do moving forward, ideally with a little bit more building space than I have here, but kind of like building my factory in such a way that I get as many resources in as I can, and then have 1 or 2 supply lines going out from my foundation to reutilize those resources to actually build my units. Now, as you can see, the enemy is getting torn apart, although I do have to say some of those higher level flying units might actually be able to come through. I mean, I am producing a fair amount of resources here. Do I need this belt? I don't think so. I'm just gonna have this go all through, whoa, not like that, all through my turrets, just to make sure I get as much air defense as I can. Might as well use this overflow of lead to add in some more air defense, because, you know, why not? Okay, how are we doing on Fungal Pass? It's at 5% damaged, and yeah, they actually took out a little scrap wall over here. And that is, of course, because I have no polys, any flying units to make sure that that doesn't happen. That's actually interesting. I can build some flying units here if I really want to. It's kind of like a mess, but yeah, I am building some flares, but I could definitely build some monos and upgraded polys here as well, because I do have all the resources I need for that. Alright, so this is going to very slowly take care of the production of flares and upgraded, I think it was horizons, right? And then I can utilize some more of that silicon along with the graphite that I'm producing for monos and polys. Okay, all of that is set up here as well. It's going to take a minute considering my terribly slow production, honestly. I do have a little bit of overflow of coal over here that I could utilize for some additional production. Yeah, maybe I should go for that. Although I do definitely need to make sure that I utilize it for the pyritite production first, because otherwise I won't be able to defend myself. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Hold on. This is going to go there, and this is going to go there, and I do not want any coal on this belt. There we go. Something like this, maybe? Yep, that should work. And then we can just have this is, oh man, this is so super duper ugly, but yeah, it is going to do the job. And ta-da, now we have some additional graphite production. It's probably going to empty this belt out. I think it's slowly creeping up to here. And we're definitely going to have to solve this in a different way. But as you can see, I can now easily take out these waves. So I'm just going to trigger a couple more so we can be done with this. Okay, I lied. I went into complete why not mode, and I decided to add a lot more turrets to all of this. Why? Well, again, because I can. And in addition to that, I actually upgraded my core as well. So now I have an upgraded capacity for units, so I can make 16 of everything. Again, not really because I need it, but hey, it's kind of fun to push this zone to the max. And I think I can safely say that this zone should be safe for the foreseeable future now. With all of that done, let's hop back to the zone I was actually trying to capture and see how we're doing with the last couple of waves. These units are getting more and more in numbers. The air units are definitely going to punch through a little bit, but yeah, they're not gonna get all the way through. Oh, I actually forgot that I was trying to build some additional power supply over here. It's interesting that the enemy is trying to push down to this area. I think it's mostly because I'm producing all my power here. Maybe it's that. It's interesting. At least it's a change in mechanics. I could just fill this up entirely with anti-air turrets, though. which is of course exactly what I'm going to do because I was in why not mode anyway. So these cyclones should be ripping right through the enemy air, the attack, and I have that plastinium anyway, so I might as well use it. Now, is this going to include any air units? These Guardians, it looks like it's not going to be a very large wave. Look at that. They just bleeped out of existence, and there we go. We have another zone conquered, new content unlocked, so that bodes very well for the next couple of episodes, and hopefully that will include some new things like Surge Alloy that the game was hinting at, but we're going to find that out next time. If you're still here, you're awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one. Hey, HCDA, and today we're playing some more Mindustry. Last time around I built this, well, honestly pretty awesome base that is supplying all the different resources we can make, but unfortunately it didn't actually unlock anything new that I can start crafting. So we're still on the hunt for thorium and or phase fabric and or surge alloy, but maybe we'll find it in the next level. Now the real question is, what level are we actually going to play, and I'm just gonna pick one at random. Let's go for the one that is actually next to one we already have unlocked. That should make sure that this one is again safe. Although this one doesn't actually seem to be attacking that one. But anyway, let's go for the Tainted Woods. Now, in addition to this, I just want to try something out. I might regret this. So far, I've been playing on normal with the unpredictable wave AI on and the RTS attack AI on. Although I didn't really notice much difference, honestly, in what they were doing. But I'm going to just put it all the way up to Eradication. This is going to increase the animal health by 50%, the enemy amount by 100%, so twice as many units, and we're going to get a lot quicker waves. Is this going to make any difference? Well, yeah, but is it going to make things actually hard? I don't know, let's find out. Same as before, I'm going to use my little starting base that is going to produce some mining ships and some ships that will help me assist in creating stuff. But other than that, I don't feel the real need to add anything to that, although you could argue that maybe adding some base production of units in there is not a bad idea, but then again, that is going to draw my resources, which I do need for other things as well. So I'm just going to keep it as it is for the moment. And there we go. Now let's make sure we pause it right as we land, because we only have 2.5 minutes. That is definitely a lot less time than usual. It's a pretty large map actually, and it has a lot of different zones. Is this like all blocked off corridors? Yes, so crawling units are probably going to walk right across that, but anything else is going to go around. And that's interesting. And the enemy is actually going to land where? That's like in that spot, so it's here, I guess. So that means that we should probably start looking at setting up a defense somewhere over here, maybe like in this general area, although it's not really easy to make a real bottleneck out of that, especially if we have like units that can march right across this. Flying units might be able to go straight up north. The base is over here, so the flying units will actually probably go like that. Crawling units will go like this, and then any other units will be, I don't know actually. They could go like that. Can they go all the way around on the other side? Technically, yes, but that is probably a longer route, so it's very likely that the normal walking units will go this way around. That's at least what I'm expecting. Honestly, it might be pretty close. Let's look at the map like this. So this route, or no, or this, yeah, this route is probably still shorter, so I'm guessing the AI will pick that. But yeah, long story short, if we set up the defense over here, I think that's the most optimal location. Okay, so I did a little bit of scouting, and it seems that there is not actually a lot of resources to go around on this map. And it's not that bad, but they're quite spread out. There's a lot of things like copper that is not particularly useful. Same goes for titanium. and I'm mostly lacking a lot of coal. Now, what I do have a lot of on this particular map is, well, first of all, there's a lot of water and a lot of those little tiles that really boost the spore production, so we're definitely going to want to use spores to get some power going, but we also have oil. And I think that's a first on the map that we can actually straight up pump oil, and that means that we can use this oil to then make some coal. We can also use the oil, I believe. Let's actually double check. We can use the oil in the wave. So we can throw oil on enemies, then make them tarred, and that makes sure that they burn and melt a lot quicker, and they are actually slower while we're at it. So yeah, that's going to make for some interesting layouts for our defenses. Okay, so let's start with some power in the top left corner, mostly because that hides the power nicely behind my defense over here, and I'm going to wall off this entire area just to make sure that I have just one single bottleneck I need to worry about. Okay, well that is interesting. We actually have 0 solar power over here, so I'm gonna have to find out some different way of getting my power actually started up before I can start doing anything else. I mean, I guess setting up some steam generators with coal and water, all with the power-free type of buildings that produce that stuff, is a temporary solution to that, but it feels kind of awkward, and it's also going to waste quite a few precious seconds flying back and forth between my actual coal nodes. Making coal from oil, like I mentioned before, actually does cost power, so we need power to get started somewhere before we can mass produce it from spores. And I just realized I should probably have done that from the get-go anyway, because getting power to my air factory facilities is actually going to be super useful next time around. Because now I just spent about a minute not producing anything over here, while the moment I completed this, my factory's turned on. Okay, I'm definitely feeling the pressure of the shorter wavelengths, because now we have just 1 minute before the first units will spawn. They will have more armor, they will have more numbers, and that's definitely going to cut it really close to getting something up and running before that. Anyway, let's pump up some oil. Let's add in some sand, some lead, and some water. And then let's panic, forget about the water again, and because I realized I don't actually need it straight away, and make sure I just set up a little pyrite template over here with a turret to go along with that to make sure I have some sort of defense, praying that the first enemies will just be normal ground units that will go straight down this path, otherwise I have a problem. Okay, so actually it only took me 20 seconds to build all of this, and the poly is now here to help out with the other production as well. So, that makes me wonder what I should do. Should I just focus on building a couple of turrets closer to where I actually want them to be? Or should I double up on the pyrite mixer and make sure I can produce a little bit more of everything so I have more ammunition to work with? Or all of the above? Honestly, being on this much of a time constraint is kind of fun. Also, really stressful, don't get me wrong. Okay, so I've decided go big or go home, so I'm going to double up on my pyrite production, and I'm just going to try and build the salvos straight next to where I want my bottleneck to be. Well, the good news is I have a mender up and running and at least 3 salvos, all actually with a decent amount of ammunition. They're not going to be firing at large amounts of enemies anytime soon. I do have a small wall up also as well. It's probably not going to be enough to actually fend off the tier 2 units if we get any of those, but I guess we're about to find out. Okay, enemy units spawned, and wait, where are you going, guys? Hold on. Oh man, they are actually going all the way around to the other side. These are the exploding types of units. Okay, well, that is good to know, I guess. What do we do about this? These are only the tier 1 units, though. They're not a massive problem, but this is kind of annoying. I did hook up my entire power grid to that, so what I can do is probably fly here, set up a couple of these power-based units, the Lancers. Do we have a little bit of surplus power? Yeah, we have plenty of power for that. So I'm actually inclined to set up a defensive line over here. I have plenty of space and resources to build in all this area over here, which should be a lot easier to defend than anything down here in the corner. Yeah, let's go with that. Okay, so let's rush back. I already queued up some towers over here. Come on, police, hurry up. We need some of your help. Let's make sure I add in a couple more. I'm actually going to do it a little bit more horizontally. That makes a bit more sense, I think. Let's pause. So can we boost these with water? Yes, we can. So I'm also gonna set up that. Might as well just do it properly from the get-go because, you know, why not? That seems to be my motto for this entire game. Why not? Anyway, there we go. And then hopefully by the time they arrive, they're actually a little bit slower than I thought. There you are. Well, honestly, we can add some more to this. No, not like that. We do want to keep it nice and neat and pretty. And with some of these there as well. I should definitely be copying this rather than trying to do it manually. But, oh, hell, the next wave is already coming in 40 seconds. That's quick. Anyway, not a problem whatsoever. Although, well, I say that and then that happened. Okay, anyway, that's one wave down. So let's solve the whole rushing problem for the foreseeable future by adding in a couple of these walls. These are just copper walls. They can be rebuilt very easily. They're just here to stop the enemy from actually just rushing past my defenses and blowing anything up. There we go. I do think that between these turrets that I have set up over here and everything else, I do want some batteries actually, because I have no way of stocking up on any energy. I completely forget what the batteries are. There you go. Should I be building those here? Probably not. Let's stick them in a corner. Well, not in the corner actually. I do want to make sure that they don't get blown up. But yeah. Let's not put them right next to my turrets though. There we go. So that should take care of that. Now in another 4 seconds, we will actually get a new wave already. If these are air units, I'm gonna be very angry. Okay, these are normal units, and they do actually seem to be going straight for my base. I do need to add in some of those wave towers, obviously, because these things are going to light everything on fire really quickly. So here are a couple of waves, just to make sure I have some damage control once a fire starts breaking out. And then I have a boatload of swarmers to make sure I have anti-air and anti-ground defense, along with salvos, as well as a couple of ripples to really make sure we take out large units of, large groups, I should say, of ground units. And because we have double the amount of units per wave, I'm just guessing that the ripples will be a lot more effective than they used to be. Now, I also want to make sure I keep boosting everything I can with water, because you know water is pretty much free almost. And then I should probably move this away, make sure I replace this one, or replace this one I should say, with a proper pump to make sure I can boost everything at the same time. Same thing over there. And then I do think we have a pretty solid base defense to start with. Okay, just to make sure I'm just adding in a couple of lancers as well, because they have the pierce going on, and I really like those, like these angled attacks in case things are trying to go through here. That's nice and all, but I'm still kind of worried about an air attack flying over or straight through here, especially in going towards my main base. So that's why I'm going to be producing some metaglass over here, just like before. There's some lead over here, and I'm running a belt all the way to my foundation. By doing that, I will make sure that I have all the metaglass I'm ever going to need. And this is the main area where I want to set up my air defense anyway. I can do that, I think, with scatters. That's one way of doing it if I want to be a little bit cheap. But I'm definitely going to add in some cyclones in between, because that's going to do a lot of AoE damage, a lot of like core damage anyway. And this is the cheapest type of damage that I can make them work off. Now, later on, I might want to upgrade that to Plastinium or something like that. But I think for now, just a couple of cyclones, especially near my main base, is going to take the stress off this level entirely. Speaking of aerial units, the next wave actually spawned quite a few of them. They're coming from the bottom left, and that means that they will be going, I think, straight through my choke point over here, actually, at least somewhat close to that. And maybe going for this, my main base straight away. I don't know for sure, actually. But if they are going to go here, I could just put up some like emergency scatter type of defenses. But I think they're actually going to pass, yep, straight over my turrets. So that might mean that all of this air defense is for nothing. But yeah, that is what it is. I'm actually running really low on copper at this point, so I am going to definitely have to focus on actually getting some production going pretty soon. Okay, there we go. Now I have some copper production, some lead production, some metal glass production, and pyrite production, which honestly is already covering about half of the resources that we need. Now we definitely need to start adding some graphite and silicon to that, because I do not want to run out of that, because that would be really annoying. And we're also going to need to bring in some of this titanium over here, just to make sure we don't run out of that. But other than that, I think we have a pretty good thing going. I definitely have enough pyrite production, so that is good to know. Why are you not fully producing? You're not getting enough coal. Yeah, I can see why. So I'm only producing half the amount of pyrite that I could be producing because I messed up this layout. That's interesting, because that means I definitely have enough pyrite to maybe add in some more turrets. Honestly, I could add 2 rows of salvos, for example, in the back over here, adding some more air and ground defense, as well as maybe some ripples over here. Those things have a massive range, so anything that tries to come in here will be blown to pieces. And I have definitely noticed that the enemy units, now I've closed off this area, making sure that normal ground units cannot actually reach through here, so they don't have any choice really but to either go through here through the walls or here through the walls, and then apparently they choose to go here, which is fine by me because this is where all my turrets are. That means everything is going to funnel through here, so as long as these walls stay intact, which they should, because honestly they have some menders to help out with that. I could have in another mender maybe, just to make sure. I also have a couple of polys on defense. They will try to repair anything that gets damaged, or at least rebuild it if it gets taken out. I feel pretty decently strong about this. Now, before we get to wave 33, we're definitely going to have to add in units as well, but considering all the production that we've set up in just a couple of minutes it took to get to wave 5, I think we should have time for that. So I keep forgetting that this functionality actually exists, but just going in and out of your game does allow you to check up on the survivability of the waves that are still to come. So I still have 28 waves to come, but it seems like even if I don't build anything, my base should be able to survive 21 more waves. And of course, we are definitely going to be building other stuff, so it seems that we're already pretty good on track to finish this level. Okay, so the 3 key resources I'm still missing are titanium, graphite, and silicon, and I think if we really utilize this coal center as well as maybe this oil actually over here, we should be able to make all of that. Alright, so I have a couple of silicon crucibles over here producing a steady amount of, well, silicon. We have some graphite production over here, and we have the titanium coming in. And I think that means that we're now producing at least small amounts of everything we need, with the exception of plastinium, but we have still 3k of that, so it's not really a high priority. So that means it is time to do a little bit of redesigning, because I'm running out of building space here. We do have a fair amount of space over here, also some resources we could tap into, but all in all, well, actually maybe with the exception of this titanium that we can just put on the metal glass belt, I think we have everything we need. For some reason, the enemy decided to start going down the, well, the bottom path again. Not entirely sure why, because this area is completely closed off. But if we're going to get attacked here on a regular basis, I do want to make sure I get some more sturdy defenses over here. Now, in order for that to happen, I actually built a little bit of a pyrite flow here. It is not really working like I wanted to. Did I just build that entire thing again? Yeah, anyway. There we go. So this can stream through. The only reason that this looks like it's clogged is because it was backed up with the coal for a moment. There's still a little bit more coal on there than I think we strictly need. So we could actually add maybe in a third one. It should be fine like this, I think. Anyway, I added some more pyrite production to this production line to make sure I'm using the overflow of coal. I have plenty of lead production here already, so the sand is just needed a little bit of replenishing halfway through. And then I can run that pyrite with a inverted sorter over here all the way down to my new front line. It's kind of my back door front line, you could say. It's very similar in terms of setup to the one we have on the actual front line. I have some lancers in the front, some swarmers and some salvos in the back, with some ripples to back all of that up, and I wish anyone trying to get through here a lot of luck. The nice thing about all of this is that we do now have a very centralized defense. So if I can just put my flying units like in the middle, I can just fly them wherever they are needed the most, and my ground units can probably just like chill out in the corner over here or something. I don't know, but honestly it's probably not going to matter all that much. Speaking of flying units, what the bleep happened here? Apparently some flying units got through. They are all dead now, so I'm not entirely sure what happened here. I probably need to get some more cyclones in a more strategic position somewhere, but it's probably one of those cases where fire just did its thing even though barely any units got through. But all my power is now down, so yeah, that is a problem. Alright, so here you can see what's happening. These air units are actually now flying straight up, so they're flying right past this central point of defense I have. That is why I'm adding in some more turrets over here. I'm not actually sure they will be able to grab them. Mostly, well, partially at least. But yeah, as you can see, they're still going to wreak havoc on my power supply. So they are now getting taken out. But as soon as they move on, this is where they really start dying. So yeah, I have to once again rebuild this. Hopefully this time around my power supply will actually do the trick. I'm actually running out of graphite. That is a problem. Okay, so crisis averted. My power station is being slowly rebuilt. I also added in a couple of cyclones over here along with a lot of swarmers and salvos. And hopefully that will be enough to stock everything up. Now what's happening here? Where is the... okay, so there's actually some pollution coming in. There is some sneaky metaglass coming onto my pyrite belt, which is definitely not what we want to happen. So I'm gonna need to fix that, but let's see if this can actually now take out the aerial assaults that are coming towards us without causing any problem. Yeah, that works just fine, and there's actually more turrets being added to the mix. Okay, so with a couple of waves added in just in case there's more fire issues over here, there's a couple of backup cyclones in case something gets through, I think we have the whole turret defense set up pretty nicely. We can still continue to add turrets to the mix. I am again slowly producing some graphite and silicon again. But yeah, I now really want to start working on a little bit of like a unit count, because, well, that will definitely make defending a lot easier if I have flexible turrets basically to start moving around. Thanks to moving down my front line over here, I have a lot of open space where I can start building some units. I think I'm gonna focus on tier 2 units initially. I might add in the tier 1 units later just if I have spare resources, but I think tier 2 is where it's at. Alright, so in order to produce units, I pretty much only need silicon, graphite, and some lead, and that should produce the majority of my units at least. But before I start doing that, I am pretty low on power, so I need to fix that. And I also double up on my graphite production because, well, I probably need a lot more of that. I only had a single belt coming in. The same probably holds for my silicon as well, so I'll need to fix that in a second as well. I need to find some more coal, or I actually need to start producing some coal out of oil. Because so far I haven't done that, because it turns out there's actually a lot of coal on the map already. Anyway, first things first, let's get some power going. There we go, I added in another installation for power, just like the one I already had. Now this means it's even more important that everything here actually stays alive. So I've added in some waves quite liberally, as you can see. The main problem is going to be down here, although I can actually just... stick a few more in here. I have the water coming in anyway, so might as well use it. Yeah, I could also just add in one more over here. Honestly, these waves are expected to do nothing, or not have nothing to do, I should say. But yeah, just by adding in a couple, I make sure that if any fire breaks out over here, we should be fine. There should not be any airplanes coming in here or any flying units, because of the amount of cyclones I have set up here and all the defenses, etc. But still, you know, you can never be too safe. And you know, with 64 units already coming in on every wave, I mean, there's a lot of things happening. It seems that the air units have now decided to go back into kind of like this streak over here. You have plenty of repair and also a lot of waves on standby just to make sure anything happens over here, that is taken care of. As you can see, they're working just fine, but we're definitely going to scale up the defense even more because we are still only on wave 18 of 33, so the unit count as well as the level of the units is definitely going to increase a lot more. And you know what? That's actually exactly what I'm going to do, because honestly, every time I think like, okay, now I should start producing units, then I realize that the amount of time it actually takes to produce units compared to how many waves I'm just still gonna get, just doesn't make sense. I can either start building units and take like 10 minutes to build up a decent army, or I can just place down even more turrets, have them supplied with ammunition, and I'm pretty much good to go. And you can see I've done exactly that. I've added in some lancers over here and here. There's a whole bunch more swarmers because the air units are kind of like trying to decide basically whether or not they're going to fly past here or going to go straight through here. So might as well just add in some more air defense. And I actually also increased a little bit more defense over here. Mostly ripples, because this is only where ground units are gonna come through. And I have like, what, 10 of these things now? There is no way anything is going to get through here because it's pretty much annihilated the moment it gets into range of all these ripples. Okay, let's also make sure all of these ripples are water boosted, again, just because I can. It's still a pretty significant increase, 60% increase just by adding in some free water, which we can do with these pumps. 70 plus units already coming in now. Wow. Let's see if this is working like intended. Yep, we do have fires breaking out, but I did add in the waves this time around. So yes, I am learning from my mistakes. I think we're now ready to start building some actual air units. Okay, there we go. This should be an installation that is capable at least of producing all tier 2 and tier 1 units in terms of the ground and flying units. There's no real need for naval units in this particular level. But honestly, by the time that I've amassed a sizable army, the level is going to be over. So, nonetheless, it is a very nice thing to have. I also built a couple of ripples over here because I noticed that the enemy kept going downstairs here. And this is just going to bombard them from pretty much an invulnerable angle, because the enemy can't actually shoot back from this range, and the air units seem to be leaving this place all alone. And even if they do go for these turrets, well, they're still going to be mostly, I guess, in the range of the turrets I have in place, although not entirely. So if the enemy is really smart, they could just fly around here. But this is also why I'm stationing my flying units, any of those that I produce, over here in the corner, so that I can defend my turrets just in case. Anyway, meanwhile, I've upgraded my coal and my silicon production, my coal production, by making sure I'm using some of that oil at least to turn it into coal with the coal centrifuge. It's not a very efficient process, but it is a very easy process, so that's nice. And I'm using some of the overflow of sand and that I already had to make some silicon. So I have 2 full belts of silicon, or almost 2 full belts of silicon, coming into my main base. So that makes sure that I have a lot of silicon and graphite production, because that's the main things I need. Then on top of that, I actually made a couple of pirate mixers on top of the 2 I already had from the beginning, because honestly, because I have hundreds, well, at least over 100 units per wave now coming in, I'm actually using quite a bit of ammunition. So I am feeding in a second belt of pyrite in the middle over here. The right-hand side seems to be doing just fine. As you can see, the pyrite is backing up a little bit there. But these guys are running out of ammunition all the time, mostly because they're using so much of it. Now, it seems that I have some sand contaminating my belt over here, which is definitely a problem. Where's that coming from? Oh, actually, yeah. Okay, so I'll need to fix that. But at least then I should have a very, very solid defense. All the production in the world I need. The only thing I'm actually not producing yet is plastinium. Which honestly is a little weird, considering this map makes it super easy to make that, because all we need is titanium and oil, and we can just pump up the oil from the ground over here. So there you go, this is 6 compressors making the plastinium. Why is the last one not working? I think it's just balancing itself out until the titanium can get there, or there might actually not be enough titanium on this belt. Either way, I can just delete the last one and we'll still be fine on the plastinium. Now, 5 waves to go, and then we're done. Okay, so let's see, 124 units per wave now. There are tier 3 units in here, I think. Can't really see though, but they look to be upgraded versions of whatever else we've had. It's really interesting that the enemy actually keeps splitting itself in two. I think some of these units are trying to walk across this area, and the other half is just going to go the long way around. Now that's fine by me, because if they're splitting up, makes it a lot easier to actually kill them, assuming that we don't get like a critical mass here that is able to push through, because if that happens, well, then we're in a lot of trouble. So with that in mind, I might actually just fill up some more ripples. I just realized I completely forgot about the Parallax Tower, which is an interesting way for some additional air defense as well. Just pulling in like enemies that try to slip by, putting them right in the middle of all my anti-air and things like that. So yeah, added in a couple of those as well, just for good measure. Speaking of things I kind of forgot about, the differential generator that we've had unlocked for quite a while now actually works on pyridite and cryofluid. Cryofluid is pretty easy to make, we just need some titanium and water, and pyridite is something we are currently mass producing as well in pretty much every level I've played. So making power in this way is also super easy. Now of course on this particular map we have the spores that are extremely easy to produce, but I should definitely not forget about this type of power, because I want pyritite for all my defenses anyway, so I might as well add in some cryo fluid while we're at it. So I'm actually doing exactly that. The problem is that I'm actually on the last wave. Well, it's not really a problem, but we are on the last wave. We have 144 enemies incoming, so let's unpause and see what happens. They have some sort of shielding actually, which is kind of cool, I have to admit. Where are you guys going? Hold on. I do have my anti-air defense going now as well. I did not expect this last wave of air units to take a completely different route from all the other routes so far. Luckily, I do have some anti-air defense here as well. Where are you going there? That's literally the first time that I've done that, but okay, it works. That means that just in case I need to replay this level at some point again, I am going to be building some anti-air in the middle over here. Just probably some very basic anti-air. We do have pyritite here anyway, just so that never happens again. There we go, some additional anti-air defense as well as some cryogen-based power, just in case I ever need to do something else in this level. I am now sitting on a steady 6k surplus of power. Maybe a little bit overkill, but you know, there's no such thing as too much power, I guess. I keep running into this strange issue where my flying units just decide that they're going to fly somewhere else. I'm not entirely sure why that is, but it's a little annoying, I have to admit. There we go. Let's put all of these into repair mode and like some of them in rebuild mode. And I think that is it for this level. It's honestly a little bit weird that we had so many unlocks in just a few levels, and then there's no unlocks for several levels after that. That might be due to the order in which I'm playing them, but because there's no prescribed order in which to play them, I can't say I'm really doing anything wrong. It doesn't feel like I'm doing anything wrong, but it is a little bit weird in terms of pacing. That all being said, our little spaghetti base over here is doing its job just fine defending, and I just did complete my first level, I think, ever on eradication difficulty, including like the smart enemy waves, AI, and things like that. So, as far as I know, I think this is pretty much the highest difficulty we can play at. I have to admit, it didn't feel that much different from before. It's mostly like scrambling in the beginning to set up your defenses, but after that, well, I would probably have used the exact same build order if I was playing on a lower level difficulty. That might just be because it's a fairly optimized play order, so makes sense to use that whatever you're doing, but still, it's at least very feasible to play on a higher difficulty for sure. Either way, I hope you enjoyed this one. If you're still here, you are awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one. Hey, HCDA, and today we're playing some more Mindustry, and this time around I decided to go for the only sector that is actually threatening one of my own sectors, and that is the Infested Canyons. It has, yet again, an enemy base, so we're going to have to do some attacking ourselves. Let me go launch, and by the way, I am still on eradication difficulty, mostly because, well, I figured why not. There were actually a couple of people asking for that specifically, so I figured if it's doable, I might as well just stick to it. Now, let's see, we have quite a bit of enemy fortifications over here. There seem to be 2 main bases, well, maybe 3. Let's check them out. So we have, do we have any production here? Yeah, we do have some production over here. Doesn't seem to be too well defended, honestly, compared to some of the bases we've dealt with before. This is just some duos, some repair. Okay, that's not too bad. This is definitely a little bit more skilled up with a couple of ripples. We can go right past this. It looks like we can actually use naval units in this level as well, considering, yep, we have water going pretty much anywhere we want to go, so we can use all the unit types available to us. That's very nice, actually. And then over here, what do we have here? Oh, these ripples are very well positioned. The only problem for them, at least, is that there's no air defense, so we can take those out with air units. Yeah, all in all, this seems actually very doable. Famous last words. Let's get to it. Well, we have almost 0 building space ourselves. Look at these defenses that are, well, first of all, not too impressive. That's first of all. And second of all, the enemy is right around the corner. So we're going to have to make do with all of these defenses. We do have some anti-air, which I really appreciate the game starting me out with. Yeah, this is definitely not a lot of production we have to work with. We do have a naval factory already set up, so I guess that is nice. We have some derelicts over here that we can use to produce, I guess, some lead, some basic power. All in all, this is definitely not going to cut it for very long. Let's see what we can do with it. First of all, let's say we have kind of a basic setup for a power facility over here with already a cultivator. We can double up on those, maybe add 1 more of those, then add in some, I don't know actually, why is there 2 belts over here? That seems a little weird. Anyway, we actually have enough production, I think, to add in another one over here if that's what we wouldn't want to do. We do need to make sure this power can actually reach our main base, otherwise we won't be producing anything whatsoever. Why am I doing it like this? We have better things. There we go. This should cover. Actually, we probably want to put it something like that. And yeah, that should cover our power production. Alright, so we have a little bit of kickstarting power going on here with the coal I brought and some free water production that doesn't require power, and that turned on all of this over here. So I am now actually producing apparently not all the things I need. Why is this not getting any water? That is because I'm not producing enough of it. Well, we can fix that with a couple of pumps. These are super cheap to make anyway. Why are you still not getting any water? There's like a pump straight over here. That is very strange. Well, it's getting water now. Actually didn't realize it, but there are solar panels right over here to do that kickstarting for me. But then again, there's no such thing as having too much power, and we're not doing anything else with that coal. Anyway, so I am going to take an approach to this level, which is based on just building as many units as I can without going too heavy, I think, on defensive lines. Because we're going to need those units to punch a hole in the enemy, and if we do that, then we won't really need the turrets anymore, because, well, you know, the enemy is just going to die. We are going to get the first enemies in about 3 minutes. I'm hoping that these turrets will be sufficient for that, but we definitely also want to get those units up and running as quickly as possible. In order to do that, we are going to need silicon and graphite. We do have quite a bit of coal over here as well as lead, so that is everything we kind of need to do that. So let's get to it. Okay, so I am going to focus mostly on tier 2 units because I think they pack most punch, but I am going to produce some flares as well, so I have some mobile anti-air defense. At least I think, if I remember correctly, that the tier 2 flying units do not actually attack air. Can I tell this somewhere? No, actually they do attack both types of targets, so then in that case I should probably just focus on making those tier 2 units. Okay, there we go. So I decided to kickstart my unit production with the materials I actually brought with me. Now that is quite dangerous because that is going to be a heavy drain on both my silicon and my graphite. So I'm definitely going to have to make sure I also start producing that. But in the meanwhile, yeah, well, I might as well just start out production because that is the only thing standing between me and very angry enemies. Also, what is really annoying is that these defensive lines of the enemy actually start in the range of my own, and my own are getting taken out as a result of that. So, yeah, that's a little bit of a weird design if you ask me, but it does mean that I decided to put an additional salvo over here that I'm fueling with my little drill over here. Is that really efficient? Not really, but I'm definitely going to have to improve on this a little bit, depending on how many enemies I'm going to have to deal with. Speaking of graphite, I do actually have some production over here. It's not super efficient, but you know, these are still going to be pumping out at least 0.6 per second. Not the best use of these resources, honestly, but yeah, it's gonna have to do for now. Let's go into my schematics over here. We can set up pretty efficient type of graphite facility over here. I do need some additional water that I can get from over here, and I think that should do the trick. Now this is kind of right behind my front line, so it's not ideal, but yeah, I don't have that much space to work with, and I want to utilize this coal to make some silicon. Okay, there we go. I now have some silicon production up and running as well as some overflow of lead. You know, it's never going to be not useful. I also have a couple of monos already flying around mining some decent amount of copper for me. So all in all, that actually means we have most of the basics covered already, with the exception of pyrite and metaglass. We are going to need metaglass because we need that to produce naval units is the word I was looking for. And I also want to set up maybe a little bit of pyrite production because, as you saw in the last level, that means that pretty much any defense is going to be trivial, and I definitely do not want any damage to be done to this base. Actually didn't notice, but the first wave is already coming in, and it's 4 tier 2 units already. Now luckily I have plenty of those myself, twice as much to be exact, along with some turrets, so it shouldn't be too much of an effort taking that out, but yeah, we definitely need to make sure we are on the top of our game on eradication level. Now in the meanwhile, I've been trying to set up some production for metaglass over here. It's not working, but that's because I polluted my belts. That's the belt sorted. We're now actually producing some metaglass as well. That means I have everything I kind of need except for pyrite, and we do have some leftover production for both the well, sand. I have plenty of sand production over here, as well as coal and lead, so let's make some pyrite. Pyrite production up and running, and I had to redesign some of this spaghetti over here. I really hope you like spaghetti because this base is one big bowl of it. Mostly because there were a couple of lines interfering in each other, so I had some silicon where it didn't belong and things like that. Now, all in all, I think this is now working like intended. As you can see, we have a pyrite coming in, we have the metal glass coming in, and that means I am producing everything I need with the exception of titanium and plastinium, but that's not really high priority right now. So let's see, I think I'm gonna take all my units over here and I'm going to march them straight into this central point that should allow me to defend from both angles at the same time. Also gives me a little bit more building space along with that titanium that I just mentioned, as well as some more coal, so we can really set up some proper defense. Okay, note to self, maybe it wasn't that smart to fly my flying units straight into all of this air defense, so I'm gonna move them back. Hopefully a couple of them at least survive. And then I'm going to once again clear all of this out. We have quite a few units incoming pretty much non-stop at this point, so it's going to be building up my defense while I'm clearing out the enemy. Okay, so while my units are taking out the last turrets over here, as well as the enemies that are trying to prevent me from doing exactly that, I am going to set up a line of salvos over here with some water pumps just to be sure they are optimally firing, and I'm going to bring in a supply line of pyrite. Now remember, I could probably have done this a lot sooner, considering I brought a lot of pyrite with me, but at least now we're actively replenishing our supply of that. Okay, there we go. This is a pretty decent defense, I think. A couple of salvos along with swarmers to make sure I have anti-air and anti-ground defenses in, well, a significant number at least. I should probably be building some cyclones as well, because I do have the metaglass after all. I am just not entirely sure where to put those. I guess on this defensive line, because anything that is going to attack me from this direction should be intercepted by my units, either by my units or by these defense. I am going to build a secondary line of defense, however, over here. So I have both the coal and the titanium in reach for my own purposes. Although, maybe I should build it actually over here, because that means I also have some more lead available. Okay, so the problem with that is that the ripples over here are actually just in reach of this area, so I'm gonna have to move back a little bit, but since I was at it anyway, I figured, well, why not just make sure I have all the basics coming in. So I have some titanium production over here, I have some copper production, and I'm also getting pretty low on power, but because I now have titanium, I can start scaling up my power production. And with this additional firepower, I should say actual power, we can add some firepower. And to be precise, I made this kind of nice cute little block over here that has a mender, 2 lancers, a couple of swarmers and a salvo, and a couple of ripples. And I am intending to make this kind of my default defensive block. Now obviously you need pyrite for that, but other than that you only need power and of course the required building materials, and everything over here is boosted. So just a couple of these blocks are going to go a very long way in defending any type of facility. And actually, for good measure, I also added in a couple of waves to this, so in case any fires break out, we should have that covered as well. Well, supposedly we have 148 enemies on the map now, which is quite a bit. I'm again wondering if these enemies are just getting stuck upon themselves, or if this is just the AI not wanting to attack into my glorious wall over here. Either way, it is going to be a problem sooner rather than later, but I have a wave incoming here, so I'm hoping this will actually trigger this wave as well. Before I do that, however, maybe just to be safe, I should add in a couple of lancers over here. Well, actually, these things have a terrible range, but yeah, I think we should be fine if we do something like this. Add in just a tiny little bit more defense, just in case the enemy decides to attack me. But as you can see, these waves over here are just getting deleted. Now that was a pretty small wave. Let's see if the bigger one, it's just 4 units, really. Yeah, is this gonna trigger the attack of the rest? Nope, it is not. Well, then I guess I'm just gonna have to poke the bear. Let's go shoot at them with some air units. Nope, nope, they do not want to attack me. Huh, that's a little bit unfortunate. Well, I decided to take a small break because I wanted a little bit more silicon production that I added into my little spaghetti base over here. And then I got a pretty large aerial attack that is now taking out some of my crucial defenses. So yeah, I'm gonna have to actually get those cyclones up and running that I was talking about, I don't know, hours ago, at least in real time. And with all of that up and running, this problem has only become even bigger. I honestly not entirely sure what to do about it, but I'm just gonna take out this base first, and then we'll have to think about how to actually deal with a massive influx of units. Now the good thing is I have a lot of these ripples that are doing a lot of AoE damage, or they will be doing a lot of AoE damage if I actually get attacked. But I'm honestly not entirely convinced this is going to be enough. So before I actually attack, here's what I'm gonna do. I've added in a whole lot of lancers here on the front, just to have a little bit additional firepower. I moved up the entire line of defense as well. And I'm gonna add in a swarmer over here that is probably going to have to shoot at the enemy defenses. I'm hoping that will actually trigger an attack so I can get them to come to me rather than the other way around. Well, be careful what you wish for, I guess, because it worked. I'm just gonna have to see how this plays out. I am going to move my lines up here. Well, this is working a lot better than I was thinking it might. There are definitely some things going down here, though I am not out of the woods just yet. Can I just rebuild this? Yeah, I can. I'm actually wondering where my polys are. Let's pause for a moment. Where are... my polys are all dead? How come? Okay, well, my polys are apparently all dead. I'm not entirely sure what happened to them. But I think I should be able to take out these enemy waves like this just fine. Yep, only 30 enemies remaining. And those are definitely not going to be able to get through here. I'm not sure why they're just standing there. But as long as they're not attacking me, that works for me. So let's see if I can take my Atrexes over here. Oh, there we go. And march them right over here into the enemy base. It's just 16 of them, but I think that should be enough. Let's make sure I'm not gonna get followed by my polys anymore. And there we go. Just moving them out slowly. Just walk straight across. You can do it. You can do it. There we go. Let's take out all of that. I should probably just walk over here and see how much damage I can do like that. It's still a little bit interesting that my unit can be attacked. I still keep not expecting that for some reason. These guys are actually doing so low damage. It's interesting. If I don't have them focus fire, they're not really doing anything whatsoever. However, the fire itself is doing quite a lot of damage by the looks of it. And that was not the result I was hoping for. These units are a lot less powerful than I thought they would be, so I'm gonna have to build up a bigger army for the next run. Meanwhile, I'm going to do some aerial harassment. I was able to take out the ripples over there already now, and I am just going to basically take out some small pieces of all these things. There you go. We can start a fire, and hopefully that will be enough to take out a lot of these defense. Now, as you can see, at least I took out the ammunition, so first things first, and that should make it a lot harder for them to actually defend once I do move out. Something else I should have done way earlier in this game is actually set up a couple of these repair points, because repairing your units is a lot cheaper than actually trying to rebuild them every time they die. The nice thing about these naval units is that they have a massive range, so I can just sit out here, out of sight of the range of these enemy turrets, and lay waste to the base. And honestly, the fire is going to do half my work for me, so that is one base taken care of. Well, it's then time to move out to the second base, and I'm just moving my naval units forward because they have that massive range to lure in the enemy units and thereby destroying them. I also did some aerial attacks over here. Apparently some aerial units of my enemy also spawned here. But yeah, as you can see right now, this is just a meat grinder for the enemy. I'm taking out everything they throw at me without too much trouble. They are rebuilding apparently a little bit. That's a bit annoying, but nothing a couple of units over here won't fix. And yeah, I think now it's just a matter of slowly moving forward while we take out any resistance we find along the way. Other than the attack waves that are coming in every minute or so, all these other units seem to be kind of stuck here, and they kind of refuse to come to me unless I shoot them, and then only like the first few actually come close to me. So I'm thinking maybe I can resort to a little bit of a dirty tactic. If I pick a ripple, can I reach them? Barely, at least some of the buildings I can reach. But let's hope this is enough to actually provoke them and get them to start launching themselves towards my defenses. Well, the ripples are actually doing their job. The problem is the enemy units don't seem to particularly care about it. Okay then. Well, for the last 30 minutes or so, I have been doing the exact same thing over and over again. So I'm basically having waves of, I don't know what these are, tier 3, 4 units, walking all over my base, me destroying them, me rebuilding my base, and trying to slowly build up my front line towards the enemy. Because if the enemy is not coming to me, I'll have to come to it. These ripples firing at the enemy are not doing anything other than just destroying random units, but at the same time, I'm not going to be able to destroy this. Well, there is supposed to be a base in here somewhere, I'm not even sure where, probably under all these units. But there's like 400 units there still, so this is starting to get really annoying if I'm quite honest. Well, this is one way to make a level last a long time, and also, I guess, to win it, because I'm again slowly moving up my entire defensive line. I am rebuilding half of it every now and then when a massive amount of units come through. I'm also starting to get in range of these ripples, and if I can't get this thing, like this blob of units, to move before I get into range of these ripples, I'm not entirely sure how I'm actually going to finish this level, so yeah, wish me luck. Well, as it turns out, shooting at this blob of enemies does exactly nothing. They shoot at me, that's for sure, you can actually see this happening over here, but other than that, nothing is really happening. So honestly, I am kind of done with this level. Eradication is a interesting difficulty, but at this point it is just turning the game into a slog, which honestly is just not fun. Luckily, that is nothing that rebooting the level on normal doesn't fix, because that's exactly what I did. That clears out all the enemy units. It does mess up your base a little bit, so I had to restore it to its original order. The interesting thing is the game does actually remember what you build where, so you can just kind of repair it, if that makes sense, but it does get kind of destroyed by whatever the AI is able to place down in the few seconds that you're not on the map, because it starts destroying your buildings that are already there, and, well, replacing them with whatever it's supposed to be placing there from the beginning of the game. Now, that said, the initial base still was destroyed. There were a couple of turrets that I had to clear out, but that's it. Same goes for this base. So now I can actually just move into this base and clear it out. And I do have to say this area looks a lot better when there's not an enemy base there. Now, you could argue that this is kind of cheating, although, well, playing at normal difficulty is definitely not cheating, but anyway. Yeah, I just don't think this particular campaign is really built towards attacking an enemy base, and playing on Eradication just turns that into kind of a chore, rather than it actually being difficult and fun. I mean, fun is a very hard thing to get right. I really like it when you have to kind of stress to make sure you keep your base alive and things like that, and as you saw, I was able to do that just fine. So I think the defense part on Eradication is pretty well balanced actually. You do have to optimize things in order to make sure you stay alive, but actually pushing out and towards an enemy base where the enemy is just not doing anything. It might just be bugged, I don't know. I'm not sure if this is intentional behavior because the enemy knew it couldn't really attack me, but at the same time, that's kind of the point. So yeah, if I can only build like 50 units myself, there's no way I'm taking on an enemy army of like 400, I believe it was. Mostly tier 2, 3 units. So yeah. Anyway, let me know in the comments. Maybe it's something I was missing, but provoking the enemy didn't seem to work. Building turrets next to the enemy didn't work. I'm not entirely sure what else I could have done to win this fair and square on Eradication, rather than just rebooting like I just did. Anyway, interesting experience for sure. I hope you enjoyed it as well. If you're still here, you're awesome. I do hope to catch you in the next one. Hey, HTDA, and today we're playing some more Mindustry, and we're specifically going for the tar fields next. Now, I am still going to be playing on Eradication difficulty, mostly because I think the only reason I had to turn it down to the last level was because it felt like it was bugged. If I can actually finish games on the highest difficulty in the normal way, I am more than happy to take on the extra challenge. So let's see what the tar fields will bring us. And we're once again launching from the Windswept Isles because that is where all my stockpiles are. And there we go. We should be starting to produce the first units very quickly. Oh my god, we might actually get thorium in this level. I'm not entirely sure how to mine it yet, but I think we're going to find out in a second. Now, before we do that, let's find out where the enemy is going to spawn. Well, that was quite predictable, up in the corner over there. Which means that they are going to run themselves quite nicely into a bottleneck over here. Almost seems too easy, honestly. We always have the flying units to take into consideration though, but if I set up a very tiny defense line over here, I don't see them coming through there anytime soon, regardless of the difficulty. Now, the real question though is, how are we going to do that? Well, some drills and some combustion generators will get my power started, and to get my defense and real power started, I'm gonna run this belt of pyrite all the way up here to my facility that is then going to use some of the titanium that is over here to make cryogen, and the pyrite itself is going to go right into these facilities to generate a whole bunch of power. Now, the pyrite is also going to be used, of course, in my defensive line, so this is 2 reasons to get it up and running and all the way to the front line as quickly as possible. Okay, so the first wave is here, and I've set up a pretty decent defense already. I should definitely connect my ripple to the actual pipeline, but other than that, let's make sure that's working. This should be plenty to take care of those first couple of units. And adding in a whole bunch more of these ripples along with some anti-air units is going to make sure that nothing will happen to this base anytime soon. Now that means that these 4 units are very much dead, and I can start focusing on actually getting up some production. A couple of drills next to the main base will supply us with plenty of copper, and then I'm going to add in a couple of these centrifuges to start making coal out of oil, because we have plenty of oil on this map, and even though this might suggest that we have a lot of coal here as well, these are actually a couple of the most generous coal nodes. The rest of the map seems to be pretty well, sparse in coal. There is some coal, but there's plenty of oil all around, so we might as well get into the habit of using it. Adding in a couple of multipresses to that coal line should take care of my graphite for the moment. And then using the lead we have over here, leaving a little bit of nodes available for my mono so they can mine that effectively. I can set up a nice little pyrite mixer facility over here. So I have all the pyrite I'm going to need to both fuel my power, my defense, as well as my silicon production. Speaking of which, considering I actually have some room to build this time around, I put my crucibles right next to my pyrite production because it needs the pyrite to produce. But I also am not using the entire belt of coal over here, so the remaining coal can also be used in the crucibles, making a very neat looking layout like this. Now, I do need some additional sand, so this is where those laser drills comes in, but this should produce about a slightly less than a full belt of silicon. Then I just need to add in some titanium to make sure I don't run out of those basic materials, and we're pretty much good to go. Let's double up on our power production so that I am very sure I don't run out of that. In order to reinforce my front line, I've actually added in some of these smaller turrets because I had these awkward little niches here, and well, adding in some menders, some old school small menders is again going into the category why not. I might as well use this space if I have it. Now these two arc turrets are very likely to be destroyed actually, so I'm not entirely sure these should be here. Maybe add in, well, no, those are outside of the range. No, they're actually in the range of my mender, that's fine then. Yeah, so this is going to be a fairly okay defense. I'm actually going to take out this one over here and then maybe add in one of those. I don't know, something like that. I'm also going to add in some turrets next to my base just in case some flying units get through. And with all of that done, I think now it's time to consider mining some thorium. Ironically, just going through the motions and setting up what I now consider to be a pretty basic defense, as you can see, the game is already telling me this zone is going to survive 32 out of 34 waves. So we've already pretty much beat the level on eradication without even trying, which is a massive difference compared to the previous level where, well, obviously I was really struggling to actually get through the massive amount of units that the game was throwing at me. But anyway, thorium it is. And there we go, we have thorium production up and running. Honestly, it's not that much, even though I have utilized every single node in this particular patch, but it's close to a full belt, so I guess what we'll have to do. We do have a secondary patch here somewhere as well. It's, again, a pretty tiny patch. Maybe there's more hiding behind this these relics. But anyway, we have thorium coming in, and that means I now have a lot of mining to do, because honestly, there is so much things in these in this technology tree that requires a lot of thorium to unlock before we can build it. So yeah, be right back a while, and in the meanwhile I am just going to build up pretty much every other material that I haven't built up yet, because I want this to be my new launching station, and by that I mean that I want to be able to produce everything in decent quantities in this particular zone, so I can just launch from here every single time. Alright, so the thorium has been steadily flowing in, and there's a couple of things I want to prioritize in terms of actually getting up and running. First of all, the cheap things are always easy to get first, so I already got the thorium walls unlocked. I don't know, not really needing them, but still, they were very cheap to get. Not cheap to get are the next two things I want. So there is an upgrade to the main building, like our main station. Making sure that we can store and bring as many resources as humanly possible is definitely worth it. So this is where I also want to focus. Not necessarily the first thing I want to grab, but I definitely want to have this before the next level. However, I also really want to focus on getting the multiplicative reconstructor. That is a mouthful, but that is going to give me access to tier 3 units. Are we going to need them for this level? Well, no, not really, because I have not been sitting still while I was waiting for my thorium to stack up. As you can see, I have the thorium production over here, and I added a whole bunch of new production to the mix. Now, honestly, this is just repeating what I've already built. I've did some more of that oil refinery stuff, bringing in some coal over here, and it's being turned into pyrite over here. You can never have too much of that. There's also some silicon, and pretty much a carbon copy of the same setup we had near the main base. And then I've also started to use all of that production along with some random lead production, overflow that we're not using for the pyrite, as well as some titanium. to make all the base units. So I'm producing all the ground units, not the naval units, but just normal ground units from these sushi belts over here. Now this might look a bit messy, and honestly it is, but because I'm utilizing some of the initial silicon and graphite that comes in over here, that makes sure that these belts are not fully saturated, so I can put other stuff on them as well. So I have the mix of silicon and lead that I need for a lot of the other base productions, including some of the airships, and I even have some titanium on here so I can eventually start making novas. And what are these called? I forgot about the name. But anyway, you know which units I'm talking about, the upgraded version of the green ones, basically. Now, is this a particular efficient way of creating these units? Not really, but I don't need them to be, because this is a defensive level and my turrets are doing the brunt of the work. And as you can see, I have plenty of those around. I also scattered some I also scattered some random anti-air turrets in between the top end of my base, because I know the enemy aircraft are coming from this direction. They have been trying to strafe past my defenses over here. They're not succeeding at that at all, especially not now I have some flying units of myself in between there. But still, it's never a bad thing to have some backup aerial defense. And at this point, I'm probably just going to add in a couple more ripples to here to make sure that this defensive line is never going to fall. And even if it does, in case of emergency, I have these units over here that are slowly starting to stock up. Remember, these are just some backup units that I'm not actively trying to produce, but I'm producing them anyway. And as you can see, I do have a steady flow of them now coming in, so that should be just fine. Now, the waves have been definitely increasing in strength, as I can show you in a second. I really like these kind of like shielded units. As you can see, there's plenty of flying units to go around, but they're also flying straight through my own aerial units. So they are not really achieving anything, and my polys are actively rebuilding and repairing my defenses in case I need to. And while I'm at it, I might as well upgrade my walls to fluorine, because remember, I actually unlocked those. Well, I was just cruising my way until the last couple of waves, but it turns out that if you throw about 50 air units at the defensive line at the same time, they can actually punch through. It's just a couple of them. I have plenty of air units to go and chase them, but yeah, they kind of destroyed my power facility over here, which is never a good thing. Well, that second to last wave actually made things a little bit more exciting than I wanted them to be, because my power completely turned off. Mostly because, well, I relied on my power production over here to actually do my power production. And kickstarting things is not trivial when everything is on fire and you don't really have any sort of backup production, which normally wouldn't have been a problem, but the enemy also blew up my batteries over here. So all my 400k or so power that was neatly stored up just in case of emergency was completely wiped out as well. That'll teach me to put all my batteries at the same spot, I guess. Well, anyway, yeah, everything is completely offline, at least my power-based production is. I do have plenty of pyrite on the belts still, and as you can see, it's coming in. So hopefully that is going to be enough to take down this last wave, including the boss, because if it's not, well, this is going to be a little bit painful. Anyway, here we go. It doesn't look too threatening, and remember, I do have all these other units in place that I might as well just move in and have fire at the enemy while they can. This is going to make my... Ooh, ouch! That base is... this Guardian is really tough, and it's actually tearing right through my defenses. This might be a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. That is not a good thing. I am now damaging it, but I'm not entirely sure I will be able to take this out. Okay, so I guess it's time to start throwing up some emergency defenses. I am bursting through the enemy Guardian, at least it looks like I might be able to kill it. But yeah, this is definitely not going exactly like I planned. However, putting some of these salvos in place. Where are you guys? Oh, are you actually repairing it? That's not good. Okay, well, I don't know how to say this, guys, but I actually managed to lose the level in the last few seconds, and the only reason that happened was because my entire battery facility got taken out. So, yeah, I guess that teaches me to leave, like, very vulnerable parts in my defensive lines. It honestly kind of sucks, guys, because I really like my base, but I guess I'll just have to reboot the level and try again. Well, it was actually not that bad practice because the rebooting the level left me with a lot of my layout already up and running, actually a lot of facilities as well, which is both a advantage because I know what I want to place where, but it's also a disadvantage because all of this stuff is drawing power and I needed to make sure I actually rebooted my defenses first before I started with anything else. But as you can see, I think I managed to do that, famous last words considering what just happened, but yeah, I think we have some decent power, 8k surplus up and running. I am definitely going to be placing batteries like all over the place now, just to make sure I never get into that situation again where, well, everything just shuts off. But I think I should be able to cruise right until the end this time around. Okay, and we are back in business. Actually, it didn't take all that long to rebuild everything. As you can see, I have all the resources flowing back in, and if this looks very familiar, well, it should, because this is the exact same layout that I used before, with the main difference is that there's a lot more anti-air defense now. Yeah, I'm not going to rely on any chances anymore. I am just gonna litter air defenses all over the place. Most of the time they're just sitting there doing nothing, so they don't cost you anything other than, well, the building materials. And as you can see, I have plenty of them all scattered around. I have salvos now. This is pretty much all my emergency backup production that I initially set up once the enemy boss started to get through. But this time around, they're actually already there. They're fully loaded. If anything comes through, it is going to have a very bad time. Now, most importantly, what I've done is I didn't just rebuild my battery packs. I've added in a random battery packs all across the place. I have a lot of them actually near my home base, just to make sure that if that falls, well, it's already too late anyway. I also have some backup power production over here in the top left, pretty much just out of the path of anything else. I added in a lot more parallax units as well, just to make sure that any stray units get grabbed back and be put back in line. As you can see, I am still taking some damage over here. Speaking of which, I should probably just add in a couple of repair turrets. I mean, again, there's no reason not to do that, so might as well. And this time around, hopefully, I will not be losing in the last wave. Honestly, having to rebuild everything is not that much of an inconvenience altogether, because I was just working my way up to all of these upgrades, and these upgrades are super expensive. Some of them are not. I mean, things like the conveyors are just 100 to unlock, but for some reason, all the other stuff is costing like several K at least. Not to mention, of course, the things that we really want costing 25k or more. It could have been a little bit less, honestly, because this is just me sitting around waiting for this to complete. But yeah, this is just how that works, so I'll have to work with it. Well, I was about to say I made it to the last wave once again without any trouble until I realized that for some reason I managed to get some thorium and some titanium on my pyrite belts, and that meant that not everything is actually getting the fuel it needs. There's even some slag here. I'm not entirely sure where that came from, but okay, I guess I can fix that. I mean, it's not a huge problem to fix stuff like that. It's just really annoying when it crops up and you're not expecting it, because I think it has something to do with some of these bridges I have over here in this, well, this lasagna of a base. It's probably something like that. I already put in a couple of armored conveyors because we have those now, and they make sure that nothing gets on a belt that doesn't belong there, but it might have already been a little bit too late before I fix that. Well, the Guardian is here. Let's see if this time around it will actually die. I think it should. I mean, I hope it will. Yeah, this seems like it's under a lot more control than what we had before, although honestly, it is still doing quite a bit of damage, so let's send in the reinforcements just because I can. And I think, yeah, it's melting away now, although it is doing a lot more damage than I expected. I am not going to lie, that went a lot more difficult than I thought it would, although remember we had all these backup defenses as well, just in case we need it. But yeah, there we go. Eradication definitely living up to its name if you look at all the destruction over here. In hindsight, something I mentioned at the beginning of this level, I could have constructed my defenses a little bit better if I would have set them up like over here rather in this tiny bottleneck. If you put them over here, that allows you to fire a lot more at the enemy while still having them in a bottleneck. So this is not the perfect way to defend, but it was very convenient to start out with, and in the end it worked out just fine. And there we go. After cleaning up the belts, everything is now moving smoothly, and as you can see, it's a massive amount of production of all different kinds flowing into my foundation. Now the only thing I still need to do is upgrade the thing. And oh boy, did I upgrade it. Look at this chonker of a base. Not only did I upgrade the core itself to a nucleus that stores, I think it's 13,000 items, I also was able to now upgrade the storage units, the containers, to vaults. And these vaults contain a larger number of items as well. So as you can see, this entire thing now is able to store 21k of each resource, which I think is 9,000 more than before. The total that I had on the Windswept Isles was 12k per item, and now we're able to move all the way up to 21k. Now of course I'm not going to be able to bring all of that, but it's definitely going to allow me to store up a lot more reserves. But I'm not quite done yet, because in addition to all the new units I'm going to be able to produce, this also allows me to unlock the Phase Weaver. And the Phase Weaver combines thorium and sand to produce the other item that we're currently lacking, which is the Phase Fabric. So let's get some Phase Fabric in production as well. You can see it's now coming in, and that means we can unlock even more on the technology tree. For example, I can now build the Surge Smelter, which is going to produce a Surge Alloy. It needs a whole lot of different things, but luckily I have a very easy and cheap way to start producing this for now. Because by simply connecting the Surge Smelters to my main base by means of an unspecified loader, so there's no filter on this, is just selecting any resource, all the 4 different resources are actually being put into this facility, and it's spitting out, as you can see, the Surge Alloy. Now, thank you all in the comments that pointed this out to me, and of course this is not necessarily how you would normally want to do this, but you know, for now this works just fine. I can actually just repeat that a couple of times over just to get myself some basic production up and running. I'm not even sure if I need this belt if I do it like that, but yeah, I can just keep doing this wherever I have some space available. I just need to move some other buildings out of the way that no longer need to be there, and then I can do that exactly like I've just shown you. It's a super efficient and easy way to do this. Between the thorium, the Phase Fabric, and the Surge Alloy, I should be able to clear out most of the technology tree. Now I'm not gonna go through everything in here, because most of that will only come into play in the next couple of levels. There's a couple of new turrets in here that I'm honestly not entirely sure that I am going to be using all that much, but I'll probably be proven wrong. There are just upgraded versions of what we already have. Of course, there's new types of walls for all the new types of resources that we just unlocked as well. It's just amusing that you can apparently build walls out of everything. And there's a couple of other things like new reactors, new pumps, and so on. The main thing I am really excited about, other than the new units that I still need to unlock, is the mass driver, because this is going to make my logistics around my base, I think, a lot more convenient than what it is currently. Would you just look at the range on this thing? This is going to be awesome. But anyway, that is for next time. If you're still here, I hope you enjoyed my failing and then subsequently victory of this particular level. There were a lot of upgrades in this particular run that we are going to be using over the next couple of levels. So I am really excited, and I hope you are too. If you're still here, you're awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one. Hey, HTDA, and today we're playing some more Mindustry. Last time around you saw me building this entire base, twice, because the first time around it got overrun. But yeah, we have the sector under control now, and I'm now making pretty decent amount of thorium. I am making Phase Fabric, And I am also making somewhere over here in the glorious gluttony that is my base over here, I am making some Surge Alloy, which allowed me to actually clear out like 20 new technologies or something like that. It is the titanium thing all over again. We have so much new stuff to work with. I'm not going to go through all of them, but there's a couple of highlights that I do want to mention before we dive into the next level. Probably the most important item that I unlocked, well, maybe not the most important, but at least the one that I'm looking forward to using the most, let's put it like that, is the Mass Driver. And I've been running a little bit of a test over here, as you can see. I have 3 full belts of sand coming in both of these things, and it looks like it's pretty much able to handle all of that. It is having a throughput of over 30 items per second. It's not consistent entirely, but it's close enough for 3 full belts. And it also seems that a single mass driver can easily receive that many items. As you can see, it's processing 60 items per second, and I actually think it can probably handle a little bit more than that. But that means I can combine up to 6 different belts into this single thing and actually output all of that. And that's the most important thing, because that basically means if I combine these at my central storage over here, I can double the amount of throughput that comes in, and I don't have to do all of this cluster effing with my belts anymore. I could actually completely clean this up, because you can see I have my main bottlenecks in this particular region are the actual incoming belts, because they need to fit through here. But thanks to these mass drivers, I can just shoot all of that over and not have to deal with any of that. Now, should I rearrange this? Maybe. I'm actually not entirely sure. There doesn't seem to be a huge need for that at the moment, but I will be doing that at some point if I have to. Now, it's also worth noting that even though I am producing all the different units now, and I did upgrade my base considerably, I'm not producing a large amount of alloy and phase fabric. The thorium is okay, but especially the phase fabric, because it actually costs thorium, is very slow to produce. I have 2 of these phase weavers active at the moment, and they are producing a total of 1 per second. Yes, just 1 per second. So I'm not gonna be at 12k or 21k for that matter anytime soon just from this single base. I could produce a little bit more if I also use the second belt, but I actually need the thorium more than I need the phase fabric for now. At least that is what I believe. I also unlocked a bunch of other stuff, like a new type of pump, I have a new type of repair turret, I have a couple of new turrets in general that I think we'll get into later on, but I really am interested in the RTG generator. This is another way to produce power. It's not actually that much power, but this thing just functions on either thorium or phase fabric. And from the consumption rates, you can see that I think it's about 100 phase fabric will last me 7 hours, if I did that math correctly. Just 100 phase fabric without any production. And if I can just have a single phase weaver making phase fabric, I can fuel over, I believe it's 1,000 of these things. So yeah, this is one way of producing a lot of power. Now, this building itself is really expensive, so that is something to keep in mind. But we can also just fuel it on thorium, and again, that's not quite an insane rate as it is with the phase fabric, but it's a pretty cheap way of getting power, although not necessarily space efficient. If you compare it to the previous version that we've been using, where is it? I think it's the one over here. This is really cheap to make as well, and it's producing 3 times as much power as a single one of the RTG generators, but it's a nice option to have, so I'm really looking forward to kind of just testing that out and see if that's going to be interesting. Now, last but not least, I'm not going to go through everything, but this is worth noting. I unlocked the building that makes the tier 3 units, as well as all the actual tier 3 units. With the exception, apparently, of this unit over here, which is one of the naval units that we have to play another level for. But other than that, we have a lot of new units to play around with, and these things are actually pretty cheap. This building itself is super expensive, as you can see, but actually producing these units is not expensive at all. You just need some silicon, titanium, metal glass, and all of that is pretty easy to come by in general. So yeah, looking forward to having some real firepower in my units. Now, I could actually already unlock tier 4 units as well, but as you can see, I need a massive amount of phase fabric for that, and I didn't feel like waiting around for another few hours because I did just idle around to unlock all of that technology that I just showed you. I'm just gonna go and play and hope that I don't need to jump straight from tier 2 to tier 4 units within a single level. I don't think that's intended, most likely. I think that covers everything for now. Yeah, we have new belts, but I think I covered it last time around. If there's anything else we missed, I think that will come up as we play. Alright, with all of that housekeeping out of the way, I am going to be playing on the eradication difficulty still because I do like the challenge, even though I have been complaining a little bit about some bugs. But I've been told that that might be either related to the fact that I keep walling off my base completely, so if leaving a gap is going to solve that problem, that's very simple to do, or that it might be related to the RTS attack AI. I'll leave this on for the moment, but it's worth noting that if you have any issues with unit behavior, then one of those two things might solve the problem for you. For now, I am just going to leave a gap in my base to see if that makes a difference. I still don't really have any idea where to go next, considering how many levels we have available, but I think the Facility 32M, as well as this one over here, the Nuclear Production Complex, are the two that we've had available for the longest time. So those are the two I'm going to focus on next. With the new base unlocked, I made myself a new little design over here with an increased sized base, with some larger storage units as well, and with some power integrated. These are the RTG generators, and I'm still going to make tier 1 and tier 2 flying units because that helps me mine and make stuff very efficiently. I can max out, and I can actually bring a ridiculous amount of stuff with me now. Yeah, wow, this is a lot of stuff. And you can see I'm actually bringing phase fabric, plastinium, surge alloy, etc. with me now as well. So yeah, this is going to allow me to build a pretty big base from the get-go. And I mean, either that and or units, I suppose. But for now, let's see if this is working like intended. So let's pause. Yep, you can see I instantly started building flares. Yeah, that is exactly not what I wanted to build. I want to build monos. There we go. Let's see if we can fix that. Yep, there we go. And let's pause the game. Let's see. The nice thing about these RGG generators included in this build like that, it just means I'm instantly going to start building those monos. And why is this not powered? That's really weird. That should have power, no problem. There we go. Yeah, not sure why that's not linked from the get-go. Anyway, my point is, I should be starting to build my flying units straight away, and that just helps speed up everything else. Now, what kind of wasteland is this that we found ourselves in now? We are going to be attacked from the other side of the map. Okay, that is very clear. Everything is going to come from over here, which means that we kind of have like two routes down. Now, that means that, let's see how far those spawning zones reach out. Pretty far down, actually. So there's no way we can build anything up here, so then we might as well just build our defensive line over here, so we have one large bottleneck where we can capture everything at the same time. That does not leave us with a massive amount of space to build, although it's a pretty decent amount. There's just a lot of like there's not a lot of open wider zones. That's what I was trying to get at. We have a lot of these walls that we cannot remove, which is honestly a little bit annoying, but we can probably work with that. There's some stuff in here. Blast mix, so I guess we're going to be unlocking that in this particular level. Let me check out the research. Did we actually already unlock anything else? No, I was expecting blast compound to show up, but we might need to complete the level first in order to do that. We do have a lot of resources around. We have slag, we have copper, titanium, lead. Do we have thorium? Nope. Like I said, this is a level that we've had unlocked for quite a while, so I guess this is supposed to be one of the pre-thorium levels, which is funny considering I just brought 6,500 with me. But yeah, I think that should mean this is going to be pretty straightforward. Alright, first things first, I need some additional power, and I've been alternating a little bit what I actually start out with to get my power started, which is honestly a good thing because it means that there's not a clear winner in between these, although I have a feeling that these generators, these RTG generators, might quickly become exactly that. But anyway, someone pointed out in the comments that I've been using the electric pumps a lot while that was not strictly necessary, and honestly, you're right. So I might as well just use the basic ones. if I don't want to be lazy, because that's the main reason I was actually using the other ones. But it will definitely save me a little bit of power by doing so. So there you go. This should make sure we have 4 of these steam generators each pumping out over 300 power. So we are now sitting on a nice and gentle 1.1 surplus. That means that next on the list is some pyrite production, because that is going to fuel all my turrets. And that means we need some coal, we need some more coal, which is actually under here, we need some lead, and we need some sand, and all of that is nicely available right next to the front line. And with the pyrite in production and a little bit of a container to make sure if we can stockpile it, we can start working on our front line. Now honestly, I'm just going to focus on getting a couple of lancers up and running, because that's probably enough to take on the first wave or so. But yeah, just making sure that we have a little bit of air defense, for example, is probably not a bad idea either. And all we need to do that is have a couple of these swarmers up and running as well. And then the ripples are just a bonus. And as you can see, we have over a minute to spare, so the first wave should not be a problem. They rarely are, but still, the first deadline is always a crucial one. It is worth noting that I intentionally am leaving a gap in my defenses now, even though it's not a massive gap, just to make sure that the enemy can get through, because again, I do not want any bugs, although in the levels with the waves I really haven't had those to begin with anyway, but you know, can't hurt to make sure the enemy is funneled through the middle, considering we don't have that many turrets over here compared to some of the previous levels, and we don't really have the space to build a lot more than these. Okie dokie, and as usual, just a couple of tier 1 or tier 2 units to start off with, and we're completely demolishing them, of course, with the defense that we have in place. Now, I did add in a couple more towers. I actually messed up the water supply over here, so that should now be... well, it's not fixed. I was about to say it should be fixed, but now it's fixed. There we go. So everything should be water boosted now. Let's double check. Yep, and that means we do have quite a bit of firepower. Now, I am leeching off a little bit of my pyrite production to have some differential generators up and running, because we needed the additional power. And honestly, that is probably all the turrets that I'm going to be building for the moment. With all of that done, I am going to double up on my pyrite production. Yes, these are new facilities compared to the ones I already have above, because I want some additional power production, and assuming I actually hook this up to water, that should work. There we go, and that means it's now time to start working on some of the basics. Which means we have a little bit of copper coming in, a little bit of lead coming in, titanium. I am using some of the coal up here to start making some graphite. There's a little bit of titanium as well over here, so I am getting all of that in. I am making some silicon from the coal over here and the pyrite that I was already producing in this secondary location. Adding in some sand, of course. And then what else? Oh, right, metaglass is what I'm producing over here. Now, I am watering all of this with 2 of my impulse pumps. And before you start shouting at me, yes, I know this is complete overkill in terms of the production of water, but I just wanted to play with my new pumps, so leave me alone. And I've reinforced my front line a little bit with a couple of cyclones and some more of these swarmers over here, just to make sure that no air units are going to get through. And I put a little bit of random towers in the gaps in between here as well. Probably fit in another one over here. There we go. Just because I can. Which begs the question, what am I going to do next? I could position some ground units in between here as well, so that could work. But as usual, I'm leaning towards using some of my flying units, and then specifically, I'm looking into building a couple of those, what are these called, Zeniths? Let's check these out. So these are tier 3 flying units, and let me check this time if I have the correct unit. Yeah, these should be shooting at both air and ground. They cost silicon, titanium, and metaglass to make, all of which I'm currently producing. And I built them from Horizons, and Horizons, by the way, do not shoot at air targets, despite what I might have been claiming in some of the previous episodes. Yeah, building these seems like a pretty good idea. Now, if we build these, what are we going to need? Not much, honestly. We just need silicon. We need silicon and graphite, or silicon and graphite, and then add in titanium and metal glass, and we have everything we need. Okay, so I guess this does the trick. This little triangle of, well, it's not really a triangle, but these three different production units. I still don't really like the fact that we need three things to make a single unit, or at least a tier 3 unit. But it is what it is. I do need to make sure I fix this over here, because this is not going to work for very long, considering these belts are polluting each other. So the thorium belts are going to come in handy for sure. Okay, so this is going to produce the tier 3 flying unit, the offensive one. Might as well add some more to this. Alright, we have a wave incoming. Let's see what these tier 3 units can do. So far, they're not doing anything. And that is probably because the enemy is not coming close enough. But it is good to have a couple of these pretty impressive ships, honestly, in reserve, just in case we need them. And while I'm at it, I figured, well, if I can make those tier 3 units work over here, why not just make some more tier 3 units? In this case, I am trying to build the tier 3 unit from the dagger upgraded to the mace, upgraded to a fortress, which is just going to attack ground units for this time around, but it has a massive range of almost 30, and it shoots AoE at ground targets. So I figured, well, it's a nice little backup for all my defense that I have on the ground anyway. It's basically a mobile turrets in a way that I can just climb up in the middle of my base. The main problem here, though, is that all of this costs a massive amount of silicon. As you can see, I'm pretty much out of that. I'm producing slightly more than I'm consuming, but honestly, it is pretty close. Okay, so this is a little bit more silicon production, and I figured why not make use of my mass driver. So I'm collecting a couple of the resources that I'm producing, the metal glass and silicon mostly, and I'm shooting those to this mass driver over here that is passing it on to this one that is connected to my nucleus. And you can see, as soon as this receives any of the resources, there you go, is a little, and it's all in the main base. So it's actually a pretty efficient way to get things from A to B, and I don't have to bother with a lot of that spaghetti of belts. Although it does feel like I might be replacing some of the belt spaghetti with mass driver spaghetti, because I just figured, well, I'm a little low on titanium, so let's add in some of those as well. So I added in a secondary line of mass drivers that finally converges on the same one in the main base, so you can really funnel a lot of stuff into that one. But you do want to make sure that a lot of these supply lines, I think, have their own dedicated mass drivers, because these things do not fire very slow, so that's a limit to the throughput right there. Now actually I have one outgoing mass driver as well, one with pyrite, because the production has a bit of trouble keeping up with the quick succession of waves that you get on eradication. It wasn't a problem on lower difficulties, but in order to make sure everything actually has ammo, yeah, you need a fair amount of pyrite. So I'm actually using some of my surplus over here. Just a couple more waves to go, so we'll be fine. But having the mass driver, importing that, is going to go a very long way to making sure I don't run out of ammunition. Okay, so I have a fair amount of these tier 3 units, the flying ones, but also quite a few actually of the tier 2, or short tier 3 ground ones. You can see there little bolts flying out into the enemy. And I think that is going to be more than enough to take on the last wave, because you can see from already at wave 24, actually that's the kind of the thing I like about eradication. It doesn't just force you to idle around and build stuff you probably don't need. Although, well, there's always a use for building that stuff, don't get me wrong. But yeah. Oh, by the way, I actually built a couple of cyclones over here as well, because there were a couple of air units sneaking through that were starting to bombard my base. Now, that wasn't really a problem, just a couple of tier 2 units, I believe, that could easily shoot down with all the aircrafts that I already had. But, you know, I just want to make sure that that doesn't happen again, and I don't accidentally lose the game as a result. Now, this is the last wave, if I'm not mistaken. There's no loss in there, apparently. And there you go. You can see my parallax units taking care of all those flying units. And was that it? Oh, we actually still have a couple of ground units left. And there we go. We have another sector captured. We have some new content unlocked. Not entirely sure what that content is, honestly. Is that just this thing? An extraction outpost? So this is just a new level that we can access, but I don't think we actually unlocked any new recipes or anything like that. However, in the meanwhile, I have been producing some more face fabric and surge alloy in the other base. So I'm slowly inching my way to getting a little bit more of that for my exponential reconstructor. Although this level wasn't that long, it wasn't that complicated. So yeah, we're going to have to move on to some more levels that get me some thorium so we can really up that production. That said, I do really like these tier 3 units. They feel like they have a lot more staying power, a lot more firepower, of course, as well. And even though I've just built a couple of them, I mean, these are just 19 units of those tier 3 units. Yeah, I think this is very promising for the next few levels. Either way, if you're still here, you're awesome. I do hope to catch you in the next one. Hey, HTDA, and today we're playing some more Mindustry, and this time around it's time for the nuclear production complex. I've been able to play this level for a very long time, but I just didn't get around to it because we did other stuff. Now, based on the comments on some of the previous episodes, I am a little bit worried about how hard this level is going to be, but I guess we're about to find out. It's also worth noting that for the first time ever, the facility we captured last time around is actually under attack from 2 zones, and 2 of these kind of like random zones, the non-official levels, at least that's what I think these are. Not entirely sure if we're actually going to be attacked for a change then, but again, we're going to find out. Now, once again, I'm going to launch from the tar fields because we have all the different materials we need over here, including thorium and a decent amount of face fabric and surge alloy now. I'm hoping to find another zone where we can produce some more of that because, again, this production is really pitiful. As I am about to launch into the new level, I actually noticed something strange that didn't occur to me before. So it seems that for some resources we can bring a larger amount than others, but I'm failing to see the consistency here. So for example, we can apparently only bring 6,500 pyrite, but we can bring almost double that amount, well, more than double that amount actually, of some of these base resources. Now that might make sense because bringing base resources might just be more generous, I don't know. But then it comes to other things, like for example silicon, that we can also bring in large amounts. Yeah, so there's a logic here going on that I'm not entirely sure how that works. But anyway, it's a moot point because we have plenty of resources. So let's just launch into the new level. And so it's an icy level. Well, let's pause and let's take a look around. I've been looking around the map a little bit, and the longer I look at it, the happier I'm becoming. Well, first of all, we have thorium on this map. Not just one zone over here with some thorium, but we have a secondary zone over here that has quite a bit of it, actually. So we can make thorium and we can make face fabric in this level if we want to. On top of that, just to make my life easy, we have some of these thermal vents, so we can use free power, basically. It's not going to be a massive amount, but there's a zone here, a zone here. I think that's it. But yeah, that just means we have some easy power going, although power is not typically the biggest problem anyway, but still, it's nice. And most importantly, we have a lot of open space to build, so we can maybe look into making some new pretty looking designs. This being eradication might mean we don't necessarily have the time for that, but again, we'll see. The enemy is going to spawn over here, which also is actually a little bit challenging because depending on where the air units spawn, they might just fly like right through the edge of the map to my base over here. That means that I'm probably going to have to set up some air defense here, maybe some more here-ish, and we also definitely need air defense over here just in case the enemy flies in like that. Maybe even in the entire corner over here. It's just a little unpredictable sometimes where the air units are going to go for, so that is something to take into consideration. However, we can set up a nice block of defense over here with a lot of turrets, and as long as we stay under this ridge, so we can pretty much fill up this entire area with turrets, I think we should be fine. The long-range units don't really reach to the sun. I mean, I guess they do a little bit. But I'm not entirely sure that it makes a lot of sense to build a lot of ripples over here. So I'm probably just going to stick to air defense. Now, there are a lot of these relics over here. Most of them don't seem particularly useful. I mean, the laser drills over here, I guess we could restore, but yeah, I definitely don't want anti-air defense over here. I'm not sure what this is supposed to be. Long story short, we're going to have to do a lot of cleanup, especially this stuff over here. I'm not entirely sure what's going on. Anyway, time to get started. Okay, it seems I still don't completely understand how this attack mechanic works, because last time I checked, when the previous level actually got under attack almost straight away after I booted up this particular level, it showed me that the facility was going to survive 10 out of 10 attacks, or 10 out of 10 waves, I should say. When I just loaded up the game again to resume recording and I checked this level, it now says we're going to survive 0 out of 4 waves. So I guess I am going to have to deal with this. It also seems I must have missed a couple of warnings, because apparently we are on wave 31 out of 35. Now, I don't know about you, but it looks like I'm doing just fine surviving this wave. So I'm not entirely sure what the problem is, but if I just need to sit here and click through these waves, then I guess that's what I'll do. Now, this actually highlights a problem I want to fix in the current level, so I promise this all is irrelevant. As you can see, it takes my turrets quite a while to actually fill up on the Pyrite again. Now, it's fine, as you can see, so everything is filled up by the time the new wave comes in, but there is a moment where the waves are kind of just depleting my turrets of ammunition. The ammunition is of course constantly being refilled, but still that is going to be a problem at some point when we get more heavy waves that we can't actually sit through long enough. Now hopefully this wave was shown, and there's no reloading in this game, so if this goes wrong I can't reload and pretend everything was alright. But yeah, as you can see, I'm doing just fine, but these turrets are slowly getting drained out of resources, and even though the ones in the back are getting refilled, it takes a little while, so I want to kind of redesign my defense in the main base in the current level that we're trying to complete. Now, in the meanwhile, I'll just see if I can actually complete this level, so I don't have to look at this all over again. And the sector is safe again. Now, I did actually add in a couple of turrets over here in the corner, because I realized I might as well do that, because I have plenty of power to spare. And I did the same over here, although I don't think these turrets did a lot of things. As you can see, these turrets actually did do some damage because they're turned, but these are never going to be in range of units unless they get very close to my wall. Anyway, back to the actual level that we're trying to complete. Oh, okay, well apparently in the few minutes I spent in the other level actively trying to defend it, we lost the level I was trying to complete. Not that we did much in that level, but okay, this is an interesting mechanic and honestly a little bit frustrating. But hopefully this level will now take care of itself for long enough that we can actually complete this one. If that is not the case, I am just going to have to take out these random zones and hopefully fix it through that. Mommy, I'm home! Okay, so like I said, we're going to set up a defense, and specifically I want to see if we can set up a defense using some of the new towers. And explicitly, I am looking at the Meltdown, because this looks like a very interesting tower. First of all, it just needs power, so we don't need to do all the Pyrite stuff. If we have enough power, this works. At the same time, if we don't have enough power, this doesn't do anything at all, so that is a problem. But we can boost it with cryo fluid as well. And cryo fluid is relatively simple to make. So cryo fluid along with power is everything we need in order to make this thing function. Now, this is a very expensive tower, but it also does a massive amount of damage. So, is this a good way to approach this? I don't know. We're about to find out. Okay, so here's the plan. I'm going to kickstart my production with just a couple of these pneumatic drills that don't actually need power, attached with some combustion generators that will supply a minimal amount of power, but I'm going to hook them up to batteries so that all of this tiny little production of power is actually adding up. Then I'm going to use that tiny little bit of power to kickstart my laser drill mining some sand, as well as some thorium, and the thorium is going to go into a phase weaver to start producing a tiny little bit of phase fabric. Okay, and as you can see, next on the list are some RTG generators. Now, this is really just me experimenting, so I'm not sure if this is going to be a viable tactic because there are some troubles. But the main thing that I'm trying to do over here is that the phase weavers are going to be producing 0.5 phase fabric per second. So I should have enough production to actually do this efficiently. Now, 0.5 per second doesn't sound like a lot, but if you check out the RTG generators, we only need 0.004 per second in order to fuel this thing with phase fabric. That means I can fire up over 100 of these RTG generators with a single phase fabric production unit. Now, there is a downside to that, because these things are not necessarily very efficient. They take 270 power per unit, or they produce 270 power per second by default, but it's only going to be functioning at 60% efficiency. So that's about 150 power if I fuel them by phase fabric. So I'm gonna need a boatload of these to actually power my base if I want to use that. Is this a smart way of doing things? I don't know. We're going to find out. Okay, there we go. So I have a couple of these up and running now. It does take quite a while to build them, actually, which is something that you should take into consideration considering the timing you have until the first attack. But the Phase Weaver is up and running. We have 3 of these powered up now. It seems that they're producing 270 per minute, but they're actually not. They should be going down to 162, apparently, per minute, per second, I should say. But that is still going to add up to about 600, 700 power. Now, honestly, looking at this and realizing that that's going to be 700 power, given the amount of stuff I put into this to build one of these, or 4 of these, I should say, that is not very impressive. So I might want to look into the second option, the thorium reactor, which uses cryofluid and thorium to produce 900 per second. Now, there is a problem with this thing as well, because this is, I think, is actually going to explode if there is not enough coolant going into the system. So each of these solutions, these more high-tech solutions, have drawbacks, but it's worth trying to figure out what works without trying to look it up with some guide, because obviously there's a right answer to this, but I'm going in blind and trying to figure this out for myself. In the meanwhile, I am storing up some power in these large batteries because I'm not really using any more power than I need. So what I'm going to do is I am going to build a couple of these meltdowns to see their effectiveness and put just a couple of them on the front line, and hopefully that will be enough to clear a couple of waves and get some more power production and some other material production going as well. Holy macaroni, I did not realize how large these things are. These things are 4 blocks by 4 blocks, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, and that is actually massively large compared to anything else that we've been building so far. But anyway, let's put them up and see how that works. Oh, and as a side note, thank you to all in the comments that pointed out to me that different walls actually have different ways of protecting your enemies. So I didn't really realize that the higher tier walls did additional things on top of just like taking damage. So the Plastinian wall in particular absorbs lasers, which was one of the reasons I lost one of the previous levels, and electronic arcs, and also blocks automatic power connections. So yeah, that's interesting. If you look at some of the other walls, for example, thorium, and that's just a straight up wall. Then if you look at the Surge alloy wall, that's actually going to release electric arcs upon contact. So depending on what you want to achieve with your walls, you can use different types. The phase wall, I think, also does something that it deflects enemy projectiles. So the way I'm thinking now is maybe use phase walls in the front, reflect some projectiles, and then have the Plastinian walls in the back to make sure lasers don't come through. Something along those lines. I'm not entirely sure, but either way, there is some experimenting we can do with those as well. Another thing I didn't realize is that these things take forever to build, and that's going to speed up significantly once I have more polys flying around. But giving the first timer on eradication, that is easier said than done. Well, on the bright side, that actually meant I didn't get to do anything else than build a couple of meltdowns before the first wave. So we're about to find out what these things actually do, because I haven't seen them in action. Now, obviously, the first wave is nothing really impressive. Move on with it yet, because I have a base to build up, but I want to show people. Yeah? Are you actually going to shoot? Or are you not shooting? Hold on, what did I miss? Alright, requires coolant to operate, which of course, I did not supply just yet. Okay, a rookie mistake. Okay, let's build some emergency towers to hopefully take care of the enemy. Please build the thing that I actually need to stay alive, please. Thank you. Guys, I'm not sure where this guy is going, but obviously it's not helping if you're shooting at the wrong direction. But I think that should take care of him. Is he gone? Yeah, he is gone. Okay, so never mind me going in panic mode, building an impulse pump to actually supply a lot of water, all the water I'm actually going to need for a moment over here. And now we do have the meltdowns powered by water, and we should have the enemy coming in a couple of seconds. I'm just going to speed that up for a moment. It's not going to be too impressive, but at least we can see what these things actually... Okay, then. Yeah, that works. That's definitely effective. I have a feeling we can do with just a couple of these for the moment. Now, of course, having giant lasers fire at the enemy is nice and all, but they are actually consuming quite a bit of power, and like you just saw, the RTG generators are not producing much of that. So I am leaning towards maybe getting some cryofluid going so we can utilize that thorium to produce some thorium reactor power instead. So how about this? I just put up a small laser drill for some titanium. I put up a cryofluid mixer along with some storage to make, well, cryofluids. And I am mining some more thorium, and I can put all of that into a thorium reactor. Now, all of this is already going to supply me with twice as much power as this setup over here, not counting the parts that I'm still trying to build. In fact, it is going to produce exactly the same amount of power, gross, I should say, as this entire setup over here. However, the face weaver itself costs 300 power. So actually, the net result of all of this is about 600 power at the moment, for a lot more cost than it took me to set up this, because the thorium reactor is relatively cheap. It does cost a lot of resources in terms of numbers, but these are relatively easy to get resources. And I actually can build 5 more thorium reactors with just this setup, so I can replicate this very easily. All in all, I guess the conclusion between these two new types of power is that if you have time, resources, and space to spare, then I think the RTG generators are the clear winners in the long run. However, the thorium reactor is a lot quicker to set up, a lot more efficient in terms of build times, etc., especially in terms of building space. So, yeah. There's different uses for different types of power, and of course I could be using the thermal power as well, but I wanted to play around with my new stuff for a moment. But all in all, I am pretty happy with the thorium generators. Now, I'm also trying to redesign a couple of my layouts a little bit more, that they are scalable, tideable. So as you can see, if I just pick this up, I can just place it right next to here, and I can double up my power with the exact same layout that I've been using so far. In fact, I can power up a total of 5 thorium reactors with just a little bit more than this single laser drill, so I had to add in a second one. But all of that should function off a single cryot fluid mixer. Now, if I really want, I redesigned this a little bit. I should probably duplicate this just to make sure I have enough. But in theory, this is producing 12, and this is consuming 12 cryo fluids. So as long as there's no drop in power, everything should be working like intended. Between those 5 thorium generators, I have plenty of power, and adding in a couple of batteries to that mix, I can store up even more. So as long as I'm not dropping too low, that should be fine. Let's trigger another wave and see how bad of damage these 3 are going to do. Well, 2 of these are not going to do anything, because then once again I forgot to actually power them with coolant. Okay guys, stop yelling at me in the comments already. I just duplicated the cryofluid mixer setup here once more. I am now exporting some of that cryofluid in the same pipeline I was actually using for the water before. It will take a minute for this water to clear out, but it is actually fueling my meltdowns. So that means that all I now need to do is just connect these pipelines, and then I have 4 of these defending. I did put up a little bit of a wall over here, so I can now more easily fire at the enemy. Now, honestly, the angle at which the enemy is coming in compared to where these things are is not ideal. So I probably want to set up another couple of these and then connect them up something like this. I love how messy this level is, by the way, with random towers that I just built in the middle of nowhere. But yeah, we're just going to need to get the hang of how these new playthings actually work. Okay, that is 6 meltdowns up and running, and a lot of lessons learned along the way. Now, I'm running really low on some of the basic resources, especially copper, as you can see. So it is going to have to do for a moment while I actually start building up my base. And in case you're wondering, yes, I am very well aware that this meltdown is quite vulnerable actually in terms of where I positioned it and where the enemy is coming from, but it'll just have to do. Okay, so that is some titanium, copper and lead coming in. All of these patches are relatively small, but we do have a very diverse amount of different resources very close to my base, so at least that is nice. And as usual, next on the list is silicon, because we need boatloads of that. And I did redesign my layout a little bit for that, because I found out, or I actually noticed from some of you in the comments, that you can use an unloader between buildings as well. And that's actually super useful to make things more compact, because I hated the way my layout for the crucible looks like. So the way I'm doing it now, I am producing some sand, coal and lead still. It's all being nicely funneled in from the same side. Half of that is going to go into my pyrite mixer, and then I'm unloading some of that coal and sand into my silicon crucible that is also receiving that. And of course there's a secondary build going out that is then going to supply the actual pyrite into my crucible. And then it should be spitting out in any moment from now the actual silicon that I'm producing over here, but you can already see it functioning. Now the nice thing about this is completely tieable. It's fairly compact as far as a layout like this can be compact. You might notice that I'm actually producing sand from these pulverizers that I've never used before, because as I was building this I realized I have no sand near here. I thought this was sand, it is not. So I can't actually produce any sand in this level, with the exception of the little beach we had over here. But this is literally, I think, the only place on the map that has sand. Even these darker places over here, none of that is actually sand that I can drill up. So yeah, I'm going to have to turn some scrap into sand the hard way. Okay, another lesson learned. You cannot put a lot of those routers in a row. I already knew that, but for some reason I still thought it might work. But no, it doesn't, so I needed to split those pulverizers up a little bit so I can actually get enough sand production. Oh look, the one thing I was afraid of already happened. A couple of those units got through and they are attacking my base from the air. And honestly, it probably has everything to do with the fact that these meltdowns don't have a massive range to the side. So I'm going to add some air defense as well. I should probably be able to take out these last few remaining units just by adding some scatters, but that's not going to hold it in the long run. But anyway, you might have noticed the presence of some mass drivers now, because that's the kind of people we are from this point on. I am going to try to use these mass drivers as much as possible to avoid all the spaghetti that we've seen before, because there's so many types of resources and so many resources actually want to get in and out of my base that otherwise it's going to get messy really, really fast. And boy, I just made the mistake of checking the world map. Am I really going to have to conquer 4 random zones just to make sure my nuclear production complex is no longer under attack? I am actually not sure I want to do that, but we're going to have to see if this is actually required. Now, the interesting thing is, it actually says I'm just going to survive all the waves? Already? Really? I mean, I just built a couple of towers. That seems very unlikely. If I now leave the level, it'll just complete itself. But yeah, just to make sure, let's just keep building. Then I'm going to add some thorium to the mix, as well as a phase weaver for good measure. Now I am going to leach off the remaining sand I have on this belt, but I'm prioritizing the silicon, because as you can see, that is my main bottleneck for the moment. But yeah, this covers pretty much all the basics, but I definitely need a lot more silicon, especially considering I want to start producing units. The very nice thing I like about these mass drivers is that it makes it so much easier to just use those resources that are far away on the map. So for example, you can see over here, I just built another couple of these silicon crucibles and a multipress for some additional graphite, brought in some sand, coal and lead. I'm literally on the other side of the map, and all I needed to do was build 1, 2, 3, I think it's 4. Yeah, 4 of these mass drivers. And I'm feeding into the same one that I actually was using before as well, because this drains out really, really fast. And that is all I need to basically double up on my silicon production. So now I should have 2 full belts of silicon coming in, about a belt of graphite as well, of various resources leftovers from what I'm doing over here. Yeah, I can easily add in some more titanium, but the other thing that I'm currently missing that is going to be important in the long run is some surge alloy. Search alloy is, I think, one of those resources that it's really easy to overdo. And what I mean by that is that you don't need that much search alloy, at least, well, you do want a fair amount, but you're bringing in to the level a fair amount already. And you definitely also don't want to mass produce this because it's going to cost you a massive amount of silicon. So you can, of course, scale up your silicon production to kind of offset that a little bit, and you probably should at least to some extent. But long story short, it is something that I'm going to be very careful about scaling up. So initially, I think I'm just going to have one single search smelter. And that one is just going to sit here in the corner, slowly drawing all the resources it needs from the unloader and loading it straight back into the main base. And that's it. I can easily scale this up if I want to, but until I do, this is just going to work fine and make sure I'm actually getting a little bit of that coming in. The same kind of holds for this face weaver over here. It is far from efficient at the moment, but I don't care. I don't need a massive amount of face fabric coming in, but just having some production is better than having no production at all. I also just realized I haven't really looked at my defenses in about, well, 8 waves or so, and it's been just fine. Didn't even actually notice that I've been under attack. So these meltdowns are actually working very well at the moment. I have no doubt that I'm going to be in a lot of trouble at some point. This is definitely not going to be enough for the long run, at least I'm expecting it not to be, but it is impressive that these 6 meltdowns are holding off everything without any issue whatsoever. All of that said, we do need to be very careful about our power production, so I'm gonna make sure I boost that up a little bit by using some thorium power and probably also using this thermal patch over here, because that is pretty much just free stuff. Okay, now speaking of overdoing things, I now have way more power than I probably need and probably should have built right now, but just taking advantage of all these thermals was a little bit too convenient to pass up, and the same kind of held for all of this production. For the thorium reactors, I am really enjoying these, by the way, way better than the RTG reactors. I should probably delete these, by the way, because that doesn't make any sense. Speaking of which, it probably does make sense that I'm going to start collecting some of the face weaving that I'm doing over here, because that is just wasted production. Okay, next on the list, let's start working on a little bit of plastinium production. That is going to require quite a bit of water, but we have plenty of that thanks to these impulse pumps now. And that should take care of my ammunition I'm going to need for my anti-air, as well as just building a lot of other stuff. It does feel that this map is taking into account a little bit that this is supposed to be done earlier in the game, maybe, because these waves, until wave 14 at least, are kind of pitiful compared to what I've been used to so far. So I'm not complaining, I like pitiful waves, but I definitely didn't need 6 of these meltdowns to handle them. Okay, this line of cyclones should stop any incoming, well, air units, hopefully from this angle, along with these parallaxes that I added in, just because I haven't really seen that many air units coming in from those angles, but you know, you can never be too safe. And as you can see, the size of the waves is definitely increasing, so I am going to need more firepower as we go on. Now, I actually want to try out a new type of turret as well. We have the segment, which is going to intercept incoming projectiles. Laser projectiles are not targeted. I'm not sure that lasers count as projectiles to begin with, but yeah. Just maybe adding a couple of these over here might help with some of those long-range units that you just saw incoming. In the meanwhile, I'll add some more plastinium production to my base, along with some additional titanium strip production, just because I can. And when I say to my base, I mean to the pipeline mass driver pipeline, if you can call it that. That is going into my main base. Now, actually, I've built everything that I need, I think, with the exception of something that is actually not important, namely metaglass. So I am going to need glass and some more of that lead for that. And honestly, I am getting a little bit annoyed by this map, because even though it has a lot of resources, those resources tend to come in relatively small patches, and the fact that there is no sand on the map is just a tad annoying. However, we can deal with it, and I will, and I'm going to get myself some metaglass. Okay, there we go. We have some metaglass production as well, a secondary pipeline, driveway, mass driver, whatever. And look at that, I now have 2 of these mass drivers receiving items as well, just to make sure that there's no bottlenecks. Now, let me check. We have copper, we have a lot of lead, we have metaglass, we have graphite, we have Yep, I think that is everything we are going to need. I'm actually not producing pyrite at all, and I'm also not producing the blast compound we can make from that. Well, technically that is not true. We are producing pyrite, but we're just using it to make silicon. I don't have any dedicated production for this other than that. The reason for that is I want to specifically try if I can do without. It's probably better to have some blast compound or some pyrite to add some ripples to the mix of my defensive line over here. But I want to see how far I can drive this, at least initially, without having to build even more pyrite, because we've built so much of that already in the last couple of episodes. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add in another one of those lines of cyclones on the south end of my, well, I guess it's on the north of my base, but on the south direction of the enemy incoming waves, because I've noticed some air units going in this direction and some air units going in that direction. Just low-level tier units for now, but once these are going to scale up, they are going to be a problem. And then I am going to add in another surge alloy facility over here. As you can see, I removed the air unit production that was already in here because I have all my monos, I have all my polys, and that should be enough for now. That means I'm going to focus on some different units to produce. In the last level, I built some of tier 3 air units, which actually were pretty nice. I also built some of these fortresses, which honestly didn't really impress me that much. I think these are more intended to attack the enemy rather than defend yourself against it. So I think it's next up for the crawlers. The Spyrockets seem to be pretty nice, considering they have lasers, which don't only damage the enemy, but they're also going to repair themselves in the process. That sounds like a pretty good thing. Now let me actually check the range on these things. The range almost 9. If I compare that with the Atrax, yeah, that is a lot less actually. So these are a bit more close tier units, I guess, or like close combat units compared to the other ones. But I don't know, let's just try them out. Now, I want a new design for my unit production because honestly, it's starting to be a bit of a pain filling all the resources in, so I want to see if I can be smarter about that. Now, I know the trick with the unloaders being able to unload between buildings like I've been doing over here, because the graphite, for example, and especially the silicon, is used in pretty much every step of the production process, so maybe we can use that to our advantage to make something that's a little bit more compact and neat looking, or more importantly, easier to put down and use, because that's my main issue with them. And if we can do that, then we might be able to do that for all the different types of units as well. So I don't know, how about something like this? This is pretty neat and compact. It's probably not the best way to do it, but what I really like about this is that I only have to feed in silicon in one place. It's being transported from here to here to here to here. So all of this actually gets silicon from a single belt. The other materials only have to be fed in at once as well. And I can actually pretty much just copy paste this layout for all the different types of units. Literally just copy pasting the build. Wow, sorry, I was a little bit distracted there. These things are awesome. I've seen them at the enemy's camp, of course, a little bit, but I didn't realize they were this big. This is actually pretty fun. Anyway, what I was trying to say is that the layout is exactly the same, even for the air units. All I need to do is just feed in different items. So you can see I changed in the layout the coal to lead, because if I want to produce, for example, a polys, I do need to make sure I have lead coming in here. But other than that, it's the exact same layout, and you can see how easy this is to set up now. So I'm really happy with that. And I guess that means that for now the main thing I need to do is just keep adding to my defense. Now the silicon is being heavily drained by all my unit production, but of course the unit production by itself is also defense, so it's not really a problem. I could start producing more types of units other than these two as well, but that is just going to be bottlenecked by my production, so that doesn't make a lot of sense. But other than that, yeah, I think we should be fine. Again, famous last words. But I'm just gonna keep adding some of these turrets to the mix. There's no reason not to, honestly. But I do have to say, all those lasers burning is really satisfying. I am even... It's also deafening, by the way. I'm hoping that this doesn't come through the audio a little bit too much. But yeah, even with the lasers burning, I am still at the surplus of power. I am storing up a massive amount as well, so I'm just building batteries now in several different places, so I can't run into the situation again that some of my reserves get blown up and then everything is completely gone. But other than that, yes, working like intended, I should say. That said, I can't really resist making some more blueprints now. I am having some fun and have some time to wait. And this is a blueprint that actually makes graphite from water only. It's not super efficient in terms of how much energy we're consuming to do that, but I have plenty of power now. And yeah, you can literally just make graphite out of water, which is interesting. I am making spore pots, I am making those into oil, I am making that into coal, and the coal into graphite along with some water along the way. So that's an interesting recipe. And while I'm at it, why not use a very similar setup to make some more coal and use some of that slag again to make more sand and then make some pyrite. I mean, there's nothing wrong with having pyrite available, so we might as well use it. Because, you know, some of these lasers are great, but it's even more fun if you have some additional fireworks to go along with that to soften the enemy up. So, yeah, this is a very impressive amount of ripples in the background that I'm now going to fuel with all that pyrite production. However, we can also make blast compound, I believe it's called. Let's see if we can turn some of the pyrite into that. Which, as it turns out, is really easy once you already have the pyrite production, because all you need to do is add in some spore pots, which are super easy to produce, assuming you have water. And as you can see, I have all the blast compound coming in that I'm ever going to need. I'm just mixing it up with the pyrite itself, because honestly, it doesn't really matter what we're using in terms of ammunition. And yeah, this is shaping up to be a pretty nice defensive line. Although I do have to say the amount of health mostly that the enemy is bringing in is substantial, so I still have 17 waves to go and my walls are actually getting fairly damaged in the process of defeating the enemy, so scaling my defenses up might not be the worst idea ever. Okay, so between the double line of ripples I have over here, the meltdowns that I added, the segments I added in between, the cyclones that I have defending my base here and down south here, all water boosted and stuff like that, I'm assuming that that should be enough to hold off the Guardian wave that is going to come in about 10 minutes. If it is not, and it very might not be, considering what happened a few levels ago, I'm going to have a massive problem. Although in this case I should not have any power issues. I'm actually just going to build some additional power stations just because, and I can always add more ripples to the mix in case I need, or some more meltdowns. Okay, remember I said something about famous last words? Look at what just happened to my core. I'm not even sure how it happened. It's probably just some of the pyrite I was importing that exploded. But yeah, this is a very nasty way of losing a level. If this blows up because of all that fire, that just counts as well. Okay, well, I saved the base, luckily, with the help of a couple of wave towers and stuff like that, but yeah, that was a lot closer than I would have liked, and more importantly, it cost me several minutes to do that, so in the meanwhile, I haven't actually been improving on my base defense. So yeah, this is actually turning into an exciting game after all. Well, I can say I was definitely stressing to get ready for the boss, and then I just found out that the boss are 2 flying units. So yeah, that is going to be really interesting. Let's see if I can get some damage going from the side. Do these things fire at flying units? I actually don't know. Let's find out, and if not, well, at least they're going to get in the way. Honestly, this is not going too bad. Okay then, that went a lot better than I thought it would, but look at all my tier 3 units about to blow up, but then again, actually the entire base is intact, I think. I was still working on getting some more anti-air defense going. I was actually kind of expecting this to happen already. And look at that, I even managed to break everything in the process because, well, that is definitely not what that is supposed to look like in terms of my water. But luckily that water is only going to go into my ripples, so my it's just a little bit less DPS basically. Okay, this is me ranting because I was actually really worried there for a moment. But if you are still here after all that ranting, you are awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one. Hey, HCDA, and today we're playing some more Mindustry. Last time around I took down the nuclear production complex, and I figured, well, considering this is going to be attacked from 4 different zones, maybe we should clear some of those out. Then I checked the difficulty on these zones. So it varies from extreme to eradication to eradication to extreme. And I don't see any reasons to go to these particular zones, considering defending this zone is probably going to be easier than taking down these. So I am just going to skip right on to the next level. Instead, I'm going to go for the level called South Flats, and the reason for that is because I just saw that in the technology tree there's a thing called a water extractor, which sounds like a drill for water, which would be very convenient because we use that pretty much everywhere. And I have a feeling it's going to be over here, because this is where all the drills are, and this thing says capture salt flat. So, you know, it might make sense that in a salty, flat area, you might not have water from natural sources, so that might give me the drill. I don't know. I might be thinking too much about this. There's also, by the way, the air blast drill that we have available, which is an upgraded version of the drill we already have. Aside from that, I also just saw in the technology tree that we have a new type of reactor, which is the impact reactor, which is going to produce a massive amount of power from a single building. However, it does need some power to get this thing going initially. So this is not the first thing you build, most likely, but maybe it is actually, although we do need blast compound and cryo fluid to get this going. This is pretty advanced, at least the blast compound is, but all in all, it seems very doable, while at the same time producing a massive amount of power. So maybe the idea is to get ourselves kickstarted with the RNG generators, then build some thorium reactors to get the base power going, and then transition into the impact reactors. That's what I'm thinking right now, either way. It does feel like we're getting to the end of the technology tree, which makes sense considering how many levels we've already played. The main thing that I still want to complete is the exponential reconstructor for the tier 4 units. But it's just a massive amount of phase fabric, and I don't have the patience to sit around waiting for that. Now, I did actually, I'm not sure why we're on pause, I did upgrade the nuclear zone a little bit with some additional phase reactors, some additional sand to make sure this is producing stuff. So we will have a decent amount, I guess, of phase fabric flowing into this zone from now on. But all in all, it is still going to take quite a while to get the 20,000 or 24,000, I think we need to complete that. Okay, so in the meanwhile, just as I was about to start up that level, I got notified that I was about to lose one of the different zones that we did a couple of levels ago, and I'm going to be attacked in massive numbers in this zone. And honestly, the problem with eradication difficulty is that I'm getting attacked so hard here that I am just not producing enough ammunition to keep up with the offense level. I mean, don't get me wrong, if I have the ammunition, I have no problem holding against this whatsoever. But there's just so much ammunition needed that it's a problem. And then I thought, well, maybe I can just build some meltdown. So I started building a couple of these blast mixers. I have some impact reactors for a massive amount of power. So all of that is going exactly according to plan. And then I realized, well, actually, I need a fair amount of surge alloy to actually make these things work. But I'm not actually producing that much in this level. And remember, this is one of those spaghetti levels that doesn't really have that many resources. I also have a bit of trouble with fire over here, but other than that, I'm actually wondering if it's just not more efficient to let this level go and recapture it with all the new toys available and get it right from the first time, because we have all kinds of new machines, we have new tiers of units, we have more advanced materials, and I can just bring those in from the other levels, but I can't really produce a lot of these things over here. For example, I have no thorium in this level by itself, so I only have the 1000 I have left over from what I brought. Anyway, I'm just gonna see if I can hold out here, but if I lose this level, I'm actually just gonna let it go. Okay, well, it turns out that with a couple of these meltdowns that I was able to scrounge together with a little bit of surge alloy production, we are now able to actually, you know, keep this level intact. Now, I've had to build quite a bit of air defense because there's a lot of tier 3 flying units sneaking past down the side over here. But as you can see, my base is still here. It is still going strong, and that means that for now we are out of trouble. Okay, all of that said, let's do what we actually came here to do, and that is try and capture some salt fields. I think it was fields, right, that they were called. Well, we have the first wave incoming in less than 2 minutes. So that's fun. Let's, whoa, okay, and we have a completely open area actually, which could be fun in terms of actually building a base. not so fun actually, in terms of actually defending against all of this. Now, I do have to admit, this doesn't look too impressive. It's just a couple of scatters. Some very low-level towers, actually. Is there anything more high-level in the back? Oh, there's a couple of lancers, but that's it. Huh. This is actually very interesting. So, are these guys actually producing any units themselves? Doesn't look like it. I don't see any production buildings other than just the towers. Huh. Okay, well, let me think about this for a moment. Okay, so there's no water on this level whatsoever, so that rules out pretty much all of the power production I have available, with the exception of things like solar panels, which the game has been kind enough to supply me with. The game also supplied me with a lot of like basic towers, which are honestly really basic. Not sure if that's going to be sufficient to hold off the enemy, but I was thinking we can actually make pyrite. We have plenty of sand and coal and lead, so pyrite is not going to be a problem. So maybe I just use my ripples to slowly advance towards the enemy and do it that way. And in the meanwhile, I might be able to leverage some of the other resources that I brought with me to produce some tier 3 units and take down the remaining enemies through that. And I was specifically thinking about making some of those fortress units that have a very long range, which are basically just mobile ripples. And so I think some of you in the comments actually pointed out to me as well. And the defenses here are really pathetic. So if I can just outrange these, I am just going to walk all over that, very easily clear the level. But in the meanwhile, of course, I do need to make sure I don't get overrun. So what I've done is I set up some solar panels, because that just produces power and I don't need water for that. And on top of that, I use some of the lower tech actually to set up some silicon production, as well as some graphite production and a lot of the other base stuff. So at least now we have pretty much everything in terms of base materials coming in, with the exception of, what am I missing actually? I am missing some metaglass. And if I have that going, I think I should be able, let me just double check, should be able to produce some tier 3 units. Now this is going to be pretty resource intensive, and honestly I'm not producing much at all, but hopefully that is going to be enough. Now we do have a wave incoming in exactly now, just 2 units. That is hopefully going to be manageable. I need to figure out where they are actually coming from though. Okay, so it seems they spawn actually right on top of the enemy core, and that means that if I am... that's not a smart idea. If I'm not mistaken, they should be basically running towards my base in a pretty much straight line. So here's the plan. I'm just gonna put up a couple of lancers, and that should hopefully be enough to keep the enemy at bay while I start working on my next production. And there we go, I have some metaglass production up and running, and I just noticed that we're waiting on wave number 3, but the enemies haven't actually attacked me whatsoever. And that is because I had the RTS attack wave still enabled in these settings. I definitely don't want to get into another one of those situations where there's hundreds of units just clumped up, making the level nearly impossible, although on this map I think it would be a lot easier to handle that. So I just disabled that, and I'm actually wondering if that will cause the enemy to move straight in. It looks like it. Also, apparently we have a flying unit coming in, so that was a little bit unfortunate. Didn't even know there was one of those. Are the ground units also? Yeah, they are also moving in now, so that is fine actually. Okay, so I guess it's decision time. I can either try to attack this base with turrets, which honestly I think is a viable tactic, but I think I am going to go for some tier 3 units with the fortresses in mind specifically, mainly because I think, well, I can either do it with turrets and risk running out of ammo. I mean, obviously you can produce more ammo, but just, you know, units have infinite ammo, so it makes sense, assuming I can get enough firepower going. But I can also just support my my units, protect my units, I should say, with some, for example, some lancers, and I think that should be enough given how many defenses we have on the map. Now I am going to use my pretty little blueprint over here again to make my life easy. This is actually designed for crawlers, but just by replacing the coal with lead, I should be able to produce the fortresses instead. Okay, so the first of these fortresses are now moving out. I have a couple of random defense batteries to set up, and I'm going to do pretty much exactly that. I am going to move these up slightly, just making sure I connect everything up, and then move my fortresses along with that, and of course making sure I move up the spawning point as well while I'm at it. just moving up my front line basically. And as you can see, these fortresses have a massive range. Now, can they shoot past walls is the question. Yeah, it looks like it. So I can just slowly start whittling away at the enemy defense line while the other units are spawning. Now the waves are of course increasing in strength, but then again so is my army. So I mean that is going to be pretty much smooth sailing until the end of this level, I think. Like taking candy from a baby, I just sitting outside of the range of the enemy defenses, whittling away at them. And of course we are getting waves incoming that are trying to attack us, but these are very low level units. And again, it feels like this is one of those levels I should have done earlier, or well, could have done earlier, as in then it would have been challenging, but with these level 3 units, almost feels like I'm using cheat codes, even though I am playing at max difficulty. So, you know, it has that going for it. And yeah, I could pretty much just walk up to the middle of the base and start blowing away and capture the sector. Now that means that I think I should now have, if I look at the technology tree, yep, I have the water extractor available. That would have been extremely nice to have earlier on. It does cost quite a bit of power. It doesn't necessarily generate a lot of water, but you can put it wherever you want, which is especially nice, for example, for boosting towers at your front line if there doesn't happen to be anything close by. Now the oil extractor is something I wasn't actually expecting. So what does this do? It uses a large amount of power, sand and water to drill for oil. So okay, so we put sand in, water in, and out comes oil. It is a fair amount of oil, to be honest. It is also a fair amount of power, but this would actually let me literally make coal wherever I want on the map. Because, well, assuming I have sand there, I guess, because so long as I have sand there, then water is now no longer an issue. I can make that with the water extractors, and then we can get some coal going. Well, that was really nice. A very easy level, honestly. But anyway, it was nice to get that up and running, and that does mean I have now a huge zone available actually to work with. The only problem is I don't really have a lot of the advanced resources on this map. So from what I understand, apparently at some point we'll be getting an option to transport things to other maps. If that is the case, then I am thinking that this map might be the best place to gather all the materials, if needed, process them to whatever else we need them to be processed into, like advanced resources and things like that, and then export them wherever we need them to go. Like have everything converge on this map and then export it to the target map we're trying to conquer. That is what I'm thinking. The real question is, I think I have like 5 levels left and I still haven't unlocked that actual ability, but I guess we will find out sooner rather than later. Okay, so considering that level was really quick, let's do another one. And I actually want to see if I can figure out, based on the technology tree, where I am going to get that thing that is going to allow me to transport units. I have something unlocked over here that requires Impact 0078. Given where this is in the technology tree, this is probably going to be something that repairs my units. I've unlocked pretty much everything else. I would expect that. Oh, hold on. In the corner, sneaky. Capture extraction outpost. It is in the conveyor belt section, although I would expect something that launches things between like sectors to be above the mass driver. But this is one of the few things I can still unlock, so I guess we go for the extraction outpost. I'm actually going to launch from the nuclear outpost because I have blastinium, that's not a thing, blast compound, and a lot of other stuff over here, as you can see, even a lot of phase fabric and surge alloy. So, you know, this is going to give me a head start, hopefully, to make sure this goes as smooth as possible. I do have to note that in the meanwhile I had to defend one of the other old zones, but that wasn't really interesting to show, so I am just skipping right past that. Interesting pop-up, by the way, that shows you what resources you have on this map. Okay, so this is a complicated layout actually, because we don't really know if the enemy is gonna come through here or through here, and flying units might do either, so you know this is actually going to be pretty interesting to defend. Now let's see what we're dealing with over here. Well, honestly not much. The defenses seem again pretty pitiful compared to what we've been dealing with in other levels. Honestly, there's This might be a very quick level once again, which would suit the length of this episode, but yeah, there's just not much going on. This is just a couple of duos, I think, yeah. A couple of scatters. This has even less defense than the previous level. We could use some naval levels to actually go all the way through here, all the way through here, and then attack the base from the back and then clear everything out. So naval units, I feel, on average, are actually pretty strong. So if we just build them over here, or maybe over here, then yeah, I think we should be fine. So let me think here. The level 3 naval unit, or at least the offensive one, has a capability to attack both air and ground, and it has a massive range of 33. So if we compare that to the fortress, that's only 29. Well, only 29, that's already massive. But this one has an even longer range. So we can do the exact same thing as we did in the previous level if we just start producing brights from the get-go. I'm actually wondering, can I just skip over any sort of like silicon and graphite production and so on, and just start producing units and clear the level? I'm tempted to try. It is a little bit of a risky approach, maybe, because if I run out of resources, I mean, it's game over. That's it. So, yeah, that might not necessarily be the smartest thing to do. We could actually set up some power production very easily over here with some cryogen generators. We have titanium, we have water, and yeah, let's just play it safe. But I could actually see that being a very smooth and easy way to complete a level, but better safe than sorry. With some inspiration from the last level, I actually want to try out starting with some really basic type of excavators, drills, mostly because they don't cost power. Start producing some pyrite that way, get that into a production facility so I have a pretty decent amount of production, then upgrade that production to blast compound, and then use that to get a, what was it, an impact reactor? Yes, an impact reactor going, and then I have all the power I need. It'll take a minute, but by boosting that up from the get-go and by saving some power in these large batteries fueled by the solar panels, I should be able to do all of that, I think. It's just gonna be a little bit of an experiment, but that's the fun about playing these games. Honestly, this low-tech production is working even better than I thought. You can see we have a pretty decent amount of pyrite coming in, even though, well, all of this is extremely basic. I am still running a power surplus now thanks to the differential generator, so now it's time to scale up. And as the first wave is coming in, I have my impact reactor powering up. It takes a minute to get going, but for the moment we are still at the surplus of power, so even the storage wasn't needed. And once this is up and running as it is now, well, as you can see, we have all the power we're going to need for a very long time, which begs the question, where's the enemy going? Apparently they can't really decide themselves either. They're going to go in all kinds of different directions. Anyway, since the enemy is apparently coming from this side, I'll just defend with a couple of lancers and then I can start working on my base. Weird as it may seem, the first thing I'm actually going to do is double up on my power production. Remember, I can put as many lancers as I want on the map like this. I can use the blast compound and the pyrite to defend myself if I need to, and just making sure I have enough power makes everything else in this game a lot easier. I mostly like using all that power to, well, upgrade my facilities to the max from the get-go. So you can see all these air blast drills are drilling a massive amount of base resources up already. I am already producing a full belt of silicon and a half belt, a little less than a half belt of graphite. And that is going to go a long way to make sure I don't run out of stuff while I'm starting to make units. Add in a couple of these air blast drills to put a lot more stuff in my mass drivers. Honestly, it's even more than a titanium conveyor can handle. I'm using all these mass drivers to shoot a single point of contact just to keep things a little bit less spaghettified than they otherwise would be. Hold on. I just noticed there was some pyrite mixing into my blast compound belt over here, and that would have been a disaster for my power output, but there you go, it's back up and running. I just saw it in time, and I added in a couple of cyclones because I had some air units flying through to the north. Now, some air defense over here as well. I think we're pretty much ready to go and build some units. Okay, so once again I had to temporarily hop back to the nuclear launch facility to make sure that this thing doesn't die, although it seems to have no problems handling itself, but I still don't trust the auto survive function, even though it says it would survive the next 10 waves. Just babysitting it might just be safer. I do have to say it's kind of enjoyable to see all of this going on, but there we go, the sector has been recaptured, or captured, or I'm not sure how to call that, but I am just putting up a couple of walls to make sure I don't need to do this next time I get back, and yeah, then we can get back to the actual main level. I do like how much easier it is to make naval units, because you actually only need 4 different items to make pretty much everything, both the healing type of naval unit as well as the damage one. So yeah, that should be pretty straightforward. And while this production is ramping up, I might as well just expand my facility a little bit, maybe add in some defenses, probably some air defenses as well, because honestly, if anything is going to go wrong, it's going to be those pesky air units once again getting through. And you might ask, is putting down a lot of meltdowns in defense against tier 1 and 2 units not a little bit of overkill? And my answer would be yes, probably, but yeah, we have the technology. And yeah, it's working just fine. I've also put some defense over here, even though there hasn't been a single unit coming through here. But again, it's mostly because I'm worried about air units kind of flying through here like that. And on that note, I should probably add in a couple of these parallaxes, because those are pretty decent at intercepting those units and making sure that they don't fly straight through and demolish my base. Okay, so I got my new tier 3 units up and running, and let's take them for a spin, assuming they're actually able to leave my base. It's a little bit of finicky stuff going on there, but it seems to work. This is actually just the relics of my base that I could take myself. Let's just ignore the enemy, and let's do some of our own attacking. Apparently I got shot down, not sure by what, but that works. Let's just start barraging the enemy and taking out some turrets. I don't think now I disabled the RTS type of gameplay that the enemy is actually rebuilding anything. Not sure that works that way, but so far it seems to be working just fine. Oh, these are the launch pods. Ooh, they actually look really nice. I'm wondering where the units are that the enemy is sending away, but oh yeah, no, bad idea. Right. Are these units going to attack me? Or are they just going to go for my base? If they are going for me, I probably can easily defeat this, honestly. But I might as well take advantage of my turrets, but it seems that they are ignoring me. In which case, I will just keep wallowing up on their turrets. Oh man, I sometimes really hate how belts work in this game, but yeah, this is obviously not going to work because I messed up my belts, but I need to clean this up. And I'm actually wondering, should I make some tier 3 units of the other type as well? I might as well, I mean, I have all the resources, so why not? Well, skillful Mindustry player that I am, I managed to actually, while I was building the secondary unit building facility, I managed to somehow mess up my power. My power shut down, of course, with the impact reactors. That's a massive problem. So I needed to set up a secondary power facility to make sure I had something to boost the main power facility to get everything back up and running. In the meanwhile, I ran out of silicon because, of course, that was no longer producing. Aside from the fact that this unit building is already consuming a massive amount of silicon as well. Long story short, really messy, not really entertaining to show though, but I am now sitting on a small army, and I should see that being reproduced pretty soon again as well. Okay, back to business of laying waste to my enemy's base, and honestly I might have just done that anyway if I was actually paying attention, because this is going to be extremely easy. I mean, it's not like the base is actually fighting back. There's a couple of turrets here and there that have a longer range, but all in all, the fires are going to take out most of the base that I can't just take out by myself. And honestly, there is not much that I cannot just take out by myself. Well, there's not anything, I think, as long as it's in the range of my very long-range brights. And I was wondering why my tier 3 healing units were not popping out, but it turns out I don't actually have access to those yet. I have all the tier 3 units, but for the naval version I need to capture the coastline. Well, I guess that makes sense, but I think we know what level we're doing next. Look at those sneaky bastards, by the way. They decided to go through the other side of my base now. Not entirely sure why that is actually. I mean, I actually have a pretty nice pathway very clear to them over here. But yeah, they decided to flank me. And that is very nasty of them, because I honestly wasn't counting on that happening, although I do have all the defenses I need in order to stop that. But still, it's interesting to see that for whatever reason they changed their minds. But yeah, probably just rushing this level is way more efficient, because as you can see, like I expected, I can just walk in through the back door and delete the enemy's core over here. And that means I can also start deleting their entire base. So there we go, and now we should have access to yes, the launch pad over here. It is going to launch batches of items to selected sectors, only accepts one item type at a time, so we're going to need quite a few of those if we want to be transporting massive amounts of different types of units to a single place. But all in all, I think this is going to be pretty fun. So let me take a few more minutes to set some basics up. Okay, so welcome back to the Salt Flats, and now I'm actually wondering if I can set up things over here, because I don't actually know what I need to build these. Hold on, let me actually figure out how this works. Okay, so it's actually pretty straightforward. We have a launch pad and we have a landing pad. So one is going to send items, the other one is going to receive items, and actually, I was inclined to make like a giant factory over here that is going to in and output resources, but even though there's a lot of space in this particular level, there is a huge drawback, and that is that there's no water. So even though we can use the water extractor to compensate for that, that's just going to be extremely annoying. And I'm not entirely sure if that is actually worth it. Moreover, there is a lot of resources we don't actually have on this particular map. This is only going to be base resources, so everything more advanced would need to be imported to this map as well. And again, I am not entirely sure if that is going to be worth it. That said, I am going to play around with this a little bit, and again, I know guys, I could look all of this up, but that's kind of not the point of playing a game in my opinion, looking everything up and then just copy pasting. I want to have some fun myself as well. So by all means, let me know in the comments what you do, because by the time I read that, I will have already done some experimenting by myself, and others might find your comments very useful indeed. So, and honestly, I find it useful because it helps me kind of like figure it out for myself first, and then improve upon that based on what I read in your comments. So those are very much appreciated. I am going to play around, and you will find out what I've come up with in the next episode. If you're still here, you are awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one. Hey, HCDA, and today we're talking about launch pads, because these have been quite changed, if I am correct, compared to how they used to be, and that makes things a lot more complicated and honestly a lot more fun, I think, as well, depending on your definition of fun, I guess. Anyway, the launch pad requires some oil to actually work, and a hefty bit of power as well, but not too many complicated resources, and that allows you to transfer items from one zone to the next, and that is extremely interesting. But it is worth keeping in mind that unlike before, when I think you could just launch it to the next sector and that would magically appear in your core, now you need the landing pad, and the landing pad is pretty straightforward. It's pretty cheap to build as well, but you are going to need water in order to make sure you can actually receive items. And not just any water, 1500 water per launch. Now, considering you can get one launch per 30 seconds from a launch pad, that means that per launch pad that is sending something to the landing pad, you are going to need 50 water per second incoming into the landing pad. So if you have two launch pads firing at a single landing pad, because you can do that, then you are going to need 100 water per second, 2 times 50. All of that means that the Salt Flats are probably the worst zone ever to use Launchpad in, because, well, you have zero natural water here. Of course, you can use the water extractors to get some water going, but that would be extremely expensive and honestly quite tedious as well. You would need about 9 of those water extractors just to fuel a single landing pad, and not to mention you would need oil. So all in all, this is going to be complicated if you want to send and receive items from this particular sector. So I decided to go a completely different route. Instead, what I'm going to do is I am going to use some of my safe zones to kind of redesign a whole exporting facility and kind of make that modular. So in order to make that a little bit easier, what I'm going to do is I'm going to import some of my thorium to this zone over here. These are the Windswept Isles. I've been using those as my kind of like my launching base for most of the early game. However, there's a couple of things that are not here, and thorium is among them. So just by importing thorium, I have pretty much all the required base resources that I need to really transform this into a modern base. Now remember, this zone cannot be attacked. There's no neighboring zones if you look on the map. So we don't have to be worried about defense on this particular map anymore. So what I can actually do is I can just take out everything I have over here and replace it with the modern equivalent of that type of resource. Now before I do that, I do want to make sure I have enough power, so I'm going to set that up first. And this little facility over here is not going to win any prizes for looking good, but it is going to produce a massive amount of power, as you can see. So this is all spinning up. I'm sitting on a very large surplus of power, despite producing quite a bit of stuff along the way. And that means that I can take everything to the next phase, which is pretty much deleting my entire base, with the exception of the receiving launch pads. But remember, these don't actually need power. They do need water, but I can use the normal pumps, the base pumps, to get the water in. And this is just going to make sure that I can redo my entire facility without any time stress or anything like that, because remember, this zone is not under attack. And I can make use of all the more advanced resources I now have at my disposal. I also want to make sure I upgrade my nucleus, or my core I should say, to a nucleus, so I have the maximum amount of storage space, and then I am going to do something really fun. And that is setting up little production facilities like this. This is completely running on things like air blast drills, with the exception of an occasional laser drill where I kind of just ran out of space. But other than that, plastinium conveyors, making sure I have not only maximum input but also maximum throughput. And yeah, you can see this makes it a lot easier to just chain a lot of production facilities. In this case, these are production facilities making silicon, and then I can start exporting all of that stuff through my launch pads. Now, of course, I do need to have enough water on the receiving end, so unlike before the changes where you could just spam this at the zone and it would pretty much have infinite resources, that is no longer the case, which I think is probably an improvement, considering for balancing reasons the other type of approach is fun, but doesn't really make a lot of sense in terms of balance. But between these launch pads, remember, every launch pad allows you to transport up to 200 items per minute. So this is 800 silicon per minute already, assuming that, of course, I am producing enough of that. But all in all, this is going to massively help me out in levels where I need, for example, in this case, silicon, because now I can just import it, assuming I have enough water. Now, it is important to remember that these launch pads have a limited throughput, so it's only about 3 items per second per launch pad. So if you want to have an entire titanium belt full, you would need about 4 of these. So all of this combined is about 2 titanium belts full of stuff, in this case silicon. Now, a very simple layout like this will be able to receive the contents of one of those launch pads without any resource or power requirements. Now remember, this is just going to be one of those launch pads items, because I need 1500 water, and in order to do that I need 50 water per second per launch pad that is actually launching stuff at this one. So if you want to do more than that, or receive more than one launch pad worth of items, you're going to need more water. But other than that, this is going to work just fine. And as a side note, just if I did my math correctly, there's a cooldown on receiving stuff, so you can only receive 12 shipments per minute, and that means that one of those launch pads is going to send you 2 shipments per minute at the most, assuming it has full inventory all the time. It has at least an input of 3 items per second on the sending location. So that means that you can at most have 6 launch pads shooting stuff at a single landing pad, and that landing pad then needs 300 water per second coming in. So not trivial to set up, but definitely possible. Of course, while building a facility like this, I do need to make sure I keep my base resources up and running, so this is why these belts are here, looking very clean, honestly, very simple, yet super effective. Of course, launching all of those rockets does cost a lot of power, so I upgraded my power facilities a little bit by producing even more blast compound and turning that into the impact reactors over here. But because I'm producing more blast compound than I actually need, it allows me to actually export this as well. A lot of the resources in this game you actually don't need that many of in order to get yourself going in a different level. And of course, it is very important to realize that if I am building my power facility in a base relying on the imported blast compounds, then if I switch the destination of the blast compound to a different base, the first base is going to completely drain empty. So it's pretty important not to rely on that too much, but I could use this, for example, to fuel my ammunition for my guns. The same principle holds, of course. Those guns will run dry once the glass compound is rediverted, but if that particular level is actually completely safe, that doesn't matter. So I guess you get the gist now, but I'm just going to keep expanding my exporting capabilities. So in the nuclear facility level, I have quite a bit of thorium, so I'm going to be exporting that like I have been already. But I'm also going to use some of that to start making and then exporting some face fabric, because that is the one item that I can't really make on the Windswept Islands. And, well, I can make plenty of that here, and I want face fabric in pretty decent capacities anyway. I just need a single launch pad because honestly I don't think I'm going to be producing enough of that to really warrant exporting like massive amounts. Just like 3 phase fabric per second, which is what one launch pad can export, is going to be a massive amount compared to what you need. But yeah, generally speaking, that is going to be just fine. And you can see this is turning into a little bit of spaghetti, but there is a lot of exporting going on for pretty high level resources. Now, since the game seems to be very pressing in terms of actually exporting the things that go into the launchpad, even if they have nowhere to go, I figured, well, it might as well have somewhere to go. So I'm actually collecting all of the things that I am exporting now in the Windswept Isles, and yeah, you can see there is now also face fabric arriving here, and that means we have every single type of resource arriving at the Windswept Isles. I should probably also set up a couple of mass drivers to get the blast compound in here as well, because I am producing more than what I need. And there we go. This is just a little bit of overflow of blast compound, but considering I am now actually actively receiving a lot of these items, well, every single item in the game, honestly, in my main base over here, this makes it very ideal to start exporting or launching my other missions from this particular sector, because this will be gathering up all of those resources non-stop. That said, that's not actually completely true, because for a moment I am missing out on plastinium, but that is something I can very easily make right over here. Alright, so between this little plastinium farm and this metaglass farm, I do believe I now have everything both produced and exported to my zones wherever I want them to go. Well, actually I don't, because these are flowing into my main base, and I started setting up a little oil production facility over here, but of course I do need to add some landing pads. Alright, and there we go, and I do believe that probably one launch pad for each of these resources is probably going to be enough to satisfy whatever needs I might have elsewhere on the map. Alright, and there we go. I am now producing all the resources that I need for my expansion, either on this map, I should say, or I'm importing it from maps where I am producing that. And this is going to make the Windswept Isles a perfect landing base. Remember, it cannot be attacked because there's no hostile zones around it, and that just means it can just sit here and gather resources while I conquer other maps and then a rinse and repeat. It's actually really exciting. I didn't really realize how these landing pads would work, but yeah, all in all, it looks very promising. I look forward to doing that. Now, I'm going to keep this episode separate from everything else, mostly because it kind of stands on itself and it might not interest everyone who's following along with my playthrough and actually conquering maps, but I did feel it was important to kind of walk you through how I've set this up. I can import this, all these base resources now pretty much anywhere else except for lead and copper, because I honestly don't think I'm going to need to import that, and slag and sand, things like that. Just anything that actually requires buildings to produce other than miners, I am actually exporting now to wherever I want it to go. And I think that is probably going to be enough. Now, could you pretty much just build on this and make like 10 launch pads launching whatever you need? Yes. Do you need to do that? I don't know. I think not. I might be wrong on that, but it's probably going to be overkill. Either way, I hope you enjoyed this one. If you're still here, you were awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one. Hey, CDA, and today we're playing some more Mindustry, and last time around I set up my little launching facility over here and in several other places. I'm not going to show all of them, of course, but it does mean we should be able to import stuff through the landing pads wherever we kind of want. Now, on that note, let me go to the research tree over here, there we go, and see what we want to unlock next. Okay, so here's what I decided doing. I, of course, needed to unlock the tier 4 unit building, and, well, that cost a lot of phase fabric, but I have plenty of that now. I'm actually producing it in several different locations, and I just upgraded a lot of that as well. And I also decided to unlock the Vela, I'm not sure how you pronounce that, but this is a unit that can not only repair other ones, it has a nice ability that it fires a laser, which is cool, of course, but it also causes fires. And this is the main thing that attracted me, other than the fact that it can repair the other ones, which is really convenient. I've noticed that the enemy is very inept at fighting actual fires itself. I have plenty of problem with that myself, so no shaming here of the enemy or anything like that, but the fact that it can cause fires is going to cause a lot of additional damage to their bases, I think. So this is why I'm going to go with this unit. Of course, I want to unlock all the other ones as well, but I need a lot more plastinium to do that, and well, we're producing plenty of that, so it's just a matter of time. But I'm just gonna start off with this one for now. Speaking of different units that want to be upgraded, I don't actually have access to the tier 3 naval units just yet, so this is an additional reason to go for this particular level, the Coastline, because that is supposedly going to allow me to unlock this one. What do you need for this one? The Tetrative. Okay, so this is just a matter of upgrading the next tier of building, but if I want to have, well, higher tier naval units, I'm gonna need to capture this level, so this is why we're going here next. Okay, I am fully loaded up, and let's go explore yet another map. We're going to have to defend against 30 waves on this map, and actually I think this might be a little bit challenging because there's not really an easy choke point which I can store up. There's a lot of water here, of course, and a lot of this is deep water where you can build in. And there seem to be two ways pretty much for the enemy to come through, at least with naval units, like this, or the long way around like this. And honestly, I'm not entirely sure which one is the long way around. It feels like this route will be longer, but it's probably relatively close. I do think that this is going to be the main bottleneck. That being said, if there's any ground units spawning, then those will likely go across the coast into this area. So I'm going to have to block off this choke point and this choke point, and honestly that's not really a problem because any air units will be flying through the middle over here. So that means I kind of have to set up some air defense, at least in this area as well. All in all, that is going to be pretty demanding in terms of how much I set up, so we better get to work. Okay, so step one, I'm gonna set up some power. I'm going to go straight for the impact reactor. And I'm doing that, of course, with some initial plastinium production. I'm also going to make sure I have a little bit of power buffer so I can actually charge those initial reactors. And then we should be able to set up everything else we need. Seems I underestimated a little bit how much power it actually takes to get everything going. So I'm going to need to expand a little bit on my initial power production. Yeah, I can do that with some coal generators, maybe with some temporary RTGs. Not entirely sure what's the best way forward. I should probably next time around just start out my main base with some more RTG generators just to kickstart everything a little bit faster. But yeah, it's interesting to see that as our technology develops, our starting strategy also needs to adjust to that. And well, we have the first wave coming in as I am starting up my power, which is a problem in itself, I guess. Let's check out this wave though. Ooh, these are actually some pretty high level units already. Well, let's hope they don't reach my base before I'm actually able to start up some power, because otherwise this is going to be a massacre. Okay, the power is starting up. I have a couple of lancers ready to go. Let's pause once again. Let's see where the enemy actually is. They are actually going through the top route, which I expected they would, so that is good to know. That means I can kind of build my power line all the way through here and then set up some meltdowns probably over there and work from there on. Actually, getting this defense up and running will not be trivial between the short time on the waves on the eradication level and actually the amount of distance I have to cover with all of my power supply, but yeah, I think that should be very nice to keep everything bottlenecked over here in terms of giving me some area to play with in the rest of the level. Okay, a little bit of a time jump. As you can see, we're already on wave 4, even though it was just 2 minutes, but between intercepting some flying units that decided to take a stab at my base, so I had to improvise a couple of scatters over here. For just a couple of tier 1 units, but still they got through. And my power line being destroyed by some naval units that managed to just basically just burst their way through without getting killed in time by the meltdowns. I think just one of the meltdowns was up at the time anyway. Yeah, this was a little bit hectic, but now I do have this first line up and running. I think if I just close off this area, I might actually be able to close off this area as well and have the enemy units go through here. Although it is always risky to do that because you never know if they might decide that this way is actually quicker. I do hope that by adding in a couple of Lancers over here, that should make everything a little bit more resilient to things sneaking through, and if that is the case, I could also just consider blocking everything off altogether. At this point, however, I am running low on silicon, so it is important that we go over to plan B, which is mass receiving items from all the launch pads that I just set up. So you can see there's a lot of silicon and graphite already coming in. There's some thorium. I'm also importing titanium. Pretty much everything we're going to need to build anything on this map is now being imported. Not at a super high amount, so I do need to be conscious of the fact that I do need to actually build stuff on this map still. But this is going to make my life a whole lot easier. Then silicon is always a bottleneck for everything, and like I said, I do need to make sure I have some production in my level itself. I just set up a full belt of silicon production over here. I also made sure I have some basic materials like copper, lead, and titanium coming in. And for the rest, I'm for the moment going to rely on the production that I'm getting from outside. Because as it stands, I'm already on wave 10 and the waves are becoming significantly larger, and I need to make sure I upgrade my defensive line a little bit because things are sneaking through. I don't want to completely block everything off because then I might get nasty surprises with the enemy going a completely different direction. So yeah, I am going to have to make sure there's more stuff shooting at the enemy as they go towards my base. Okay, so here we go. I added a couple of foreshadows to the mix that should definitely increase my anti-air and anti-ground defense. These are super high damage single target type of thing, so I also added in a couple of ripples just to make sure I also have some AoE to support everything. And of course I don't want everything burning down, so I'm probably going to have to add in some waves as well. I'm also going to utilize these incoming resources to start building some units, and I'm going to do that by really utilizing the little facility that was already here. I took out the remaining buildings that I don't really need, but everything else bloop, is instantly then constructed. Well, at this point the game is trying to tell me I should probably be fine, but I don't trust it, so let's just make sure I keep it going, because I just set up a nice little factory, as you can see over here, that is hopefully going to construct me some tier 3 units. Now the nice thing about setting up these units to be built from things that you actually import from your other factories is that every unit that is being built here is essentially free when it comes to the resources of this level. Now, as you can see, I have a little bit of trouble of actually getting in the titanium, but there we go. There was a little bit of that, but we're definitely going to need a lot more titanium than what I'm getting now. Luckily, we have plenty of that right next door, and I'm going to use all of these resources over here, or at least some of them, to kickstart a little bit of actual local production. Okay, so those are tier 3 naval units in production, and now let's have some fun. I am going to get myself some tier 4 ground units, the ones I just unlocked at the beginning of the level to be exact. Now, I do have a problem in the meanwhile, because as you can see, I have some ground units coming in, and exactly what I thought would happen is now actually happening. They are going to go through the inside, and I don't really have a lot of defenses there, so I am going to have to set some of those up. Just to make sure I get it through the initial wave, I'm just going to set up a couple of Lancers, though it should be fine for this particular wave. It's only 8 units, so nothing too major. It's only the tier 3 units, I believe, and I also have some tier 3 units of my own to help with defending. Oh, okay, the units did not decide to go further route that I was expecting them to take. They're actually going to go straight through the middle over here. Which is also where my mass drivers are supplying me with ammunition. So, yeah, you know, that's not really what I was going for, but, yeah. So let's scramble some defensive lines, and hopefully that will be enough, because otherwise I do have a pretty big problem. The nice thing about these foreshadows is though they have an insane range. As you can see, they're actually helping me out with defense. And yeah, okay, well that works. Make sure that everything doesn't get on fire over here, but if that doesn't happen, then we should be just fine. Honestly, the most annoying about this level is the fact that I get all of these random flare units flying all over the place, attacking all different facilities from different angles. Now, honestly, it's not really a problem taking them out, but in the meanwhile, as you can see, they do a fair amount of damage. So, you know, definitely challenging in a very interesting, or at least original way. However, in the meanwhile, I still can keep those enemies off my back, honestly. It's not too much of an issue, and I keep adding a couple of foreshadows to my mix, mostly because I don't really know what to expect from the boss wave. If it's going to be an air unit, it's going to be a problem. If it's going to be a ground unit, probably not, but it is going to go through here. I am expecting, however, that to be a naval unit, like, well, the level would kind of fit, and that means it also has to go through all of my tier 3 and tier 4 units. Look, we have a Vela, I don't know, but we're going to need a couple more of those, and as you can see, I am still producing units. Why are you not producing anything? What are you lacking? Or you need silicon. Yeah, honestly, silicon is my major bottleneck. I was trying to build a thorium factory, or thorium power factory, I should say, over here, but I fed in the thorium before I completed my cryofluid, and as most of you should probably know, that is a very bad idea. Everything blew up. Luckily, I didn't build it any closer to my unit production facility, otherwise it would have been an even bigger mess. Of course, it does help if you actually repair the buildings you have, so the silicon can reach your production facilities. That might help constructing those tier 3 units, or tier 4 units actually. Okay, time to stop messing around and actually get things going. So there you can see there's actually silicon coming in again. All of these units are now being produced. I even have some tier 4 units up and running. Do I have some more than that already? No, just the first one, but everything is now in production. It's really weird on Eradication that it feels like you're spending a lot of time building stuff sometimes, but because the waves are coming in so fast, it's actually just like the levels actually take something around half an hour in terms of game time, but in terms of play time, it is several times that, because you're just designing and redesigning stuff and reacting to what happens. Speaking of time flying, I didn't actually realize we were already up to the Guardian wave. Let's see what Guardian we actually have. We have a whole bunch of these flying units. These are just the tiny ones. I guess the Guardians are in here. Those are probably tier 4 naval units, I guess. Well, they should be going straight through my defenses over here, so I think we should be fine. Famous last words and so on, but yeah, these foreshadows are going to go a very long way at doing significant damage to the Guardian, I think. And even if they aren't, we also have a lot of these naval units on standby here, along with some tier 4 units of my own. So yeah, I think, yeah, they're melting away. Yes, no problem whatsoever. And there we go. There is still 20 enemies. Oh, hold on. Well, actually, these guys should run into these defensive lines over here or here. It's really interesting that I am no longer worried whatsoever about these units. They just melt away in front of Lancers. And yes, Lancers, so the very ancient units that we barely have been using at all anymore. And oh, that's interesting. They were actually attacking those, but as you can see, the foreshadows take out several of them before they even reach me, and there we go. The Lancers are not even going to fire, I think, because the meltdowns are just going to melt them away. And there we go, sector captured. Now, I have to admit, this was probably one of the messiest levels I've played so far on Eradication, and I think there's two reasons for that. First of all, I have a feeling that setting up thorium reactors might be a lot more convenient than trying to set up these impact reactors like I've been doing so far. I might be switching to impact reactors as soon as I have a little bit of thorium reactors coming up and running, but honestly, thorium reactors need so little resources. Just a tiny little bit of thorium is all you need, of course along with some water, but the cryogen is super easy to produce, and I could easily be running double the amount of thorium reactors that I have over here. And again, you barely need any resources for that. I also think that tier 4 units, while super strong, are kind of a trap in a way because these things suck up a massive amount of resources. Now, that might not necessarily be an issue because, of course, these things are super duper cool. But given the amount of resources that you need, you definitely don't want to, at least I don't think you want to start producing them from the get go. I'm actually not entirely sure. It's interesting though, because you do start out with a lot of resources. So if you want to use these on the offense, then that might actually be a decent way of doing it. But at the same time, you also need a boatload of resources to set up your defenses. And it kind of feels like you're going to do either one of those, but not both at the same time. I might be wrong on this though. I do think it's really interesting that I didn't actually build that much local production, but I've mostly been just relying on what I've been importing, with the exception of the very basic resources, as well as thorium and metaglass. I actually added a small factory to make that because I was running really low on that. But if you do that really early on, then it's actually super easy this way to set up your factory. So I look forward to iterating on this a little bit more to get the order and efficiency down a bit further. It also will definitely help if we have a level where the spawning point isn't miles away from our choke point, because that just made it a lot easier, or a lot harder I should say, to defend against all those air units, and that just made everything even more messy. On top of the fact that my base is all over the place, so that doesn't help either. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to set up some more local production over here, but that's also going to allow me to export a lot more while I'm preparing for the next level, so we can import even more resources into that level. So before we end this episode, I just want to give you a quick rundown of what I actually did to upgrade this zone. So I added a lot of plastinium production, a lot of other base production honestly, and a lot of ways to export that through a launch pad. So that just means that I can again utilize that in different zones as well. In the meanwhile, I'm still importing all of those resources from the other zones as well, with a double plastinium conveyor actually, because of the amount of stuff just coming in. I'm also producing a little bit of pyrite and surge smelter, surge alloy I should say, over here, just to make sure I have some local production on top of what I'm importing. So I am actually producing everything now locally as well, just to make sure I have a little bit of everything incoming. And there you go. There is a lot of power production over here happening as well. I'm actually not entirely sure what the optimal way of producing power is, which is probably a good thing. I am really not sure if the impact generators are optimal, but the thorium reactors have the problem that they tend to blow up if you are not careful. So if there's any problem with power, these things are liable to blow up, and then we really have a problem. On the other hand, just the raw thorium is super easy to produce. They don't need that much cryofluid either. So from that perspective, this is super easy. But at the same time, 10 differential generators actually produce more power. So this is about 11,000, well this is 9,000, it's not a big difference, but still. And the only thing this needs is pyrite, which is super cheap and easy to make. And don't forget, the pyrite mixture only needs 12 power to produce. At the same time, I do need 3 different types of resources to get that going, along with the the cryofluid. And you do need more cryofluid in order to fuel these differential generators. I am fairly certain, however, that the answer is not going to be the RTG generators, because you can see these generators over here produce about the same power as this layout or that layout. And other than the fact that it takes up more space, and quite a bit more space actually, the resources you need to build these things are quite expensive as well. So if resources are not an issue and space is not an issue either, then sure, this works, and that actually requires only a tiny amount of thorium to run. But still, I think this is just complete overkill, and you're probably supposed to rely on either these or the impact generators. Anyway, let me know in the comments actually what type of power you prefer for your startup phase as well as your more mid-game phase. The end game doesn't really matter honestly, because at that point you're winning anyway. Either way, this new zone, even though I actually am only using about half of it, is a pretty nice new launching zone to kind of start conquering the world with, for the main reason that, unlike the Windswept Isles, I can actually produce every single resource I have available on this map as well, other than also importing it. So not only, like I said, I'm importing it here, I'm also making things like face fabric here. I do have quite a bit of thorium on this map, unlike on the other islands. So yeah, This map, by the way, is also completely safe. It is not under attack from anything, even though there is a different level next to it. There's no base there. So there's not going to be an attack from the enemy ever on this map, which makes it very convenient. I could just completely remove all the defense I had over here. I stacked my units somewhere in the corner so they didn't get in the way. So I never have to worry about being attacked here. And I can just start accumulating more and more resources, which honestly is a good thing because I still have quite a bit of expensive units to unlock, which is exactly what I'm going to do between now and the next episode. Okay, TDA from the future. I've been sitting around waiting for my research to complete, and I decided I am no longer going to do that because I did unlock a couple of units. I also worked my way quite far into the unlock of the tier 5 units. But I did some math, and look at this. I need 40k plastinium over here. I need another 50k over here, another 50k over here, then another 50k over here. That is literally hours of waiting for the plastinium to be done. And of course, I could just continue building more plastinium generators as well. That would actually quite help a lot with that. But just building buildings for unlocking resource is the most boring thing I can think of doing. So I'm not going to do that. I am just going to play the next couple of levels. Hopefully the lack of some of these tier 4 units is not going to bite me, but honestly I don't expect it will. I have the Vela available. I think this is actually going to be a pretty decent unit for attacking enemy bases, so this is why I unlocked that first. I also have the ship unlocked because that has a massive range and does a massive amount of damage, so any type of map where I can use these to actually attack or defend, honestly, is going to be super useful. And I also think these units might be very nice for defending. They actually have a pretty decent DPS. They don't have a massive range, but they do attack everything. So between these three, I think I have unlocked everything that I might need. And of course I am going to unlock the other ones as well, but that will just have to wait a little longer. And I don't even want to know how much resources the tier 5 units are going to cost me, honestly. But yeah, it is what it is. Anyway, this was a very randomly kind of messy episode once again. Apologies about that. That seems to be what just happens to me when I play this game. But either way, if you are still here, you are awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one. Hey, it's TDA, and today we're playing some more Mindustry, where I continue my quest to actually complete the Serpulo campaign, but that should be a lot easier now. We have so many of these launch pads to get ourselves some resources, so let's get going, and let's see if I can keep things a little bit more neat and controlled this time around. Now, a lot of you warned against going to the nuclear production complex because it would be under attack non-stop, and well, you were not wrong. However, it is interesting that I've been able to pretty much ignore most of the attacks on the nuclear production complex, as well as, I don't know where it is, the salt flats over here. Mostly because it seems that they are doing just fine defending themselves, so I didn't actually have to deal with that. Also makes me wonder why the game is even telling me it's under attack if it's going to survive anyway, but you know, as long as I don't have to actively deal with it, that is fine by me. Now the real question is, where do we go next? I am inclined to go for, I don't know, maybe actually this zone over here, just so we can clear it out and make sure the salt flats are no longer under attack. It is actually a main mission. I'm probably not going to do all these random maps, mostly because that is just a lot of work. Maybe at some point I'll take out the enemy bases just to make sure that we can claim the planets under control. Depends a little bit on how much fun this continues to be. For now, let's just go to the Atolls and make sure I don't have to worry about the salt flats anymore. I did redesign my starting base a little bit. As you can see, this was the previous version. I am now running 6 RTG generators, all fueled by thorium, so that's a massive amount of additional power compared to this version where I was running them on phase fabric. I still include the tier 1 and tier 2 flying units, so I can have some mining going on, as well as some construction, and all of that at a fairly low price. Of course, the tier 3 units do the same thing, but I think that's a little bit of a waste in terms of resources. Okay, there we go, and let's see what zone we end up this time around. There seems to be a lot of stuff already in the zone. The first wave is going to come in about 3 minutes. And whoa, okay, this is going to be interesting for sure. We actually have 2 locations where the enemy can come from. And if these guys are going to come from air, then I'm already in trouble. Okay, well... that's a thing, I guess. And well, given the fact that this already starts out with some anti-air production, or turrets, I should say, up and running, I am pretty sure that that's exactly what is going to happen. So that kind of sucks, honestly. Although I do get some thermal generators to start out with, so that's nice in terms of power production. We can actually place a couple more of them over here. Now, let's check out these bases. These are... okay defended, so mostly air defense, honestly. So if I can just bring in some naval units, probably, that should not be too much of a problem. Same thing applies over here. We do have some... oh, this is actually mostly anti-air again. This is almost strictly anti-air, actually. There's a couple of ripples in here, but other than that... we should be able to just clear this out pretty easily with naval units. And this is actually the main base that seems to be defended with some ripples. That is going to be a little bit more work, but all in all, not too bad. Once again, the enemy is going to come from over here and over here down to the south. Can I... this is fairly deep water, isn't it? Yeah. It's going to be a massive pain in the neck to build my defense, because I'm pretty much going to have to defend everything, this entire island. Okay, well, let's get to it. Okay, so first things first, I'm going to set up some power with the cryogen generators over here, some thorium that I'm going to have to collect, for now at least, from the other maps. So this is where that will come in. And this is going to make sure I can import at least 6 per second. So that should be more than enough to fuel a couple of these generators. As well as probably, if I should not forget that, my RTG generators that I have set up over here. I'm also going to need some of this titanium to actually make the cryo fluid. But all in all, this should prove a pretty efficient way to get my power up and running, I think. Okay, so that is a nice power surplus. We have some power storage as well. We also have only 1 minute before the enemy is actually going to fly in and harass us, but I think we should be in a pretty good starting position for now. Now, I definitely want to start on building units as quickly as possible. And again, we can do that because we have all these landing pads available now. And those should be able to supply me with pretty much all the materials I need without actually requiring all that much power, because I can fuel these things mostly from, well, if I want to, from these impulse pumps, which is definitely the most efficient way. But even if I didn't have power, I could just use the base pumps to do that. Okay, so how about this? I'm bringing in all the resources I need to produce all of these units over here. And the nice thing about the naval units is actually that we don't need as many as the different types of units as before. I do need to replace my ground facility with a naval facility, but other than that, this should work just fine. And it should allow me to produce tier 4 naval units, which are really, really strong. At least that's what I'm hoping, and that's what I gathered from the tooltip. I am going to bring in all those different resources. I'm actually not really producing anything over here except for a little bit of titanium. But remember, I am producing massive amounts on the other planets, so hopefully this should do the trick. Anything that I'm importing that is not being used by my base is going to go straight into my vaults in order to be used for example, building defenses. Well, the first wave was just a couple of tier 3 units, but yeah, that was actually not that easy to defend against because they were just sailing right past all my defenses. And as you can see, I started building some defenses over here, but it already passed those. Then I built some over here, it ran straight past those, etc, etc. So I ended up with towers all over the place. I guess that's nice for the next wave, but it is definitely a little bit frustrating that once again I won't really be able to control where the enemy units go, requiring me to kind of just build things all over the place. And oh boy, does it take long to build one of those tier 4 production units, and honestly that might be the biggest bottleneck on eradication, just getting this up and running. Well, it took me a minute, and honestly what I've realized is that these landing pads themselves are probably going to import more stuff than fits on a belt, and this is actually not that efficient. I have everything on a single belt flowing into my nucleus, but I am also trying to draw things from that along the way, and all of this is kind of congested in a lot of ways. So even though I have a massive amount of resources incoming, it is not necessarily as efficient as I was hoping it would be. The enemy waves, however, for the moment are still not that impressive, so we're not in any trouble, but there's definitely some things to consider moving forward for the next few levels. Anyway, that is nothing a secondary line of production won't solve, and this is hopefully going to help me make sure I actually get access to all my resources. Something else that's going to help out with my throughput is the fact that I now am actually producing some silicon locally. So now I have the base resources, lead and copper, as well as titanium, and silicon in production here locally. So that should speed things up, I think. That also means that I can probably... No, I'm actually not going to funnel this into this belt over here. That is going to slow down my unit production a little bit, but I do need silicon for pretty much everything I need to build myself as well. So I do need to be conscious of that. How are we doing on power? Still 3k surplus, even though this thing hasn't kicked in yet, and that's going to take up 800 just by itself. So I'm not low on power, but I do need to keep an eye on that for sure. I'm also kind of running out of building space, and I haven't built that many defenses yet. It's just a couple of meltdowns along with some other random kind of defense. And I haven't been attacked a single time from the north yet, so I do also need to focus a little bit on some anti-air, I think. Oh man, there's a lot of things going on, and we don't have that much space to work with, which is honestly kind of cramping me. The thermal power patch is really nice, but honestly it's not going to do that much for me because it is only a trivial amount of power compared to what I need nowadays for my base. Also seems we graduated to double wave size now, and that is going to be a problem sooner rather than later as well. But look, my first tier 4 unit is now in production. Okay, so a little bit of metaglass production should help with that. So I can easily weave in some cyclones along with my base defense. I put in some waves because, you know, fire will always get to me. And then we're good to go. Now, actually, I checked out the tier 4 unit production. I didn't realize it takes 90 seconds just to build one of these, and that is assuming that you've already built the others. So it takes like 5 waves of enemy units just to produce a single one of these tier 4 units. Now, of course, they're going to be really, really strong, but you definitely do not want to underestimate how long it takes to get anything done like this. Okay, that is interesting. I just got the first wave from the north, and it turns out that it's also naval units. I was not expecting that. For some reason, I had in my mind that it was going to be air units exclusively, which is sort of a problem in and of itself, considering I have no ground defense here whatsoever. However, the way these units tend to behave is they are just going to sail all the way across here, maybe damage my factory a little bit in the process, and then just go right past my meltdowns anyway, so it's not really a problem, but I definitely wasn't expecting that. On the bright side, there's now a Sei in the way, or Sei, I'm not sure how to pronounce this once again, but look at that. That is one big boy of an enemy unit. Well, it's not an enemy unit, it's my unit. I'm going to put that unit to good use to start taking out the enemy base, but until I do, I also want to make sure I get in some Surge Alloy and Blast Compound over here, which actually means I should probably set this to something else because I'm importing it over here as well. So why not just more silicon? You can never have too much silicon. And yeah, this is going to ensure that I have a lot of ammunition going that I can start using towards upgrading my base defense. I also realized I can actually completely block off this particular route, so forcing the enemy to take the long way around basically. And I can do that probably just by putting in some very lame copper walls. But if I do it like this, the enemy will be forced to take the long way around. And if I build some turrets over here, they can shoot at everything that comes in range. Okay, time to unleash my tier 4 unit upon the enemy. And let's see what it can do. I don't think you necessarily need to get that close. Good. I mean, just fire away at the enemy already and start laying waste to their base. Can I just park it out here and will it just auto-shoot out of itself? I am gonna get myself killed, that's not a problem. But yeah, I'm just sieging the enemy while I am building my base. That's nice. So it's time to start building some very expensive turrets and unloading them. I do need to make sure I actually unload them, because otherwise this is not going to do much. There we go. Let's copy and paste that over there. And there we go. We have a foreshadow up and running that should be able to reach pretty much everything that attacks my base. And how are you going along? Well, just fine. It is still laying waste to the enemy base. I can probably park it a little bit closer, as long as it's not... Oh, as I was about to say, as long as it's not in range of any turrets, it should be fine. I definitely don't want to get my units damaged any more than it needs to. This is going to take a while, especially considering there are actual menders in the mix over here apparently. But taking these out should not take too long. Okay, so a little bit of a status update. I was actually attacked from the north and the enemy units just flew right into this little like haven over here, starting to shoot at all of my stuff. Wasn't that big of an attack, but still quite annoying. So what I've done is over here add in a couple of lancers just to make sure I got rid of those units. I also noticed that I wasn't actually powering my foreshadow, so they weren't actually helping me at all. But now they are powered and set up with ammunition. So this should cover a large part of my defense for the moment. I also have 2 of these SAE units now, with the 3rd one in production. So I think I'm doing a pretty good job at making progress in this level. Now, with the remaining resources that I have, I want to make sure I add in a couple of melts over... I'm actually wondering where I should put them. I could put them over here, because the enemy units are going to come through here. And if I put them here, that does put any attackers in the range of the foreshadows as well. That makes this a little bit vulnerable, but I'm not entirely sure if there's actually units going to come through there. I guess it doesn't hurt to be safe. I'm just going to put down a couple of meltdowns over here to add into the defense. And this is actually going to help me defend against air units as well. So, you know, better safe than sorry. And I am going to add number 3 to the mix, just because I can. Meanwhile, my long-range bombardment over here is working pretty effectively. Try not to get yourself killed, TDA, and as you can see, I am slowly starting to take down this base. As soon as the power drops, I think that is the requirement I need to do. Yep. Now I should be able to just directly target the enemy base. Let's see if I can actually reach it though, because I don't know. Let's find out. Yeah, looks like we'll be able to do that just fine. It is a little bit annoying that they really want to move, even though they don't have to. I mean, just shoot at it from max range already. You don't need to be fancy about it, just get things killed. Okay, that base should be going down really soon, and yep, that is 1 base down, 2 to go. As a side note, I did actually add in some pyrite production because I wanted some more power, and well, you can see the result here. Now I have the pyrite, I can actually also very easily add in a couple of ripples. Now I do want to make sure that I use the proper gates in order to make very sure that I prioritize my power over actually fueling my defenses. Because my defenses are going to be completely demolished if I don't do that. There we go. And that should allow me to start working on some additional long-range defense. Meanwhile, I'm going to park my ships right outside the enemy's door as well. I just realized I can't actually get in here with my naval units. That is going to be a problem, considering I only have naval units. On top of that, if you notice over here, there's a deep portion of sea which my ground units can pass, but I will need that area in order to cross that area in order to get to this base. There's no other way into this base, is there? So that means I either need to build flying units or at least something that can fly and then touch down again, which I guess brings us back to that Vela unit that I was talking about earlier. That said, that's not too big of a problem because I can just finish the ships I'm building over here. Actually have number 3 up and running already, so that's really nice. I can take down some of the anti-air defenses that I can reach from over here, and then I can just start building Velas over here by replacing this building with a ground unit building. Now, since the Novas do need some different type of default materials, I do need to rework my belts a little bit, but honestly it's not that big of a problem considering I just need to bring in some lead. I already have the titanium, so that is the only change. Now it's gonna take a minute because we're first going to need to process all of this before I can start working on my Velas, but we're not that much in a rush as long as we can just hold out. And holding out is getting easier and easier as I'm adding more and more defenses to the mix. Some more meltdowns over here should make that a lot easier as well. That's a lot of easy in a couple of sentences, but you get the drift. In the meanwhile, I'm softening up the enemy defenses by taking out their initial defensive lines and especially the anti-air, so I can land safely over here once I do get my Velas up and running. Now, where the bleep are you guys going? I mean, you're supposed to be attacking in this direction, not in whatever direction. Oh yeah, you're going to go straight in there, are you? Okay. Then I guess I'll just have to block you out of there with some simple copper walls. Hopefully that will be enough to kind of redirect them where I want them to go. And just in case, a couple of meltdowns should do the trick as well. What's interesting is that I'm now on wave 13 and I haven't seen a single flying unit so far. It's just been all these naval units that are honestly not posing much of a problem whatsoever. Let's see, how are you guys doing? You are kind of out of range of everything. Well, no, actually, as you just showed me, you can still reach something. Let me select this one, maybe park you over there. And then I think it is time to start moving you. Well, maybe you can reach something from over here. Let's try, but otherwise I'm just gonna move my naval units to this top base over here because that needs clearing out as well. Something that is interesting to note is that in the previous levels the enemy bases used to actually produce units themselves as well, but that doesn't seem to be the case in this particular level. Not that I'm complaining, because that would have made everything a lot more complicated, even more than it already is. But it would make my life a lot harder if that was actually the case. So, you know, that now I can just sit here and shoot at the enemy without any problem whatsoever. Alright, note to self, if you build another factory, make sure it's actually set to the correct thing, because I was making daggers rather than these Novas, and that's just not actually going to do that much, because it's just going to produce, I guess, a single tier 4 unit. Do I have that unlocked? Let me double check. No, I don't actually have that unlocked. I could make a scepter. Oh, might as well unlock it. There we go. I guess I am also going to produce one of those. Oh look, we're going to get some air attacks after all. These are just tier 1 units, so that's not going to do much, but yeah. I'm probably going to have to add in a couple of cyclones here, just in case. Okay, that should take care of that. That's another saying coming, and let's bring that along to the enemy base over here, where I now have a total of 6 of these units. So that should not make it very hard to take everything out over here. Okay, there we go. We should have the second base going out pretty quickly now. There we go. And oh, actually, this base is too fortified on anti-air defenses, vitally using air units. Okay, there's 2 strategies. Drop ground units here to attack from this place. That's exactly what I was planning. Otherwise, drop some naval units here to launch a surprise attack. Dropping units, yes, that is actually a thing that you can do. I completely forgot about that. The game is telling me to produce some megas. So those are the flying tier 1, 2, 3 support units. I guess that's one way of doing it, dropping naval units in the back of the enemy base. But honestly, I'm just gonna stick with the Vela plan, because that is exactly the other strategy that I was being told to use. Can these things actually fly? Because causes fire repairs enemy capable of flight. Yes, okay. So I am gonna go for the initial tactic that it suggested rather than the one it's now telling me to do, mostly because I have already everything set up to do that. Actually interesting, is this whole attack level now just halted, waiting for me to build these megas? Because that means I pretty much already won. If that is the case, then that's both an interesting mechanic, because I don't think that we've had that happen at all so far, with the exception of like the first few tutorial missions. But yeah, I mean, I'm not complaining. If that makes it even easier to win this level, that works for me. Oh boy, but I do really hope that I didn't mess things up and that I can actually export my units in this area, because otherwise it's just going to be stuck in there. Actually, I keep forgetting you can just twist and turn a building if you need to, and there we go. Now it is turned, and I'm 100% sure I can actually have my units exit the building. Yeah, we actually get a Guardian Wave on a level where I'm supposed to be attacking. That's interesting. And we are actually still getting attacked, so even though I have this thing sitting up here, did I just poured in the next wave? That was not what I wanted to do. I thought the button over here meant that that would be a way to kind of skip forward, not necessarily trigger the next enemies. Anyway, I guess we'll be fine. I mean, we are taking care of the enemies pretty easily. And as long as I can use my tier 6 units, not tier 6 units, my 6 tier 4 units, 7 now actually, yeah, we should be in no trouble whatsoever. I should probably move them a little bit more centrally, so it's easier to put them in the place where they need to go in the end. Would you look at my single scepter that I accidentally produced? Well, I guess you're going to have to hold down the fort, buddy. Okay, that is one Vela up and running, and the second one in production, and as soon as I have 2, I'm just going to go attack, because they can heal each other, and I think we should be just fine. Okay, there we go. I have 2 of these Velas now up and running. I don't think they can attack while flying. I'm not entirely sure, honestly. How do I put you down? Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay. Now, what is your range? I suck at counting blocks, but this, I guess you're not firing, so... Oh! Okay. I mean, I've seen lasers before. I was just not expecting this. This is brutal, man. I mean, this is just ripping the enemy base apart. And remember, these are just 2 units. Look at this. Half the enemy base is on fire, and I haven't even started to attack them, really. I think we'll be fine, like I said. Well, it almost feels like cheating with these units, because they are doing so much damage, and they are non-stop repairing each other as well. So as long as I don't overextend too much, you can see they're getting damaged, but not that much, honestly. And if I just withdraw for a moment, you can see the little triangle of healing over here. It is quite awesome, honestly. And yeah, just sit here for a moment and I'm back on full health, and I can just walk straight back in and start barraging the enemy again with my lasers. And once I do that, it's not going to take that much work to get everything going, and I just need to get myself through this shield. Can I do that? The shield is actually holding up a lot better than I was expecting it to. Let's make sure I take out a lot of that power supply as well. There we go. Let's withdraw for a moment. How are we doing on health? Did I actually lose one of them? Yeah, I did. I was overextending there for a moment, but I did want to just try to see how far I could take it. Well, I do have to interrupt my attack for a moment because we have a Guardian Wave coming in, and I don't think we're going to have too much of an issue dealing with that, but let's just make sure. I also really like that the enemy is attacking from different directions, but... Okay, the enemy just got deleted there, thanks to my tier 4 units. Okay, anyway, I'm back firing lasers at the enemy, I guess. We are making a pretty hefty dent in the enemy defenses, and I think the nucleus might actually just burn down. Can we check its health? Seems not, but yeah, there's not much left over here other than a couple of cyclones and a couple of ripples, but honestly, that is just it. Okay, so 4 of these should definitely be enough to take out the enemy nucleus. It's taking a minute. Honestly, I can't even see if it's dead yet. It should be pretty much dead, right? I mean, we're firing a whole bunch of fellas at it. Oh, actually, I was about to say there might be another one over here, but that does not seem to be the case. And voila, we have another sector captured. The nice thing about playing a level like this is that it takes some time, and that means I was able to gather up a lot more plastinium and silicon and things like that. So let's unlock the Tetrative Reconstructor. That is going to allow me to build, I guess it is his tier 5 units? These are actually surprisingly cheap to unlock. I mean, Surge Alloy and Phase Fabric doesn't really come in large amounts, so don't get me wrong, this is still relatively expensive. But all in all, it feels like this is fairly doable. I'm just gonna focus on unlocking the tier 4 units first though, just to kind of keep a sensible way of doing this. But look at this, Omuras, Corvus, Reigns, yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun. Most importantly, taking this zone now means the salt flats are completely safe. Look at that, there's no enemies that are going to attack the atolls either. So all in all, this is going to make my pop-ups with all of these attacks going on a lot easier because they don't dare attack me now. Oh look, another naval level. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure which one we are going to go for next. If you have any preference in terms of zones you want me to take on, let me know. I do record a little bit in advance, but at this point I'm just kind of clicking random levels that I come across because we want to finish all of them. And I do have to say, this campaign has a lot more levels in it than I thought. It definitely has more levels than the Eric Gear campaign. And that's not even counting all the random levels that you could do along the way. I'm not complaining, it's just a little bit surprising. I thought they would have been approximately equal in length. But let me see, if I look at the sectors, 1, 2, 3? It only says 3 to unlock, but I definitely have more levels than that to go. Well, anyway, I don't know exactly how it's supposed to work. I mean, there's 3 of them for... yeah, I think there's at least 5 of them left. There's a couple of them locked as well underneath other zones, so yeah, not entirely sure. But anyway, if you're still here, you are awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one. Hey, HTDA, and today we're playing some more Mindustry, and I am about to lose my first zone. So this facility over here is under attack, and you can see, even though I tried to set up some more modernized defenses, at some point I just got overrun, mostly because this particular map sends dozens upon dozens of air units at you, but from a kind of an awkward angle. They kind of fly in like this. Sometimes they fly in through here. Well, if they did that, that wouldn't be too big of a problem because these cyclones can then take care of them. But as you can see, the cyclones can't really defend this area over here. And, well, basically just because everything here is kind of outdated at this point, it was really hard to kind of rebuild that while I was under heavy attack. Now, as you can see right now, my impact reactor is also shut down. So long story short, this level is game over. Honestly, I don't really care about that because, well, I'm not using this level for anything in particular. However, I'm also under attack in the nuclear production complex, and for some reason it's 63% damaged, and it's still going to survive 4 out of 4 waves. I'm not sure what's happening over here, but I definitely need to take another look at that because I don't want to lose this facility. Unlike the other one, this facility is actually part of my whole launching pad system, and I really want to keep this up and running. So it says 63% damage, but I'm not entirely sure which 63% that is, because this seems to be just fine. I mean, everything here is just up and running. It doesn't even have any damage. The walls are still up and running. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. However, I definitely want to make sure I don't lose this particular zone, because I'm mostly exporting a lot of thorium over here. While we're at it, I might take another look at some of this, although a lot of this production is actually really useful. There's a lot of plastinium production. It looks pretty solid, honestly. I might need to update my mass driver setup a little bit, though, because I was still using single mass driver lanes in order to get everything to my main base. But yeah, there might be some other areas where we can improve as well. Alright, so I now have an entire squad of Zeniths over here, a whole bunch of these Megas to the tier 3 healing unit. I have a whole bunch of the Spirots, but most importantly I have, 4 of these Archaeids? The names in this game, man. But on top of that, where are you? There you are. I have 4 Velas, and just because it kind of got stuck in between, a Scepter. Now, between that and the 3 foreshadows I built over here that should be able to cover most of the map as well, I think I boosted up the defenses in this particular level enough, and I am still producing more Velas while we're at it. But yeah, I need some more materials because these things are expensive. Anyway, on that note, let's continue on to the next level. Ah yes, that glorious part of Mindustry where you're just sitting around for an hour waiting for your Plastidium and Search Alloy to fill up. Anyway, I have everything I need now for the next level, and where are we going next? There is so many options. I'm actually inclined to take on this enemy base over here just so I can hopefully have another base that is safe. The Infested Canyons are a little bit annoying to defend, so, you know, might as well take this one on. Now, this is an attack level, so we're actually going to need to attack the enemy, and that is where my new layout comes in. I'm hoping that this will be a little bit more efficient. We're actually going to be able to produce Velas from the get-go with this layout. Is that actually going to work? I don't know. We are about to find out, because this is either going to be awesome, because this actually takes a long time to build normally, or it's going to be horrible because this is going to draw all the resources I need for other stuff. Let's find out. And there we go. And we seem to be starting off with something that looks like a pretty impressive base. Didn't they used to have more resources than this? What happened to my 6.5k and the additional stuff I got at the beginning of the level? Or did I just imagine that? That's weird. Anyway, yeah. It might have something to do actually with the fact that we're starting out with so many buildings this time around. I'm not entirely sure. Either way, let's see what we have to deal with. The main enemy base is over here. There's a core. It's just a single one, I believe. Yeah, it's just one. Honestly, these defenses don't seem too impressive. There's a couple of ripples over here, but all in all, just salvos. Looks like they're fueled with copper even, so yeah, that's not going to do a lot of damage against my tier 4 units. Tier 4 units might actually be complete overkill for this particular level if I look at it now. So maybe I should have different versions of the starting base. I don't know. There's some more ripples over here, but those are barely defended, so I can just run over them and just run past them and start killing them. Not sure what this base is supposed to be, but that's not really defended. Oh look, there's an air factory over here. I might want to take that out, although it's not going to be producing much other than flares, but those can still be annoying. And let's see, let's take a look at the map. So most of the enemy units are going to be built here, with the exception of the flare, so that means I think that I want to set up my, well actually I want to set up my defenses over here, but there's an enemy base in the way. So that is not going to happen, most likely. Or actually, can it? I mean, maybe. It's a little cheeky to set up my defenses just right outside of these duo defenses, but honestly I might be able to do exactly that. And if I can, then this is going to be a perfect choke point, because I don't think the enemy is going to come all the way down here. Although if they are going to make, oh, I didn't realize I unpaused there. Are they going to make, yeah, they might also be making naval units. Actually, those are not, this is just normal production, ground production. Yeah, they might actually come through here as well. So maybe setting up the defensive line over here is not the worst idea. And then hopefully they don't go through here. Because if they do, that is going to be a problem. But at that point, we can move our defensive line a little bit more up front. First things first, though, I am going to add in a couple of more production facilities for units. Specifically the ones that I need to start making polys, because that will speed up everything I'm building a lot further. Okay, then the first thing on the list is to make sure I have all those resources coming into my main base, and I'm requesting thorium, a lot of silicon, as well as some titanium now. That should cover the basics. That makes sure these RTG generators will keep running, but it also will allow me to set up some additional power production over here. Okay, there we go. This is a healthy amount of power, and let's make sure I have the other half enabled as well. There we go. That's way more power than we're going to need. Well, it's not way more power than we're going to need for now, but it is going to be a decent amount of power. Why am I producing tier 1 units? I actually didn't notice that, but it seems like we have a small army of daggers. Not sure what we're going to do with those, but, you know, guys, go to the front, because that's where you're going to be needed. Yeah, so we have power, we have resources, we have unit production actually. Now, we do need more unit production, because remember, we are going to need some cryo fluid, but I can very easily produce that now. So all I need to do is kind of double up on the production I have over here, and then we should be able to take care of that. Huh, I found a little mistake in my blueprint. Well, it's not a little mistake, it's a pretty big one actually, because I have no way of getting the resources to this multiplicative reconstructor. That's going to need some silicon, titanium, and metaglass. So this RTG generator has to go, and I need to figure out how to get the remaining resources over there. Now let's see, this one should be getting it the silicon it needs, so we still need titanium, and we need the silicon and titanium. Yeah, so metaglass, that's the word I was looking for. Well, if I put another one over here, what does this one have? This has the titanium, so we still need metaglass in there somehow. Okay, so my theory is that by placing a sorter here, sorting for metaglass, I can get the metaglass to go in here through this unloader over here. And this unloader should be unloading the silicon and titanium from this one into the lower tier version. Now, hopefully that works, because otherwise I have a pretty big problem. Meanwhile, the rest of this base is nice and all, but I don't really need tier 1 production, and I don't need random scatters all over the place. Well, I probably need them at some point, but I definitely want to make sure I start building my factory in this place, because this is a little bit of a cramped area. But if I take it out this, I can get some copper and lead production up and running, and I'm pretty much already importing everything else. So then I just need to start importing some of the surge alloy, plastinium, and maybe some face fabric just to make sure. Maybe graphite as well. But we have a lot of water over here, so we can set up some more of these landing pads to do exactly that. Okay, that is copper, lead, and actually some graphite as well covered. And now I'm also importing surge alloy, plastinium, metaglass, and face fabric. And we're about to get our first wave. Now, hopefully that is not going to be too impressive, because I currently have 0 defense, but we do have our first tier 4 Vela already halfway into production. And honestly, I could have been a little bit further ahead if I didn't run into this roadblock over here. Well, it looks like the first wave of enemy units is just a couple of these tier 1 crawlers, although these are 6 units. Where's the 7th one? Ah, look, there's a single flare over here in the corner where they're producing some air units. Well, I don't think any of that will be a problem. I have these random daggers that I built in the beginning, and I'm also going to make sure I reactivate this derelict set of lancers over here that should be able to take out pretty much anything the enemy will throw at me initially. In the meanwhile, I'm also going to upgrade my local production a little bit with some additional power and titanium production, as well as some silicon, because as always, that is the main bottleneck. Right, note to self, you might want to actually double check what route the enemy is taking, because for some reason they didn't decide to take the short route like that, but they just walked all the way around, and they are now arriving in the back of my base. So yeah, good luck to these turrets over here to do anything about that. It's pretty much instantaneous to just build a couple of lancers, for example, over here. But yeah, I mean, double checking for safety is never a bad thing. And you might also want to check what those few flares are doing, because somehow they managed to blow up my entire thorium reactor facility. Honestly, the waves are almost coming in non-stop at this point. They have about a 1-minute spawn, and it seems that the waves are not accounting for the amount of units the enemy is building itself, which they're pretty much just sending at me non-stop. Now, these units are not particularly threatening for now. But yeah, as you can see, I am getting attacked all over the place. Again, not with too strong attacks, but I don't know, a couple of flares were able to blow up my entire power facility. Yeah, I feel like an idiot, don't get me wrong. So yeah, in the meanwhile, luckily, I do have my first Vela up and running, so there's that. And I should be able to rebuild this with the materials I have. Okay, well, the amount of mess I just generated over there was completely unnecessary and completely my mistake, but yeah, as you can see, everything is back up. I even have some polys again, because those also blew up as my factory exploded. But I should have the silicon now in production as I wanted, and all the power is back up and running. We have plenty of surplus to activate some turrets, and look, my Vela is up and running, and I am really curious what happens if I just send it over to this base, because these little flares are extremely annoying. I am actually just sending my Vela in the middle of these turrets over here, and considering these are just level 1 turrets, I don't think it should be any problem, but it is worth testing this out. Now, hopefully, let's see, my lancers over here might need a little help, but I just moved the villa out of there. But yeah, it is taking some damage, but as soon as it starts cleaning everything up over here, that shouldn't really be a problem. And I do have the second one, so the first one can repair the second one and vice versa in production over here, and that should join the club in about half a minute. There we go, the turrets are down. It did take a surprising amount of damage, honestly, even though it was tanking the damage from these lancers, not lancers, arcs, I believe they are called, for a little too long, and sending in a single unit is definitely not optimal. But it's nice to kind of stress test these units to see what they can do by themselves. It does help though if you don't actively block the exit for your Velas so they can get out. Okie dokie, I have my duo of Velas ready now, and those should be very easily able to clear out this facility over here, because honestly there's no defense other than air defense, and these things are getting super annoying like I just said before. But yeah, it'll take about 2 seconds to take out this base for good. Meanwhile, I'll just continue to send my duo of Velas on their rampage across the enemy base, see how far they can get. They are constantly healing each other, so they are back up to full health, even if they get attacked every now and then. I actually have 4 of them now, so I'll leave 1 back for defense and add a third one to the mix. Honestly, at this point, I am just right-clicking my Velas through wherever I need to go, and they do the trick. I mean, even these ripples and things like that don't really do that much. Sure, they do some damage, but, you know, the Velas do really nicely repair each other, so they're not really making a dent, and by the time they start to do any damage, well, as you can see, my units just waltz right in there, fire their lasers, and gone are the towers. Including some of the other defenses that might be here. There I can blow up the power. I mean, honestly, it's just super easy. Meanwhile, I also have a couple of Velas at home, and those are also repairing each other. And I do have to say, it actually feels more difficult with the non-stop waves compared to the RTS waves I had before, where everything was just gathering up and then sending larger waves at once. Mostly because I'm under non-stop attack, so you get the attack warnings all the time, but you don't really notice if anything slips through, like this for example, that could easily come through and cause some damage. So you can't just watch everything at the same time. And yeah, just a critical mass of Velas marching through the enemy base makes everything super trivial. And there we go, sector captured. Now if we can keep up this speed with every other level from here, the campaign is going to be done pretty quick. Now, I have no doubt things will be definitely more difficult in some of the other levels, but yeah, I don't mind a simple level every now and then just to get a bit of progress. It's worth noting though that this level will be under attack from another zone, so if I want to make sure I don't have to come back here every now and then, I am going to need to clean out the enemy base, set up some of my own defenses, and make sure everything is automated. Now these Velas should go a long way to making sure that the base stays safe, but yeah, as always you want to make sure you have a lot of air defenses and things like that as well, because otherwise things will just turn into a nightmare really quickly. Speaking of nightmares, I believe this is, and I'm not kidding, the 5th or the 6th time my thorium reactors blow up, and I have no idea why. I even resorted to double checking if they were getting cryo fluid. I've been using the exact same blueprint that I have also been using in previous levels, and as far as I can tell, everything is just fine, until it's not, and everything blows up. I'm probably doing something wrong, but it is getting pretty frustrating. So you know what, screw it, I'm just gonna use RTG generators. The main reason I wasn't using this because Plastinium and Phase Fabric was kind of rare, but at this point, honestly, it might be the optimal solution, because these things do not blow up. They do take a little bit more space, but other than that, you do not need the cryo fluid, and again, most importantly, they don't blow up. I'm not entirely sure if this is the optimal way, definitely sure it's not the optimal way on paper, but it is definitely the easy, lazy way at this point in the game. And with all that power set up, I only needed to add in some cyclones, some meltdowns, some foreshadows, some walls, some Velas that I am now pretty much kept out on actually, and some walls to block off the other entrances to my base, just in case the enemy spawns over here. I think they should be spawning over here, and I did leave a nice little gap in my wall so the enemy can walk right in between my meltdowns. Now, that should take care of things other than maybe the occasional flying units attack, but hopefully this will be enough for the AI to decide I can take everything on by myself And the nice thing is, because I have this all set up over here, I can just switch this around and start producing a new type of unit as well, just in case I need that. But other than that, yeah, I think this should cover this level for the foreseeable future, so hopefully we can move on to the next one. And yeah, let's take another look at our MVP Velas. I really enjoyed them. I hope you did too. If you're still here, you are awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one. Hey HDA, and today we're playing some more Mindustry, and specifically I'm trying to knock out the last couple of levels. So right now we're up to Impact 0078. This is a purely defensive level, but I'm still going to start out with my pre-planned Vela production, mostly because I want to try out to see how that works on a purely defensive level, because the Velas themselves repair themselves and you can fly them anywhere, so they should make for a pretty flexible defense option as well. And here we go. Let's check out where we're landing, what we already have to start out with, other than our starting base, which it seems to be is exactly nothing. It's a little bit disappointing. The enemy is going to land here. That's an interesting location actually, because, well, that kind of rules out using the upper side of the map, but that doesn't need to be a problem. Because we can build a pretty impressive defense over here. Let's see, where are they spawning? So we can't build anything beyond pretty much this thorium patch, because otherwise it will get blown up. But that does mean that if we just build like a defensive line starting from over here all the way down, then the enemy is not going to be able to do anything. It's worth noting that there's not a lot of water on this map, so our previous tactic of just spamming pretty much every single resource, we could still do that, but we definitely need to make sure we prioritize what we need first. Okay, so let's start out with once again setting up the poly production. Let's make sure I am requesting the most important items from the other zones, which is most importantly, of course, silicon. I am redirecting some of the overflow of water production to the silicon production over here, or the silicon import I should say. I'm also requesting some plastinium, some surge alloy, and some graphite and phase fabric, and that should cover most of the basics. I still have a surplus of power, so I'm setting up a couple of batteries to gather that surplus. And then for now I'm just gonna set up a couple of lancers to make sure I can take out the initial couple of waves. And I'm leaving myself a nice little gap in the wall so I can funnel the enemy through that. Since I'm already using half the water in the level for the import, I am going to need to make sure that I really utilize the other half of my water as efficiently as possible. So it makes sense to at least spend some on thorium production and a little bit on graphite production, because those two things are super easy to make, pretty efficient, and I'm going to need a lot of that. And then I'm going to need some more power, because at this point I am dipping into the negative. And after the fiasco that was my thorium power last time around, I decided to go for RTG generators, but honestly in this particular level that might actually be the optimal choice, for the simple reason that every other source of power, at least every advanced source of power, actually requires water, which, like I said, I don't really have in this level. Now, even though I don't have water in this level, I don't need to boost every single mining drill. Of course, that's way more efficient in terms of output per machine. I have so many resources on this map. The map seems to be designed to not boost everything, but just compensate through having more buildings. Which is nice and all, but I didn't bring this tier 4 production unit not to build tier 4 units. So I am going to need to produce some cryogen, because otherwise this is just going to sit here and do nothing. Okay, so this is the longest pipeline ever, all the way through here to get some cryogen production going in next to my base, and then get that to my exponentially constructor to start making those swift, nice tier 4 units. Now it's going to take a while to fill up, but as you can see I do now have all the things that I need, so we are going to get some Velas going, and let's make sure we send them straight to the front over here, so that we can make use of that. Now, something I've actually wanted to try is have a tiny little bit of power production right behind my towers, in the hopes that that will actually lure the enemy flying units towards this direction rather than towards this or this, because they seem to be going either for power reserves, like the first wave of flying units that we just got actually did. They first went for the batteries, then they went for the RTG generators. In the meanwhile, my monos and polys took them out. Apparently all my monos dying in the process, but that's okay. And yeah, so if I can prevent that from happening, that would be perfect. I also want to try out using the Spectre. This is a turret that I don't think I've ever used so far at all. It fires both to the air and to the ground, and it can actually function from some pretty interesting resources that I usually have plenty of. Specifically, thorium is something I have all over this level, and the fact that it can kind of serve as an alternative to the Cyclo maybe might be interesting because it can double up as a ground protection as well. And I do like the rate of fire on these things. Look at that, it's pretty impressive. In a similar thought, I figured why not just put a couple of batteries right behind my towers as well, because that might attract the enemy. And for those of you screaming at the comments, yes, I know, TDA, it would be a lot easier if you actually started the level not with the blueprint that had the RTG generator in the middle that didn't actually work, because that would mean you would actually be producing the tier 3 units from the get-go. Anyway, I fixed that, it should now be producing, and hopefully in a couple of minutes from now we'll actually have those tier 4 units coming in. Something else I don't have on this map is sand, so I actually need to make that from scrap. So you can see I now have set up a little bit of a silicon factory, so I have, again, my bottleneck hopefully a little bit fixed, and I'm doing that the old-fashioned way by turning scrap into sand. Okay, so I have some pretty decent turrets set up. I have a couple of Velas already on defense duty as well, so now it should be a matter of just continuing to build units, continuing to upgrade my defense. I have pretty much all the base resources in production. I have a little bit of power surplus. I do want to have a little bit more power so I can really skill up my defense. So I am going to see if I can utilize some of the remaining water into a couple of impact reactors. So let's see how we do against a pretty decent aerial attack. Yeah, that is no problem whatsoever. I'm still adding more turrets, of course, but so far, so good. The Velas, along with the Spectres, are doing an excellent job of clearing any ground units. As usual, I'm mostly worried about the air units, so I'm just going to add in more Spectres, and we might actually want to place down a meltdown or two as well, just in case. I have about a dozen Vela now, so I'm actually going to switch my production to the Archid, so I have a mix of different types of units, and the Archids have the nice quality that they can just stand on top of my turrets, so I can kind of just double up on the like the firepower in a particular area by using those. So for some reason there's a Guardian wave at wave 41 rather than the last wave, but I think these tier 4 units should not be a problem considering how many of these foreshadows I have. And yeah, there you go. Plenty of late level type of turrets, and for some reason now I still have to do 4 more waves. Can't imagine they can be much worse. Well, for some reason there's level 1 units in the next wave, along with some high level flying units, but this is a little bit awkward after we just had a boss wave. Yeah, I'm not really sure what those last 5 waves were about. I might have reloaded the game at some point, or at least went in and out of the game. And maybe that triggered 5 additional waves or something like that. I don't know. But either way, we have yet another sector captured. Now, I'm not really going to build a lot of stuff in this sector, although I am producing a little bit of everything here. So that should be sufficient to well, make this sector as much self-sufficient as it needs to be. I'm even producing a little bit of Surge Alloy. Honestly, you don't need that much production. Just having a little bit of everything should do the trick. Yeah, there you go. 37 Surge Alloy per minute is not a lot, but it is more than nothing. So that means that as long as I'm not in this level, my resources will get higher and higher, and that should be enough to ward off any enemies later on. And if it's not, well, I can just start importing once more. Okay, so here's a question. There's only 2 more unlocked sectors on the map. That seems to suggest that if I just complete those 2 sectors that I will have completed the campaign. But if I look at my map, I have 1, 2, 3, well, a lot more than 2 more, because I think there's actually a couple of levels after that. There's at least 1 more locked here on the map. If I look at the technology tree, this is one of the ones we have unlocked that we need for this one as well. This one as well, so those are the 3 that we need. But if I look over here, there's a planetary launch terminal level that I need to capture, and that's definitely not yet on my map. I cannot do this level just yet. So I suggest that there's at least 4 more levels. What's this? Force projector. I'm not sure where this came from. Oh, this is actually, I think, from either this level or the previous ones that we completed. Creates a hexagonal force field around itself, protecting buildings and units inside from damage. Overheats if too much damage is sustained. Uses coolant to prevent overheating. Oh, that's actually interesting. Let's see. Oh, and as I unlock it, I also unlock the Overdrive projector. Increases the speed of nearby buildings. Optionally uses face fabric to boost range and efficiency. Does not stack. How does this work? Speed increase, plus 50%, range 10 blocks. So a little bit of face fabric to boost the range and the efficiency. Okay, well that's quite nice. Does this work on things like, I don't know, drills and stuff? We also seem to have a larger version of this, the Overdrive Dome, that requires face fabric actively, as well as silicon. Yeah, that's not necessarily what we want to put in more buildings. But anyway, it takes a huge amount of resources, but it boosts things even further. I'm actually not entirely sure I need this. Maybe it would be nice to produce my units faster, but other than that, I am struggling a little bit with seeing the use case. I mean, don't get me wrong, boosting my buildings is always good. And I'm specifically interested in the Overdrive projector because I think this just works as long as it has power. But I assume you also need more inputs in order to get more outputs, because I don't think this is just a flat increase of production. So if that's the case, then you can either build this or just build more buildings, I guess. Look at my nice little force field domes. That would make defending even easier. So yeah, looks nice. Okay, I actually take that back. A overdrive dome is very easy to at least encompass all of my unit production buildings. And I can just hook it up to the main core. It's going to siphon off a little bit of that face fabric and silicon, but really not that much. And if everything as a result, especially my unit productions, gets boosted like that, that I think is definitely worth it. Is it also speeding up the belt? Okay, well, that was an unexpected side product. Oh, that actually might be interesting. Well, we'll need to play around with this a little bit, maybe in the next episode. If you are still here, you are awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one. Hey, HCDA, and today we're playing some more Mindustry, and I want to go and attack the Naval Fortress, because that will unlock the 5th tier of the Retusa line naval units, and it's one of the few units that I'm still missing. I was actually able to unlock all the other ones, despite the massive amount of resources needed, but at this point we are starting to produce quite a bit of stuff, actually. So yeah, just 2 more units to unlock, some buildings here and there, I believe. There's quite a few levels to go, but this one is actually part of the main quest. This time around, I'm actually selecting the correct schematic to launch with, so we should be seeing the tier 4 unit production from the get-go, at least as soon as I get the cryogen generation up and running. But we do also have the booster in here, so that should make an interesting launch for a new level, considering we actually do need to take out the enemy in this particular level. So, you know, having speedy construction of units might be quite crucial. Now, of course, this is a naval level, so there's plenty of water to go around. Not a lot of building area, actually, so that's a little bit worrisome. Which also makes me wonder if I should be producing naval units instead. Now, what I could do I actually have any of the tier 5 units unlocked? I do. So I could be building Omuras. Do I want to be building Omuras, though, is the real question. Okay, so I considered it for a moment, and I simply don't think I have enough time to build Amoras from the get-go in this particular level, because I am going to be attacked in 2 minutes. Now, of course, the initial waves might not be that strong, but this is a extreme level, I believe, in terms of the difficulty. So those waves are not going to be tier 1 units, or if they are, there are going to be a lot of them. So I think I need a couple of tier 4 units, most likely, for both for attacking and defending. These islands over here and over here make for a pretty decent choke point. So I actually think, and the game is kind of hinting at that as well, that I'm supposed to be building some defenses over here to kind of ward off the enemy. So I should be building some base production over here and then use these islands to defend myself. I might even want to double up kind of on the unit production, although that might be too much. Choices, choices, choices. Okay, first things first, I am going to start building some monos and polys, and I also replace the ground factory with the naval factory so we can get those sails going. It's really interesting to see how much faster this overdrive projector makes all of this production. As you can see, I just built this mono production, and of course normally it doesn't take that long to begin with, but I've been in this level for a playtime of about 18 seconds. I've built this air factory, and you can see the production is already kind of well underway. I do need a little bit of extra power poles over here to make sure my polys also start up. The interesting thing is the overdrive projector is actually boosting the power generation of my RTG generators as well. So that is not only really cool, it's also super efficient, because now these things are churning out 600 power each. Next up, landing pads for pretty much every resource in the game, along with some plastinium belts that, thanks to you, I now know can actually just go straight into my vaults, so that's a lot easier than what I was doing before. Now, the really annoying thing is that I'm actually already being attacked, even though the first wave is not supposed to be in 25 seconds. This is not even the first unit that attacked me. Now, of course, with my flying units that I'm already churning out, I can actually take these out pretty easily. Just, it's a little surprising that I'm already under attack. Anyway, that's nothing a little platform with some swarmers and lancers won't fix. And as you can see, my exponential reconstructor has already been waiting for a little while to start its production, and it's only not working because I don't have any cryofluid. So let's get going with that. Alright, cryofluid generation is online, so is my tier 4 unit, and or at least the production of that. I am now also boosting another row of these RTG generators. I mean, they're just running on thorium at this point, and this overdrive projector is a building I'm starting to really enjoy. I wonder, I can probably do the same thing with things like this thermal power over here. So that could be a lot of fun. However, I definitely want to get some production going. I mean, this is a massive amount of production already, to be honest, but I want some local production as well to boost that even further. Okay, and then here is some graphite, lead, silicon, and copper production, and graphite actually, so that covers a lot of those basics. Somehow I don't actually have any thorium on this island. There is some thorium over here, but that's kind of like in the way of where all the enemy units are coming from. Same goes over here, so I guess I'm just going to have to do with the thorium that I am importing. I mean, I could do it differently, but this is actually a fair amount of thorium coming in, so I don't need to have my own thorium production. However, I still have a problem, because apparently I can't actually put these tier 4 units on a conveyor, so the little trick I was trying for over here doesn't actually work. So what I need to do is I need to move this block forward and then have a conveyor in between the tier 3 and the tier 4, I think, and then it should work. Not gonna lie, that is a little inconvenient considering the amount of time it took me to get this thing going, and it might actually be out of range of my little booster as well now. But you know, we might as well build a second one, and if I'm not mistaken, that might also actually boost the towers that are in range. I just got the message that I lost the nuclear production complex, and I didn't even know it was under attack. It's really a matter of getting these messages all the time, but I would have really liked to know this one, because there was a massive amount of defense, so I'm actually really interested to know what was actually capable of taking it out. But yeah, I guess we'll have to do that one all over again. And there we go, we have the first one up and running. And with 2 of them ready and a lot of these meltdowns and specters in order to defend my base while I'm away, I think it's time to start pestering the enemy back. What I'm going to do first is send these units up to the base north, so I'm pretty much just going to clear out these smaller bases first. That should hopefully make sure that everything else is just a little bit less annoying. I really love how the landing pads work, by the way. As you can see, I'm sitting on a massive amount of resources considering my tiny little base over here. I have a very large surplus of power thanks to the overclocking of these RTG generators, which I am loving. These things are super efficient at this point. Of course, I realize you could probably overclock everything else as well, all the other power production facilities. But these the main problem I normally have with these is that they're too small and they take up a lot of space. But now, well, now they're pretty good. Something that's actually kind of entertaining is that I have so many tier 3 units in production because of the speed, and I don't have enough cryogen fluid in order to make this go any faster. I should probably have split this up. Now, honestly, because these are naval units, that's not that easy to do, but I could be churning out a small army of tier 3 units along with my tier 4 units with just the insane amount of production I have at the moment. And there we go. I love the range on these things. I'm just laying waste to their enemy base without any effort whatsoever. I do need to make sure I take out some of the more dangerous things like the ripples, but yeah, this is not going to pose much of a threat to my level 4 units. You need to keep an eye on their health. I mean, remember, these things do not heal themselves, unlike the Velas. So they do take damage, but they have plenty of HP to spare. And once I take down this core, everything else should stop firing at me. Is this the smart way to do this? Probably not, but I don't know, it works. Just bringing in my units to get repaired at the repair turret, and then I can go back out. I have 3 of them now, and with the 4th one in progress, and honestly, this is just smooth sailing, literally, from here. Not entirely sure why my units decided that they wanted to take the dangerous route towards the back base, but then again, I guess that means I'm just going to have to destroy the big one first. And you know, I decided why not reutilize my little mono facility over here, or poly facility I should say, and add in another tier 3 creator so I can make some tier 3 air units. Not entirely sure what I'm going to do with those, but you know, more units the better. Okay, 6 saves against a major base is not a problem for obvious reasons, even though I almost did lose one of them. As you can see, this one is at below half health, because, well, the ripples that were in the middle over here do quite a little bit of damage. Let's go back and repair and then take on the last mini base over there. I do have to say it's an extremely satisfying feeling to shoot at these enemy bases with these naval units. They're so powerful, they put fire everywhere. It really feels like you're laying waste to the enemy base, and well, that is another zone captured. Now, the nice thing about this particular level is that it's a safe zone. This is never going to be attacked anymore, so I can actually replace some of the phase fabric production that I was exporting from the nuclear production complex that I somehow lost. So yeah, just to make sure that I have some of that incoming wherever I need it to. Okay, so that is another zone captured, and more importantly, that is another tier 5 unit unlocked. So we're getting very close to the end now. If you're still here, you are awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one, because I plan on capturing some of these other zones as well. Hey, HCDA, and today we're going to do something a little bit different in Mindustry, because I want to use this level, Testing Grounds, to do exactly that. Test out a new tactic, because we have all of these random zones across the map, most of which are just a medium threat. I really do not want to play through every one of these zones, for the simple reason that would take forever. However, completionist as I am a little bit annoyed by the fact that there are so many zones uncaptured on this planet that, well, you know, have stuff in them, and I want all the stuff. So what I wanted to do is something new. So how about this? I'm in the sandbox for a moment to create this layout. This is, I think, a maximum size launching layout that we can make. It has a whole bunch of meltdowns in there. It has some power generation to make sure these things actually work. And then we have some overdrive projectors and man projectors to keep everything alive. My theory is, as long as I launch this with enough thorium to last for X number of waves, and remember, thorium lasts for a very long time in these generators, then this thing should be able to defend itself for quite a while. Now, if that is long enough to actually capture a level, I don't know, but we're about to find out. Okay, so we're going to the testing grounds. We're going to launch with a blueprint that I just made and maxing it out, launching, and let's see if this actually works, because if it doesn't, well, that's a problem in and of itself. So yeah, I actually am starting out with some RTG generators. Where are these guys coming from? Oh, apparently I already launched to this level once before, and there's some leftover generators or something. I don't know. Let's see. So the enemy is going to come in from over here. It's 33 waves. Now, that is a lot of waves, but let's see. If I now go to the planet map, I just select a random different level, then I go back. Nope, we are not going to be able to survive all the waves. We are going to be able to survive 21 of those, though. So this was a high threat level. So that in and of itself means that, well, of course, that is going to be relatively difficult to defend against. I am wondering though, if I just put this to casual, I'm not gonna actually do this. I just want to see if that makes a difference. And I then go to a different level once more, and then I switch back. This actually doesn't seem to affect the amount of waves that I'm going to survive. That's interesting. Anyway, let's put it back to eradication. It was worth a try though. We do have these medium threat zones as well, so I wonder what happens if I launch the same layout to one of them. Okay, so let's select a random different zone. Number 40 sounds about right. Let's launch from the Naval Fortress because we do have enough resources there. Once again with this new layout, and see what happens when we do that. I'm actually going to check out the level for a moment because, you know, other than the fact that we're testing things out, this is a nice level with a lot of building space. Create a landing zone sectors is first and first can be launched to from anywhere. Oh, okay. Well, number 2 investors in this one are optional. I think we just found another part of the tutorial. Okay, so the enemy is gonna spawn over here, but that is not why we're here. Focus TDA, focus TDA. Okay, let's go back to the map. Let's see, and yeah, we are going to be able to survive 24 out of 24 waves. So if I just leave this alone, we should be able to capture this zone while we do something else. Okay, now I am a little bit stubborn. I do want to make this work even on the testing rounds. Even though I can't auto-capture this particular zone, I want to see if we can just do it the difficult way. Now, the nice thing is I have a little bit of RTG generators from a previous launch. That is a kind of a way you could probably kind of cheat the system as well. But what happens if I just build some more of these meltdowns? Now, we can probably add in like a handful of these. How are we doing on power? So let's see, we have a 2k surplus of power. That is actually quite a bit. Then again, how much are these? Well, these things are going to draw 1000 power once they are activated. So let's see, what if I do this? I am going to delete a couple of walls. Then I'm going to add in the RTG generators over here. And then what I'm going to do is build some batteries, a couple of meltdowns, and see where that takes us. Something along these lines. Now, the large batteries should be able to keep the meltdowns active for at least a minute. No, it's actually a bit less than a minute, like 45 seconds. But still, that should be a little bit of firepower backup just in case we need it. I am going to add at least 3 more meltdowns to the mix just to make sure I have even more firepower. And then we're going to recheck how many of the 33 waves we are going to be able to survive. Now, these tier 1 units should not be a problem. They just get instantly deleted. As you can see, building is very, very slow if you're doing it by yourself. I'm not building any units at the moment, and I'm not even producing any type of materials. So this is really all in. If this is not working, then this base is just going to die and I'll have to try again. And voila, as you can see, I am now going to survive 29 plus out of 29 waves remaining. Now, that is actually really interesting because, as probably a lot of you have already been typing in the comments while I was doing this, this should not work at all. And you know why? Because meltdowns need liquid to operate, and I'm supplying none of that. So I'm not actually entirely sure why initially the meltdowns do fire. Maybe there's kind of like a cooldown period that is taken into account where they do fire 1 or 2 times without coolant. But yeah, this should not be able to work at all. In fact, in the testing ground itself, and I'm not going to reload the level just in case the game realizes the mistake it made, I was actually being attacked by air units. I was wondering why my meltdowns weren't firing, and then I realized, oh right, yeah, I need more than just power to make these things work. So that's really interesting that it actually does work. It seems to be a little bit of math on the side of the AI that is not entirely accurate. Okay, so how about this instead? This is a very simple layout with a couple of specters. These don't actually need power, so we don't need the RTG generators. The power that we do need is for demand projectors that is coming from solar panels, so this is infinite, with the exception of the unloaders that are fueling the specters, because these do need ammunition, but pyrite is a very efficient and easy thing to make. Now, I didn't include any walls in here because I'm not entirely sure if that counts when you're not actually on the map, if the enemy AI takes that into consideration while doing the math. I guess we're about to find out. Okay, so let's pick a random zone. In this case, I'm just gonna pick one next to the Windswept Isles because I want to connect these captured zones to each other, because that seems to affect where I can actually launch. So, for example, if I want to go to this zone, I am not launching from the Windswept Isles, even though that's where I am right now, but I'm launching from the craters because that's right next to it. That might impact this entire strategy altogether, honestly, but anyway, for the moment, let's just stick with the plan. Let's go to Sector 103. Let's pick the new layout like that. Let's launch, and let's see if this actually works. So, just double checking, everything has ammunition, everything has power. Let's check out the zone for a moment. Oh, this is a nice little naval zone. Is also no resource whatsoever on this sector. I mean, this is a very, very low level sector. So I'm assuming that this will be just fine. Why are you not getting ammunition? You have a unloader here. You can't unload from a other specter? Is that how that works? Anyway, 7 of these should be enough, at least that's what I'm assuming. Let's go back to the Windswept Isle, let's check the planet map, and yeah, we are going to be able to survive 24 out of 24 waves, and that means, because there's no dangerous zones next to here, that we're going to be able to actually launch from this zone now onwards as well. That also means that I'm going to need to capture a few more zones like this, so let me just kind of like AFK through this a little bit and see how far we can get. Okay, well, this tactic seems to be sort of working. I am now capturing multiple zones at once, and I'm not doing anything other than just waiting for my resources to recuperate so I can launch the next wave. What makes this tactic a little bit more complicated is the fact that you can only launch to these numbered zones from an adjacent zone itself. Now, that means that for zones like example 82 over here, I am going to have to launch from the Ruinous Shores unless I capture all the other zones next to it and work from there. But that also means that I don't have all of the resources available unless I import them, which means doing the whole thing with landing pads and stuff like that in some of the old zones to make sure I have more advanced resources so I can then export those to the next zones. I mean, there is definitely a little bit of work involved. Right now I am capturing 6 zones at the same time passively, so you know, it works. It also feels like not the most engaging gameplay for sure. I mean, of course, there's nothing stopping me from actually just trying to capture a zone the normal way, but given the amount of these things, yeah, that would take forever. So it's actually interesting. I lost both of the zones that I was trying to capture from the Windswept Isles, even though it said I was going to survive all the waves. I'm not entirely sure how that works then, but it seems it's not as entirely as trivial to conquer these zones as I thought. Which in and of itself is actually quite interesting, because I did capture the testing grounds like this, and I was using the method that shouldn't work, remember? I was using the meltdowns without actually fueling them with any liquids, and that captured the zone just fine. Now, of course, I did build some additional materials here, so you can see actually some of this stuff got taken out, but everything else, even though it shouldn't be working, was working just fine. So maybe if I just go back to this tactic, I might be more successful. So I'm just going to try to recapture the same zone again, but this time around I am going to use the meltdowns. Now, in this particular zone, I actually do have water available very close by, so I might as well make sure that the meltdowns in this case do have some water supply. And let's see if this makes any difference. So we're going to hop back to this zone. We're going to check out this one, and it says surviving 24 out of 24 waves. Now, what I actually want to see happening here is that it says 24 plus out of 24 waves, because honestly that might have been the difference. The only thing that I can do in order to fix that is just build some more of these things, I guess, and I can just easily do that. I do also want to make sure I have some of these batteries. I mean, I had those on the other level. I'm not sure if that made the difference, but you know, we're here to test things out and see what works. Let's make sure I connect these power generators like that. There we go. Make sure all of this is charging up as quickly as possible. Then I'm just going to add in 2 more meltdowns and check back at the how many waves I'm going to survive. Okay, there we go. I added in some walls for good measure. Let's go back to the Windswept Islands and let's check this again. Still says 24 out of 24 waves, so well, I think there's nothing else to do than just sit here, wait, and see what happens. Okay, moment of truth. There is only 1 wave left for zone 215. Nothing is damaged. Everything should be in order. So let's see if we win or lose if we don't do anything. And it looks like this time around I actually did capture the zone. Now remember, this is a zone where I was just using these specters with the ammunition type of setup, and for some reason I was actually able to manage to capture this zone but not the other ones. Not entirely sure what the difference is, honestly. So it seems you need to either babysit them a bit, or I don't know, there might be some sort of difference in terms of the level of the enemies. But either way, if it shows you that you're going to survive all the waves, that is not a guarantee that you're going to capture that zone, apparently. There's also a different problem, because some of these zones that I've just captured are going to be under attack by enemies themselves, and the annoying thing about that is that I can't really launch into that zone because you need to do it from the zone that you came from. So that would mean that in order to survive in this zone and then take out the enemy base right next to it, I would need to start importing things. I do have water over here, and then export them again to take out the enemy. Now honestly, you could kind of cascade, I guess, in a way, your attack pattern, because you do have all the resources that you launched with. Actually interested to see. If I launch towards this base, can I find a setup? No, you do need a little bit more than what you actually have. But some of these setups actually don't require that much. Just a little bit of lead and copper would go a long way to be able to launch towards the next zone as well. Okay, so I just captured sector 109. There's an enemy base right next to it. So I want to see if I can kind of push through this sector and conquer this one as well. I will need to kind of actively interfere in that, I think, but hopefully that will allow me to just keep this sector forever, because assuming this one is not under attack at least, that is how that should work. Now, the real problem is when I go here, I have nothing over here whatsoever. However, can I just launch to here? No, because I do not have enough resources. I need pretty much just basic stuff, honestly. If I want to launch with this, what do I need? Pretty much the same stuff, actually. That is interesting. So I need some silicon, mostly, and some lead and copper. Okay, so let's start by removing some of these construction materials. I also really want to make sure I get some polys up and running, because otherwise this is going to take forever. I'm actually interested, can I be attacked from a different zone while I'm already in this zone? Because if not, then this is going to be super trivial. Okay, so let's start not producing flares. We want to produce monos and polys. And there we go. We should have those up and running really quick. Let's make sure we also get some power going with these RTG generators. And how much power are we already on? We are still at the surplus, so that is nice. And then the next step is to start gathering some resources. Adding in an overdrive dome before I do that will make everything easier, because, well, these things will all be sped up. Okay, so I'm utilizing all of that water and the power from the RTGs to bring in all the resources from all the other sectors. And yeah, that should be enough, I think, to launch to the next sector. Yeah, I think that looks good, so let's go. Okay, here I am. There's a lot of water, so that means that I can import whatever I need over here as well. And let's see, we have a lot of basic defenses. This is a medium sector. It seems that most of these optional zones are relatively low level, at least the ones I can see for the moment. Not all of them, though, for sure. Remember, the zones that are actually attacking me are eradication and extreme level and high, and, you know, those are not trivial. But it looks like if we capture this zone, and the neighboring zones do not seem to be hostile at all, we have locked in another nice portion of the planet. This time around, to attack a zone like this, I am going to start with building some cryogen generators, so our tier 5 units start kind of buffering from the get-go. We should have more than enough power to do that, so let's see, how much power do I actually have? I have a surplus of 3.8, and of course I can scale it up even further as soon as I get my production up and running. Now, I do also want to make sure I get my flying units in the mix, so maybe I should have done that first, but I don't think it matters that much whether or not you go for the unit production first or the flying units. Now, as I say that, I almost instantly ran out of silicon. Not entirely sure why that is. I must have not brought that much with me, but I think we can recover from that without any problem as soon as I get this water up and running. Anyway, doesn't matter, I have the first Vela up and running already, the second one is on its way, and as long as I don't die from something stupid now, I should be able to walk those straight through the enemy base and capture this one as well. Okay, so I'm just bringing in titanium and silicon at the moment. I would definitely want to start bringing in everything else as well, but in the meanwhile I built a Spectre. I now have 2 Velas. Let me see, where is the enemy base actually? I need to zoom out a bit. Let's see, this is not it, this is also not it. Okay, find the enemy base, apparently. Am I just missing it? Hold on. Okay, I think it's hiding behind this cluster of enemy units. That makes sense, but yeah, I am still just going to select my Velas and walk them right through the enemy base and see if that will actually win me the level. Just to see how easy I can make it to myself for future zones. So let's see, how are my units doing? They are still on full health. Are they actually attacking anything while they do this? They're not, so I mean, I might just want to turn around every now and then, shoot at a couple of turrets, just to make sure I clear the way in case I need to go back, but yeah, I mean, this is still super easy to do it like this. I also have a third one at this point on, so I can just use that as kind of like clearing up behind the other two. But as you can see, these things are not really doing anything to my units. I mean, again, this is just a medium level, so it's pretty low level, early on type of thing. So just clearing out these zones is very trivial at this stage of the game. And indeed, the core was hiding behind the enemy units, and there we go. That is another sector captured. And remember, this specific sector is not under attack from anywhere, which means that this sector is no longer attacked from anywhere either, and it means I get to keep these forever. I'm never going to be losing them, well, because the enemy can't reach them. So, a little bit of a weird episode this time around with a lot of experimentation. Remember, we did actually capture a campaign level, the testing grounds, that's where we started, along with a whole bunch of random zones, and I'm actually working on a couple of others in the meanwhile as well. Feels like a bit of busy work, to be honest, capturing all of these medium zones. I figure that some of the more challenging zones might be different. Honestly, it's not a bad idea maybe to actually take on these zones so you can make sure that the core zones that actually have valuable stuff are protected. But still, at the same time, I seem to be having no problem whatsoever defending against these zones. I'm actually not really sure why I still have this zone. I don't think there's anything I have built here that's still alive. Look at this. I actually just launched at this zone at some point to try it out. As you can see, these defenses are one big mess, but for some reason the AI has decided that that is enough to defend against several waves from high threat enemy bases. I don't know. Anyway, if you're still here, you are awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one, where we're going to take on some more actual campaign levels as well. Hey, it's TDA, and today we're playing some more Mindustry. Last time around I took out some of these random zones quite passively, and then I figured, well, I might want to make sure my actual main zones keep safe from now on, because I lost the nuclear production complex while I wasn't looking, apparently. So my plan was to do that for Impact 0078. I took out these two zones that were attacking it, and then it turned out there were a whole lot of other zones that were attacking it, so I decided to take one of those, and there were two more. Long story short, if you want to actually clear out all the zones that are attacking you, you are going to be there for a while. So I decided I'm no longer going to do that. I'm first going to clear out the actual main missions, and if then I still feel like playing some more Mindustry, then I'll start taking out all of these zones that are attacking me. I do have to say, I've been able to build up a pretty decent defense in all of these zones, so they should last me for a little while. And there are quite a lot of valuable resources in here, so, you know, basically it has everything you might ever need. So I'm also able to export a little bit more because I did put some launching pads in there. Next on my to-do list is the Mycelial Bastion. I love this name, by the way. And the reason that I'm going to go for this next is that it has the remaining unlock I need for my tier 5 units. I think after that I should be able to unlock everything, or I have unlocked everything with the exception of this one, but it seems like the thing you unlock very near the end of the game. I don't even have that level unlocked yet. So we're going to go for this one, and again we're going to use the standard layout with the kind of like pre-built tier 4 villas. Okay, we've landed on the map, and I have a problem because we barely have any water. As you can see, there is a little bit of water, but honestly it is not that much. We also apparently don't have waves initially, at least I hope this is what that means, but we do have 6 minutes to prepare, which is a fair amount of time, honestly. And we're going to need that by the looks of it because, well, there's a lot of stuff on this map. There's a core over here. There's another core over here. I assume the enemy defenses are, in fact, online, so can't really cheat the system by doing any kind of type of just zerging the enemy. But yeah, I definitely need to clear out some of this stuff over here because I need this water to import stuff. That is a problem, honestly. Although these salvos are just running on copper by the looks of it. So honestly, the defense line over here is not that impressive. But yeah, I am still going to need to deal with that. We might actually want to consider going for tier 3 units initially, mostly so I can actually attack. Because the tier 4 units are going to take a while to produce. At the same time, I could actually produce a couple of tier 4 units pretty quickly by using some of the water. Interesting. Let me think about that for a moment. So how about this? I could actually produce a couple of fortresses. These are level 3 units. They have a massive range, and that means I could probably lay waste to a lot of the enemy base just outside of the range of the turret. So, yeah, it's gonna be worth a try. Okay, so you know the drill by now. We're going to produce some monos and some polys over here. And I actually changed my mind. I do want to start producing those velas from the get-go. I do have a little bit of water, and I can use that water to start making some cryo fluid. Now, once I do that, I do need to make sure that I get some of the other water. For example, there's some water over here to get all my resources that I need to do other stuff. I also just realized there's a little bit of water over here, so I actually do have more than I initially thought. That being said, I am going to use this first little maze that I produced in the meanwhile to take out this air defense a little bit over here, so I can actually walk around and my units won't get shot down out of the air. Okay, 1 minute down. I could probably have done this a little bit faster, but either way, the cryo fluid production is now online, and we should see the Vela production popping out soon as well. I did take out the scatters over here, or at least the ammo supply for that, because as you can see, pretty much everything that is already shooting at me, even though I'm barely outside of my own base. How are we doing on power? 1.8. I should probably add in a little bit of that. And then once we have that up and running, what we're going to be doing is getting in some of those landing pads. The nice thing is, by flipping a building temporarily, you can actually pop out units, and I'm going to do exactly that to pop out a couple of these tier 3 units as well. So I have a little bit of an army to go along with my initial villa. Okay, I have silicon coming in, I have some thorium coming in, and I have some titanium coming in, most of which are the main things I typically seem to need. And I'm actually going to double up on my cryogen fluid because that will speed up the tier 5, tier 4 unit production. The main reason that this overdrive projector is actually giving me a nice boost, but it's not going to do much if I don't have the resource to actually speed up this production. And again, cryofluid is always the bottleneck initially. Okay, the first Vela popped out. I have 2 of these quasars to go along with that, and that should make a little army that should be able to take on a couple of these defensive lines, I hope. Okay, this is actually pretty intense because I am on my clock. I took out this first defensive platform over here and this one as well, so at least I don't have the enemy right on my doorstep at the moment. But at the same time, I actually don't know where the enemy is going to come from. I think they're just going to go down the middle, but I have no way of knowing that for sure. So that makes me a little bit unsure as to where to actually build my defensive lines. So I just realized that given the layout of this level with all these blocks getting in the way, I should probably have been building the spider type of units because these Velas can't actually, well, they can fly, but if they fly, they get shot down out of the air. So it's definitely not an easy way to get around, but still I am able to just walk past most of these defenses. And hopefully I will be able to take out this zone that gives me access to this water, and I can bring in some more resource on top of what I already have. At the very least, these fellas are making sure we're not going to be bombarded with these ground crawlers from this angle. Now, I double checked most of the production and there is a lot more production over here. This is going to churn out a lot of flares. And that is going to be a problem, but there's no way I can reach there in time, I don't think. I could potentially fly my Velas around here, drop them in the back or something like that. Hopefully not get shot down of the air too quickly. And then do it like that, maybe? That's actually worth considering, because if I can take out this flare production, and there's some more over here actually, that is going to save me a lot of headaches. But yeah, you know, one thing at a time. And while I'm clearing out the remainder of this base, at least now I have some specters up and running as well. Now, I'm still not entirely sure where to place these. I'm inclined to place a couple of them over here as well, because honestly the enemy can just be coming from anywhere. In the meanwhile, I've been able to gather 4 Velas, so that is a pretty impressive attack army, although it is going to struggle with some of these defenses over here, because these are not trivial. I mean, these ripples are going to blast right through my Velas if I'm not careful. But still, we might need to take that on, because if I can take out this base, my life will be considerably easier than with that base still around. And I still need to, well, I need to start working on those bases one way or another. I can't wait around for too long, because I will just get overwhelmed. Let's make sure I can actually supply these things with ammunition, and there we go. And I now have access to this pile of water. I'm not entirely sure what I actually want to bring in. I am bringing in titanium over here, silicon over here, and what was I doing here? Silicon as well. I am bringing in titanium and graphite over here, so thorium should definitely be on the list. Yeah, and probably some surge alloy as well, plastinium probably, because I do need that for my tier 4 units as well. Okay, I've been slowly working on this primary defense line over here. As you can see, I took most of it out, and this is all running out of ammunition at this point. I did actually lose a Vela in the process, unfortunately, but I still have 4 of them because I produced the 5th one. And most notably, even though I was expecting waves to come in now, it seems that the enemy is just going to be producing at this point. I'm not entirely sure who or what is going to be producing. I'm guessing it's going to be these tier 1 units, but it might just have been this base that I just took out. So as long as I can keep up with the enemy scaling up, and if we're not going to get any normal waves, then this level might be a lot more manageable than I initially thought. I do now have my plastinium and my thorium coming in, so that is nice, and I think we should be good to go. Okay, so I'm not actually sure what is attacking me, but we are under attack because I just shot down some units. Oh look, it's a tiny little crawlers. Well, in that case, I am going to have to build some defenses. Let's see. Let's have a manned projector or two over here. Let's make sure there's power to go along with that. And I am going to bring this Orient belt over here as well, so I have a little bit more reinforcements. In the meanwhile, I've been able to take out the main defensive line over here, so I can just hop over this, land straight away, because I don't want to get shot at by all these scatters, and clear out this base, work my way in this direction, and try to get as close to the main base as I possibly can without getting myself killed. Okay, that's one base down and at least one more to go. Let's see, we have one over here. Was there a second base? Yeah, so two to go. Now somehow the explosion of this base actually took out one of my Velas, so now I'm back down to 4. I do have one in reserve in my main base and a 5th one in production. I think I'm just going to have my hit squad do its thing over here for a moment while I start building up a small army of Velas just sitting here in the back. Okay, this little hub took out the flare production over here, so that is nice. I actually don't need to deal with all of these towers necessarily. I mean, as long as the production is offline, the towers themselves are not going to matter that much. So now I'm really wondering, do I try to push through here? Seems doable. I mean, I might want to bring a couple more Velas, but if I can push through here, there's a couple of Spectres, but honestly, that's all the really interesting defense there is. I mean, these salvos are going to do some damage, but they are just working with copper. Then if I can push that out, that is going to make my life a lot easier. Now these crawlers are still being produced, but other than that, the top part of this base isn't actually doing anything. So rather than flying all the way around and try to clear this out, yeah, I think just pushing through the middle might be the most effective. So the next timer for the escalation is actually pretty generous. That's 5 whole minutes to do whatever I want pretty much on the map. Which is a lot easier now that I have taken care of most of the enemy unit production. I mean, these crawlers are not going to do anything as long as I don't run out of thorium. I mean, these specters can just handle them. Even just a single one would have been enough, honestly. That means that if I can take out this base within the next 5 minutes or so, we should not have to deal with these tier 4 units, and I guess that is the main objective. Now, the real question is, how long do I wait before attacking? I already have 5 of these Velas over here, so that should be enough, I think, to take out this base, but I can just wait around a little bit more longer. There's actually a 6th one on its way already. That should be enough to punch through here, I think. Of course, I also want to make sure I at least disrupt the production over here so that this thing doesn't get resources and cannot actually produce. Okay, so the Spectres are out. I'm still a little bit hesitant to jump over this fence because there is another Spectre down here. There's actually some other ripples and things like that over there as well. So I'm just going to work around the edges for a moment to clear out as much as I can before diving in this with my valuable units. And there we go. I think this is enough disruption to make sure there's not going to be tier 4 units popping out of here anytime soon. Now at the same time, I'm not entirely sure what's going to happen once the escalation finishes. I think we might also see some units spawning from over here in the back. And if that is the case, I definitely want to make sure I take out this base as soon as possible, because I don't want to have to deal with a major amount of waves on top of everything else as well. Okay, I made a little hop to the other side. I took out most of the defenses, and that means I can now start working on the enemy base. I might just want to kind of just push through and ignore the Spectre and try to focus down the nucleus, because if that dies, I think everything else over here should go inactive as well. And there we go. I think that is there, that's taken care of. Let me see, can I actually double check that? Yep, that is all taken care of. That is very nice. These things are still producing though, so we're not quite done yet. Okay, this is really threatening. It's at the final escalation of production is in 7 minutes, but I think that might have been the main base that I just took out. So yeah, you know, everything is under control. Okay, so it took me a minute to push through all of these turrets, but I should be now taking down the last core. If I didn't miss anything. Nope, there we go. Sector captured. That's actually surprisingly easy compared to how I thought this level would go. But I'm not complaining. I like easy every now and then. Now the downside of this particular level is that I didn't actually build that many defenses because I didn't need them. And this thing is going to be under attack. Now these are relatively low level bases, so I'm hoping that if I just plop down some turrets, that is going to be enough to convince the AI that I have plenty of defenses here and that it shouldn't actually attack me at all. Oh well, I think I should be able to defend this base with the 20 Velas that I have up and running at the moment, and well, if not, then we'll have to deal with it at that point. But I can always build some more turrets and things like that. All in all, I also started kind of just rebuilding the enemy's bases. Not necessarily because I want to completely redo that, don't get me wrong. But these random turrets might actually count towards, you know, defense of this base, might deter the enemy from attacking every now and then. And even if they do attack, well, at least it's going to slow them down. Just revitalizing these bases doesn't actually cost anything, so, you know, might as well do that while you're waiting for your resources to stack up. Now, this wasn't actually a really fun level, but I haven't done the most important part yet, and that is clicking the Toxo Pit button, and there we go. Now we have all 5 tier 5 units unlocked. Have I actually built any of them? Nope. And the main reason I haven't actually done that is because, well, honestly, the tier 5 building is pretty large. And I have been having some trouble fitting it in somewhere. Now, of course, I can just remove some buildings and deal with it like that. At the same time, these resources are pretty hefty, especially the cryo fluid, but also the phase fabric and things like that. Don't get me wrong, I know these units are super strong. Specifically the Corvus is looking very interesting because, well, it has a massive range. 57, I can pretty much kill enemies from the other side of the map. I think that outranges pretty much all the turrets in the game, with maybe the exception of the, what's it called, Foreshadow. Let's see, what is the range on a Foreshadow? Yeah, that is actually slightly larger, but that's, I think, the only turret that actually is able to shoot back at the Corvus once it's attacking. So I definitely want to start building some of these tier 5 units at some point, but I need a little bit more room to work with if that is the case. But either way, if you're still here, you are awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one, and who knows, maybe we'll actually build some tier 5 units. Hey CDA, and today we're playing some more Mindustry, where we're trying to finish up the last couple of levels of the Serpulo campaign. Now, I'm actually going to do a new level today, but before I do that, I just want to show you something that completely surprised me. I lost the nuclear production complex a little while ago. I'm not sure how I lost it, but I lost it. So I figured, well, let me just go back in and recapture it again. Should be super easy at this point. So I launched, and you can see me landing over here. And much to my surprise, I landed into an almost completely functional base. You can see I have massive amounts of power stored up. I have pretty much my entire defense still up and running. The only main thing missing is the, I don't know, 60 tier 4 units or so that we're standing on top of here, along with some tier 3 units. You can see there's a path of destruction kind of going through here, through here, through here, and then to my main base. But pretty much everything else along that path, nothing is damaged. So let me know in the comments how I actually managed to lose my base here with pretty much my entire defense, including the power, by the way. And most of this is not actually running on power, it's just running on ammunition. Everything being intact, an entire army standing on top of that. I don't know, it's just extremely weird to me, but at least recapturing this zone will be super easy. Anyway, here we go. I did rebuild my entire base. I made sure I have some force fields added to that. Not sure if that makes a difference, but yeah, all in all, this should work fine. I did add a couple of meltdowns on the left. I added in some specters because I really like those. And well, honestly, it's pretty much a carbon copy almost of what I had before. So that means that this is going to be defeated again. I guess it is, but other than that, I do think this, as long as I keep an eye on this, it should be just fine. And I've done something similar for sector, what is it, 72M or something like that. I actually keep forgetting what this zone is called. So yeah, 32M, I remember it, there we go. This time around, however, I am relying less on meltdowns, but I'm relying more on specters. Not sure if that's actually an upgrade, but it was easier to set up, to be honest. Mostly because I don't have thorium over here. I also did switch back to pyrite production, just because I can produce that locally. As you can see, I'm actually still in the progress of upgrading some of this, but I hope at least this will be a little bit more resilient against the enemy than the stuff I was doing before. I'm not sure if the force fields actually prevent fire, because that wasn't the main reason that this thing was blowing up. It's air units flying through, bombing shit, everything taking on fire, and then the pyrite actually, or the other ammunition I was using, becoming a problem by itself. Long story short, I hope this works. If it doesn't, I'll just have to recapture the zone again. The main annoying thing about this zone is that the enemies fly through here, and it's very hard to actually shoot them out of the air before they reach like the inside of the base. And because they take various routes... Okay, I lost a sector apparently. Not sure how that happened. It is getting a little bit annoying, I have to say. So just trying to recapture all these zones one by one. The really strange thing is, I didn't show you this, but that sector that I just lost was showing as surviving, but it was also taking damage. So every time I go into a sector like that, I can't find any damage, but then I leave and it's supposedly fine, and then at some point I lose those sectors anyway. Anyway, long story short, I'm not gonna bother you with even more ranting at this point. Let's just dive into a new level. There's actually only 2 of those that we still have. We have the Desolate Rift over here that is next to zones that are going to be attacking us, and we have the weather channels over here. I'm not actually sure if this zone is going to be attacked, but I'm hoping it's not, so this is why I'm going to go for this one first. Okay, so let's see what we have to deal with. It looks like another naval level, so that's interesting. The first wave is actually 3.5 minutes out. Are my difficulty settings correct? Yeah, they are. I'm still playing on Eradication. That is interesting, because usually the first wave is like after 2 minutes or so. That is probably a bad sign. Okay then, we're going to be attacked from pretty much every single angle we can think of. Okay, let me think about this for a moment. Okay, so here's the plan. I have 5 different attack points coming at me, and normally what I would do is I build a defensive line very close to the spawning point, and that's just not going to work in this particular level. It would probably work on lower difficulty levels, but the fact that I have 5 of these just means I need to spread out my defenses too much. That will take too much time to build, and that's not going to work initially. So the second problem with that actually is because there's deep water next to 2 of these choke points, some of the naval units, if there's enough of them, are probably going to break through that because I can't block that off, and that means I need a secondary defensive line anyway. So I think probably the most efficient way to do this level is kind of just wall off this peninsula, with of course turrets and things like that, and then have everything converge on my base, and pretty much using several using my defensive line to defend against several choke points. For example, if I build a defensive line over here, 3 of those waves are actually already going to come to a single point, so that makes your defensive line a lot more efficient. However, what I actually want to do, or what I'm actually going to do, is try to build tier 5 units. Mostly because I haven't done that yet. And use those units to do my defenses. Is that gonna work? I don't know. We're going to find out. But I really want to build a Corvus or 2. These things have a massive range. They attack everything. They have an atrocious attack speed though, so that might not necessarily be the best thing. But they can also, you know, repair my base at the same time. I'm not sure if that's the best option. The alternative might be to, for example, go for Omuras. These actually build flying units themselves, so that's kind of cool. They also have a massive range as well. Long story short, this might actually be the better option. The problem with these Omuras is that I would need to actually get them into the water, and that is not going to work from where I'm starting out right now. I'm not sure if this would work. It's very close. If it would be 1 tile to the left, then I'm pretty sure that this is connected well enough for that to work. But yeah, you know, I just don't want to risk it. So what I'm going to do is probably just do something like this maybe, and then actually let's do it like this, and then start building tier 5 units. And I'm mostly going to be relying on getting the resources from the other zones into here, because I won't have a lot of resources locally. First things first, let's get my construction units up and running. Then I need to make sure I have all types of resources coming in, and especially I am going to need a massive amount of silicon, because all of this is going to drain that very, very quickly. Now, that gives us 2 minutes to spare, and I still need to get up my cryogen facilities as well as more power. And there we go, I have now still a surplus of power. I have quite a bit of cryogen production. I am actually trying to boost that as well. I'm not sure if I'm going to have enough resources to effectively boost it, honestly, but it's going to be better than nothing. And I am going to be constructing my tier 5 production building now. You can see the tier 4 is already in production. This is going to be a massive drain of my resources. Honestly, I am not entirely convinced this is the winning approach to this particular level, but you know, we're going to be finding out in a moment. Okay, there we go. As you can see, I have the additional conveyor belts over here to make sure that the Surge Alloy and Phase Fabric is going to go in here. That cannot be coming from some of the other directions. Well, it can be coming from the other directions, but it is unique to this specific building because the Exponential Reconstructor doesn't use those. So, you know, just trying to optimize a little bit of the throughput into this building, because, well, I need, what is it? Almost 3,000 resources to get into this building before it can even start producing. So, you know, that's going to be challenging in 42 seconds, but, you know, let's see how far we get. Okay, so the first wave is here, and of course it's going to be annoying little flying units, but this should not be a problem. I can even just take my polys and things like that to defend against that. I do have the first Vela in the Tetrative Reconstructor, so all I need now is 1,000 silicon to be in here, and it's already working on that, of course. I did dedicate the unloaders a little bit to the main thing, so this makes sure that at least 4 different resources are flowing in here all the time, assuming I have those resources. As you can see, my silicon is at 0, which looks a lot worse than it is, because I am importing 2400 per minute into that facility over here. But yeah, I actually tried to boost. I'm not sure if the overdrive projector works on a mass driver. Might do, I'm not sure. At the very least, it's going to work on the impulse pumps, I assume. So there's plenty of water coming in here. I just need to actually get resources as quickly as possible. And before I forget, I also built some basic resources. I was running really low on lead, so I produced some for this air blast drill. There's some more lead production over here. I'm producing some random titanium, because that's again something that I'm using quite a lot in everything I'm building. There's a little bit of overflow going into my base as well, but as you can see, this facility, this cryogen facility, is using quite a bit of titanium as well. I'm also producing a little bit of graphite. That's not really a bottleneck, but it's super easy to produce, so I might as well. I really want to kind of start producing some silicon on top of all of this, but that is not that easy considering the resource I have available right now. Okay, so I shot the first wave out of the air. I also built a little bit of silicon production over here. The sand is incoming, the coal is incoming. Why is this not getting any water? That helps if he actually connects the bridge. There we go. It's going to be not that much production, but I do think we pretty much have covered all our bases now, and we have the first tier 5 unit in production. That is honestly really exciting. I don't know how big these things are going to be. I don't know how effective they're going to be, but I look very much forward to figuring all of that out. Now, what else? I should probably build a little bit of backup power, not backup power necessarily. How are we doing on power, by the way? Oh, we're just ahead of how much we need. Although that is not really a problem. I can just work with that. Where am I importing my thorium? That is somewhere over here, right? Probably want to switch that up. Let's get the graphite over here. So now the thorium should be coming in over here. And build a little bit of additional power production over here that is also in the range of the overdrive projector. So I do have to admit that I don't really like how long it takes to produce units in this game, although it makes sense compared to how powerful they are. But the thing is that, especially on the higher level difficulty levels, it takes so long to produce these units. I mean, 2 minutes by default, of course you can boost this, but at the same time you do need a massive amount of resources to actually get the production up and running. That, yeah, as you can see, I'm already on wave 3 and I still don't have my first tier 5 unit. Now, again, that's the best unit there is in the game, so it makes sense it takes a long time to produce. But, you know, it's a little bit of a, I know, a bummer, I guess. I am going to be setting up some specters as well, because I do have plenty of thorium coming in that I'm using for power, and I might as well start using it for a little bit of defense as well. So that is going to make my life a lot easier, because all of those flying units are getting a little bit annoying at this point. And yes, I have been exclusively attacked by flying units so far, and they are getting more and more dangerous, so I definitely do need defenses, because otherwise this is going to be a mess. Okay, so what I was afraid of happening is going to be happening right now from wave number 4. I am going to be attacked from the sea over here, but I'm also going to be attacked by the air, and not by anything impressive, but I'm going to be attacked from multiple directions at the same time. Now, the problem with this wave over here is that I wasn't expecting it to be here. I mean, the spawning point is over there. But anyway, I don't have any aerial defenses there yet. I've been building up my defenses over here, but, you know, this is completely vulnerable to enemy attack. You can see I actually got attacked by some air units on the previous wave. That did take out some of my batteries. Nothing too vital over here, though, so as long as my power keeps functioning, batteries themselves are not really a big concern. But, you know, I'm going to definitely have to build up some defenses on the south over here as well. There we go, we finally have our first Corvus up and running, and let's see in action. That is a very long, very angry, long-range laser. Oh man, these things are slow. Anyway, yeah, that's the first one up and running. The second one is in production. My power is still struggling. Why is it struggling? Because every now and then it is boosting up. How is this struggling? Oh, it's struggling maybe because the cryo fluid is coming in. I don't know. I have plenty of power, so I'm not sure why it's not showing it producing at full power. But anyway, one up, 34 waves to go, and I'm just gonna keep on adding specters to the mix, setting up my defensive lines over here as well. As you can see, my specters are doing a fairly good job at making sure the enemy flying units are not a nuisance. That's gonna be enough. Yeah, it is. But I definitely need to add in more area defenses to make sure I don't get overrun. Okay, I'm on wave 8, so far so good. My area units seem to be, or my anti-air defense I should say, is doing its job. Honestly, the Corvuses are not doing much. It's mostly my Spectres taking everything out, so I could have saved myself a lot of resources by just setting up a proper defense like that. But you know, it's fun to see these big-ass lasers firing on the enemy units. And they are doing quite a bit of AoE damage, assuming that they are getting their angle correct. So, you know, I'm not complaining. I am having a lot of fun with these big lasers. I have 2 of them now, the third one already in production. So at this point, it is just a matter of building some more Spectres, I guess. Making sure these are actually water-powered as well. I might as well. This is super easy and completely free to do. And sitting out the rest of the level, I guess. Okay, on wave 12 now, we are getting more and more naval units, but I also now have 3 of my Corvuses. So let me actually see how this goes. Probably really, really well. These things have such a massive range, it's awesome. Should probably move this one up a little bit. This one can stay here to make sure we don't have air units going in the back. Yeah, this is just fine. It's mostly the Spectres doing the job, so this whole Corvus plan was, as I kind of expected, not the best. But you know, what we could actually do, now I think of it, we can switch to a different type of tier 5 unit. So how about air units? I mean, those are super easy to use. We can fly them all over the place, and these things have a pretty hefty attack speed, so that makes them quite useful to put up against massive amounts of enemy units. Yeah, why not? I mean, I kind of want to try out all of them, but these are super easy to produce and make a lot of sense in this particular scenario. Okay, I now have those tier 5 air units in production. I also put down some shields. I keep forgetting about these, but these are quite useful to make sure that well, your defenses last a lot longer. Obviously, I mean, that's their main goal, but yeah, I really like what these add to the mix. Yeah, So far so good, almost halfway in. The waves are getting significantly larger, although most of these are just low tier units anyway. They are coming from multiple directions, so this whole try to cluster in the middle is working. You can see I'm actually getting attacked by ground now as well. So I am going to add in a couple more of these things over here. That does mean I can't boost these from this direction anymore, but that's okay. That's okay. I'm sure we'll manage. And then what we're going to do is make sure there is a little bit of boosting over here happening still. And then of course we are going to need to wall off just to make sure things don't blow up straight away. There we go. That looks good. I mean, it's a quick and dirty defense, but at this point I've kind of given up on trying to make everything look nice. I'm just making sure it's functional. We have everything that we need. Of course, I do need to make sure everything is powered. That works like this. There we go. And look at that massive ship. Let me unleash that on my enemies. There we go. It actually needs to get in the range though, but still. Yeah, this is going to be awesome. So I'm actually going to put these on the front lines over here, I guess. That feels that they're going to be most useful there, because this is where most of the units are coming from. I do need to make sure that these things get repaired somehow though, but I think just adding in a couple of repair turrets, I can hide them kind of behind this this wall, is going to be more than enough to make sure this doesn't die. I mean, it's going to take a lot of damage if it's up on front like this, but between the repairs and the fact that most of the units are not going to be there for a very long time, I think we should be fine. Okay then, well, the waves are up to something like 150 units per wave now, and mostly low level ones, but as you can see there are some higher tier units in there now as well. However, I have some tier 5 units of myself. How many of those do I have now? I have 2 Eclipses and 4 Corvuses, so that's 6 tier 5 units already. And there is a third one about to pop out. There we go. So yeah, this is starting to slowly add up, with the emphasis on slowly but surely still. That's the most important part, I guess. I am still a little bit worried that something might be able to slip through, especially air units are always the bane of my existence. So I've been adding in some meltdowns along with the Spectre, so I'm kind of like mixing between ammunition-based type of defense and power-based defense, although I don't have that much power, so I do need to make sure I don't have like 20 of these meltdowns firing at the same time, because that's not gonna work. But still, for the moment, we are still having everything under control, but we do have 17 more waves to go, so we're definitely not there yet. Okay, so again, I just lost the Mycelial Bastion, even though the game claimed that I was going to be able to survive that. Having to double check every now and then to make sure you're not losing zones that are showing to be under control is kind of getting to me, I'll be honest. I kind of liked conquering this zone the first time. Having to conquer it again, not my biggest enjoyment, honestly. I'm also kind of wondering if that has anything to do with the fact that I am on eradication, if that just makes the waves more dangerous or something like that, even though you're not actively playing level. But anyway, I'll stop complaining about that, but I do have to say that that is not the favorite part about this particular campaign, at least not for me. One nice thing though about these corpses is that they're actually saving me ammunition, because they are taking out some of the lower level units even before they reach my base. So, I mean, it's not that impactful, but it does add up over time. The nice thing is, even though I'm being attacked by 200 plus units at this point, most of them seem to be coming from this direction. So I do get the occasional attack from here and here, but those attacks are not the most substantial, which is good, so I can focus my main defenses on the front. And you can see I have quite a few tier 5 units there up and running. I am actually going to be producing some of the other tier 5 units now, just because I want to figure out what they look like and how they function, and I don't know, just for funsies, honestly. So there's a couple more of these Eclipses coming out, because those do seem to be a pretty decent way to defend myself. But then I'm going to switch to at least 1 or 2 of the tier 5 Vela version. I guess not the Vela version, it's actually the other one. What it's called? The Oct. So it's the flying version of the green, like mono, poly, etc. These are going to have a force field attached to it, which is awesome, and it's actually a very substantial force field that it also has a pretty substantial repair rate, so it's awesome for defensive purposes. And it's also going to be able to repair units across the board. Now, this is not actually going to fire at my enemy, so I don't want a whole bunch of these, but these are going to be a very nice support to put in the mix over here in my front line. I am a little bit worried about the Guardian wave that is going to come in 10 waves, but I'm hoping that there's not going to be too many units along with that, because in that case I might be able to just move out my Eclipses towards the Guardian and have it completely barraged by my tier 5 units before it can get to my base. Okay, there we go, we have our Octs, and look at that, that's a very blob type of unit. But I am just going to park it right over here in between these Eclipses. And that should make this a pretty much invulnerable type of area over here. Now, that doesn't mean that people can sneak in through the back door somewhere else, but still. I'm also producing a couple of these arachnid type of units, so you be warned. Mostly because I want to see how those look, and after that, if there's time left, which there probably isn't, I am actually switching back to producing some more Corvuses, because I do really like how these things support each other. The Corvuses initially didn't seem to be doing much, but they do quite a bit of AoE damage, and they're taking out whole lines of enemy units, so that is quite handy. Things are getting quite intense. I'm actually going to switch around some of the supply of thorium towards my Spectres, because well, honestly the thorium supply is running a little bit low, not in terms of the actual amount of thorium, but in terms of the amount of stuff I have on my belts. So if I do this, then that should fix most of that problem. Now I do think I just removed one of the splitters over there, so let's make sure we have them back in. And then, yeah, this should do the trick. Now this is no longer needed, so I can take that out. No, I don't want to actually delete my Spectre. There we go. And the only problem I have sometimes in this game is I can't see what is going on below my ships. Move out of the way for a moment. Yeah, this is all working like intended. Oh man, there's so many units incoming now from all directions that I am getting a little worried that this might not be sufficient, but I do seem to be able to keep up again. But the thorium here is a problem. I might need to add in a secondary line to make sure that I can keep up. Okay, almost there. It is getting pretty intense now, because the amount of units that are coming at me just means I'm also going through my ammunition really quickly. And it really depends on which side of my base they're attacking. As you can see now, I'm struggling here on thorium, even though I do have a little vault over here to make sure I don't run out too quickly. But yeah, resupplying these things with ammunition does take a little bit of time, and time isn't necessarily something I have a lot of. However, last wave incoming in a couple of seconds. Let's pause. Wow, okay. Where are they coming from? So these are, well, basically they're coming from all directions. That makes sense. The main, actually there's a couple of high-level units there. Yeah, we're just going to have to see. I think we'll be fine. However, I'm not entirely sure my entire base will survive. But the tier 5 units by themselves, and we just have the arachnid popping out, actually. That is awesome. The tier 5 units should be able to do most of the work for me. Now the real question is, where am I going to put this? Probably somewhere around here. This thing is ridiculously large. But yeah, this is going to be fun. 500 units to go. I am just going to let this play out for a moment so you can see how I am doing. So we are demolishing this base from the south, away from the south I should say. Now this doesn't really impact a lot of things, so I am going to move this unit up here, so it's a little close to the main defense line. We are going to get a lot of units coming from the north as well. I think we should be fine to hold that as is. As soon as we've defeated this last couple of waves from the south, I am going to move out these units. I actually might want to do that now. We have some fire going, but nothing too bad, I think. This is a little bit of a problem, but I think we have enough ammunition to hold this. Let's pause again. How much more are we going to get from the north? Pretty much nothing, actually. So that means that this Eclipse can move all the way over here as well. Let's just add it in next to the Oct, because that's where all the repair is going to come from. Hey, this is interesting. These things have a lot of health. Okay. Yeah, let's move these Eclipses over here. You guys are not doing anything at the moment, and we don't really need you for those, I don't think. I'm not entirely sure. These are the main enemies though, so yeah, it's pretty much all or nothing. I'm not sure if it makes a lot of sense to move these guys around too much. My Eclipses are doing just fine. It's mostly a matter of being able to do enough damage to all of this, honestly. I might need to focus fire a little bit. So let me select this and let's just kind of target down some things in the middle. So especially my Corvuses are actually firing through the middle of these things and are doing as much damage as they can. All these healing units are a problem. So that's why I'm trying to focus fire now. This is pretty intense. I am going to keep these guys there for a moment, although am I? Yeah, this is not really that impactful. I think my turrets can handle this, so actually let me just select all my units and bring them in here. Is this my Oct or their Oct? It's their Oct. Oh, that's interesting. So let's make sure that we take that down. There we go. That should take care of a lot of the healing. Let's focus fire down a couple of the other healers. Yep, there we go. That's another one down. Let's focus down another one. I want all these green circles gone, people. I want them all gone. I just damaged. We lost my own unit. That's another problem, though. That's not priority. There we go. Not sure where are you guys going? You decided to take a hike? I mean, that's fine by me, don't get me wrong. Oh, I did lose all of my importing buildings now. That's probably not good. I also lost all of my polys to actually rebuild that. This might still be a mess, but I think with my existing units, we should be able to push through here. There's a couple of them that are badly damaged. Maybe we can take them out like that. There we go. Let's focus fire down the ones on the front. Yeah. 36 enemy units remaining. Let's not lose my base at the last possible second, please. Oh. Fire. Die. I just want to see the... No, please. I need help. Oh boy. Okay, hold on, just a sec. Oh no! Just lost at the last possible second, but oh, I just got booted from the level. We had 30 low-level units remaining. Ah, boy. Okay, well that means I guess we're doing this again. Honestly, I'm not gonna run you through the entire level once more because we almost did it. It was literally, I think, the last couple of enemies that took out the main base. And honestly, I made a mistake there. I should have blocked this off. I didn't block it off. I did block it off now, so that would have kept the enemy at least out of sight of range of my nucleus for a moment longer. I also built a couple of these force fields now just to make sure we have some additional protection. There's probably going to need to be another force field or two added to the mix, just to make sure I have every angle covered. But honestly, it's just a little bit of detail, and I should have started that focus fire that I've done earlier as well. I'm not going to build any more spiders. I am going to be still building a couple of Corvuses and a couple of air units. I do think the mix between these two are quite nice. And I still think that maybe the Oct that I had in between that is actually going to repair my units and protect my units at the same time was also quite useful in that last wave. So all in all, not a lot of changes. I might just fit in a few more turrets because I do have a little bit of space. And specifically I might want to do that with a couple of meltdowns, just because I can then no longer have to completely rely on the thorium actually getting there in time. But yeah, other than that, I think this should be a very smooth run now. Okay, I am 30 waves in already, and as you can see, I have 5 of my eclipses once again. I built another oct. There is a total, what, 4 or 5 corvuses? Yeah, up and running. And I've now switched back to just producing corvuses because I do like the fact that I can focus fire down things with those, and I have a feeling I might need that. Last time around, I mostly lost it because my damage down here wasn't large enough, so I did add some more turrets in there, some specters, some meltdowns. Not that much, because honestly I don't have that much room over here, but I do think that this should work just fine. I built a little bit of extra power supply as well, so 8 more waves to go, and we'll see if this actually works now. It is interesting to note how much smoother the second time around for this level is, especially considering I've now been able to build a couple of more defenses. I know exactly where to position my units in order to optimize their DPS. I've never even come close to running out of ammunition, for example, even though that did happen several times throughout the initial try. Still, I'm a little bit worried about that last wave, but the difference is very noticeable. Well, I hope you're ready, because the enemy is here once again, and I'm still actually in the process of taking out the previous wave, but let's see if we can do a little bit better this time around. Now, what I'm actually thinking about doing is selecting just my corpuses and focus firing down whatever seems to be the main threat. Now, I'm not going to actively focus fire anything down, other than the fact that other when I really need to, for the main reason that I just want them kind of shooting at random on all of these units to begin with. Now, these are those healing units, so let's make sure we try to take those out as quickly as possible. That seemed to work quite well when we did it last time. So there we go. I think that takes care of most of that. Not entirely, but yeah, the last one should be going down now. Let's focus fire down the large ones, the higher tier ones, just to make sure they don't once again reach my base and start blowing things up at the last possible second. And yeah, as you can see, this is going a lot better than it did before. Still 100 enemies to go, but those 100 enemies are just low tier units as far as I can tell. Yeah, well, there's a couple of tier... Is it tier 4 or 5? I'm not entirely sure. But that's not going to be a problem, because they're not going to be able to get anywhere near my base. At least not the main base. And even if they do get a little bit closer, all these shields and all these turrets are going to be just fine by themselves. And even that is not counting for my tier 5 units. Okay, there we go, sector officially captured now, a massive amount of defense, so I can't wait to lose this sector to some random attack from an enemy that I don't know is attacking, but other than that, sorry, I'm getting a little bit frustrated by that at this point. I'll try to stop complaining about it. And I think we only have a couple of levels to go, officially at least. How is my other sectors doing? I lost one of those random sectors that I captured a couple of episodes ago as well. This one is under attack. It is supposed to survive, but this is a pretty good example actually. It says 48% damage, but it is going to survive all the waves. Now, if I go to the sector, it is a little bit weird in terms of how I constructed this, so don't get me wrong. There's a lot of stuff outside of my defenses, but if you look at the actual base, you can see there is no damage whatsoever to this particular sector. And then when I go to any other sector and I now look at this again, it says 0% damage. So it seems to be doing some sort of calculation in the background where it is putting in fictional damage, so to say, without actually damaging specific buildings. And once this reaches 100%, I guess, it is going to fall. So that means I just need to check into the zone every now and then, but the annoying part is that you don't actually get warnings about thresholds of damage. So it would be nice if, for example, at some point you had a message coming up like, this zone is now 50% damaged, and then, okay, I'll just go there, see that nothing is damaged, go back, and then we can kind of reset that timer. Might be cheating the system a little bit, but yeah, I think that would make more sense, especially considering I think you only get the warning that you're under attack once, and then if you just keep playing, you lose a zone without realizing it, so that can be quite frustrating. Anyway, if you are still here, this was a long one, you are very awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one, where we're trying to wrap up this campaign. Hey, HCDA, and today we're playing some more Mindustry, and although I am very much tempted to just sit in my little bunker over here, along with all of my tier 5, 4, and 3 units, yeah, that's not gonna happen because, well, even though this zone is actually completely safe, we still have some work to do. Now, I am losing some of those random sectors that we captured before. Honestly, I'm kind of done with micromanaging those, so we are just going to launch straight into the next level, and that is going to be the Desolate Rift. I think that's actually the only level we have available that we haven't done before. I do need to recapture the Mycelial Bastion at some point, but I want to do something new, so let's go here. At this point, it feels like we're doing kind of the same thing over and over again, but the levels are quite different from level to level, and honestly, that keeps things fresh and interesting. And this level seems to be exactly that, fresh and interesting. Uh, this is definitely a gauntlet, let's put it like that. That does imply to me that this is going to be an extremely easy level, because we know exactly where the enemy is coming from. We have plenty of room to set up a defensive line over here. And yeah, if I just block off this area, I don't see that there's any way in which the enemy can get to me easily. Okay, so monos and polys incoming right over here. And let's build ourselves a little highway of goods that are being imported. The water is a little bit further away from my main base than I would like, but I think we should be okay, assuming I actually remember to power everything though. But yeah, this should bring in all the required resources that we have. We actually have some water to spare. We very conveniently actually have some thorium that we can mine over here. And rather than setting up my defensive line over here, which was my initial plan, I actually think I'm gonna set it up over here. Now, the only downside is that we don't really have that much water nearby, which we would have up there, but this is a natural bottleneck, and on top of that, this will allow me to kind of have the enemy stretch itself out as it marches towards me, which is always a little bit more convenient than having all the enemies grouped up already. That just maximizes their firepower, while I want to maximize mine. Okay, the first two Spectres are up. We have the first wave incoming. These are just tier 1 units, but considering we don't have that many waves, I think they're going to be scaling up pretty fast, which might be the main challenge on this level. I'm working on my wall. I don't need to build that much wall, actually, considering I don't have much to wall off to begin with, but I definitely am going to need a lot more turrets. At least that's what I'm feeling. I actually did not start any unit production. I completely turned that off, just because the unit production is, I think, going to take way too long compared to how much time I have to spend in this level. Okay then, that's a pretty serious wave number 2. Remember, that is just wave number 2 with tier 2 and 3 units already in there. Now, I hope at least, my Spectres are up to the task. I mean, it's 4 of them versus quite a few units, but as long as they don't actually just fly straight past, I think I should be fine. Okay, here we go. This is quite a bit of damage, and some of the units are getting through. They're still getting attacked though. We have a couple of tier 2 units left. I think we should be fine, but yeah, exactly what I was afraid of. They just fly straight past your defenses sometimes. I'm not sure what they're actually going to be targeting. Maybe the power production over here. I do have quite a few units left, though, that I can use to attack, so that should take care of business. But it is definitely going to do some damage along the way, because as you can see, my units do struggle to keep up with the enemy, as they are kind of just flying around doing damage at random. Okay, at least wave 4, or 3 I think this is going to be just ground units, which is a lot easier to defend against, and I am now again producing everything. I repaired most of this, not everything actually, but that will be just a matter of moments, and then I think it should be relatively smooth sailing from there, as long as we don't have to keep rebuilding our base. Okay, well, this is interesting. We're now getting, I think these are tier 5 units sent at us. I mean, it's just 2 of them, but yeah, I mean, they're still tier 5 units. Luckily, I have some force fields up and running by now, and I replaced some of the Spectres at the front by meltdowns to add some additional firepower, kind of like brunt firepower up front. I added in a couple of Spectres in the layer behind, just in case we have some of those rogue flying units trying to push through. I am going to slowly add in a couple of those turrets in the back over here as well, mostly to make sure I defend my main base. But other than that, yeah, it's just a matter of adding turrets and hoping I put those turrets in the correct place for the next couple of waves. Well, the good news is the game is telling me I can survive all remaining 12 waves. The bad news is there's going to be a boss among those, and that tells me absolutely nothing. So, yeah. Okay, so let's see where to next. How about some foreshadows for additional firepower if we're going to get tier 5 units? Now, these things are actually the main bottleneck right now that I have is copper, even though I do have an overclocked copper, 2 overclocked air blast drills churning out a massive amount of copper, but yeah, if you're building mostly on pause, it goes by so quickly. And while I'm at it, I'm going to add a couple of the specters here on the side. I kind of like the cheeky shooting from the side where no one can reach you. And I'm going to put in a force field just to make sure that this all stays alive, so it doesn't get some additional firepower from stray units that might have longer range than this is going to be blocking. But yeah, I do think this will add a little bit of additional kill box style to the side, as well as protect even better against those flying units. Speaking of those air units, we just got a whole wave incoming. Let's see how my theory is working. So far, so good. I really like those force fields, actually. Those are amazing. Fires are a little bit worrisome. I could actually add in a couple of these waves over here. Not sure if that's gonna do much, honestly. Probably not, but, you know, it's better than nothing, I suppose. Although not that much more than nothing. I am going to add in a little bit of power supply because I do not want to run out of power anytime soon. These things are not charged up with liquid, and we definitely need to make sure that if they're firing, they're doing their best to do that at max capacity. I am just boosting everything with the water, by the way. I know you can boost with cryo fluid as well, but this is so much more expensive and power hungry to make rather than just water, and honestly the benefit is not that big in comparison, so this is why I'm just sticking to water pretty much all the time. I've also started to put some overdrive projectors in my defensive line that just boosts all these turrets as well with a significant amount. Just making sure I front load as much damage as I can. Now that will mean that sometimes this thorium supply line might struggle with keeping up, but yeah, there's not really any way to prevent that other than just making sure there's even more thorium coming in. And that also means that I do want to start adding in some more of those meltdowns as well, because they do not rely on fuel. And I am going to add in this like back line of specters, not really because I expect to need them, but this is pretty much just having a plan B in place along with these force fields and menders, just to make sure that I don't again die from a couple of stray units pushing through and then just ruining my game. Okay, so how about this? There's a whole battery of shadows on each side, there's a whole bunch of specters, there's a couple of meltdowns in the middle. I still need to add in a few more meltdowns, I think, just to add in the maximum amount of firepower. Probably going to replace the specters here on the front with meltdowns. But then I don't really know what else I can do to beef this up further other than producing units. I could actually start producing units. But again, I think it's a little bit too late now. I could probably have built a couple of tier 5 units, but as you can see, I am struggling a little bit with my resources. So, you know, I don't think this is a bad call whatsoever. We don't need to move out from this base, we just need to make sure this base does not die. So it seems to be not doing that, so that's working like intended, I would say. Okay, so a couple of meltdowns from the front. 4 of these is a lot of firepower, especially... Yep, there we go. Especially consider they're boosted, they have water, etc. The water level doesn't seem to be too high. I should probably add in a little bit to that, because, you know, there's a lot of them now drawing water from this. I think this is the pipeline going to the top right. Yes, it is. Maybe there should have been more pipelines. I could actually connect this pipeline up to the other one as well, just to be safe. I should probably do that. Backups and redundancy is never a bad thing when you're trying to stay alive. I am now on the second to last wave, and I pretty much just built a secondary defense line at the core of my base. This is mostly just specters and, well, it's actually just specters and meltdowns. For some reason, meltdown isn't powered, so that's probably useful. There you go, and all the power production is here anyway. All the thorium for the specters is here, so this needs nothing of the rest of my base in order to function. I mean, in the long run it would need, of course, to be resupplied, But on that last wave, it's either going to die or it's just going to hold out and save the level. I also built a couple of additional walls, not because these are going to last, they're not even meant to last. They're just there to slow down the enemy just a little bit so that I can take a few more shots at them before they push through, if they are going to be pushing through. Now, okay, those are actually, I thought these were the tier 5 units, but these are the tier 5 units. I don't think a handful of them is going to cut it, guys. I could be wrong. I hope I'm not, honestly. But I think we should have plenty of defense to hold out against that, especially considering these shields, I think, are going to come in clutch, because, well, these are going to make sure that whatever they do from a very long range, because I do think these things have a pretty long range, should be fine. But yeah, you can see the fuses, or sorry, the foreshadows already working quite hard on the first one. Now this one is going to do a fair amount of damage. As you can see, it is breaking through my wall, but my polys are rebuilding it and dying in the process, I think, but that's okay. They are trying to rebuild, they're doing the job. And yeah, these guys are not going to be able to defeat us. Now, okay, these guys are stuck. That's a problem. I might need to kind of lure them in. Maybe I can just build like a power node or something. Is that going to lure them in? Because they're just blocking each other. There you go. Hello? Okay, let me figure out how to get these guys to move, because otherwise we're going to be here for a while. Well, maybe building a turret will grab their attention. I mean, oh, there we go. Never mind. Never mind. Yeah, now they're coming. I mean, it did grab their attention, don't get me wrong, but yeah, that's also really, really strange. And there we go, another sector captured. This was one of the ones that we needed to unlock some stuff for, or at least some stuff in this technology tree. Not sure if we got any new buildings, I don't think we did. It's just kind of like the lore that is in here that we unlocked. But yeah, this was one of the last few levels that we needed, and there we go. Now we have the Planetary something. Oh, that's 3 new levels actually. Yeah, so I think these are actually the last 3 levels. So we have the Planetary Launch Terminal, we have Cruxscape, we have the Geothermal Stronghold, and we also still have the Mycelial Bastion that we did already capture, but that I lost somehow. Okay, so 3 more levels to go. I do believe those are the last 3, so I hope to catch you in the next one. And of course, if you are still here, you are awesome. And that's the wrong way around, but yeah, you'll just have to work with it. It's late, I'm tired, and I look very much forward to wrapping up this campaign. Hey HCDA, and welcome back to Mindustry. We are in the last 3 levels of the Serpulo campaign, and I'm going to go for Planetary Launch Terminal first. Why? Because that's actually the only one that I have left that's going to unlock something in the technology tree, and considering it has something to do, at least I'm assuming it has something to do with the landing pad or the launching pads, maybe it's an upgraded version, I don't know, but I'm excited, so I want that. Let's dive into this level and see if we can actually make it. This is going to be, I think, the first level that is on Eradication threat level. So I'm expecting a very much uphill battle. Okay then, here we go. I am very afraid for this level. But hey, look, we actually start out with a little base. Resources, all the stuff. And that also holds for this base. Oh my god, this is a very large base. Let's see, what is over here on this island? An interplanetary accelerator. I have no idea what that is. I'm guessing it is supplying fuel. It's at least it seems to be it's actually receiving a lot of stuff. Okay, we have 6 minutes to build up our stuff. That is okay, I guess. Can we get through here with naval units? Yes, we can. Okay, so that is interesting. We're going to be attacked from over here, although that might be a while because this seems to be another one of those kind of like Ericure type of levels. Okay, there's like 5 million turrets. That's clear. Yes. Okay. How far in can I get with naval units? Pretty far, actually. I should be able to reach this core with my naval units if I focus on those. Is there anything else? Oh my god, there is so much stuff here. They're going to be spewing units all over the place. What is this base going to do? This base is going to be producing tier 3 units? Yes, and some tier 2 units, okay. What else? What else? What else? What is this? This is just kind of like a little outpost. Okay. So there's bridges here. Okay. Interesting. Oh, there's actually something over here as well. This is a force reactor. This is not an actual base, so I don't need to deal with this. Okay, well, we definitely have our work cut out for us. We have a core over here. Let's see, this is one core. The second core was over here, somewhere there. I only see one core here, I think. Yeah. No cores over here. No. Is there a core on this island? I don't think there is, actually. I mean, there's a whole bunch of meltdowns and specters on this island. But no core. So I think, at least that's what I'm assuming, that kind of like the winning formula to this level is going to be naval units, because it seems like it can destroy pretty much everything with naval units, but I am going to also have to be able to defend myself, I think. Well, at the very least, this level is going to give me an excuse to try out my Omuras. These were recommended by several of you in the comments as being the best unit in the game. And yeah, it's not hard to tell why. I mean, these are basically foreshadows with a ridiculous range that can target everything. And on top of that, these things are going to be producing their own small fleet of air units. Now, these flares, I honestly don't think are going to be that impactful. I could be wrong. But yeah, it's 3 units, so sure. But yeah, just park these things outside the base and see the base fall to pieces. I think that's pretty much it. The main problem is going to be to actually build those things before we get wiped out. Now, we do have 6 minutes, and 6 minutes is quite a long time. That said, we don't have that much resources here, actually. That's interesting. We do have plenty of space to build, so that's not a problem. I'm not sure what these things are supposed to do, but we'll just keep them around. I mean, they're not really in the way considering how much space we have to build. I do want to make sure that I spit out my units in the proper place. I think I can still go like this, and then maybe like... okay, let me figure out how I'm going to reconstruct my base so I can actually produce those tier 5 units. Okay, so something like this. The problem is I built this in a very inefficient order, so I'm actually going to restart the level, also rebuild this starting layout to kind of attune it to what I have set up over here. I don't need this exponential reconstructor over here, for example. It just gets in the way. I don't think I can attach this one from the get-go, but since I need to build it, I also need to make sure I actually start building naval units from the get-go. I have some of the Vela production still queued up here, which is of course not going to be useful. All in all, I like the layout, but the setup can be at least a minute faster, probably more. So that is what I'm going to try to do, just to make sure I don't waste another hour playing this level and then lose it anyway. Okay, so I rebooted the level, and what is interesting to note is that none of the ghosts or the old buildings have been remaining anymore, so I'm not sure if that's a difficulty thing, if that is a patch, I don't know, but at least I'm playing fair, so that's something. I loaded up a new type of blueprint, and I set up all my incoming production, all my items coming from all the different zones. Now, I definitely need a little bit more power because I am skimming at the edges of what I actually need. And then I should be able to add in the tier 4 and tier 5 production along with the cryogen, and then we should be good to go. Okay, there we go. This was about a minute faster, a little bit less than that, but the big difference is that not only do I have everything up and running with, including a little bit of side production in terms of like copper and lead and stuff, I also have already a tier 4 unit in here. So this is ready to start producing. Now the main problem is I'm going to need to load up all of those resources in here first, but that's the only bottleneck that we're facing right now. I am running a little bit low-ish on power once again, so I'm going to have to add in a couple of these generators. Although I could consider maybe this time around working with some spore power. I mean, that is pretty efficient and I have plenty of water to go around. So yeah, that's probably the better option rather than relying on these RTG generators too much. Mostly because they cost the same resources as I need for my tier 5 units. Okay, so the first enemy attack is incoming. It's just a couple of boats, so that shouldn't be too much of a problem. However, my boats are definitely not ready yet. Let's see. I am about 1/3 through building my first tier 5 ship. And yeah, that's actually going to take about a minute or so still. Now, we do have 10 minutes before the enemy air factories activate, so that is nice at least. I think the air factories, however, are over here. Yeah, not sure if there's any other air factories that I'm missing. Yeah, there's some in here as well. Long story short, the air factories are all the way in the back, so not sure if I'm going to be able to do too much about that. I could probably go kind of like through here to try to take out these factories at least, and then try to punch through here and then start working on this naval unit over here and then see if we can maybe take out the air factories. But honestly, the air factories is probably the last thing on the list. If I've defeated those, I have probably already won the level. Now, I am going to utilize some of these specters that were over here on the corner already. I'm building one next to that. Hopefully that will be enough to take care of the enemy that is now approaching me. Well, I got my first tier 5 Omura. It's kind of awesome, but at the same time I am struggling to defend myself against these waves that are coming from up here. These are relatively weak waves, but they seem very insistent on trying to hit my weak spot over here, even though I walled this off. So yeah, I had to move up my specters a little bit so I could actually reach them. That seems to be working. However, now I am being attacked on the ground with a pretty extensive force, so I am struggling to get some specters up and running on this side as well. Could probably add in some meltdowns. Well, actually, no, I do need more power for that. Yeah, but I am going to utilize my tier 5 unit for this defense as well. Well, the nice thing about these Omuras is that I can just sit outside of the range of pretty much every single turret in the game, including these ripples, and take them down one by one. Now, it's not really the fastest way of clearing down an enemy base, but I am taking pot shots basically at their defenses. Now, I am going to have to work my way through a lot of those in order to actually get anywhere. But yeah, you know, one step at a time, and we'll get there eventually. Oh man, it's honestly really hard to record anything while doing this, because what I'm basically doing is setting up towers and then giving my 2 Omoras by now orders to attack something, and then making sure I am actually building the towers. I am repairing things that need to be repaired, looking at where the enemy waves are coming from, and I'm shifting back and forth between those two things like every few seconds, pausing, unpausing, and so on. I'm getting some air units now. I do think that adding in these force shields is vital just to make sure that those pesky little air units don't get in the way too much, and we're going to get a lot more of those really soon. I decided to initially focus on this factory, because if I can take this one out, this one doesn't actually seem to be doing anything. So then I'm assuming that this means that the next thing that is going to activate is this base. If I can take it out before it becomes a problem, then that is going to be a lot easier than trying to work my way through enemy units that are being non-stop spawned while also trying to take out the base. Okay, so yeah, I just took out the enemy naval base, or at least the naval production, I should say, and it's the next thing that is going to be activating in 12 minutes. Now, it looks like I'm under heavy attack, but these are just tier 1 units that are trying to shoot down my tier 5 units, so that's not really going to work for them. I am about to produce my third Omura, and you can definitely notice that you cut through a base a little quicker once you have more than one. So hopefully that is going to be enough to really kind of push through the rest of this level before I get completely overrun, because, well, you can definitely notice the non-stop flow of enemies being a thing. Apparently, I lost my ships, and I have no idea what happened. I don't think they should be going down that fast, but they are very much dead. Or at least they're not on the map anymore. I'm not sure what is happening. I was just focusing a little bit on my towers for a moment, and my ships were just doing their thing attacking, and apparently I gave them the wrong order because they decided to go and kill themselves. I have a feeling they might have gone and tried to sail around this edge of the map without me noticing, and yeah, that is 3 Omuras down, and that means this level is going to take a hell of a lot longer. Oh well, there's the first one back. I did add in a couple more of those cryogen generators to make the construction speed a little faster. I should probably have done that earlier maybe as well, but yeah, I'm just gonna have to babysit my Amora from now on, and hopefully my base doesn't get overrun while I'm looking the other way. Well, this would have been a lot faster with 5 of them, but my 2 Amoras are now definitely breaking through the enemy's defenses, and I should be able... Oh, there is actually a foreshadow over here, and that has the same range as my own units, and it does a lot of damage, so I do need to be careful, but I should now be able to start working on these naval factories over here. Okay, so I'm still slowly whittling away at the enemy base. I took out a part of the naval facility over here. Now, in order to get over here, I do need to get past this foreshadow, though that's a bit of an issue. But I can actually maneuver around it and take out the facility without getting in the range if I'm careful. But there are also some specters here on the side that I need to take out while I do that. So I am inching forward. I do now have another Amura, so I'm back up to 3. So things are slowly starting to look in my favor. However, we are going to get a a guardian wave at some point as well. And honestly, the waves that are coming over from the enemy base are getting stronger and stronger. And apparently in 10 minutes from now, they're going to get even stronger still. Now, this base isn't really producing much, so it's mostly the other base just spamming ground units at me. These are not really a problem. The waves coming from on the top here are getting more powerful as well. And I can't really defend all that well against that, so I might need to add in a couple more of these turrets over here. But all in all, I am not feeling too bad about how this is going. Okay, apparently we have a Guardian incoming soon, and we also have another escalation of production in 10 minutes. I'm not sure what that means. I mean, is it just that the things are going to spawn more? Because honestly, I've taken out most of the actual production that I can reach for the moment, but I need a lot more army, and I need to basically just stack up my Amoras before I can take on anything else. I am also sort of inclined to maybe switch to a different type of unit. I'm not sure if that makes a lot of difference, honestly, but I was figuring maybe I should take a ground unit of some sort. At the same time, that's probably ridiculous, because if I do anything that flies, it's just going to be shot down, and the approach by land is not much better than it is by sea. So yeah, probably just going to have to stick with the Amuras. Well, it seems like the Guardian Wave is just a whole bunch of big units, and honestly, we've been getting that for a very long time already, so that's not a problem, because those are a lot of very powerful units, but at the same time, I also have quite a few of those myself. So I'm just going to park my Amuras in front of my base for the moment, make sure I defeat those Guardians before I start taking another look at the enemy base. Well, those spiders are really scary, but they seem to be going down sort of smoothly, thanks to a lot of guns firing at them at the same time, as well as my other units. Now, I am wondering what happens if they die on top of my base. Looks like not too much. That's good. There was some damage, but nothing I can't handle. The enemy is funneled through here, and that is that's intentional, by the way, so yeah. Okay, so that was the Guardian Wave. I think that was the worst over for now. In the meanwhile, I took down the nucleus in this base, so that is one base down and one to go. Honestly, this is actually quite a bit of work considering how many units are in here, but there are not really any units anymore being produced other than, well, apparently this facility that I kind of didn't see initially is now producing units. So I am going to have to move my Umuras up here. The foreshadows have been taken out. I think there's a couple more, but those are further down the back of the base. So I am going to work my way through here and then towards the nucleus. And I think, oh, there's 2 foreshadows over here that I'll need to deal with. But other than that, we should be fine. Well, it took a lot of wiggling and shooting and clearing and patience, but it seems that I have taken out all the foreshadows now that were in the way of this nucleus, so I'm hoping I can actually reach it from here, because it seems to be pretty much on the edge of what these Umuras can actually target, but hopefully that is the case, because if my recon or my scouting is correct, this should be the only nucleus that I still have to destroy. And yes, I could actually reach from over here, and now I have captured the last zone. I just got a pop-up that I accidentally clicked away, but apparently this was supposed to be the last level of the campaign. Now, I'm pretty sure I have 2 more to go, somewhere over here. Cruxcape and Geothermal Stronghold. So I'm gonna give those a spin to see if they are interesting, but it is quite nice to know that I now officially completed the Serpulo campaign, and well, doing it on eradication difficulty was definitely not easy, but quite a bit of a challenge. And aside from some frustrating parts, definitely fun as well. If you are still here, you are awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next 2 or so, where we're going to finish up those last few levels.